Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 689, Before the Holiday. What happened in the Department of Mysteries yesterday spread quickly across the wizarding world, thanks to the Daily Prophet. However, the newspaper did not mention the prophecy globe. It only reported that Voldemort had led his Death Eaters in an attempt to seize something and wreak havoc in the main hall. To many, this was Voldemort openly declaring war on the Ministry of Magic. It also signaled that he had gathered enough followers and was ready to strike at any moment, leaving the wizarding world feeling frightened and uneasy. But none of this concerned the students at Hogwarts. That afternoon, nearly the entire school gathered at the Quidditch pitch to witness the most crucial final of the school year, Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. The score difference was a mere 20 points, meaning the winner of this match would claim the Quidditch Cup. From the very start, cheers and shouts of encouragement filled the stands, as everyone rooted enthusiastically for their team. For both teams, this is a game they absolutely cannot afford to lose. Lee Jordan's voice boomed from the commentary booth. Whether it's Cedric and Ted from Hufflepuff or the Weasley brothers and Angelina from Gryffindor, none of them want to leave Hogwarts with regrets in their final year. Oh no, the quaffle's in Kyle's hands again. That's bad news for Gryffindor. Angelina's closing in on him, but her broom just can't keep up with the firebolt. This time, Lee refrained from his usual quips and playful remarks, delivering a highly professional commentary instead. After all, the players he mentioned weren't the only ones graduating. This was also his final year, making the match deeply significant to him. Oh, look. Harry spotted the golden snitch. Lee's voice, hoarse from prolonged shouting, carried a note of urgency as he leaned halfway out of the commentary stand. It's near the Ravenclaw stands, and Cedric's seen it too. They're both speeding up. Who will catch it first? Someone lend me a pair of omnioculars. Meanwhile, Kyle's at the goalposts. He's thrown the quaffle. It's heading for the center hoop. Can Ginny block it? Oh, she's done it. A brilliant save by the temporary keeper. That could be the most critical block of the game. Madam Hooch's whistle pierced the air as Lee let out an ear-splitting shriek. The golden snitch had been caught. Harry raised his arms high, the snitch's golden wings fluttering weakly between his fingers. The stands erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause. The game was over. 210 to 220. Gryffindor had won. For the first time in 6 years, they had defeated Hufflepuff and ended their unbeaten streak. The players rushed together in jubilant celebration, with Harry and Ginny at the center of the group. Once everyone returned to the pitch, Dumbledore stepped forward, smiling as he held the gleaming Quidditch cup. Congratulations, he said warmly, handing the trophy to Cedric. Yes, Gryffindor had won the match, but in a way, they had lost as well. Hufflepuff had entered the game 20 points ahead, but by the end, they were only 10 points ahead overall. What a shame. Neville sighed in the stands. If only Harry had caught the snitch when we were 70 points ahead. He knew it wasn't possible, Hermione said, her voice firm. She had only just been released from the hospital wing. Hufflepuff's chasers were too strong. Dragging the game out would have risked them overtaking us entirely. Ah, you're right, Neville agreed before joining in the celebrations. After all, they had at least managed to defeat Hufflepuff once. To be honest, Cedric asked Kyle in the changing rooms, did you miss that last goal on purpose? Miss it on purpose? Kyle replied, folding his jersey. What do you mean? That last shot, Cedric clarified. You were so close, and Ginny was just a stand-in keeper. I didn't think you'd miss. Kyle chuckled. Ginny wasn't bad, actually. And you're overestimating me. Even professional chasers don't score every single time. Besides, isn't this the best outcome? Both teams win in their own way, everyone's happy. You've got a point, Cedric said, placing his jersey into his bag. By the time they left the changing rooms, the once boisterous stadium had fallen silent. The crowd was gone, and only echoes of their earlier cheers seemed to linger. Cedric paused at the doorway, standing quietly as if listening to the remnants of the celebration. The rest of the team emerged behind him. Want to stay a bit longer? Kyle asked. No, Cedric replied, shaking his head and walking on. He joined the others, chatting as they strolled toward the stadium exit. I still can't believe we've won 6 years in a row. Professor Sprout was thrilled. I haven't seen her that happy in ages. Professor McGonagall seemed pleased too. Yeah, this really was the best outcome. We've got to have a feast. Imagine celebrating with Gryffindor, it would have been hilarious. How about a feast in the Great Hall? That's an idea, but the Slytherins and Ravenclaws might not like it. If you get hexed, don't blame us. When the teams returned to the castle, they were met with the lively atmosphere of Gryffindor celebrations already in full swing. Groups of Gryffindors were scattered across the common areas, laughing and chatting exuberantly. Even when Slytherins attempted to taunt them about losing the Quidditch Cup, the Gryffindors remained unfazed, greeting Kyle and his teammates warmly whenever they crossed paths. After dropping his broom off in the dormitory, Kyle decided to step out onto the grounds once more. The blazing sun illuminated the field, where students lounged on the grass, enjoying the warmth. Some were sunbathing, others chatting in groups, nibbling on snacks, or flipping through the Daily Prophet, everyone relishing the rare moment of tranquility. As Kyle passed by, a few students waved and complimented the day's match, calling it the best they had ever witnessed. He smiled and acknowledged them, but deep down, he didn't think much of the praise. He had heard the same remarks after previous matches. Kyle's thoughts briefly wandered. He figured Kana was likely in the library, undoubtedly the only one still studying at a time like this. Fred and George were occupied with preparations for their joke shop, making them a rare sight these days. Feeling somewhat aimless, Kyle decided to return Fluffy first. Making his way toward the forest, Kyle stayed as far from Hagrid's cabin as possible, uncertain if he wanted to risk an encounter. But as he neared the woods, Hagrid's booming voice called out, shattering his hopes of avoiding notice. "What are you daydreaming about? You're going the wrong way, it's this way." Kyle sighed, resigned, and turned to head toward Hagrid's cabin. "That was a great match today," Hagrid said cheerfully, pouring a glass of dandelion juice as Kyle entered the hut. "I couldn't have asked for a better outcome." "Actually, I couldn't have either," Kyle admitted, accepting the glass and taking a cautious sip of Hagrid's newest concoction. The juice was slightly bitter, though the honey added just enough sweetness to make it bearable. "I've heard all about it," Hagrid began, his tone suddenly turning serious. Kyle froze. His first thought was that Hagrid might have discovered the truth about Fluffy. He quickly prepared an explanation, but Hagrid continued before he could speak. "You went too far this time, Kyle." Kyle blinked, confused. "What? You kept the whole thing about the Wampus Cat from me?" Hagrid exclaimed, his expression filled with reproach. "The Wampus Cat. I heard it saved Harry's life, twice, at the Department of Mysteries. You know how much I love magical creatures, and yet you didn't tell me about it. That's not fair, Kyle, not fair at all." Kyle exhaled in relief but tried to cover it quickly. "Ah, no, of course not, Hagrid," he said hastily. "I didn't mean to leave you out. It's just, well, all right, you're right. I was wrong." Deciding it was best to come clean, Kyle opened his suitcase. In a flash, the Wampus Cat leapt gracefully out and began surveying its surroundings. Finding no immediate threats, it stretched and then reclined by Kyle, licking its fur with a casual air. Hagrid's hand, halfway to his tea, froze as his wide eyes locked on the Wampus Cat. His fascination was palpable. The creature, sensing Hagrid's gaze, glanced at him briefly before resuming its grooming. "It's really beautiful, isn't it?" Hagrid said, casually tossing his cup aside. His eyes lingered on the Wampus Cat's 6 legs. "It must be unbelievably fast when it runs." Kyle agreed. "Let's just say, aside from a firebolt, the Wampus Cat can outrun any broomstick." Hagrid's eyes sparkled with an almost feverish excitement. "Can I keep it in the Forbidden Forest?" he asked eagerly. "I'll take care of it." Before Kyle could respond, a sudden whimpering noise interrupted the moment. Fong, Hagrid's loyal companion, was curled up in a corner near the bed, tail tucked tightly between his legs. The Mastiff whined pitifully, pressing himself against the wall as if desperate to squeeze out of the hut. This behavior wasn't unusual. Adult Wampus Cats were among the most formidable magical creatures, and their presence was enough to unsettle even the bravest beings. It was remarkable that Fong hadn't fainted outright, given that he was in the same small space as a 5X class magical creature. His survival was a testament to his resilience, or perhaps his experience. As Hagrid's constant companion, Fong had spent plenty of time in and around the Forbidden Forest, making him a dog that had truly seen the world. Though Hagrid often joked about Fong being timid, the Mastiff was an ordinary Neapolitan Mastiff with no magical bloodline. His instinctive fear of creatures like centaurs or unicorns in the forest was only natural. Any other dog wouldn't even need to venture into the Forbidden Forest to be petrified, just the Wampus Cat's presence would be enough to send it running. Defendo. Kyle pulled out his wand and quickly made a small hole in the hut's wall. Fong bolted through it without hesitation. Reparo. With a wave of his wand, Kyle mended the hole, then turned back to Hagrid. "I'm sorry, Hagrid, but the Wampus Cat can't stay in the Forbidden Forest. I borrowed it from Newt to help Harry with the clemency, and I have to return it by the end of the holidays." "Is that so?" Hagrid's expression fell slightly, tinged with disappointment and envy. "Mr. Scamander must have loads of magical creatures." "There are far fewer now," Kyle replied. "Most of the creatures have been returned to their natural habitats." The ones still with him are either too injured to survive in the wild or unwilling to leave. Some are their offspring. He hesitated briefly before adding, besides, Newt's been banned from entering most countries. Even if he wanted to collect more creatures, he couldn't. And, well, he's almost 100 years old now. He doesn't use the same daring methods he did in his youth. Kyle couldn't help but recall the stories, Newt traveling across countries on the back of a wyvern, outmaneuvering local Aurors with his expert apparition. But those adventurous days had ended decades ago, much to Tina's relief. I'd love to visit his collection someday, Hagrid said wistfully, his gaze fixed on the Wampus cat. Kyle remained silent, not intending to offer an introduction. It wasn't just because of Hagrid's habit of letting secrets slip, though that was a factor. The real issue was their differing philosophies about magical creatures. Newt valued balance and safety, often focusing on rehabilitating creatures like mooncalves or nifflers. Hagrid, on the other hand, had a well-documented fondness for highly dangerous creatures with sharp teeth and claws. Even the blast-ended Skrewts Hagrid had once bred served as a clear example of why he and Newt would never fully see eye to eye. Perhaps sensing this, Hagrid didn't press further. Instead, he excused himself and stepped outside for a while. When he returned, his arms were laden with various cuts of meat, ferrets, ox legs, warthog meat, clearly intended for the magical creatures in the forest. Take a look, see which one it likes best, Hagrid said, crouching expectantly in front of the Wampus cat. The Wampus cat sniffed at the offerings, pausing at the ferret with a disdainful glance before nudging it aside, as if baffled by the very idea of eating such junk food. After deliberating between the beef leg and the warthog meat, it chose the former. Having feasted on warthog the day before, it seemed in the mood for something lighter. Kyle lingered in the cabin until late afternoon, eventually leaving under Hagrid's lingering, wistful gaze. As he made his way back to the castle, Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. He racked his brain, but nothing came to mind. Never mind. It's probably not important, he muttered, shaking his head as he climbed the stone steps back into the castle. The day before the holiday, everyone who had been in the hospital wing was discharged. Sirius, Lupin, and Moody accepted Dumbledore's invitation to join the evening's dinner in the Great Hall. Unlike the solemn silence that had greeted Sirius the first time he arrived, the atmosphere was entirely different when Moody limped in. A wave of applause and cheers swept through the hall. All three had been defense against the dark arts professors, a position that always carried a certain popularity, even among the more cautious students. This feels pretty good, Moody muttered as he took his seat at the instructor's table, his magical eye scanning the room. He couldn't help but think that Dumbledore's long tenure at Hogwarts now made more sense. If it weren't for his higher responsibilities, being a professor here might actually have been quite enjoyable. Dumbledore stood, a warm smile spreading across his face, and gestured toward the table where Sirius and the others sat. I am delighted we can all be together this evening, he began. And tonight, we welcome back a few old friends, you might say. Applause erupted once more, echoing off the enchanted ceiling of the hall. All right, Dumbledore said, waving his hand for quiet. Before we begin this fine feast, I have a few important announcements to make. Let me see. He paused for a moment, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room. First, as I'm sure you've read in the papers, there was a significant incident at the Ministry not long ago. At this, many heads instinctively turned toward Kyle. The Daily Prophet had recently published a detailed account of the events at the Ministry of Magic. On its front page, Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt was quoted thanking Kyle for his bravery in saving lives, though the article notably omitted any mention of magical creatures, attributing the rescue instead to reinforcements. Yes, it's true, Dumbledore confirmed with a smile, his gaze landing on Kyle. Kyle Chopper has demonstrated remarkable courage and exceptional intelligence during the events at the Ministry. For this, I am awarding Hufflepuff 100 points. A cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table, where students clapped and hollered excitedly. And, Dumbledore continued, raising his voice over the din, I am also presenting him with the Hogwarts Special Award for services to the school, along with an additional 200 points for Hufflepuff. This announcement was met with an even louder roar of cheers and applause. The Hufflepuff hourglass beside the hall was now bursting with gemstones, the precious stones glittering brightly in the candlelight. That brings me to the second piece of good news, Dumbledore added, his smile broadening. Congratulations to Hufflepuff, they have won this year's House Cup. The cheers from the Hufflepuff table were deafening, shaking the very rafters of the hall. Students clapped each other on the back, their excitement spilling into joyous laughter. Dumbledore waited patiently for the noise to subside before waving his hand. Instantly, the golden plates on every table filled with an array of delicious dishes, signaling the start of the feast. The meal was a jubilant affair, filled with laughter, conversation, and a celebratory energy that seemed to make the food taste even better. It wasn't until the last traces of pudding vanished from the plates that Dumbledore stood again, his expression much more serious than before. Now that we've all had our fill, I must share something that will dampen the mood, he began slowly, his tone grave. As you prepare to leave for the holidays, I urge each of you to remain vigilant. Pay attention to your surroundings and avoid isolated places whenever possible. The hall gradually fell silent as Dumbledore spoke, his words sinking in. Be mindful of any unusual activity around you, he continued. While I would wish nothing more than for you to enjoy this time with your loved ones, I must remind you that we live in dangerous times. Take care, all of you. Though he didn't explicitly say it, everyone knew what he meant. The shadow of Voldemort and his Death Eaters loomed large, an unspoken weight that pressed heavily on the hearts of everyone in the room. Some students glanced nervously at one another, their excitement from earlier now tinged with unease. A few even whispered about wanting to remain at Hogwarts for the holidays, though they knew it wasn't an option. The school would not be the safe haven it was without Dumbledore and the professors, all of whom had critical tasks to attend to elsewhere. Chapter 690, King's Cross Station, The Nervous Aurors. Because of Dumbledore's words at the end of the dinner, the atmosphere on the Hogwarts Express the following day was markedly different. The usual laughter and joy had been replaced by a subdued heaviness. However, there were exceptions. Quick, help us decide which jackets to wear. On the train, Fred and George Weasley held up 2 jackets in contrasting colors, scrutinizing them intently. We bought them in Hogsmeade. We were planning to wear them when the Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes opens. To make a grand entrance. They're both made of the finest dragon hide, and they cost us a fortune. Fred's voice carried a faint note of melancholy, making it clear the jackets were no trivial purchase. Black, I guess, Kyle said, glancing up. Black is more dignified. But we think green is nice, George countered, hesitating slightly. We're running a joke shop, so we don't exactly need to look solemn. Black seems more fitting for parties or negotiating major deals. You've even thought that far ahead? Cho raised an eyebrow, her tone incredulous. Their shop hadn't even opened yet, and they were already planning for parties and business negotiations. It's only a matter of time, Fred replied confidently. We might even buy Zonkos someday and open another branch in Hogsmeade. Well, good luck with that. Cedric couldn't help but let a small smile tug at the corners of his mouth, though he quickly composed himself. But I do think black is the better choice. You'll get more use out of it. Really? Fred and George exchanged a puzzled glance. Still, since Cedric and Kyle had both said so, they donned the black jackets. The results were striking. The jackets, clearly expensive, made them look far more polished than their usual school robes. Fred and George now exuded an unexpected air of professionalism, almost like office elites. Kyle, what are you grinning at? George asked, frowning as he caught sight of his twin across the compartment. The jackets fit perfectly, there's nothing funny about them. I was just thinking of something amusing, Kyle replied, doing his best to suppress a smirk. You should ask Mr. Weasley for his opinion. He might give you a more objective view. Ask Dad. Fred considered the suggestion for a moment before shaking his head lightly. Forget it. He's at the ministry all the time and barely gets to visit Diagon Alley twice a year. What would he know about opening a joke shop? But he does know what to wear to the ministry, Kyle teased. Haha, yeah, and we just do the opposite of what he says. Fred and George dismissed Kyle's comment as a poor joke and slipped into their second jackets. Cedric, who knew the truth of Kyle's amusement, had to pinch his thigh hard to keep from laughing aloud. Suddenly, a loud clattering echoed from outside the compartment, interrupting their banter. What are those kids up to now? Fred said mockingly. Cedric, however, had already opened the compartment door to investigate. Despite having graduated, he still bore the responsibilities of a head boy and was obligated to maintain order on the train until it reached King's Cross Station. It's fine. George suddenly patted Kyle on the shoulder, though it seemed he wasn't sure what exactly to associate with. When school starts again, you'll be the only head boy. Kyle blinked, momentarily thrown by the statement. He remembered being named senior assistant and head boy, though it had hardly been a significant experience. He'd left most of the responsibilities untouched, and Cedric had never stepped down from the position, so the title had almost slipped his mind. I really wish Cedric could graduate a year late, Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. Over the past 2 years, he had managed to delegate most of his prefect duties to Cedric, not to mention all the additional work tied to being head boy. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have let him take that job at the ministry, he thought ruefully. Hey. Fred snickered. You know, if Cedric got all T's in his NEWTS, he might actually have to repeat a year. George laughed. Even Ron couldn't get all T's. Maybe Cedric could. The twins exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. Kyle ignored their teasing and trailed behind them as they left the compartment. It wasn't hard to locate the source of the commotion. All they had to do was follow the crowd gathered further down the train. When Kyle arrived, he found Justin Finch-Fletchley and Susan Bones animatedly explaining something to Cedric. They started it. Justin was saying, his voice brimming with indignation. I heard it all from my compartment. They were picking on Harry. We can't just let that slide, we're all in the DA. You're right, Hannah Abbott agreed angrily. They're horrible. They said they were going to knock Harry unconscious and leave him on the luggage rack. Kyle, now closer, instinctively glanced up at the luggage rack. There, tightly bound and writhing in their school robes, were 5 figures resembling oversized slugs. Well, we just followed their advice, Susan mumbled, her gaze darting away. Kyle vaguely remembered her mentioning a desire to teach some Slytherins a lesson not too long ago. Who are they? Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle. Mikkel offered immediately. And Pansy and Millicent, Susan added. Well, that explains it, Kyle thought. Same people as always. Ever since Voldemort's return had been made public, that particular group had been openly gleeful, laughing louder than anyone else at every grim announcement. It was precisely this kind of behavior that had incensed Mikkel and Susan. He even recalled them discussing whether to blindfold the Slytherins and give them a taste of their own medicine. Kyle glanced back up at the luggage rack. True to their word, they had carried out their plan. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry had arrived to check on the situation and were doubled over with laughter. I bet Lucius was definitely at the Ministry of Magic that day, Kyle remarked as they returned to the compartment. Harry and Ron followed him, still chuckling. Kyle's tone was resolute. I saw him. That platinum blonde hair, it's unmistakable. Malfoy must have wanted revenge because of that, Ron said with disdain. The coward. I wish he'd come after me, Kyle said with a shrug. But unfortunately, he won't. Unless he's gone completely mad, Harry quipped, grinning as he glanced toward the luggage rack in Kyle's compartment. He half expected to see the distinctive suitcase, but it wasn't there. It figured. Kyle wouldn't leave something so dangerous lying around casually. By the way, what really happened that day? Ron asked curiously. Why does it feel like Malfoy and his lot have been avoiding you lately? Kyle didn't immediately reply. Ron's curiosity was understandable. When he and Hermione had rushed over that day, they'd both fainted before seeing what had occurred. By the time they'd woken up, they were already in the hospital wing. Nothing. Harry replied, glancing briefly at Kyle before quickly looking away. It's just that the headmaster and Kyle arrived in time to save us. He wasn't trying to hide anything from Ron and Hermione, but Kyle had made it clear he didn't want the details shared. Besides, if Ron found out he had spent time with a dragon and a 3-headed dog while unconscious, he might faint all over again. I see, Ron said with a nod. It's a shame Dumbledore didn't catch Malfoy. We could have sent him straight to Azkaban. No use, Hermione said, shaking her head. The Dementors can't be trusted anymore. A lot of them have joined you-know-who. It'd still be nice to get a break, Ron muttered, before his gaze fell on Fred and George. He squinted at their outfits. Wait, what's that made of? The finest dragon hide, Fred said smugly, unzipping his jacket a little to let the light catch the scaly pattern. The shimmering texture glinted in the sunlight, leaving Ron wide-eyed with envy. As the train ride continued, the atmosphere grew livelier with more students joining conversations. Kyle couldn't help but notice Harry glancing at Cho during his wizard chess match with Cedric. Each time, Harry would quickly look away, but it was obvious he hadn't given up on her. Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully, debating whether to warn Cedric about Harry's lingering feelings. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He felt bad for Harry, but realistically, there was no comparison. Cedric was superior in nearly every way. Perhaps being the boy who lived gave Harry some edge, but it was clear Cho didn't place much value on that. Meanwhile, Hermione had approached Kanna with a thick advanced potion-making book and a potion bottle in hand. Can you help me with this? Hermione asked. Kanna barely glanced at the book before pointing out the issue. You've used too few sunflower petals, and you boiled it for less than a minute. But the book says 3 petals, Hermione said, puzzled. I counted exactly 3. There's a missing step in that book, Kanna explained, not even looking up this time. You're supposed to mash the petals first so the juice mixes into the potion more effectively. If you skip that, you'll need an extra petal to compensate. Hermione frowned at the book, clearly annoyed by the oversight, but said nothing. Aren't you guys being a bit overdramatic? Ron interjected. It's the holidays. Do you really need to be studying? Why not? Hermione shot back. Even Headmaster Dumbledore said we need more knowledge to protect ourselves. We can't use magic during the holidays, so potions are our best option. Having some healing potions on hand is definitely practical. I don't think Mum would like me lugging cauldrons around the house, Ron grumbled. You're wrong, Fred chimed in. Mum would love the idea. She'd probably knock down a wall in the kitchen to make room for your cauldron, George added with a grin. Ron muttered something under his breath, likely searching for another excuse, but no one could make out what he said. Next to him, Harry lowered his head, pretending to strategize his next chess move. Potions wasn't exactly his favorite subject, second only to Umbridge's defense against the dark arts in terms of sheer unpleasantness. And there was another reason he wasn't keen on potions during the holidays: he'd have to spend a month at Privet Drive before moving to 12 Grimmauld Place. His aunt and uncle would definitely lose their minds if he started brewing potions in their house. Eventually, the train began to slow down, signaling their arrival at King's Cross Station. Kyle and the others had changed out of their wizard robes earlier, and as the train stopped, belching clouds of smoke, they disembarked, dragging their suitcases along. The platform exit was crowded, with only 2 or 3 people allowed through at a time. It took about 10 minutes before Kyle and the group finally made it outside. The station was bustling with even more people waiting to greet them than the previous year. Chris and Diana were there, along with the Weasleys, Moody, who had returned early last night, Tonks, Lupin, Sirius, and Kingsley. It was clear the latter group was primarily there for Harry, though they might have had other reasons for being so vigilant. And then there was Newt Scamander. For some reason, the legendary magizoologist stood among the crowd, smiling warmly at Kyle. "Oh, dear," Diana exclaimed, enveloping Kyle in a warm hug. "How was school?" "It was fine," Kyle replied, though his attention was soon drawn elsewhere. He noticed an unusual number of Aurors and Hit Wizards scattered around King's Cross Station, all eyeing Newt Scamander nervously as if he were a dangerous adversary. "Why are you here?" Kyle asked Newt curiously. "I was helping Dumbledore with a little trouble," Newt replied with a smile. "And on my way back, I happened to pass by here, so I thought I'd stop in." "The caretakers?" Kyle asked knowingly. Newt nodded, his smile remaining warm but cryptic. Behind them, Hermione, who had been chatting with her father, kept glancing at Newt with growing excitement. She suddenly whispered, "I just realized, that's Mr. Newt Scamander. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm actually meeting the legendary magizoologist." "Scamander?" Mr. Granger asked, his tone doubtful. "Is he famous?" "Everyone in the wizarding world knows him," Hermione said enthusiastically, dropping to her knees to dig through her suitcase. "I want to ask him for an autograph. Where's my copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? I know I packed it." "Ah, here it is." She hurried over to Newt, clutching her book tightly. Newt, amused and gracious, happily signed it for her. Nearby, Mrs. Weasley was busy hugging Fred and George, her happiness radiating as she smoothed down their new jackets with pride. Meanwhile, Moody, Lupin, and Sirius were having a stern conversation with Vernon Dursley. Vernon, red-faced and ready to explode, was cut off mid-rant when Moody removed his hat, revealing his glowing, magical eye. Vernon recoiled in terror, stumbling into a luggage trolley. His temper dissolved instantly. "Let's be clear," Lupin said gently, though his tone left no room for argument. "If you refuse to let Harry use the the telephone," Harry interrupted in a low whisper. "Yes, that's what I meant," Lupin continued, nodding. "If we can't get in touch with Harry, you'll find yourself in very serious trouble." Whether it was the looming threat of these wizards or the shiny lump of gold the size of a bottle cap now in his hand, Vernon eventually grunted his agreement. "All right, it's not safe to linger here. Let's get moving," Mr. Weasley said, gesturing for everyone to start packing up. "Where are you headed?" Chris asked. "The square," Mr. Weasley replied vaguely. "Aren't you?" "No, we're going straight home," Chris shook his head. "Do you need a ride?" Mr. Weasley offered. "We've got 3 cars this time." "No, we'll apparate back," Chris replied. "All right then. See you tomorrow." With that, Mr. Weasley and Sirius departed, leading the group of children. Kyle scanned the crowd, ready to say goodbye to Kanna, but to his surprise, she was nowhere in sight. "She didn't leave the platform?" he asked, puzzled. "She did," Cho said. "I was with her." "Then where is she?" As Kyle wondered aloud, Diana suddenly waved enthusiastically, her eyes catching someone in the crowd. "Hey, Severus. Is that you?" Kyle followed her gaze and spotted a figure in a black cloak. The greasy hair and rigid posture left no doubt it was Snape. And beside him, walking briskly, was Kanna. Snape didn't respond to Diana's call, quickening his pace as if he hadn't heard her. Kanna, however, turned her head briefly, meeting Kyle's eyes with a helpless shrug before hurrying to keep up with Snape. Chapter 691, The Weasley Brothers Join the Ministry of Magic. That evening, to welcome everyone home for the holidays and to celebrate Fred and George's graduation, Mrs. Weasley prepared a lavish spread and invited Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, and other members of the Order of the Phoenix to join them. Even Professor McGonagall, who had just returned from her holiday, made an appearance. When the door opened, and she entered the foyer, Mrs. Weasley greeted her with surprise and delight. "I'm so glad you could come, Minerva," she said warmly, a smile lighting up her face. I was just in London for something, Professor McGonagall replied. Sikes has developed a new healing potion said to be highly effective against wounds caused by dark magic. By Merlin's beard, a potion for dark magic wounds. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, clearly astonished. That's marvelous. Do you already have it? Not yet, Professor McGonagall said, shaking her head. I've only just arrived in London. Are you sure it's fine to come here first? Should Arthur take you to St. Mungo's? Mrs. Weasley offered. That won't be necessary. We're meeting Sikes at 8, so there's plenty of time to have dinner first, McGonagall assured her. Mrs. Weasley glanced toward the door. Is someone else coming? No, I'm on my own, Professor McGonagall said, making her way to the dining room. Severus won't be joining us for dinner, we'll meet at St. Mungo's later. Very well, Mrs. Weasley replied. If it had been Snape, she thought wryly, he would have gone out of his way to avoid dining at Sirius's house. Mum, who's there? Ron and Ginny came bounding down the stairs, only to freeze when they saw Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Hello, Mr. and Miss Weasley, McGonagall greeted them with a polite nod. Come in, it's a big day, Mrs. Weasley said as she ushered the professor into the dining room. She then turned back to her children. Don't just stand there, go fetch Fred and George for dinner. They're the stars of the show tonight. Ron and Ginny didn't move until McGonagall had entered the dining room. We're still on holiday, right? Ron asked, looking uncertain. Apparently, Ginny sighed. But you could always go to bed and wake up in your dorm at Hogwarts. I'll pass. I'm starving, Ron muttered. But why is Professor McGonagall here? She's never been here before. Just because she hasn't before doesn't mean she can't, Ginny replied, clearly more accepting of the situation. Don't forget, this is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. All members could show up here, including Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Fred and George operated directly into the dining room. Like Ron and Ginny before them, they initially wore grins and looked ready with a joke, but their expressions turned serious the moment they spotted Professor McGonagall. Then, remembering they were now graduates, their smiles returned as they exchanged a glance. With exaggerated enthusiasm, they stepped forward to greet her. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. It's such a pleasure to see you here. Shall we show you to a room? The third floor has the best sunlight, they chimed in unison, sounding like overly eager real estate agents. This exchange left Ron, who had just entered, standing rooted to the spot. His room was on the third floor, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Fred and George were doing this on purpose. Thank you, boys, but no, McGonagall said, her lips twitching as she suppressed a smile. I won't be staying here. What a pity, Fred said, sounding genuinely disappointed. George placed a hand dramatically over his heart, feigning heartbreak. Hurry up and get ready for dinner, Mrs. Weasley interrupted, setting a plate of fish and chips on the table. She turned to the twins. Professor McGonagall has other obligations later, so don't be late. Yes, Mum. We're just feeling sorry for Ron. He's missed his chance to boost his grades, Fred added with a grin. As Fred and George took their seats, Ron followed, muttering under his breath. Mrs. Weasley stood at the head of the table, beaming. Right, first of all, congratulations to our 2 new graduates for successfully completing their studies and securing such bright futures. The room filled with applause as Fred and George stood to take exaggerated bows. They had donned black dragon hide jackets for the occasion and looked quite impressive. And now, the gifts. More gifts? Fred asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Of course, Mrs. Weasley replied. Bill and the others got presents for their graduations, and you're no exception. Arthur. Mr. Weasley hurried to present them with 2 small boxes. I picked these out carefully, knowing you don't need much else. Fred and George eagerly tore into their packages as Ron craned his neck to see what was inside. What is it, Dad? Ron asked curiously. Ties, Mr. Weasley said proudly. I asked Mr. Granger for advice, and he explained that muggles wear these for work, especially in places like the Ministry of Magic. So I had him pick out 2 for me. They weren't cheap, mind you, a single galleon could have bought a broomstick at that price. Fred and George pulled out their respective ties, their initial excitement giving way to bemusement. Wait. Dad, did you say Ministry of Magic? But we're opening a joke shop. We've even secured a location. Huh. Mr. Weasley paused for a moment, then pulled out 2 pieces of parchment. But you already signed the Ministry of Magic's employment application. Fred and George immediately stepped forward to inspect the papers. Ministry of Magic Employment Application, Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects. The forms were filled out in detail, but they didn't bother reading most of it. Their attention was drawn to the end, where they froze at the sight of 2 familiar signatures. It was unmistakably their handwriting, yet they were certain they had never signed anything of the sort, and would never have done so. This has to be fake. Fred blurted out. Wait. George's face stiffened as a memory surfaced. Fred, do you remember right after our exams, when Cedric said he wanted to cheer up Kyle and made those 2 fake employment applications? Fred blinked as the recollection dawned on him. It was true, such an incident had occurred. At the time, Cedric thought it would be funny to prank Kyle by pretending the twins were joining him at the Ministry of Magic. Amused, they had gone along with the joke. But those forms were fake. Fred insisted, scrutinizing the parchment again. They were, George agreed, pointing at the header. Look, Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects. I've never even heard of that department. Ahem. Kingsley coughed lightly, clearly struggling to contain his amusement. Actually, it's a newly established office. Fred and George turned to him, looking more alarmed than ever. Because you know whose return has caused widespread panic, Kingsley explained, people have been selling fake products claiming to protect against Death Eaters. To prevent these scams from harming the public, Senior Assistant Kyle proposed the creation of a specialized office, and the minister approved it. With a soft pop, Fred dropped the gift box he was holding. Right, Kingsley said, tilting his head slightly. Congratulations, you're the first employees of the department. And as it happens, your office will be right next to Arthur's. Fred and George paled. They never expected their prank to backfire so spectacularly. If Kyle had come to them with the forms in person, they would never have signed, even as a joke. They knew him too well, any deal with Kyle always came with strings attached. But Cedric? That was different. In their minds, Cedric was the embodiment of a Hufflepuff, honest, dependable, and loyal. When he had handed them the parchment, they hadn't hesitated to sign, trusting it to be harmless. Unexpectedly, Cedric, the guy with the bushy eyebrows and big eyes, had also betrayed them. Sure enough, no one who can be with Kyle is any good, George muttered under his breath. He failed to notice the strange looks from everyone else in the room. Most of them had served as defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts and knew how close the Weasley twins were to Kyle. George's muttered complaint was almost comical, it felt like he was roasting himself. Can we not go? Fred asked hesitantly. We didn't know the truth when we signed up, so it doesn't really count, does it? Exactly, George agreed with a nod. Of course, you can, Kingsley said. You've been accepted, but it's entirely your choice whether you come or not. But. Before Fred and George could breathe a sigh of relief, Kingsley continued. Kyle said something about this. I believe he was referring to you, so I'll just be direct. He mentioned that if you don't follow through with your application and work at the ministry for at least 2 months, he'll send hit wizards to Diagon Alley to inspect your shop for dark magic protections. Until the shop passes inspection, you won't be able to open for business. Fred and George froze as if struck by lightning. Professor McGonagall, watching from nearby, felt a small smile tug at her lips. She hadn't expected such an amusing scene when she stopped by for dinner. Seeing Hogwarts' legendary pranksters rendered speechless was a rare treat. I've never heard of a shop needing a dark magic inspection, Fred said through gritted teeth. He's just trying to trick us into going to the Ministry of Magic. George fumed. I must say. Kingsley said evenly, as senior assistant to the Minister for Magic, Kyle has the authority to do this. And he's no ordinary assistant, he holds more authority than most directors or senior undersecretaries. I'd advise against challenging him. Ron, unable to hold it in any longer, burst out laughing but quickly stopped when he saw the glares from his brothers. But Dad, Fred pleaded, turning to Mr. Weasley, we've already paid the rent for the shop in Diagon Alley. That was a lot of money. It's all right, Mrs. Weasley said, waving a hand. Kyle has taken care of it. Creature will oversee things, and he's arranged for 2 house elves from Hogwarts who have experience running shops to help out. They'll manage the store. But the dark magic inspection. If it's run by house elves, the inspection isn't necessary, Kingsley said with a small smile. The shop stays open, and they're still working for the ministry, Ron observed, trying to suppress his amusement. Doesn't that mean they're getting 2 salaries? That's right, Mrs. Weasley confirmed. Though house elves don't need salaries. Kyle and I did discuss giving them a payment, like Dobby had, but these 2 acted as if we'd suggested something terrible and started banging their heads against the wall. Kyle suggested paying them in sweets instead. Ron's smirk faded as he took a bite of his beef pie, only to grimace at the sour lemon taste. But his discomfort went unnoticed. Fred and George were silent for a long moment, slumping back in their chairs. No wonder Kyle and Cedric had insisted they choose black jackets on the train. No wonder they'd laughed so hard. Everything now made perfect sense. Though they considered resisting, it was clear Kyle had covered every possible escape route. The Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes shop couldn't open unless they fulfilled their ministry obligation. Forget it, it's only 2 months, Fred said finally, slamming his hand on the table. We'll do it. At least Kyle hadn't forced them to stay indefinitely. It was still early July, so their 2 months would end just before the busy back-to-school rush at the end of August. If not for that, they might never have agreed. Actually, you don't need to be so upset, Tonks chimed in suddenly. The job isn't bad, really. A lot of people would be happy to have it. But not us, Fred muttered darkly. No, you. Tonks, Kingsley interjected, his tone firm. All right, Tonks said with a shrug. I'll stop. But working there might be helpful, you could learn a lot. She trailed off, seeing Kingsley's stern expression. Okay, I'm done. Fred and George exchanged glances, seeming to realize something, but Tonks had already stopped speaking. Oh, and this, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling out a parchment. George groaned at the sight of it. What's that, Mum? A list of items in your shop, she replied. Now that Fred and George were officially ministry employees, Mrs. Weasley seemed less resistant to their shop's existence. Kyle added a few things for you, she explained. He said to cross them off if you refused to go to the ministry. But now it seems that won't be necessary. Fred and George leaned in to read the list together. A map of Hogwarts. A warm-up badge. An automatic ink-producing quill. There were about a dozen items listed, all popular gadgets Kyle had developed during his time at Hogwarts. He gave these to us. George's eyes widened in surprise. We have to give Kyle his share, Mrs. Weasley said firmly. We can't just take someone else's work for free. Okay, I was just saying. George muttered. Don't worry, Mum, we won't, Fred added quickly. As they continued to read the parchment, their initial anger began to fade, albeit reluctantly. This was impressive. They had to admit that the gadgets Kyle had invented were highly sought after and would undoubtedly draw attention to their shop. Take the map, for instance. The autoroute map was almost as remarkable as the Marauder's map, except for its inability to display names. They could already picture new Hogwarts students clamoring for such a useful item, something no one entering the shop would want to pass up. Even so, their irritation with Kyle couldn't just vanish. At best, when they got their hands on him, maybe they'd spare him one punch. Mum, Fred said with mock innocence, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he bit into his pie. We've just remembered something we left back home in St. Catchpole Village. Can we go tomorrow? Yes, it's very important, George added, narrowing his eyes conspiratorially. Mrs. Weasley nodded. Yes, you can, but don't dawdle. Remember, you need to be at the ministry in the morning. It's your first day, and you want to make a good impression. It wouldn't look good to be late. Oh, we'll hurry, Fred assured her, taking another bite of pie as if imagining it were someone. Chapter 692, The Giant Crisis. Early the next morning, Fred and George stormed back to St. Catchpole Village, too angry to bother with breakfast. But they didn't get to see Kyle as they'd hoped. What, he's out? Yeah, like 10 minutes ago, said Chris. Mr. Scamander thought it was about time Kyle saw the world, so he took him on a holiday. He opened the door and gestured for the two men to come in. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? No, we. Fred's reply was cut off as a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. It smelled like grilled steak, but there was an additional subtle fragrance, light and refreshing, reminiscent of morning dew or freshly picked fruit. Their noses seemed to take charge, leading them into the house without a second thought. Chris waved his wand with a knowing smile, and two steaming, fragrant steaks floated out of the kitchen, landing neatly on empty plates at the table. The hind leg of a deer from the Hebrides Islands, which is also one of the favorite foods of the Hebridean black dragons, alongside graphorns, Chris said with a grin. This creature isn't native to the UK, Mr. Scamander had it specially brought over. Go on, give it a try. Well, we won't be rude then, Fred and George replied, practically in unison. They sat down, barely able to resist digging in. The moment they took their first bite, they were hooked. The meat was beyond delicious, rich, tender, and flavorful in a way they had never experienced. Whether or not the Hebridean black dragons loved it, they certainly did. Before they realized it, half the steak had vanished from their plates. Why are we here? Fred began to ask, but as the words formed, they faded away, lost in the haze of satisfaction that came with another bite of the delectable meat. Forget it, never mind, let's eat first. Meanwhile, Kyle had followed Newt to a remote location surrounded by a series of peaks. They now stood atop one of the summits. In the south of Romania. Newt pointed ahead. If you keep going straight from here, you'll reach Bulgaria. I've traveled this road many times and remember it well. Kyle glanced at him and said slowly, so this must not be an officially marked road, right? At least we got the port key through the proper channels, Newt replied, slipping a brooch into his pocket with a small sigh. That one worked perfectly. I've gone through a lot of trouble over the years to acquire certain portkeys. Once, I even ended up with a fake one. It cost a fortune in galleons and dropped me off completely in the wrong place. Kyle, knowing Newt was referring to his younger days when he was relocating magical creatures worldwide, couldn't resist asking, what happened to the guy who sold you the fake? Didn't you go after him? Of course I did, but I couldn't find him, Newt said with a shrug. That's typical. Selling portkeys is illegal, so those who do it never stay in one spot for long. But I later heard he did something significant. Apparently, one day, he became a national hero in his country. Kyle struggled to maintain a straight face. Selling fake portkeys and then becoming a national hero. It wasn't something you saw every day, even in the wizarding world. Then again, if it was a portkey and it had involved Newt, anything seemed possible. After all, if the man had saved his country from disaster, a hero's title didn't seem too far-fetched. How did you find out? Kyle asked, curious. Did he tell you himself? No, I heard it from another portkey seller. Supposedly, he returned my galleons afterward. I'd bet the owl delivering the money had been flying for at least a month. It was so scrawny when it finally found me. Poor little thing. Newt seemed uninterested in lingering on tales of his youth. His gaze shifted to their surroundings, as though searching for someone. That's strange. Dumbledore said the person meeting us would be nearby and that we'd recognize her immediately. Where is she? I believe you're the ones I've been waiting for, said a deep voice behind them. Newt turned around first, tilting his head to get a better view of the speaker. Standing before them was Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons, nearly 10 feet tall and impossible to miss. Oh, that's quite an impressive disillusionment charm, Newt remarked. Though I'd love to take credit for that, Madame Maxime replied with a smile, the real me isn't even here yet. This is only a projection. She chuckled lightly. I'm afraid no one in the wizarding world surpasses you in disillusionment charms, Mr. Scamander. If I tried to use one, I'd be spotted immediately. Newt smiled but said nothing. Kyle then noticed something near Madame Maxime's feet, a mirror-like device half buried in a pile of leaves, making it easy to overlook. Moments later, with a faint pop, the real Madame Maxime arrived. She stepped forward, extending her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Scamander. Your work has always been an essential part of Beauxbatons' curriculum. The honor is mine, Newt said, shaking her hand. Turning to Kyle, she added, and you, Kyle. I'm glad we meet again. Me too, Madame Maxime, Kyle said with a smile. I've heard of your accomplishments this year, she said warmly. Even hired by the English Ministry of Magic. That's quite impressive for someone so young. It was nothing, Kyle replied modestly. You're too humble, she said, shaking her head. Our ministry would never hire a normal 6th-year student, nor would yours, I'm sure. With a sly smile, she added, I regret not knocking you out and taking you with me when I had the chance. But now, with your new status, doing so would lead to an international incident. Kyle let out an awkward chuckle, eager to change the topic. So, what are we really here for? You don't know. Madame Maxime asked, raising an eyebrow. She glanced at Newt. You didn't tell him. I forgot, Newt admitted, rubbing his head. Well, no harm done, it's not too late to explain. We're here because of the giants. Giants. Kyle echoed, realization dawning. That explained why Madame Maxime was involved. But where was Hagrid? What's the current situation? Newt asked. It's complicated, Madame Maxime said, her tone lowering. I've been monitoring their movements. Their Gurg, Golgamath, has fully aligned with the Death Eaters. Recently, he began leading the clan in a migration, and based on their direction, their destination is Britain. They've already started. Newt frowned. Why so soon? The Death Eaters, Madame Maxime explained grimly. A wizard in black robes visited Golgamath's cave yesterday. By nightfall, they had begun migrating. They must be stopped, Newt said firmly. Otherwise, Muggle villages will suffer along the way. One already has, Madame Maxime sighed. Hagrid and I managed to evacuate the Muggles just before dozens of giants trampled the village. Newt's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he began preparing to leave. But Madame Maxime raised a hand, signaling for him to pause. We've already checked, and there's no other village in their immediate path, Madame Maxime said. Besides, Hagrid is keeping watch, and he'll contact me right away if anything happens. No, you're wrong, Newt said gravely. Giants are inherently brutal. They won't simply take the shortest route, they'll actively seek out places with signs of life. Madame Maxime didn't question Newt's words. If anyone knew more about giants than she did, it was undoubtedly the men standing before her. Without hesitation, she quickened her pace. Follow me, they're not far now. As they walked, Newt glanced at Kyle, who still seemed puzzled. Wondering why you were brought along, he asked. Yes, Kyle admitted with a nod. Logically, if Newt needed help, Chris, Kyle's father, would have been the obvious choice. That's how things had been handled in the past. That's because Chris is too conspicuous, Newt explained. If he suddenly disappeared from the Ministry of Magic, the Death Eaters would likely suspect we were targeting the Giants. They might respond by sending reinforcements, possibly even involving other members of the Order of the Phoenix. But you're different. You don't have a significant public role yet, so your absence won't draw attention. Even if you leave for a while, the Death Eaters are unlikely to notice. Kyle raised an eyebrow. So I'm inconspicuous? He shrugged, conceding that Newt had a point. Still, it stung a little. Who's he looking down on? But then a thought struck him, and he asked anxiously, but yesterday, at the station, weren't you seen by a lot of people? Is that a problem? Not at all, Newt replied with a small smile. In fact, at this very moment, the British army is on his way toward the Black Forest. The Black Forest? It's where the werewolves were last sighted, Newt explained. Their situation is also problematic, but the Giants are a more immediate concern. And honestly, he continued, bringing you along isn't just about needing your help. With Madame Maxime and Hagrid here, we already have plenty of support. Then why am I here? Kyle asked, genuinely curious. To prepare you for what's coming, Newt said simply. We all agreed, Chris included, that it's important for you to get some experience before the real war begins. Kyle's eyes widened slightly. My mother agreed to this too, he asked instinctively. For a moment, Newt didn't reply, then smoothly changed the subject. What you're doing now is exactly what Chris and Diana did at the start of the last war. They fought against giants, trolls, werewolves, kept most of the dark creatures off the battlefield. If they hadn't, that war would have been far more catastrophic. That's true, Madame Maxime chimed in, her voice serious. Dark creatures can have an outsized impact during a war. Oh, we've arrived. As she spoke, a massive figure leapt out from the side. The creature was holding a huge crossbow with its string drawn taut, ready to fire. It's us, Hagrid, don't shoot. Madame Maxime called out. Hagrid relaxed, lowering his bowstring when he recognized them. Sorry, Olymp, he said, then glanced at the newcomers. Has Professor Dumbledore's man arrived? He's already here, Madame Maxime replied, stepping aside to reveal Newt and Kyle. Mr. Scamander. I had a feeling it'd be you. And Kyle. Hagrid's expression shifted from surprise to bewilderment. Wait. What? Kyle. Why are you here? Did you sneak after me? Go back. No, Hagrid, Newt interjected calmly. I brought Kyle with me, and Dumbledore approved it. What? Hagrid exclaimed, incredulous. He's still a student. Have all the members of the Order of the Phoenix gone mad? You're bringing a student, who hasn't even graduated, into something this dangerous. Giants aren't trolls, they're far more deadly than most Death Eaters. Of course I know that, Newt said, his tone steady. But our goal isn't to fight all the giants. With Madame Maxime and me here, Kyle won't be in any real danger. Newt spoke with such calm confidence that Hagrid hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Finally, Hagrid sighed and relented. Fine. But, Kyle, you stay close to me. Don't wander off, no matter what. Got it, Kyle agreed quickly. Hagrid, where are they? Maxime asked. Over there, Hagrid said, pointing toward a nearby valley. Because there are Death Eaters following us, I didn't dare get too close, but this spot's just as good. The three of them turned their gaze to where Hagrid pointed. As he had said, there was no need to get any closer to observe the giants. Their sheer size and movement made them impossible to miss. In the distance, a group of giants moved through the valley, their progress deceptively fast. Though their strides appeared slow, their massive steps covered significant ground quickly. What are we going to do? Hagrid asked. Last time, when Olymp and I were here, we had a falling out with Golgamath, the Gurg. He doesn't trust us. If we show up again, it'll end in a fight, and we're no match for this many giants. We don't need to face them all, Newt said, standing on the hill and observing the group intently. His expression grew serious. It looks like some of them are reluctant. That's true, Hagrid said, nodding. About half of them don't like Golgamath's rule. They don't want to fight wizards and witches, but they're too scared to resist him. That simplifies things, Newt said after a moment of thought. If we can deal with Golgamath, the rest of the giants will have no choice but to return to the tribe and elect a new Gurg. If the new Gurg refuses to cooperate with the Death Eaters, the crisis will be averted. That's easier said than done, Maxime said, her voice heavy with concern. Golgamath is at least 20 feet tall, and the giants stick together. We can't separate him from the rest. If we try to take him out, we'll end up fighting the whole group. We have to try, Newt said firmly, then turned to Kyle. Do you have your suitcase with you? Of course, Kyle replied. How could he travel without it? Good. Newt pulled out his own suitcase. Giants and dragons are natural enemies. The fire dragons breathe is something giants deeply fear. It's the best way to cause chaos within their ranks. Kyle nodded in understanding and opened his suitcase. To Madame Maxime's utter astonishment, 2 massive adult dragons emerged before her, their immense forms towering over the group. Oh, Merlin. She breathed, stepping back instinctively, her eyes wide as she stared at the colossal beasts. Hagrid, on the other hand, was spellbound. His eyes lit up with delight as he stepped forward, seemingly mesmerized by the shimmering scales reflecting the sunlight. Hungarian Horntail and Norwegian Ridgeback. Norbert. Hagrid's voice faltered as he stared at the Ridgeback, recognition dawning. The Norwegian Ridgeback responded with a joyful snort, its fiery breath puffing into the air. Hagrid froze for a moment, his expression a mix of awe and excitement. It is Norbert. The Ridgeback's reaction confirmed it, it recognized Hagrid and was visibly pleased. But in its excitement, it seemed to have forgotten just how much it had grown. The greeting came in the form of 2 fiery blasts, streaming down dangerously close to the group. Fortunately, Maxime acted quickly, extending her long leg and kicking Hagrid out of harm's way. You're insane, Hagrid, she snapped, frowning as she brushed ash off her robes. That's a dragon. Oh, it's all right, Olymp, Hagrid said, brushing himself off as he got back to his feet. It's a dragon I raised from an egg. I don't think it meant any harm, just got a bit too excited to see me again and wasn't watching what it was doing. His face lit up with a wide grin. Oh, it remembers me, Norbert. Hagrid beamed. Chapter 693, War Machines, Firestorm Charm. Madame Maxime couldn't understand Hagrid's joy, nor how he could describe the ferocious fire-breathing dragon before them as a good boy. What kind of good boy grew 15 feet tall, scorched the ground with fire, and looked ready to start a fight at any moment? She had neither seen nor heard of such a creature. Meanwhile, Norbert let out a low growl as soon as his eyes landed on Newt's Hungarian Horntail. The hostility was mutual. Dragons like the Norwegian Ridgeback and the Hungarian Horntail were notorious for their fiery tempers and territorial nature. A mere glance from one to the other could ignite a battle that might last for days. It wasn't personal, it was just their nature. For Norbert, however, it was personal. As a baby, he'd been thoroughly beaten by this very Hungarian Horntail. Now, faced with his old rival, memories of the past seemed to surface in a fiery wave of resentment. Norbert's growl grew louder and more menacing, as though he were moments away from lunging at the other dragon. The Hungarian Horntail, on the other hand, regarded Norbert with visible disdain, as though to say, you haven't grown enough to challenge me yet. Okay, Hog, we've got work to do, Newt said, gently patting the Horntail's wing. The dragon turned its head away, clearly unimpressed but willing to comply. Meanwhile, Kyle managed to calm Norbert, gently stroking his scales to ease his fidgeting. What's the plan? Kyle asked. Leave it to them, Newt replied confidently. 2 dragons are more than enough to throw a giant tribe into chaos. No sooner had he spoken than the Hungarian Horntail launched into the sky, followed closely by Norbert, who spread his wings wide and took off after it. The dragon swooped down toward the group of giants advancing through the valley. The giants spotted the incoming threat immediately. They halted in their tracks, roaring and brandishing massive weapons, clubs, axes, and sharpened tree trunks. But the dragons were undeterred. From above, the Hungarian Horntail unleashed a searing stream of flames, followed moments later by Norbert's fiery breath. The attack sent the giants into complete disarray. Their tight formation collapsed as they pushed and shoved one another, scrambling for safer ground away from the blistering heat. In the midst of the chaos, a massive giant, easily over 20 feet tall, wearing a helmet and wielding a giant axe, roared commands at the others, trying to restore order. His voice thundered through the valley, but the panic-stricken giants paid him little heed. Furious, Galgamath picked up a sharpened tree trunk and hurled it with immense force at Norbert. Norbert banked sharply, evading the projectile with surprising agility. In retaliation, he released a massive ball of flame that exploded just above Galgamath's head, forcing him to stumble back. The battle intensified as the giants scattered in all directions. The 2 dragons skillfully exploited the confusion, focusing their efforts on isolating Galgamath from the main group. Gradually, the plan worked. With the giants disorganized and Galgamath separated, the dragon's assault had achieved its purpose. However, the situation grew more dangerous as the giants began to adapt. Some, inspired by Galgamath, started hurling their weapons into the sky with surprising accuracy. Norbert and the Hungarian Horntail found it increasingly difficult to dodge the flurry of missiles. To make matters worse, flashes of spell fire lit up the battlefield. Death Eaters hidden among the giants had joined the fray, casting spells at the dragons. It's enough, Newt murmured from his vantage point atop the hill. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Any more, and we'll risk losing them. This is enough. He whistled sharply, the sound cutting through the noise below. The Hungarian horntail, as if understanding the signal, turned in midair and began flying back toward Newt. On its way, it smacked Norbert on the head with its wing, a none too gentle reminder that it was time to retreat. Norbert snorted indignantly but followed, flapping his wings as the two dragons ascended away from the battlefield. As they retreated, Newt vanished from the hilltop with a soft crack, approaching directly to Golgamath's position. Stop. He gathered the dirt and stones from the ground, forming a clay giant over 10 feet tall, successfully drawing Golgamath's attention. Are you going to war with the wizards? He shouted, his voice booming through the valley. Go back to your tribe. But his words were met only with a roar and a sweeping strike from a massive axe, cleaving the clay giant cleanly in half. Moments later, two bright beams, one red, the other green, shot from afar, shattering what remained of the clay figure into rubble. It seems persuasion hasn't worked, Kyle muttered, appearing just in time to catch Newt, who was on the verge of collapse. Madame Maxime arrived soon after, wand in hand, her gaze sharp as she scanned their surroundings. Are you all right, Mr. Scamander? I'm fine, Newt sighed. I really didn't want it to come to this, but it seems the giant Gurg has no intention of avoiding war. With a wave of his wand, Newt caused the scattered stones and soil to gather once more. I'll lure him away. Kyle, Madame Maxime, help me cast the smokescreen spell, make it as wide as possible. I can't handle too many giants at once. Yes. Madame Maxime responded promptly, her wand already moving. A thick white mist blanketed the valley, rendering the distant giants faint and shadowy. But in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, thinning the fog noticeably. From afar, an exasperated voice roared. What are you waiting for? Go and help. Several giants immediately began moving toward them. Kyle froze for a brief moment before quickly reaching into his mokeskin pouch. Pulling out a small round bead, he crushed it with all his strength. White mist erupted from the shattered bead, rapidly spreading across the entire valley. Within seconds, the world seemed to lose its color, the mist denser and more impenetrable than before. Unlike the earlier fog, this one was immune to the wind. Oh, what is this? Newt blinked, momentarily stunned. He had been bracing for a prolonged battle, but Kyle's quick action had caught him off guard. The giants, already poor at navigation, were now utterly disoriented in the dense fog. A mist gem, Kyle explained. I got it in Hogsmeade. Unfortunately, it's my last one, and I don't know if Dervish and Banjas still stocks them. If they do, we'll buy more, Newt replied, taking a deep breath as he honed in on Golgamath's location by scent. All right, you'd better stay out of the way next time. Wait, Kyle interjected in a low voice. Can I handle it? What do you mean? Let me take this giant, Kyle said firmly. If I'm preparing for war, I can't just stand by and do nothing. No, this is a giant, you don't have enough experience. Before Newt could finish, Kyle had already raised his wand. The stones scattered across the ground transformed into a spear that shot forward with force. A loud, dull thud echoed as the spear struck its target. Roar! The giant's enraged cry reverberated through the valley. Muffliato. Kyle quickly cast the spell to mask their location. The Muffliato charm filled the ears of anyone outside a certain radius with an indistinct buzzing noise, muffling sounds that might otherwise reveal their position. Kyle had tested this charm before out of sheer curiosity and found it just as effective on Norbert. Because it wasn't a direct attack spell but rather an environment-altering enchantment, it bypassed the magical defenses of even a dragon's scales. He assumed it would work similarly a giant. The combination of the mist gem and the Muffliato charm was remarkably effective, creating an impenetrable veil of sight and sound. Kyle couldn't help but marvel at how well the two spells worked together. At this point, Newt chose not to object further. Instead, he looked at Kyle and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "The best choice is, of course, the Fiendfire Curse," Kyle replied casually. When dealing with magical creatures, this spell is even more effective than the Killing Curse. Even Newt had to admit that Kyle was correct. For some very large magical creatures, the Killing Curse wasn't particularly effective. Not even a powerful wizard, like the Dark Wizard from decades ago or Dumbledore himself, could kill an adult dragon with a single spell. Let alone Kyle, who wasn't even 17. But Fiendfire was a different matter entirely. The monstrous entities conjured by Fiendfire grew more powerful with time, with no apparent limit to their strength. Given enough time, Fiendfire could easily consume all the giants in the valley. I wouldn't recommend it unless absolutely necessary, Newt cautioned. Fiendfire is dark magic. Using it too much can lure you into an addiction to its destructive power. One day, without realizing it, you might find that you've completely lost control of it. Of course, he added, if it's a life-or-death situation, that's another story. I understand, Kyle nodded. That's why I have another plan. He glanced at the looming silhouette of the giant, barely visible in the thick fog. Stupefy. He cast a stunning spell tentatively. Unsurprisingly, it rebounded off the giant's skin, as hard as stone, or perhaps even harder. The failed spell, however, enraged the giant, which pinpointed Kyle's position. With a thunderous roar, the giant swung its massive axe, the blade whistling through the air as it struck the ground less than a foot in front of him. Kyle leapt back, quickly trying other spells. But no matter what he used, the knockback jinx, the severing charm, the blasting curse, or even the formidable Sectum Sempra, nothing seemed to have any significant effect. Sectum Sempra, which could slice through solid stone with ease, elicited only a pained grunt from the giant. Yet, it pressed forward, swinging its massive axe as if nothing had happened. Of course, Kyle suspected this might partly be because he hadn't hit the right spot. Unfortunately, the thick fog hindered not only the giant but also Kyle. He could only make out the vague outline of his foe, with no way to pinpoint its weak spots accurately. Confringo. Casting another blasting curse, Kyle gasped in frustration as the giant remained unscathed. After 20 minutes of a grueling stalemate, Kyle was forced to confront the harsh reality: he couldn't break through the giant's defenses. Instead, it was he who seemed to be breaking down. He had anticipated the giant would be tough, but not to this extent. No matter what spell he cast, it was as if nothing could breach its seemingly impenetrable skin. The giant, too, appeared increasingly agitated, growling as it swung its axe wildly, like swatting at an irritating fly. By this point, Kyle had stopped using the Muffliato charm, mainly because he was no longer sure where he was. After chasing the giant for 20 minutes, he could only guess that they had strayed far from where the fight began. At that moment, a creature resembling a fluffy quaffle leaped onto Kyle's shoulder from the mist, followed by Newt emerging into view. "How do you feel?" Newt asked with a hint of amusement. This is the first time I've seen Kyle look so defeated, and it's quite funny, he thought. This guy is practically a mountain, Kyle panted, gasping for breath. How were the giants defeated during the last war? It was mostly a matter of outlasting them, Newt explained. Most of the giants were lured into an uninhabited mountain range, far bigger than this one, at the start of the war. They didn't emerge until 3 years after it ended. What about the other giants? Kyle asked. I remember reading that Professor Dumbledore defeated some of them. No, Newt corrected, shaking his head. If I remember correctly, it was a group of stone golems. Golems. Yes, a set of stone statues that were immune to charms and incredibly strong, Newt replied. They appeared just as the giants were about to reach Hogsmeade. The statues surrounded them outside the village and killed them. Were they the ones from the school? Kyle wondered aloud, recalling a spell that could control the stone statues at Hogwarts, though only a few professors knew how to cast it. I think so. Those who saw the statues said they looked familiar. Newt glanced around and said, all right, the fog is almost gone. Leave the rest to me. We need to end this quickly before it becomes even more troublesome when the mist clears. Just give me 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, Kyle insisted. I was only testing the giant's strength before. I didn't actually mean to fight him seriously. Are you planning to use fiend fire? Newt asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I have another method. Okay, Newt said, eyeing the thinning white mist. 3 minutes, no more. After that, I'll take over. Got it. Kyle pulled out his suitcase, glancing back at Newt. Remember to close your eyes, or better yet, step back a bit. You're not about to. Newt began, his mouth twitching in realization. Before he could finish, a scaled head emerged from the suitcase. Newt quickly averted his gaze as the basilisk slithered out. The giant Gurg, sensing a threat, swung his massive axe more furiously. Go on, you deserve some exercise. Kyle commanded. The basilisk shot forward. At the same time, Kyle raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Gulgamatha's axe froze mid-swing, hovering in the air. Instinctively, the giant reached for it, but Kyle sent the weapon flying further away. While Gulgamath was momentarily distracted, the basilisk reached his feet and sank its fangs into his shin. The previously impenetrable skin yielded effortlessly to the venomous bite. Gulgamath roared in pain, pounding the basilisk with his fists. The venom, deadly to wizards, merely slowed the giant's movements slightly. The basilisk hissed in pain as Gulgamatha's blows struck like hammers. Yet, it coiled itself tightly around the giant, climbing higher and constricting with increasing force. At 50 feet long, the basilisk proved too formidable for Gulgamath to shake off. He instinctively lowered his head, attempting to tear the serpent away, only to lock eyes with its golden gaze. For a moment, Gulgamath froze. The mist thinned further, and even Kyle, standing at a distance, could see the giant's feet turning grayish-white as the petrification spread up to his ankles. That's it. Kyle muttered in disbelief. Since staring into the basilisk's eyes, he noted the petrification had only reached the giant's feet, barely affecting his movement. The process halted entirely at his ankles. "This is ridiculous," Kyle remarked, exasperated. Though he had anticipated limited effectiveness, the resilience of the giant's skin still shocked him. "These things are born to be human shields. Line them up, and they'd form an impenetrable wall. No wonder both Dumbledore and Voldemort tried to recruit them, they're practically built for war." One last option, Kyle thought grimly. "If this doesn't work, I'll have to use Fiendfire." Taking a deep breath, he raised his wand. Runes floated from its tip, and the air around him grew hot. Sparks appeared, swirling around Kyle before coalescing into a fiery inferno. The flames surged, dispelling the lingering mist and revealing the battlefield. Golgamath thrashed wildly. "Come back!" Kyle called softly. The basilisk quickly uncoiled itself, slithering back to the suitcase. Golgamath, meanwhile, attempted to flee. But his petrified feet hampered his movements, and the basilisk's venom was taking its toll. He stumbled forward clumsily, like a drunken giant. Kyle waved his wand, directing the sea of flames, and pointed it at Golgamath. Incendio totalum. The fire roared to life, surging toward Golgamath and engulfing him entirely. The giant's screams were louder and more pained than before, mixed with an unrecognizable growl. Before Kyle could decipher it, the noise abruptly stopped. When the flames receded, Golgamath lay unconscious on the ground. Kyle staggered forward, raising his wand toward the giant's neck. "Wait." Sectum Sempra. Chapter 694, The Half-Giant and the Death Eaters. Even for a giant, the neck was a vulnerable spot. With Golgamath unconscious, Kyle's spell sliced through effortlessly. Newt, observing the scene, let out a silent sigh. A moment earlier, he had tried to stop Kyle. Giants were rare, and every death reduced their already dwindling numbers. He had wanted to convince Kyle to reconsider, especially since Golgamath had seemed ready to admit defeat before losing consciousness. Perhaps, left alive, he might have abandoned this mission entirely and retreated. But it was too late for that now. "This is the safest way," Kyle said, as if reading Newt's thoughts. He shrugged and added, "Hagrid mentioned that Golgamath is naturally violent and has strong ties to the Death Eaters. Letting him go this time would only risk more trouble later. And after this incident, you know who will likely pay closer attention to the giant's situation. If we wait, it'll only get harder to handle." "I know," Newt said softly. He understood Kyle was right, it was the safest option. But his instincts, honed over years of seeking peace and coexistence, had pushed him to try stopping Kyle. After living a quiet life for so long, age had made him more sentimental, less decisive than the younger generation. "Do what you think is best," Newt said, resting a hand on Kyle's shoulder. As they spoke, the thick fog dissipated further. The nearby giants soon spotted a rounded object lying on the ground. When they realized it was the head of their Gurg, they let out roars of terror and anguish. The cries grew louder, their disarray spreading like wildfire. Without their Gurg to lead them, confusion took hold. Seeing the fiery path scorched into the ground only added to their panic, an instinctive fear of death swept through the group. One by one, the giants began retreating. The first to flee inspired others, and soon more were running back to the safety of the familiar. "Come back, you fools. As long as you work together, they can't stop you. Hurry back." Two wizards in black hoods shouted furiously, but their commands fell on deaf ears. The giants didn't even pause. "There are Death Eaters here," Newt muttered, stepping protectively in front of Kyle. "Ah, it's been a long time, Mr. Scamander," one of the Death Eaters said, turning toward him with a slimy sneer. "So, you've decided to oppose the great Dark Lord?" "Always," Newt replied, his voice steady and calm. "You've ruined the Dark Lord's plans," the other Death Eater said, raising his wand threateningly. "Someone will have to pay. If we can't bring back the giants, we'll take the boy instead." "Our views clearly differ," Newt replied, his composure unwavering. "Do you think you can stop both of us?" the first Death Eater taunted as he stepped closer. "The great magizoologist, Newt Scamander. If we kill you, perhaps the Dark Lord will forgive us for this failure." "Kill Newt." Kyle couldn't help but poke his head out to get a better look. He was curious about who these Death Eaters were, especially since they seemed so confident. They were likely among those who had escaped Azkaban, wizards whose minds had been fractured by years of exposure to Dementors. Kyle shook his head, suppressing a grin. These two clearly had no idea what they were up against. While Newt's reputation was primarily tied to magical creatures, anyone with sense would know that capturing and handling those creatures required immense skill and power. Only fools would underestimate Newt Scamander. Newt, however, paid no mind to their ignorance. With quiet resolve, he raised his wand and fixed his calm gaze on the two Death Eaters. "Mr. Scamander. A larger figure suddenly stepped forward, blocking the Death Eater's path. Madame Maxime stood imposingly before them, her calm yet commanding presence filling the space. She glanced at Newt and the others, then fixed her eyes on the Death Eaters. "We may not have been of much help earlier," she said firmly, "but this time, let us handle it." "Yes, Olymp is right," Hagrid chimed in, stepping up beside her. "Leave it to us." Maxime had assisted earlier by using a smokescreen spell, but Hagrid had not contributed much. Since he couldn't apparate, he had been forced to run down the mountain. By the time he arrived, the battle was essentially over, and any chance to assist had already passed. "All right," Newt said, putting his wand away as the two giants of the wizarding world arrived. With just a glance between them, Maxime and Hagrid quickly assigned themselves an opponent and charged toward the Death Eaters, Maxime to the left, Hagrid to the right. Newt, apparently confident in their abilities, didn't intervene. Instead, he turned to Kyle with a smile. "How was fighting the giants?" "It was pretty tough," Kyle admitted. "The usual spells didn't work at all, and even the basilisk's gaze was useless." "That's to be expected," Newt replied thoughtfully. "Perhaps this experience will remind you that while the basilisk's gaze can kill wizards instantly, it's not infallible. You shouldn't rely on it too much. For example, in the case of the giant." Newt gestured toward Golgamath's unconscious body on the ground. "But isn't the basilisk's gaze aimed at the soul?" Kyle asked, frowning in confusion. "No, that's the killing curse," Newt corrected. "The basilisk's gaze is more like a curse, one deliberately weaponized by wizards. Do you remember how the basilisk came into existence? A 7-year-old rooster must lay a magical egg when the Sirius star is in the sky, and it must then be hatched by a toad," Kyle recited. "Exactly," Newt nodded. "The basilisk is an artificial creation, developed by Herpo the Foul. He gave it indestructible scales, a long lifespan, venomous fangs, and a lethal gaze. It doesn't resemble a typical magical creature at all, it's more like a collection of destructive weapons rolled into one, a living weapon. And like any weapon, it can be countered or restrained. The giant's enormous size and vitality dulled the effects of the gaze's death curse. Instead of killing him outright, it merely petrified part of his body. It's like pouring a bottle of ink into the Black Lake." Kyle mused, tilting his head as he considered the analogy. "You could say that," Newt agreed. "Not only that, but some creatures are completely immune to the curse." "Phoenixes," Kyle said, smacking his lips with faint envy. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but marvel at how Dumbledore had managed to win the loyalty of such a creature. "Precisely," Newt said, his own expression softening with admiration. "The phoenix is truly one of nature's most perfect creations. It's immune to curses and impervious to evil. Not even fiendfire can harm it." Over his decades of studying countless magical creatures, Newt had only seen phoenixes a handful of times, and always from afar. Dumbledore really is fortunate. Both of them thought the same thing at the same time. A few moments later, Newt stepped away from the task and approached Golgamath, carefully repositioning its head. "If anyone here wants to compete for the Gurg," he said, "they just need to take Golgamath's head to the tribe of giants. That alone would improve their chances by half." But it didn't seem as though anyone present had such an intention. Naturally, neither he nor Kyle would consider it, they weren't giants and couldn't partake in such matters. As for the half-giants, Hagrid and Maxime, they might technically have a chance. Giants revered strength above all else, and even as half-bloods, if they could demonstrate overwhelming power, they could potentially become Gurgs. However, that was unlikely. Maxime, as headmistress of Beauxbatons, one of Europe's premier wizarding schools, held a position far more prestigious than that of a Gurg. She wouldn't even entertain the idea. Hagrid, on the other hand, preferred the company of magical creatures, a passion unlikely to align with giant customs, where most creatures were regarded solely as food. It was clear he wouldn't pursue it either. Newt waved his wand, and Golgamath's enormous body vanished with a flicker of light. "I'm going to store it somewhere safer," he explained, noticing Kyle's puzzled expression. "In case any Death Eaters try to find it." Kyle nodded in agreement. Even a dead giant could be of use to Voldemort, so relocating it was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As the conversation turned to Death Eaters, Kyle's attention was drawn to the open space nearby. Maxime and Hagrid were engaged in combat with them, their contrasting fighting styles on full display. Maxime fought like a seasoned wizard. With precision and fluidity, her wand unleashed a steady stream of spells that left her opponent struggling to keep up. It was clear she would gain the upper hand shortly. Hagrid's approach, however, was much more direct, bordering on reckless. "Come on, coward," he bellowed, charging at a Death Eater with surprising speed. While hurling spells, he slapped the masked figure with such force that the mask crumpled, and the Death Eater was sent flying like a projectile. Hagrid's own robes bore a few singed holes, but the spells cast at him seemed to ricochet harmlessly off his thick skin. "Avada," the fallen Death Eater gasped, struggling to raise his wand. This time, Hagrid dodged swiftly to the side, unwilling to test the limits of his resilience against the killing curse. As soon as he evaded the spell, he charged again, his massive hand delivering another thunderous blow. Bang! The Death Eater was flung across the clearing like a rag doll, landing with a sickening thud. Kyle thought he heard the faint crack of bones. Upon closer inspection, Kyle recognized the man. It was Rodolphus Lestrange, the same Death Eater who had recently escaped Azkaban and whose face was plastered on wanted posters. "Get up, you despicable, filthy coward!" Hagrid roared, bearing down on the crumpled figure. Kyle turned away briefly, grimacing. It was sheer bad luck for Lestrange to have drawn Hagrid's wrath. The duel on the other side seemed less chaotic but no less intense. Maxime had shattered her opponent's mask with a well-aimed spell, revealing the youthful face of Barty Crouch Jr., an all-too-familiar adversary. Voldemort must have placed great importance on the Giants, sending one of his most trusted followers to secure their allegiance. Kyle decided to intervene. Though weary, he had other means at his disposal. Opening his suitcase, he released a shadowy figure, a wampus cat, that sped toward Crouch with predatory precision. Barty Crouch Jr., sensing the danger, shifted just in time to avoid a fatal bite. Instead, the wampus cat sank its teeth into his wand arm, causing the killing curse he had been about to cast to fizzle out. At that moment, Maxime's spell struck him square in the chest. Crouch let out a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. "Damn it," growled Barty Crouch Jr., his eyes blazing with ferocity as he glared at the wampus cat, which was circling him with menacing intent. Without hesitation, he spun sharply to evade another attack. Maxime's second blasting curse struck his already injured arm. The resulting explosion severed it completely, sending the dismembered limb tumbling to the ground. But the violent detonation also freed Barty Crouch Jr. from the wampus cat's grip. Wasting no time, he transformed into a billowing black mist and fled the valley in an instant. This escape was facilitated by a spell often used by Death Eaters, likely invented by Voldemort himself. It allowed for incredibly swift movement, perfect for both retreat and pursuit. Chasing him now would have been futile. "He's ruthless," Kyle muttered, staring at the severed hand and wand left behind in the chaos. Rodolphus Lestrange, the other Death Eater, had no such fortune. Seeing Crouch escape, he attempted to follow suit, morphing into black mist as well. But the group had anticipated this move. Before Lestrange could vanish, 3 spells from different directions intercepted him, blasting him out of his mist form and rendering him defenseless. Hagrid arrived moments later, his massive arms swinging down in a barrage of crushing blows. Lestrange didn't even have time to cry out before collapsing unconscious. "He can't be dead, right?" Kyle asked hesitantly, staring at the motionless body. I don't think so." Hagrid stammered, looking slightly uneasy. Then his expression hardened, and he added resolutely, "But he's a Death Eater. He tried to drag the Giants into this war. If he dies, he deserves it." "Exactly," Maxime said as she approached, her tone serious. "If the Giants are involved in the next battle, the number of dead wizards will only grow." "I wasn't arguing," Kyle shrugged. "But if he lives, he could be valuable. We might learn something about you-know-who from him." Newt crouched beside Lestrange, examining him carefully. Despite being a magizoologist, Newt's experience with healing magic was evident. After all, caring for magical creatures often required such knowledge. After a few moments, Newt straightened and sighed. "Forget it. We'll let Dumbledore handle extracting any information." The group immediately understood his meaning. Without further discussion, they began tidying the battlefield, removing traces of magic, extinguishing lingering flames, and ensuring there were no signs of their presence. Hagrid, however, seemed unusually distracted, his gaze distant. "Don't overthink it," Kyle said, walking over and patting Hagrid's arm. "Like you said earlier, he's a Death Eater. You don't need to feel bad." "What?" Hagrid blinked, snapping out of his reverie. "No, Kyle, you've got it wrong. Don't forget, I fought in the war over 10 years ago. I've taken down plenty of Death Eaters. That doesn't bother me." "Then what's on your mind?" Kyle asked, confused. Hagrid glanced in Maxime's direction, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I was just thinking, is it too late for me to learn more magic?" Kyle blinked in surprise. "You saw how graceful she was in battle, didn't you?" Hagrid's eyes seemed to soften as he spoke, practically glowing with admiration. But a trace of self-doubt crept into his voice. "And me, I can't even do apparition. That'll only hold me back in the future." Kyle resisted the urge to sigh. It was true, Hagrid had been expelled in his 3rd year at Hogwarts and had never developed a deep understanding of magic, preferring to rely on his natural strength as a half-giant. Reading and practicing spells had never been his priorities. "Well, better late than never," Kyle replied, forcing a smile. Hagrid's love-struck expression made him want to leave the conversation, but he stayed put. "If you're serious, I can lend you my notes." They might help you catch up on some basic magic. That'd be fantastic. Hagrid beamed, but a thought struck him, and his expression dimmed. What about apparition? Do you think I could learn that? Kyle hesitated, his lips twitching. Apparition was a challenging skill even for talented wizards, and for a half-giant like Hagrid, the odds weren't great. Maxime's mastery of it was hardly surprising. She was headmistress of Beauxbatons, a testament to her exceptional talent. But Hagrid? Well, Kyle said with a smile, why not give it a try? Magic's all about possibilities. Chapter 695, The Death Eater's Decision. After resolving the crisis with the giants, Kyle and the others did not leave immediately. Instead, they prepared to follow the giants back to their tribe. Before setting off, Kyle glanced at the Death Eater lying on the ground and asked, what about him? Should we take him with us? Leave him to me, Hagrid replied, pulling out a small round mirror and walking over to it. He muttered a few words under his breath. The mirror was unassuming, about the size of one a girl might carry in her purse. Hagrid handled it cautiously, like it was a delicate corn chip he might crush at any moment. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Moments later, 2 tiny black dots appeared in the sky. Almost as quickly as they were noticed, the dots grew larger, and Sirius and Lupin stumbled to the ground before the group. Hello, Mr. Scamander, Madame Maxime, Lupin said, discarding a small stone he had been holding. It had served its purpose as a portkey and was now useless. Oh, and Kyle, Hagrid. Long time no see. Long time no see, Remus, Hagrid greeted warmly. I was worried the mirror wouldn't work. I've been keeping an eye on the two-way mirror this whole time, Lupin said, producing a similar round mirror and smiling. As long as you call my name, I'll hear it first. How did it go? Any trouble? Fortunately, everything's been resolved, Hagrid said, then gave a brief recount of events. His summary was limited, as when he arrived, the entire valley had been cloaked in thick fog, obscuring much of the action. As they spoke, Sirius's attention shifted to the Death Eater lying motionless on the ground. He approached and, upon seeing the man's face, suddenly froze. He stood silently until Lupin tapped him on the shoulder. What's the matter? Lupin asked. Ah, nothing, Sirius said, shaking his head, though his gaze remained fixed on the Death Eater. Do you know who this is? Lestrange. Lupin said, stepping closer, his tone tinged with surprise. Though Hagrid had mentioned it earlier, seeing it in person was another matter entirely. The man before them was, after all, an old acquaintance. They had crossed paths numerous times over a decade ago. Yes, Lestrange, Sirius said, shaking his head again. Remember how he was back at school? Always so full of himself. Of course I remember, Lupin replied. The star of Slytherin, prefect, head boy, and president of the boys' student council. It's a shame he defected to you-know-who. Wait, do you know him? Kyle asked, intrigued. You're not usually this sentimental about a dead Death Eater. Sentimental? Don't be ridiculous. Sirius retorted, shaking his head. We just had a lot of dealings in school. Plus, he's married to my cousin Bellatrix, so we're distantly related. Oh, I'm sorry, Hagrid said instinctively, his tone apologetic. I didn't mean to. What nonsense are you spouting, Hagrid? Sirius interrupted, giving him an incredulous look. He's a Death Eater. Why would you apologize? If I'd been here, I'd have killed him myself. And anyway, Sirius added, pure-blood families are all interconnected in some way. I barely know him. Weren't you still cellmates? Kyle muttered under his breath. Sirius froze for a second before turning to glare at Kyle, visibly annoyed. All right, you're right, Sirius muttered. Lestrange was in the cell next to mine. He used to say he'd kill me, but a month later, he couldn't even speak, what an idiot. As Sirius spoke, Lupin had already picked up Lestrange's unconscious body. We have to go. Alastair and the others are waiting, he said, pulling another stone from his pocket. So soon? Sirius asked. Don't forget, the portkey has a time limit, Lupin reminded him. We can't stay to help you here. All right then, Sirius relented, placing a hand on the stone. Are you all coming back with us? We could leave together. No, Newt replied, shaking his head. We still have other matters to attend to and can't return just yet. We'll keep in touch if anything comes up, Lupin said, waving as the two disappeared again in a flash of light. With that, Kyle and the others resumed their preparations to visit the giant tribe. According to Newt, they needed to confirm that the giants were truly safe. But is this really okay? Kyle asked, his voice tinged with concern as they followed the path the giants had taken. We just stopped them from joining you-know-who, and the Death Eaters who came here are either dead or injured. What if you-know-who gets so angry that he comes here himself? We wouldn't stand a chance against him with just a few people. Don't worry. You know who won't come, Newt said confidently, shaking his head. Before we left, Dumbledore explained that you know who despises all magical creatures. He doesn't truly care about the Death Eaters, either, he only sees them as tools. Yes, he'll be angry because his orders weren't carried out, but that won't make him change his plans or come here for revenge. And even if he does, we have ways to deal with it, Newt added firmly. Reassured by Newt's confidence, Kyle didn't press further and walked alongside the others, following the massive footprints imprinted on the ground. The journey was longer than Kyle had expected, with the trail of footprints stretching endlessly ahead. After an entire day of walking, they finally arrived at a secluded valley deep within the mountain range. Oddly, the ever-present chirping of insects and birds they'd heard along the way had completely disappeared, as if some invisible force kept all living creatures away from this place. Led by Newt, the group climbed a hillside that provided a view of the valley below. It was surrounded by enormous caves, clearly shaped by human hands. The giants they had encountered earlier were now gathered before the caves, locked in fierce combat. This is how they choose a new Gurg, Newt explained. Giants select their leader by determining who is the strongest. The simplest way to do that is through battle. It's similar to dragons, Kyle whispered, recalling what they'd observed at the Romanian Dragon Reserve. Pretty much, Newt agreed. Most magical creatures choose their leaders in this way. Giants and dragons are no exception. As they spoke, the valley below became increasingly stained with blood. Giant blood flowed freely, painting the stones a deep red. I wonder how many will be left after they've chosen a new Gurg, Maxime murmured, her voice carrying a strange edge. Don't worry, Newt said, shaking his head. Giants will kill their predecessor to cement the new leader's position, but in situations like this, to preserve their fighting strength, they won't kill their opponents. Oh, look. He pointed to the valley below, and Kyle followed his finger. A relatively smaller giant had just been knocked to the ground with a single punch. Instead of finishing him off, the victor turned to face a new challenger. Meanwhile, the fallen giant stood and moved to the sidelines without further protest. Some giants, even smaller and more slender, weren't participating at all, seemingly unqualified to fight. You see, Newt continued, falling is enough to signify defeat. The last giant standing becomes the new Gurg, and they hold the position until the next challenger appears. Kyle watched for a while longer, observing how each fallen giant withdrew voluntarily from the fray. Just as it had been at the Romanian Dragon Reserve, the battle between the giants turned out to be a long and grueling process. After quickly eliminating the weakest contenders, the remaining giants entered a prolonged struggle, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Kyle and the others had been perched on the hill for an entire week, yet the battle still raged on. At first, Kyle had been eager and excited to watch the spectacle, but as time dragged on, he found himself growing bored. The fights were repetitive, one giant punching, another kicking, and while the raw power on display had been thrilling at first, 7 days of the same tactics had dulled the excitement. The one silver lining was that they hadn't encountered Voldemort or any Death Eaters during their time there. As Newt had predicted, Voldemort showed no interest in retaliating over Lestrange's death or otherwise causing trouble. One morning, as Kyle stepped out of the tent, he overheard Hagrid talking to Lupin through the two-way mirror. The group had been using the mirrors for updates since owls could easily reveal their location. The Death Eaters attacked St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries. What? Hagrid exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. The Death Eaters attacked St. Mungo's. How dare they? They did, Lupin confirmed. The good news is they had a specific target, so most patients and staff weren't harmed. Hearing this, Kyle approached to get a closer look at the mirror. Morning, Kyle, Lupin greeted him. How are things on your end? No trouble, I hope. Not at all, Kyle replied. But the Death Eaters attacking St. Mungo's, could it have been for the Longbottoms? No, Lupin said, his expression tightening slightly. His voice sounded as if he were trying to laugh but couldn't quite manage it. It was for Umbridge. What? Hagrid said, scratching his ear. Who? Dolores Umbridge, Lupin repeated. The Death Eaters broke into her hospital room and tortured her in front of everyone. Huh. Hagrid's face contorted with confusion. But why? Umbridge isn't even part of the Order of the Phoenix. No, but she's from the Ministry of Magic, Lupin explained. She's been prominently opposing dark magic in the media, and recently, her name has been everywhere. The Death Eaters made it clear they wanted to send a message. They said this is what happens when you defy the Dark Lord. They demanded that Umbridge publicly declare the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix powerless, claiming they'd never be able to defeat Voldemort. Did she say anything? Hagrid asked anxiously. No, Lupin said, though his expression grew even stranger. That's a relief, Hagrid said, exhaling deeply. I suppose I was wrong about her. She's tougher than I thought. If she'd said something like that, it would have humiliated us completely. Hagrid. Kyle said, patting his arm. What do you think the Death Eaters used to torture people? The Cruciatus Curse, of course, Hagrid replied without hesitation, his large arm swinging in frustration. They've used it on members of the Order of the Phoenix before, those bastards. That's the point, Kyle said, looking him in the eye. Do you think anyone under the Cruciatus Curse could actually speak? Hagrid paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. Ah. Well. I've been hit by the Cruciatus Curse before. It hurts like nothing else, but it's not like I couldn't talk. You're a half-giant, Kyle reminded him, rubbing his forehead. Your giant blood gives you incredible resistance to magic. Ordinary wizards don't have that advantage. Oh, Hagrid muttered, nodding, though it was clear he didn't fully understand. Kyle chose not to press further. Turning back to the two-way mirror, he looked at Lupin and was about to ask for more details. At that moment, Newt's voice called out from afar. Finally, it's about to come to a close. Hearing this, Kyle abandoned his conversation with Lupin and hurried over to join the others. The valley below had turned a deep, ominous red, and the air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, so strong that Kyle could smell it even from a distance. Only two giants remained standing, both visibly exhausted and swaying unsteadily. As Kyle arrived, the two combatants raised their massive fists simultaneously and struck each other in the face with brutal force. There was no finesse in their movements, just sheer, unrelenting power. A moment later, the giant on the left staggered, its colossal body crashing to the ground with a resounding bang. The giant on the right, now victorious, raised its head and let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the valley. From the caves, the other giants emerged one by one and knelt before their new leader in a show of submission. It seems he is the new Gurg, Newt observed. Wait here for a moment. Without hesitation, Newt vanished from their side, reappearing a short distance away from the gathering of giants. The kneeling giants immediately rose to their feet, their movements tense and wary. From their vantage point, Kyle and the others couldn't hear what Newt was saying, but they could see him moving slowly, arms outstretched and head bowed. His gait was strange, deliberate, sometimes stepping left, sometimes right, as though weaving an intricate, deliberate dance. The giants appeared to relax, though they kept their new Gurg at the center of their formation, clearly protective. Should we go help? Hagrid asked nervously. He's too close. If they all charge at once, Mr. Scamander could be in real danger. Ah, don't worry, Kyle said, waving dismissively after observing for a moment. He recognized this as Newt's distinctive method of approaching magical creatures. Newt wouldn't have gone to meet the giants alone unless he was completely confident in his ability to handle the situation. The tension in the giants' roars had noticeably softened, their ferocity replaced by something more measured. Newt had clearly succeeded. In this case, Kyle thought, intervening would only complicate matters and risk reigniting hostility. Amazing. Maxime murmured, her voice filled with admiration. I've always known Mr. Scamander has extraordinary talent with magical creatures, but seeing it firsthand is something else entirely. She recalled her previous trip to the giants' territory, where even she and Hagrid, both possessing giant blood, had been forced to lower themselves, present lavish gifts, and wait for an extended period before finally being allowed to meet the Gurg. Now, Newt had not only approached the giants at their most irritable and volatile, during the selection of a new Gurg, but had also earned their trust effortlessly. The contrast was staggering. Maxime couldn't help but acknowledge the profound difference in skill and expertise. No matter their natural advantages, the gap between them and Newt was as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. Meanwhile, Kyle, having reassured Hagrid, considered resuming his conversation with Lupin to learn more about the current state of the wizarding world. However, when he glanced back at the two-way mirror, he saw that Lupin had already disappeared. Chapter 696, a coincidence, Harry almost got beaten up. Newt stayed with the tribe of giants for quite some time before heading to the largest cave with the new Gorg and a few other giants. Once he reached the cave, he was out of sight from Kyle and the rest of the group. Concerned about upsetting the giants by following him uninvited, and trusting Newt's judgment, they stayed back, watching from a distance. When Newt returned, it was already late at night. All sorted, he said with a smile. The Gurg confirmed what I suspected. He was disgusted by Golgamath's earlier decisions, so the giants will not side with the Death Eaters in this war. Of course, they won't join the Order of the Phoenix either. They've chosen to remain neutral and avoid involvement altogether. You see. Exactly as I said, Kyle remarked confidently, glancing at Hagrid and Maxime. Spot on, Kyle, Hagrid admitted, unable to hide his surprise. But how did you know? I just guessed, Kyle replied with a shrug. It wasn't difficult. If you look closely, the most powerful giants who fought for Golgamath are injured, seriously so, in many cases. The stronger they are, the more severe their wounds. Given these circumstances, they'll want to recover, not jump into another conflict. Unless they've completely lost the will to live, the new Gurg would naturally choose to keep them out of any war and maintain their seclusion. Well said, Kyle, Newt agreed with a nod. As long as the giants aren't siding with the Death Eaters, that's already the best outcome for us. He gazed up at the night sky before turning to Hagrid and Maxime. Once things settle, we should head back. If the giants show signs of any trouble or if the Death Eaters attempt to approach them again, be sure to contact me immediately. Don't worry, leave it to us, Hagrid assured him, thumping his chest. Aren't you coming back with us? Kyle asked. No, Hagrid replied. Dumbledore asked us to keep an eye on the giants, so Olymp and I will stay a bit longer. But. Hagrid hesitated, looking slightly bashful. Can I see Norbert again? Just once. He had been longing to see Norbert but had refrained from mentioning it, prioritizing other duties first. Now, he couldn't hold back any longer. Kyle thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not yet, Hagrid. Wait until the start of the school year. Norbert's still in a foul mood after that incident with the Hungarian horntail, and if he sees you now, it might cause delays. All right then, Hagrid replied, though his eyes couldn't help but stray toward the suitcase Kyle was holding. He reluctantly nodded. But you've got to promise I can see him when school starts. He's grown into such a fine lad, hasn't he? Fine. Maxime's expression shifted. She remembered Hagrid using similar words to describe her appearance once. Was he comparing her to a dragon in his mind? The thought soured her mood instantly. Without a word, she moved a few steps away from Hagrid, her face stiff with displeasure. No one else seemed to notice her reaction, though. Meanwhile, Newt picked up a tree branch, tapped it with his wand, and continued his work. Portus. A golden light shimmered from the branch in Newt's hands. It throbbed violently for a moment, but soon settled into stillness. That should do it, Newt said, examining the branch before extending it toward Kyle. Kyle, however, didn't reach for it immediately. Instead, he eyed Newt suspiciously. Should do it? What do you mean by that? This thing isn't going to drop me into some bizarre place, is it? Of course not, Newt replied calmly. I've made portkeys before. It's just that I've been conned so many times while making them in the past, the Ministry always managed to track me down. The moment I appeared somewhere, the Aurors would show up first, so I haven't used this magic in about 50 years. Kyle sighed deeply. 50 years without practice. The thought only heightened his hesitation as he stared at the branch. Why don't we just let Lupin come pick us up like last time? Don't worry, I'm confident it'll work fine, Newt assured him. Besides, the Order of the Phoenix members are already busy enough. It's best not to bother them over something as trivial as this. Come on now, you've only got 5 minutes. Reluctantly, and bolstered by Newt's reassurances, Kyle finally mustered the courage to grab hold of the branch. Safe travels. Maxime called, giving a small wave. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Kyle was yanked off the ground by an irresistible force, vanishing in an instant. My Norbert. Hagrid muttered longingly, his gaze lingering on the empty space where Kyle had stood. Then he turned to Maxime and said, Olymp, you head to bed. I'll keep watch for any movement from the giants. There's no need, Maxime replied coldly. Her tone was as stiff as her expression. You were on watch yesterday. I'll do it. Maybe you'll even see your dragon again in your dreams. Huh. Hagrid scratched his head, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. Just moments ago, she'd seemed perfectly fine. What's wrong with you? He asked, lowering his voice. I'm fine, Maxime said tersely, not turning to face him. Meanwhile, in a small village somewhere in England. After a nerve-wracking journey, Kyle finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. He immediately released Newt's hand and surveyed his surroundings. They appeared to be in a quiet village. Rows of houses lined the streets, and a pub sign was just barely visible in the distance. Thankfully, it wasn't some desolate wasteland. I told you it would be fine, Newt said cheerfully, though he frowned as he glanced around. But, this doesn't look like St. Catchpole Village. Kyle's voice rose slightly. St. Catchpole Village? That's where the portkey was supposed to take us. Of course, Newt replied. I made a deal with Chris that I'd get you home safely when this was over. Kyle exhaled a deep sigh. Why did I trust him? But don't worry, Newt added, trying to sound reassuring. I'm pretty sure we're still in England. Why's that? Kyle asked warily. Because of this, Newt said, pointing at the faint black mist lingering in the air. This kind of thing only happens in England. The famous Big Smoke city of London, Kyle muttered, a small chuckle escaping him. He doubted Newt was familiar with the nickname, which was popular among muggles but rarely known to wizards. What Big Smoke? Newt asked, blinking in confusion. I'm not talking about London. I'm talking about Dementors. They're only found in Britain, and this fog is a sign of their presence. Dementors. Kyle's amusement vanished, replaced by alarm. I thought the Dementors that escaped Azkaban were already dealt with. That's true, Newt replied, but the rest of them have joined the Death Eaters. On the day your holiday began, there was another mass breakout from Azkaban. This time, even more escaped. You know who promised the Dementors free reign to feed, taking the souls of anyone they wanted. Naturally, nearly all of them sided with the Death Eaters. Kyle's jaw tightened. So, what do we do about it? Nothing, Newt said with a resigned sigh. This time, the Dementors aren't clustered together, they've scattered across the country. It's impossible to eliminate them all at once. Then we'll take them down one by one, Kyle said decisively, narrowing his eyes. If we keep moving, we'll eventually get rid of them all. That's Dumbledore's strategy too, Newt replied. Unfortunately, it's slow going. And most wizards can't kill Dementors. What about the Patronus charm? Kyle asked. Newt shook his head. A Patronus repels Dementors but can't destroy them. Prolonged contact with a Patronus could harm a Dementor, but they're not stupid, they'll flee long before that happens. Most patron uses are ordinary, they don't have the speed or strength to chase down a Dementor. The charm works as a deterrent, but only a Patronus like Dumbledore's, his Phoenix, can easily catch Dementors and tear them apart. Kyle arched an eyebrow. My Patronus can do that too. Though his Patronus wasn't a Phoenix, it had a similar capability. He'd confirmed during a previous encounter that his jellyfish Patronus could immobilize multiple Dementors simultaneously, making it even more efficient in group attacks. Oh, right, Newt said, a spark of realization in his eyes. Your Patronus is an octopus. It's a jellyfish, Kyle corrected, a touch exasperated. Newt had taught him the Patronus charm back at the Romanian Dragon Reserve, how could he mix that up? Sorry, Newt said with a sheepish smile. I'm not very familiar with common animals. Can you show me again? Kyle drew his wand and summoned his Patronus. A silvery white jellyfish materialized before them, its luminous tendrils trailing gracefully. The thick gray fog in the air dissipated almost instantly. I wanted to say this last time, it's really beautiful, Newt said, his eyes fixed on the jellyfish's delicate, flowing tentacles. Kyle nodded. Yes, Newt added, studying the creature. The tentacles are subtle enough that Dementors wouldn't see them as a threat until it's too late. Oh, I should have thought of this earlier. You'd be better suited to stay here and deal with the Dementors than to accompany me to the Giants. It's not too late, Kyle replied simply. No, it's not too late, Newt agreed. But first, I need to get you home. Take my hand, Kyle. I don't know exactly where we are, but as long as we're still in England, we can apparate. That's fine, I can apparate too, Kyle said. But you haven't passed the exam yet, Newt reminded him. This year's apparition test was postponed to July 30th, wasn't it? Kyle wanted to point out that he could apparate perfectly well, exam or no exam. After all, Fudge wouldn't penalize him. Before he could respond, though, he faintly heard someone calling his name. At first, Kyle thought he was imagining things. But the next moment. Kyle. This time, the voice was clear. Someone was calling his name. Great, he thought wryly. Middle of the night, remote village, don't even know where I am, and now someone's calling me. This couldn't get creepier. Even Kyle, who could calmly share a cup of tea with a ghost, felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he drew his wand, aiming it toward the sound. Whoever you are, show yourself. A dozen red gold flames flared to life around him, crackling ominously. The firestorm charm's presence instantly steadied him. No matter what, or who, was out there, Kyle trusted the magic to remind them that scaring people at midnight was a very bad idea. Oh, calm down, said a familiar voice. A flash of light momentarily blinded Kyle, and a figure materialized before him. Professor Dumbledore? Kyle asked, though his tone betrayed doubt. It's me, Dumbledore replied with a small nod. His gaze shifted to Kyle's wand, and he added, though I don't recall teaching you that charm for use on friends. Well, that confirmed it, the man before him was indeed Dumbledore. Kyle cancelled the runes at the tip of his wand, then glanced over Dumbledore's shoulder. A vague figure was stumbling toward them in the distance. That's Harry, Dumbledore explained. Because you're standing in the moonlight, he recognized you from afar. Kyle stared, trying to make sense of the situation. Why is Dumbledore here? Could it be that the Ministry had detected the portkey and sent him to intervene? That didn't add up, Dumbledore didn't need portkeys. Professor, why are you here? Kyle finally asked. I think the better question is, why are you here? Dumbledore replied. Shouldn't you be addressing the giant situation? Instead, I find you standing in the middle of Budley Babberton in the dead of night. Babberton. Kyle glanced uneasily at Newt. Well, that's a little complicated. Let's just say that, ideally, we'd actually be in St. Catchpole Village right now. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Newt, who was currently staring at the sky as though it held the answers to life's mysteries. A moment later, Dumbledore seemed to piece something together. "My apologies," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I should have let Fawkes accompany you." Kyle's mouth opened, but he stopped himself. Compared to their current predicament, being carried by a phoenix didn't sound so bad. Just then, Harry came running up, panting heavily. "Kyle, it is you," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with both relief and excitement. "I knew I wasn't mistaken. Did you hear me calling your name just now?" "So, you were the one shouting my name?" Kyle's expression turned slightly incredulous. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Why?" "Oh, nothing," Kyle said with a faint smile. "Just some advice, in the future, try not to shout someone's name at midnight in a deserted place like this." "Why not?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Because people are asleep," Kyle replied dryly. "And if you make noise like that, someone might decide to beat you up." Harry laughed sheepishly. "I was just excited, that's all. By the way, why are you here? Did Professor Dumbledore bring you too?" "No," Kyle replied, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. "It's a long story. Let's just call it a coincidence." He then turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, we'll head back now." "Oh, there's no need to rush," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "Since we've met, why don't we go together? I was going to invite you to join us anyway, so this works out perfectly." Dumbledore's attention shifted briefly to Newt, who was still engrossed in the night sky. But before anyone could say another word, Newt suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a crisp, echoing sound in the silent village. "Well, okay," Kyle said reluctantly. Dumbledore glanced at him with a knowing smile and winked. "Remember, keep it a secret. It's no surprise after all this time that he's a bit off with certain spells." "I understand," Kyle replied with a nod. "Good." Dumbledore turned back toward the village. "Come along. I think we're almost there." "Professor, where exactly are we going?" Kyle asked as they walked. "I've lost track of how many times I've explained this in recent years," Dumbledore said with a sigh, "but it seems there's no avoiding it. Tonks insisted on transferring back to the Auror office, which leaves us once again short of professors. We're here to persuade an old colleague, long retired, to return to Hogwarts." "But what can I do to help?" Harry asked curiously. "I think you'll be very helpful indeed," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "And Kyle as well. With the two of you, I suspect our chances of success will be significantly higher. Now, turn left." Kyle, already suspecting who they were going to see, kept quiet. Harry, however, had more questions. "But Professor, why can't we just apparate straight to the old professor's house?" "Because," Dumbledore explained, "that would be as impolite as kicking down someone's front door. Most wizards' homes, like Hogwarts, are warded against unwanted apparitions." Kyle, feeling bored, decided to ask a random question. "Professor, didn't Director Sykes of St. Mungo's once say she'd consider retiring to Hogwarts? Why not invite her instead?" "If Sykes were willing to join us, I'd gladly hand over my position as headmaster," Dumbledore replied with a wistful sigh. "But alas, she changed her mind. After obtaining those rare potion ingredients, I doubt she'll consider retiring anytime soon." Kyle immediately fell silent. He hadn't expected his idle question to backfire so spectacularly. After all, he had donated those potion ingredients, basilisk scales and blood, to St. Mungo's. It had been a good deed. He certainly didn't want to take the blame for Sykes's decision to stay put. Fortunately, Harry didn't notice anything amiss and instead turned to Kyle for conversation. "I heard you went traveling." "Traveling? Who told you that?" "Ron," Harry said. "Fred and George visited your house, and your dad told them you'd gone on a trip with Mr. Scamander. They told Ron. I thought you weren't coming back until the holidays ended." "Ah, it wasn't that much fun, so I came back early," Kyle said with a shrug. "Where did you go?" "Romania, I think." "A dragon reserve?" "No, somewhere else. Mr. Scamander took me there." "That must have been fascinating," Harry said, a touch enviously. "Hermione told me Mr. Scamander is the greatest magizoologist of our time." "It was okay," Kyle replied thoughtfully. "Actually, it was kind of interesting. We got to witness a tribe choosing a new leader, which doesn't happen often." Dumbledore looked intrigued. "And the new leader? Is he someone agreeable?" "Sort of," Kyle said. "At least he and Mr. Scamander got along well." Dumbledore nodded. "And the tribe? What of them?" "After such a big celebration, they're in a period of rest now," Kyle explained. "They're no longer welcoming visitors." "I see," Dumbledore said with a faint smile and didn't press further. "What a shame," Harry said, turning to Kyle with a wistful look. The idea of witnessing a tribe's leader being chosen, followed by a grand celebration, sounded thrilling. Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Kyle seemed free to travel, see the world, and experience fascinating events. Meanwhile, Harry was stuck at Privet Drive, unable to go anywhere. But his mood brightened quickly. Dumbledore had promised to take him to 12 Grimmauld Place once this task was done. The thought of seeing Sirius again filled Harry with happiness. This time, he vowed to make sure he had a proper room, not a cupboard under the stairs or a cramped attic storage space. As the thought settled in, Harry realized a trip to Romania didn't seem quite so enviable after all. Chapter 697, Horace Slughorn. The village of Budleigh Babberton appeared expansive at first glance, but in reality, it wasn't particularly large. After walking for over 10 minutes, Dumbledore finally stopped in front of a dilapidated house. "Oh, my goodness," he exclaimed. Kyle and Harry followed his gaze. The scene was incongruous, a well-maintained path bordered by neatly trimmed gardens leading to a house that looked as though it had been struck by a blasting curse. The front door was reduced to splintered wood, with only a small fragment, about the size of a tabletop, hanging precariously from its frame. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings before whispering, "Kyle, Harry, draw your wands and follow me." Carefully, he made his way down the garden path, his wand at the ready, with Kyle and Harry close behind. Upon reaching the shattered doorway, he pushed it open and raised his wand. Lumos. The interior was in even worse condition than the outside. It was a chaotic mess, as though the room had been ransacked. An overturned piano lay on the floor, its keys scattered like broken teeth. Shattered vases, glass fragments, and scattered cushions of various shapes and colors littered the space. On the wall, a large, ominous red stain caught their attention. "Something terrible must have happened here," Dumbledore said softly. Yet there was an odd note of detachment, almost artificial, in his voice. "Yeah," Kyle murmured, scanning the room. "Harry, can you help me move the piano onto that armchair? I think there's something underneath." "Huh? Oh, okay." Harry wasn't sure why the piano needed to be moved to the armchair, but he trusted Kyle had his reasons. He pointed his wand at the piano, which rose slowly into the air and, at Harry's direction, floated toward the overturned armchair. The moment the piano settled on the chair, a voice shrieked, "Ouch, get it off me." Startled, Harry's hand slipped, breaking the spell. The piano dropped heavily, eliciting another scream, loud and grating, like a mandrake being uprooted. Dumbledore quickly intervened, waving his wand to move the piano aside. "Good evening, Horace," Dumbledore greeted cheerfully. "Are you all right?" To Harry's astonishment, the armchair morphed into a squat, almost bald old man in an instant. The man was crouched on the floor, propping himself up with his hands, one eye narrowed as he glared tearfully at Dumbledore. "That was a piano. Why didn't you stop them?" he groaned, struggling to his feet. "Do you know how much that hurt?" "I apologize, Horace," Dumbledore said with a slight smile. "But it's not my fault, your transfiguration was flawless. I didn't recognize you." "Flawless, you say?" Horace Slughorn grumbled, glaring at Dumbledore, though his irritation seemed to be fading. "Well, what's done is done. I should have had some Felix Felicis earlier," he sighed, his sideburns fluttering slightly as he exhaled. "Shall we help you pack?" Dumbledore offered. "If you wouldn't mind," Slughorn replied wearily. "I could use a moment to recover." Dumbledore nodded and turned to Kyle and Harry. "Kyle, Harry, would you mind taking over?" "Oh, and I should introduce you. This is my old colleague, Horace Slughorn." "Not a problem, Professor," Kyle said, raising his wand. With a series of efficient flicks, the room began to right itself. Furniture returned to its proper places, broken vases and glass fragments mended midair, and the scattered piano keys flew back to the instrument, restoring it to its former state. Meanwhile, Slughorn, who had been rubbing his sore back, suddenly paused. His round eyes locked onto Harry, and his gaze shifted to the lightning bolt-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "Oh, he can't be." "Yes, Harry Potter," Dumbledore confirmed with a smile. "And there's another name you've probably heard of, Kyle Chopper, the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, formerly second." "Wait, what do you mean?" "I haven't heard of any new first-class medals being awarded in the wizarding world recently." "Oh, it's internal news," Dumbledore replied smoothly. "Cornelius seems intent on boosting morale in the wizarding world. The youngest first-class Order of Merlin recipient makes for a compelling story." As they spoke, the entire room had been restored. Even the ominous red stain on the wall had been collected into a small glass bottle. Kyle examined the contents of the bottle. Dragon's blood. A little dusty, not suitable for potions anymore. What a shame. Without much hesitation, he slipped the bottle into his pocket. "Oh, that was my last one," Slughorn muttered with a trace of sorrow, though it was clear his focus was elsewhere. "Don't think this is going to convince me, Albus," Slughorn said firmly. "I've told you many times before, the answer is no. Despite his refusal, his gaze darted to Kyle and Harry intermittently. "He'll really get a first-class medal?" Slughorn asked, his tone skeptical. "Cornelius is quite determined," Dumbledore replied. "But never mind that for now. Won't you pour me a drink? For old time's sake." "Just one drink," Slughorn relented, standing and retrieving a few glasses from a shelf. He carefully poured a scant amount of honey wine into each glass, barely enough to coat the bottom, clearly signaling his intent for them to finish quickly and leave. Kyle and Harry accepted their glasses as well, though the portion was so minimal it hardly counted as a drink. "Thank you," Dumbledore said cheerfully, taking his glass. He sipped it with apparent delight. "It's quite good, not at all like the stuff from the leaky cauldron." "Of course not," Slughorn replied with pride. "This is a reserve from the Oak Barrel pub, made with billywig honey. I bought it myself in Romania and paid a handsome price for it." The Oak Barrel pub. Kyle's brow furrowed. The name tugged at his memory, and the mention of Romania brought sudden clarity. Ah, the bar near the Dragon Reserve. Then he remembered Charlie saying their sign actually read brandy. Kyle raised his glass hesitantly and took a sip. As he set it back down, realization dawned. Great, Slughorn's been duped. The honey wine lacked the distinctive sweetness of genuine billywig honey. Kyle recognized this particular scam. It was a standard trick at the Oak Barrel pub. Chris had fallen for it once too, purchasing 2 fake bottles of brandy, though Charlie had managed to trade them for real ones later. Kyle opted not to mention it, setting his glass down without comment. "I've been too tense lately," Kyle thought. The small sip of wine left him feeling unexpectedly drowsy, and he found himself sitting there in a daze. Kyle's consciousness slowly returned as he heard his name being called. "Kyle. Kyle. What is it?" he asked, snapping awake and turning toward Harry, who was nudging him. Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Harry and Slughorn nearby. "Nothing," Harry replied. "Mr. Slughorn was just asking which house you're in." "Sorry, I didn't catch that," Kyle said, rubbing his eyes before looking at Slughorn. "Hufflepuff." "Oh, the same as your father," Slughorn remarked, barely registering the answer. "But I always preferred your mother. Intelligent, sensible, confident. She was the pride of Slytherin House." He sipped his honey wine, seemingly lost in thought. "Of course, as an instructor, I shouldn't show favoritism toward students, but I must admit, I did. I recall one time she fought for your father's honor. Sent a 5th-year student to the hospital wing for a week, then cornered him in the common room so thoroughly he didn't dare leave his dormitory for days. Now, such behavior would normally have warranted serious punishment, but I didn't give her detention. I just docked 10 points. Slughorn hastily added, Don't misunderstand me, I'm not encouraging you to break the rules. But there were circumstances. The student in question had used a foul slur in front of her friend. Such language was, and is, strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. Your father tried to reason with him, but he was mocked viciously. Frankly, I still believe the student got what he deserved." He sipped his drink again, then reiterated, "But of course, I don't advocate breaking school rules." Harry noticed that as Slughorn recounted the story, his gaze occasionally flickered toward him, as though the tale held some personal relevance. Just as Harry was about to ask, Slughorn abruptly changed the subject, likely realizing the story was inappropriate to share with students. "Come," Slughorn said, standing up. "I'll show you some of my former students." He led them to a cabinet and gestured toward the array of photographs displayed on the top shelf. "These here are Barnabas Cuff, editor of the Daily Prophet, who often sought my opinions on current affairs, and your father, Kyle. He was one of my favorite students, a shining example of all the virtues of Hufflepuff House. Oh, here he is." He pointed to a photograph in one of the frames. "Your mother was supposed to be up here as well, but for some reason, her picture disappeared. You can probably guess why." Kyle nodded silently. It was likely due to his mother's position in the Department of Mysteries, though he wasn't privy to the specifics. Slughorn went on to introduce several more names, most of whom were well-known figures in the wizarding world. While Kyle examined the photos, Harry engaged in conversation with Slughorn. "I think, as long as Dumbledore remains headmaster, the school staff will be safer than most," he said. "It's said that Voldemort fears him more than anyone else." At the mention of Voldemort, Harry suddenly exclaimed, startling Kyle. Slughorn appeared distracted, as if weighing his own words carefully. Kyle walked over and lowered his voice. "Harry, speaking of safety, do you know what happened to Umbridge?" "I couldn't care less what happens to her," Harry said stiffly, though a moment later he sighed. "Still, I didn't think someone like her would stand up to the Death Eaters. All the papers say is that she was attacked. I don't know what happened after that. Ron said St. Mungo's is now swarming with Aurors, especially around her ward." Slughorn fell silent again, his expression darkening. The attack on Umbridge had clearly unsettled him. A woman as despised as Umbridge had been brazenly targeted by Death Eaters, even in a place as public and well-guarded as St. Mungo's. And what about himself? Slughorn had avoided joining the Death Eaters, but he was under no illusion that they would consider him an ally. The realization loomed large in his mind, perhaps he really would be safer under Dumbledore's protection. As Slughorn mulled over his thoughts, Dumbledore returned to the room. "You're back, Albus," Slughorn said, snapping out of his reverie. "What took you so long? Did you have the runs?" "No, I was just flipping through some Muggle magazines," Dumbledore replied pleasantly. "Well, Harry, Kyle, we've been pestering Horace long enough. It's time to leave." "You're leaving?" "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "It's getting late, and Kyle has work at the Ministry tomorrow morning. Staying up too late wouldn't do him any good." "Wait, work at the Ministry?" Slughorn asked, clearly intrigued. "So it's true? He was exceptionally recruited?" "Of course," Dumbledore replied with a nod. "Haven't you read the papers? Kyle has been serving as senior assistant to the Minister for Magic for nearly 6 months now." "A senior assistant to the Minister for Magic who hasn't graduated?" Slughorn muttered, his expression thoughtful, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "So long, then," Dumbledore said, moving toward the door. "I'm sorry we won't be working together again, but the door to Hogwarts is always open if you choose to return." "Goodbye," Harry said, giving Slughorn a small wave. As the three of them walked out, a loud shout from behind startled them. All right, I'll do it." Slughorn came hurrying out after them, slightly out of breath. "I must be mad, but yes, I'll come back to Hogwarts." "Excellent," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "So, Horace, I'll see you on the 1st of September." "Fine," Slughorn muttered. "But I'll ask for a raise." "Well, I'm afraid that's not up to me," Dumbledore said lightly, turning to Kyle. "In fact, someone here could see me earning 50 galleons less a month with just a word." "Really?" Slughorn's interest visibly piqued. Though he wasn't entirely sure what Dumbledore meant, the idea that the headmaster's salary could be altered so easily hinted at the extent of Kyle's authority. Slughorn's gaze turned calculating. "Never mind," Slughorn said with a grin, shifting gears. "Salary doesn't really matter. I just miss my old colleagues. How are Minerva and Phileas these days?" "They're both doing well," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Well, I'll see you on the 1st of September, then," Slughorn said, waving them off. The three of them set off again along the garden path. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry asked quietly, why did Slughorn suddenly change his mind? "You should call him Professor Slughorn now," Dumbledore corrected gently. As for why, I believe he recognized the advantages of returning to Hogwarts. "Advantages?" "Yes. For instance, you and Kyle." Dumbledore elaborated, "Slughorn has a penchant for surrounding himself with material comforts and prominent connections. But his method is unique, he cultivates relationships with students who he believes will grow into influential or accomplished individuals. And he has an uncanny talent for recognizing such potential." "I see," Harry said with a nod. No wonder he agreed right away after learning Kyle is senior assistant to the Minister for Magic. "There's more to it than that," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "You, Harry, carry a certain renown. The boy who lived through Voldemort's attack. Or, as some now say, the Chosen One." Harry winced at the title, clearly uncomfortable. He hated the notion, feeling as though he hadn't done anything worthy of it. It was just an exaggeration stemming from his earlier warning about Voldemort's return. They walked in silence for a while longer. Finally, Dumbledore stopped and turned to them. "All right. I may be quite busy in the days to come. If you have any urgent matters, Newt can reach me." Kyle nodded. "Understood. So, do you need me to send you back?" Dumbledore asked. Kyle glanced between Dumbledore and Harry, sensing that the professor had something private to discuss with Harry. He shook his head. "No, Professor. I can make my own way back." With that, he waved to the two of them and vanished. Chapter 698, Plotting and Strategizing, The Choice of a Hero. Back when he was in the giant tribe, life had been harsh. They all lived in tents, and every night was a struggle. Either the thunderous snores of the giants woke them up, or the sounds of fighting and roaring kept him from sleeping at all. Now that he was back in St. Catchpole Village, Kyle went straight to his room without even stopping for dinner. He slept until noon, then emerged briefly to grab something quick to eat. But instead of staying home for the rest of the day, Kyle headed straight to the Ministry of Magic. When he arrived at the lobby, Chris was just returning from outside. "Why are you here at this time?" Chris asked as they waited for the elevator. "Don't you need more rest?" "No, I'm fine. I rested all morning," Kyle replied, shaking his head. "How are the Dementors?" "It's a problem," Chris sighed. The ministry has sent everyone who can cast a Patronus charm, but it's still not enough. But honestly, it's thanks to you for convincing Cedric to work here. He's been a huge help these past few days. Just then, the elevator arrived, and the two stepped in together. In the distance, someone was running toward them, waving frantically to get them to hold the doors. Neither Kyle nor Chris made a move to help. The elevator doors closed swiftly. "How are things with the giants?" Chris asked quietly as the elevator began to ascend. "It's sorted," Kyle replied. "There was a big fight among them over who gets to be the next Gurg. That should keep them busy for a while, so we don't have to worry about them getting involved in the war. That's a relief. If the giants got involved, it wouldn't end well for us," Chris said. "Oh, and don't mention any of this to your mother. She still doesn't know you left with Newt to deal with the giants." "I understand," Kyle nodded. The elevator stopped at the floor for the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Chris stepped out, then turned back, reconsidering something. "I'd avoid Arthur's floor if I were you. Fred and George have been pestering everyone about when you'll be back." "I know," Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. Truthfully, he'd been planning to lay low for a while. Soon, the elevator stopped again. "First floor." Kyle stepped out and walked to the end of the corridor, stopping before a grand golden door in the center. "Office of the Minister for Magic." He knocked. "Come in." The room was smaller than he'd expected but elegantly furnished. Like the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, portraits of former ministers of magic adorned the walls. All of them appeared to have their eyes closed, feigning sleep, but Kyle knew well that magical portraits didn't need to sleep. Fudge sat behind a large mountain ash desk. When he saw Kyle, he smiled. "Oh, Kyle, you're back. Is it done?" "Yes, it's over," Kyle replied. "How was it? Was it dangerous?" Fudge asked, standing. "I didn't approve of Dumbledore sending you and Mr. Scamander to deal with the giant problem. You haven't even graduated yet. But Dumbledore insisted you'd be fine. You know how stubborn he can be, impossible to argue with. Luckily, with Mr. Scamander's help, we didn't face any real danger," Kyle said calmly. "Is that so?" Fudge's expression darkened. "Then why did I hear otherwise? Letting an ungraduated student face the giant Gurg alone, if Diana knew about this, she'd destroy my office. I don't condone sending students on such dangerous missions." "Sorry, Minister," Kyle said. "I was rash. I thought I could handle it. You know I've always been good in school." "Giants aren't just classroom obstacles at Hogwarts," Fudge said sternly. Then his face softened into a smile. "But you succeeded, didn't you? A 16-year-old defeating a giant Gurg and saving the wizarding world from disaster, that's worthy of the Order of Merlin, first class. Unfortunately, the Order Committee seems to believe Mr. Scamander did most of the work, and you were just his assistant." "That's fine," Kyle replied. "Mr. Scamander was essential in resolving the situation." "True, true," Fudge muttered, though he didn't seem to care much. "I'll handle it. Now, tell me about the past few days, I want all the details." "Of course, Minister." For the next hour, Kyle recounted everything that had happened. There was little to hide. Newt had pointed out on the first day that the portkey they'd used was fully authorized, meaning the ministry had been aware of their journey all along. Even the moment Kyle killed the giant Gurg had been reported, there was no one else around to do it, so it was clear who had informed Fudge. Now, Kyle was merely repeating what the minister already knew. An hour later, Fudge murmured, "It seems Dumbledore wasn't hiding anything after all." "Minister, what were you saying?" Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, nothing," Fudge replied quickly, shaking his head. "I was just saying that you've had a hard time recently, and I should give you a few days off, but..." He hesitated, looking slightly embarrassed. "You probably don't know yet, but the ministry is critically short-staffed. The Death Eaters have been unusually active, and everyone's on edge, including me. Many staff members haven't been home for 3 days straight." "I understand, Minister," Kyle said. "And I've already taken the liberty of giving myself half a day off. Just don't dock my pay." "Haha, you've earned it. In fact, I was considering giving you a raise," Fudge said with a laugh. "So, what do you think we should do, given the current situation?" Kyle paused for a moment, considering. "I think we should create pamphlets to teach everyone how to protect themselves during these dangerous times. In addition, we need to boost morale quickly and demonstrate the ministry's determination to fight back." Fudge's eyes lit up. He had asked the question casually, not expecting a thoughtful solution so soon. "No need to rush," he said, waving his wand. A glass of butterbeer appeared on the table, which he gestured for Kyle to take. "Thanks," Kyle said, taking a sip before continuing. "First, about the self-help pamphlets, I'll handle the content. I can bring them to you tomorrow morning." Once you've approved them, we can distribute them along with the daily profit. No problem, Fudge agreed. What about morale? How do we handle that? We could create a few heroes, Kyle suggested. Right now, people need someone to look up to, symbols of hope. That's exactly what I was thinking, Fudge said, clearly pleased. Do you have anyone in mind? How about Harry Potter? Kyle proposed. The chosen one, it's a natural fit for the current situation. Fudge nodded, his approval evident. We've already been doing that. Lately, there's been something about Harry in the papers nearly every day. And what about Senior Undersecretary Umbridge? Kyle added. As a prominent anti-Death Eater figure, her name might inspire people even more than Harry's at the moment. Fudge hesitated. Dolores. She's still at St. Mungo's after being tortured twice with the Cruciatus curse. Her condition is serious. What if the Death Eaters strike St. Mungo's again? I understand, Kyle said thoughtfully. But Minister, in times like these, the story of a tragic hero can ignite more courage in people's hearts than that of a savior. Fudge seemed to mull this over, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he waved his hand dismissively. I'll need to think about that some more. Of course, Kyle replied. If there's nothing else, I'll get started on the self-help pamphlet. Go ahead, Fudge said with a nod. And be as detailed as possible. I will, Kyle promised, before leaving the room and heading to his office next door. The moment he opened his office door, 2 pairs of hands clamped down on his shoulders, one on each side. Well, look who's back. Our very own senior assistant. Fred and George stood on either side of Kyle, their eyes narrowed and glinting menacingly. Now, don't be hasty, Kyle said, raising his hands in surrender. I have a good reason. Explain yourself. If you don't satisfy us, you're dead. George warned. I'm doing this for your own good, Kyle argued, wriggling free from their grip. You've graduated now. It's time to start thinking about your families. Don't forget that your department used to fall under the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He paused for emphasis. Just think how much work Mr. Weasley would have to deal with if you two weren't helping out at the ministry. Fred and George fell silent, exchanging a glance. They had barely had a moment to breathe in the past few days, let alone time for meals. With so few people in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, all hands were needed on deck. Without their help, Mr. Weasley wouldn't have had a chance to sleep, let alone go home. Don't try to fool us, Fred said, narrowing his eyes. This clearly falls under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Are you sure? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that most counterfeit defensive products are made from Muggle materials. Fred hesitated, muttering, You've got a point. But why didn't you tell us in advance? There wouldn't have been any surprise, Kyle replied nonchalantly, walking over to the table and sitting down. Besides, Cedric and I are both working in the Ministry of Magic. Does it really seem appropriate for you two to be out having fun? Don't you feel even a little guilty? Not really, Fred said with a shrug. George nodded in agreement. Our consciences are just fine. In that case, you can go, Kyle said, waving them off. Just head to Diagon Alley tomorrow and open your shop. No need to come back here. As for the minister, I'll explain it to him. Fred and George froze, momentarily stunned by Kyle's words. They exchanged a quick glance. Are you serious? We can really leave the ministry? George asked cautiously. Of course, Kyle said smoothly. But you'll need to find someone to take over your current responsibilities. I can't just dump everything on Mr. Weasley. Fred and George's eyes widened in alarm before they hastily backpedaled. Look, we were only joking, Fred said quickly, his tone taking a sharp turn. Exactly, George added with a forced grin. And with the ministry being so busy right now, it would be selfish of us to leave. No way, absolutely not. Besides, Fred said earnestly, you and Cedric are our best friends. How could we even think about leaving you two to handle all this on your own? The twins' attitudes shifted completely, their voices now dripping with enthusiasm and sincerity. There was no other choice. Over the past few days, they had confiscated countless counterfeit defensive products and illegal magical items. While most of the items were fakes, they had sparked ideas for numerous real products. With a bit of tweaking, these ideas had quickly turned into bestsellers for their shop. In fact, their Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had introduced over a dozen new products in just 2 weeks, all incredibly popular. Take, for example, their Dementor-repelling necklaces, they had sold 20 in a single day earlier that week. More importantly, this department was tasked with regulating wizarding prop stores. If someone else took over their roles, the store would likely face constant inspections, 10 times a day wouldn't be out of the question. The shop might not even survive. And Fred and George had no doubt that Kyle was entirely capable of orchestrating such persistent, shameless scrutiny. With that sobering thought in mind, the twins eagerly sprang into action. George pulled out butterbeer, while Fred placed a tin of cookies on Kyle's desk. You must have been working really hard these past few days. Try these. Mum baked them this morning, they're delicious. Kyle didn't comment on their sudden change in attitude. He casually picked up a cookie and bit into it. It was, indeed, very good. Then, without a word, he pulled a stack of parchment. What are you doing? George asked, curiosity sparking in his tone. Getting to work, of course, Kyle replied, glancing up briefly. I need to write a guidebook on how to protect yourself. That's a great idea, Fred said, his eyes gleaming with interest. I think everyone could use a bit of magical protection right now. Especially against Dementors, George added. I know of something that, when broken, releases a large cloud of Patronus light. It's not a real Patronus, but it'll keep a Dementor away long enough for you to escape. And it's not too expensive either, just 10 galleons, Fred chimed in. Oh. Kyle put down his quill, his expression intrigued. Where can I find something like that? 37 Diagon Alley, Fred said smoothly. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He knew full well that 37 Diagon Alley was the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes address. However, he didn't dismiss the idea outright. Instead, he asked thoughtfully, does it actually work? It does, George said, sounding unusually serious. Don't forget, this is what we do for a living. We can't afford to ruin our reputation. Even Tonks and Moody bought 2 each after seeing it in action, Fred added. That should tell you everything you need to know. Kyle tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. If seasoned aurors found it useful, then it likely was effective. After a pause, he said tentatively, if you can lower the price to 5 galleons, I can include your shop's address in the guidebook. That's impossible, Fred said immediately. Do you have any idea how hard it is to store the Patronus charm? We use unicorn horns and dragon's blood to carve the runes. It costs us 7 galleons and 15 sickles just to make one, not counting production costs. 6 galleons, then, Kyle countered. I just told you, the cost is 7 galleons and 15 sickles, George said, exasperated. We're not making that up. Hold on, Kyle interrupted, raising a hand. What if the ministry subsidized 1 galleon for every unit sold? How does that sound? Fred frowned. Even then, we'd be losing 15 sickles on each one. Look, we'd love to do something for the wizarding world, but we can't sell at a loss. Maybe if we added just 1 more galleon. Too much, Kyle said, shaking his head. Fudge wouldn't agree. Without Lucius Malfoy's contributions, the ministry's budget is stretched thin. Besides, some things can't be measured in galleons alone. This guidebook is for all wizards, and it's the best advertisement you could ask for. If it works, the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes shop will become famous overnight. Fred and George exchanged a long look, hesitating. Kyle was right, it was an incredible opportunity for exposure. The shop's name could spread across the wizarding world in a matter of days. The potential benefits were enormous. But the risk was just as daunting. The more units they sold, the more they would lose. 15 sickles might not seem like much, but sell 100, or 1,000, and they'd be facing bankruptcy. Fame wouldn't mean much if it left them broke. We really shouldn't have come here today, Fred muttered through clenched teeth. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be stuck in this mess, George grumbled. The twins began pacing back and forth in Kyle's office, clearly torn. Maybe there's another way, Kyle suggested, breaking the silence. The Ministry of Magic might be able to source dragon's blood and unicorn horns at a lower price. Fred and George stopped pacing, their expressions brightening. If the costs come down, we'd be fine, they said in unison. We could even sell them at cost price if needed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kyle said with a faint smile. It's just a possibility for now. I'll need to look into it. That's fine, George said. Even if we only lose a few sickles per unit, we can live with that. Though it'd be even better if we didn't lose anything at all, Fred added. Chapter 699, Anti-Dementor Necklace, 2 extra people at home. Unicorn horns and dragon blood. Chris looked at Kyle, puzzled. What do you need these for? Not me, Fred and George need them, Kyle replied, repeating what they'd told him in the office. I think it's a good idea to protect yourself with magical items. It might buy you some time to escape in a critical moment. If those things really work, then it's not a bad idea, Chris agreed. There are probably 10 unicorn horns left in the ministry. They were supposed to be donated to St. Mungo's, but if you can get the minister to sign off on it, I can give them all to you. That's a lot, Kyle said, surprised. Unicorn horns weren't banned from trade, and Kyle had assumed the ministry would be lucky to have 5 or 6. This stuff is worth more than its weight in gold, and it's always popular with smugglers, Chris added casually. We always manage to seize some. And the blood of dragons? Kyle asked. Not an ounce, Chris replied with a shrug. If you'd come 3 days ago, there would have been a pint, but it was all donated to St. Mungo's. They're in desperate need of dragon blood for their potions. Chris suddenly changed the subject. But if you really need it, I can help contact Romania. The Dragon Reserve in Romania? Kyle asked, momentarily stunned. They sell dragon blood? No, they only provide the service of renting dragons, Chris clarified. But I have a good relationship with them. If there's a good reason, I don't think they'd mind selling me some dragon blood at a low price, about half the market rate. Then I'll take 10 pints, Kyle blurted out. Dragon blood was a treasure, valuable for brewing potions and alchemy. Stocking up seemed like an excellent idea, as it could always be stored for later use. However, Kyle waited a long time for Chris's response. When he glanced up, he found Chris staring at him with an odd expression. 10 pints. Chris's voice cracked. Do you think that's pumpkin juice? Even if Mr. Scamander himself came along, it'd be impossible to buy 10 pints of dragon blood. There's only 1 pint. If that's not enough, you'll just have to figure it out yourself. That's all there is. Your connections aren't worth much, Kyle muttered. Forget it, I'll just go find Newt. With that, Kyle turned and left, leaving an irate Chris gasping for breath behind him. A pint of dragon blood, and he thinks that's not enough. Does he seriously think it's pumpkin juice? After leaving the committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures, Kyle returned to the office of the Minister for Magic and explained the situation to Fudge. Fudge agreed to the proposal almost immediately, though he confirmed it once more for clarity. Are you sure they'll sell the magical items at cost? Yes, Minister, Kyle assured him. Fred and George said they wanted to do something for the wizarding world and have agreed to it. They're Arthur Weasley's sons, so they're certainly not joking about this. Oh, Arthur, no wonder those names sounded familiar, Fudge muttered. Mr. Weasley's good reputation seemed to work in their favor, and Fudge agreed without hesitation. Although it was unprecedented, the ministry could afford to pay for only 1 galleon at a time. Besides, Fudge wasn't foolish. This initiative promised real benefits and could significantly enhance the ministry's reputation. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. 10 minutes later, Kyle left the office of the Minister for Magic with 2 pieces of parchment. One was the ministry's announcement of the subsidy, to be published later in the Daily Prophet. The other was an approved application for Kyle to use the ministry's unicorn materials. When Kyle returned to the committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures, Chris had already prepared the unicorn horns. However, he wasn't in the best of moods, his expression remained sour, and he didn't crack a smile. He simply shoved the items at Kyle and curtly told him to leave. Kyle didn't mind. Taking the elevator, he headed off to meet Fred and George, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. So, Fred and George were already bursting with curiosity the moment Kyle stepped out of the elevator. Of course, there are no problems, Kyle replied, casually handing them one of the bags he was holding. Inside were 10 unicorn horns and a pint of dragon's blood. Since the new shipment from Romania would take some time, Kyle had used his previous stock to tide them over. Great! Fred exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Is it all free? Dragon's blood is 50% off, Kyle said. That's more than enough, George said, doing a quick calculation. This will last us a long time. Based on this, I think we can reduce the price for about 2 galleons. Well, set the price at 7 galleons, Kyle said after a moment's thought, and increase the ministry subsidy to 5 galleons. Huh. Fred blinked in confusion. Isn't that the same thing? No, Kyle shook his head. The ministry is providing the materials, so the cost needs to be reflected in the price. George smirked at Kyle. Fudge will be so happy, he might just jump for joy. Fred nodded in agreement. It's not unreasonable, though. You could end up as senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic at this rate. No chance. Kyle said calmly. Right now, it's important to appropriately enhance the ministry's reputation. Never mind, it's all the same in the end, Fred said, shrugging it off. George agreed, and the two immediately turned to head back to their office. Oh, one more thing, Kyle called after them. You don't need to worry about the ministry's other work for now, just focus on making those magical props. Got it, they called back with a wave, disappearing down the corridor without a second glance. With everything finally settled, Kyle felt a wave of relief as he returned to his own office. The next day, a small purple booklet was delivered to every wizard via owl post. What is it? Harry asked, examining the booklet in his hands as he ate breakfast at number 12 Grimmauld Place. It's something good, Fred said with a mysterious grin. I didn't think Kyle would finish it so quickly. I figured it would take him a few more days. Kyle did this. Mrs. Weasley asked as she entered the room, also holding a copy of the booklet. Yes, Mum, George said excitedly. Take a look, there are some surprises in there. Mrs. Weasley eyed the booklet skeptically before opening it. Published with the authorization of the Ministry of Magic. Protect yourself and your family from dark magic. There is currently a self-proclaimed group of Death Eaters active in the wizarding world. The following safety guidelines will help you better protect yourself and your family. Do not leave home alone. If you must go out, try to return before dark. Ensure your home's safety. If possible, set up an anti-disapparition jinx. Learn the following spells. Shield Charm, see Incantation and Wand Gestures on page 3. Disillusionment Charm, instructions on page 6. Patronus Charm, detailed guide on page 12. Young children in the family should be taught to summon companions for safety. Muggle-born wizards in Muggle families can apply to the Ministry of Magic to activate a temporary FLU network connection. The booklet wasn't very thick, only about 20 pages, with the first page filled with warnings to heed. The rest delved into a detailed explanation of various charms. It's really comprehensive, Mrs. Weasley remarked, flipping through the booklet repeatedly. The Ministry of Magic did a good job this time. It seems like they've thought of everything, considering both wizarding and Muggle families. Ha! Fudge could never have come up with something like this. He'd just spout some cliché and tell everyone to watch out for the Death Eaters, Moody snorted. I bet Kyle had a hand in this too, he added under his breath. Didn't we already discuss this? George said, taking a bite of his sandwich. It was Kyle's idea. Professor Dumbledore was right to let him work at the ministry, Tonks said, thumbing through the booklet. He's lightened our workload considerably. Enough chatter, Fred interrupted. Hurry up and read it, there's a surprise at the end. What surprise could there possibly be? Ron asked dismissively, though he still began skimming through the pages. That is, until he reached the penultimate page. P.S. As Dementors pose a significant threat to the safety of every wizard, and as the Patronus Charm is a complex spell, magical objects offer an effective form of defense. If needed, starting July 11th, visit 37 Diagon Alley, where the owner of the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes has partnered with the Ministry of Magic to sell anti-Dementor necklaces at cost. Additionally, you can get 5 galleons off the price with a magical scroll. 37 Diagon Alley. Ron thought aloud before suddenly jumping to his feet. Wait, isn't that where you... Yes, the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes shop, Fred said with a grin. George pulled out a small box. Limited quantities, first come, first served. But as family, you have priority. How much? Ron asked, his interest piqued. 7 galleons, Fred replied, but with the magical scroll, it's only 2. How much? Kingsley, who had been silent until then, asked sharply. As an Auror, no one in the room understood the value of magical items better than him. An ordinary anti-jinx had cost more than 10 galleons, let alone something effective against Dementors. If this was legitimate, even 7 galleons sounded like a steal. Where's this magic scroll? Ron asked suspiciously. If you'd be so kind as to use your noble fingers. George said impatiently, you'll find it on the last page. Ron blushed slightly as Harry silently flipped to the final page. Sure enough, there was a whimsical note bearing a golden signature. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Kingsley murmured, leaning closer. It's the minister's signature. Geminio, Moody said, pulling out his wand and tapping the note. The note ignited instantly, crumbling into ash in seconds. Not bad, there are at least 5 anti-counterfeiting charms on it, he said with approval, seemingly unbothered about losing 5 galleons. Of course, Fred said with a broad smile. Each one of those costs money, so naturally, we have to be thorough. I'll take one, Kingsley said, tearing off the note and handing it to Fred along with 2 galleons. Thank you very much. George said cheerfully, retrieving a necklace from the box and handing it over. Kingsley examined the necklace briefly, then crushed it in his hands. A thick, shimmering silver mist erupted, filling the small kitchen. The warmth was immediate, washing over everyone present. Impressive. That's definitely a Patronus charm, Kingsley said, clearly impressed. Even though he'd already assumed it was genuine, witnessing it firsthand still left him in awe. It was practically unheard of to purchase a magical object containing a Patronus charm light for only 2 galleons. What a waste, he muttered as the mist began to dissipate. Alastair and I already tested it. Tonks, who had been watching with interest, suddenly realized something. Hey, Alastair and I didn't pay this much for the necklaces we bought. Are you trying to rip us off? Don't be absurd. Fred said, feigning offense. The Ministry of Magic wasn't partnering with us back then. It was the standard price. I don't care. Tonks retorted dramatically. You owe me a refund. Not a chance. Fred and George said in unison, their expressions equally serious. To be fair, the necklace Tonks had purchased had been crafted with materials the twins had sourced themselves. At the time, the price couldn't have been as affordable as it was now. Then just give me another one, okay? Tonks said, tearing off another note and handing it over. Thanks, 2 galleons, George replied smoothly. Tonks' expression froze momentarily before she angrily tossed 2 gold coins onto the table. Ah, I want one too, Harry said eagerly, tearing off a note for himself. Ron looked at Harry with envy. Although 2 galleons was a bargain, it was still beyond his budget. I'll take 3, Bill said as he walked in, setting a stack of gold coins on the table. He glanced at Ron and Ginny with a smile. What are you waiting for? Tear off your magic scrolls. Ron's excitement was palpable, and in his enthusiasm, he nearly ripped the entire booklet in half. Before long, the suitcase was empty, every necklace claimed. Are you sure you'll be okay? Bill asked, holding his necklace and casting a skeptical glance at Fred and George. I think a lot of wizards are going to need these necklaces, Bill continued. The day after tomorrow is July 11th. Do you have enough in stock? Honestly, we're a bit short, Fred admitted with a frown. Kyle only suggested this yesterday afternoon, so we've had barely any time to make them. But we've got help, George added. Kyle's too busy, and Conna's swamped with her test for the most extraordinary society of potioneers, so we've asked Cho and Hermione. They've agreed and will be at the shop on the 2nd floor at 9 o'clock today. We've got 2 days. That should give us enough time to make a decent stockpile, Fred said optimistically. 9 o'clock today. Mrs. Weasley frowned. But your other work? It'll be fine, Mum, Fred assured her. This is something we have to do, and Minister Fudge already approved it. Mrs. Weasley hesitated at the mention of Fudge, but eventually, she said no more. If you don't mind, I'll help too, Bill offered after a moment's thought. I got good marks in runes. And Charlie's surveillance mission should wrap up soon, we can get him to pitch in as well. That would be brilliant. Fred said enthusiastically. The anti-dementor necklace wasn't overly complicated to produce, but the materials were expensive. Having extra hands was a huge relief. I'll help too, Ginny volunteered, raising her hand. I might not be much help, but I can draw runes. I got an O in ancient runes this year, so this could be a good chance to learn some practical applications. You're more than welcome, George said warmly. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. If anyone in the family had spare time, it was definitely them. They had been wanting to contribute for a while, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity. Besides, Harry was particularly intrigued by Fred's earlier mention of Cho being involved. Though his feelings about competing with Cedric had waned, he couldn't help but wonder what if. We can help too, Harry blurted out quickly. This time, Fred and George didn't immediately agree. Instead, they exchanged skeptical looks. Sorry, did you two happen to take ancient runes? Fred asked. If I'm not mistaken, George added, neither of you did. Ancient runes. Harry blinked, his enthusiasm faltering. No, not exactly. Ron scratched his head, looking equally confused. Why would we need ancient runes just to help out? The lively chatter in the room abruptly died, and everyone turned to look at them with a mixture of amusement and pity. Mrs. Weasley, without a word, quietly left the room, muttering some excuse. Ah, it's nothing, Fred said after an awkward pause, forcing a smile as he patted Harry and Ron on the shoulders. You don't need to worry about helping. Just enjoy your holiday at home. Even Harry and Ron, oblivious as they could sometimes be, understood what that meant. Their faces flushed crimson. We can help with the cleaning, Ron suggested desperately. Yes, Harry nodded quickly. Or we can carry supplies, pass tools, anything, really. They were determined to go to Diagon Alley. Staying home while everyone else was busy contributing was unthinkable. It was embarrassing enough that Ginny was already more useful than either of them. George hesitated, weighing his words carefully. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, but our shop already has 3 house elves handling cleaning and stocking. Are you suggesting we need someone else to help clean? That feels a bit insulting, don't you think? The words stung more than intended. Harry and Ron's blush deepened as they realized even house elves were proving more capable than them. Ginny sighed quietly and turned her head. Chapter 700, The Grangers at the Leaky Cauldron. After breakfast, the Weasley children made their way to Diagon Alley. As one of the busiest hubs in the British wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic had enforced the strictest security measures. At least 3 aurors were stationed at the entrance to the Leaky Cauldron, diligently monitoring the witches and wizards entering and leaving the establishment. Anyone attempting to pass through the back alley had to undergo a Revelio charm test to ensure they weren't Death Eaters disguised with Polyjuice Potion. While some grumbled about the inconvenience, the majority appreciated the extra precautions, feeling reassured by the heightened security. Many witches and wizards had even taken to booking long-term accommodations at the Leaky Cauldron, moving their entire families into its rooms. The inn was perpetually full, and old Tom, the barkeeper, had never seen better business. He was often seen grinning from ear to ear, proudly telling anyone who'd listen that the ministry finally had a competent junior assistant to the Minister for Magic. Yes, the decision to fortify Diagon Alley's entrance had been Kyle's idea, as outlined in a pamphlet he had written. When the Weasley family arrived, Cho and Hermione were already there. "I just need a room," Hermione was saying to the barkeeper. "It doesn't matter how big it is, and I can pay in advance." "I'm sorry, miss," old Tom replied without looking up. "As I've already explained, I don't have a single room available. If you're willing to wait, something might open up in September. But I'll be at Hogwarts in September, so booking a room then won't help," Hermione protested. "Can't help you there," Tom said, glancing up at her. "You might try asking someone if they'd give up their room." "What are you all up to?" Fred asked as he walked over. "Hermione's trying to rent a room," Cho explained, "but it seems we're too late." "You want to stay here?" George asked, surprised. "It was just an idea," Hermione sighed. "You've read the safety booklet, haven't you?" "Ah, yes," Fred nodded. "That's why," Hermione continued. "My parents are both muggles, and with dementors lurking everywhere, it's too dangerous. Just the other day, there was an attack near my dad's workplace. The news claimed a man had gone mad from shock, but I know for a fact it was the dementors." "So you're looking for somewhere safer?" Fred asked. "Exactly," Hermione sighed again. "I finally convinced my dad to temporarily close his dental practice, but I didn't realize the leaky cauldron was fully booked." George murmured, considering the situation. If it were just Hermione staying, they could easily arrange something at 12 Grimmauld Place or even above their shop. But accommodating the entire Granger family was more complicated. As they pondered, a familiar voice spoke from behind them. "What are you doing here?" "Long time no see, Cho, Hermione." Turning around, George saw Kyle and Cedric approaching. "Isn't it work time?" George asked. "Why aren't you at the ministry?" "Who says you have to be at the office to work?" Kyle retorted with a grin. "We had something to take care of." "What about you lot?" "It's Hermione," Fred explained. "She's looking to rent a room for her parents here, but the place is full. Good thing you're here, maybe you can come up with an alternative." "It's mainly because of the dementors," Hermione added quickly. "The grey mist has been thickening lately, and I'm worried they'll show up near our neighborhood." "But they wouldn't come to Diagon Alley, would they?" "It's unlikely but not impossible," Kyle replied, glancing at old Tom. He was about to make an inquiry. They had a friendly rapport, thanks to a previous odd favor involving a rubbish bin, but before he could, Tom preemptively spoke up. "There's one more room on the 3rd floor," Tom said, smiling. "A double deluxe room. It's 1 galleon and 10 sickles a night." "Wait," Hermione interjected, hurrying over. "Didn't you just say there weren't any rooms?" "That's right," Tom said, his grin widening, "but I kept this one reserved for special cases. Since you're friends with Kyle, I'll let you have it." "What do you say?" Hermione hesitated, frowning. 1 galleon and 10 sickles per night. It was steep. Staying there for a whole month would burn through most of her savings, leaving little for textbooks and potion supplies, both of which were essential, especially with all the new 6th-year requirements. But the next second, Hermione gritted her teeth and said, "I'll take it." Then, looking a little embarrassed, she turned to Kyle. "Can you lend me some money?" "Of course, no problem," Kyle said casually. Hermione did some quick mental math before replying, 50 galleons. "Okay." Kyle nodded, taking out 50 galleons and handing them to her without hesitation. "Thank you," Hermione said earnestly. "I'll definitely pay you back as soon as I can." "Don't worry about it," Kyle replied, waving her concern away. Then, glancing around, he lowered his voice. "But I should tell you, the ministry's next big task is to deal with the dementors. I suggest you don't rent for too long at first." "Really?" Hermione's eyes lit up at the news. "If all goes well, yes," Kyle shrugged. "But it won't be resolved overnight. I'd recommend renting for a month and reassessing after that." "Okay," Hermione said firmly. She then turned to old Tom and checked in for the room. "Follow me," Tom said, stepping out from behind the bar and opening a door to a narrow staircase at the back. He began leading Hermione upstairs. In a corner of the pub, a couple exchanged hesitant glances before finally deciding to follow. They were the Grangers, Hermione's parents. Although this wasn't their first time in Diagon Alley, they had always been accompanied by Hermione before. Without her by their side, the wizarding environment made them feel uneasy. Hermione had told them about the prejudice some wizards held against non-magical people like themselves, which made them wary. After a brief hesitation, they followed Hermione upstairs. Mr. Granger bent down to pick up the heavy suitcase they'd brought along, but just as he touched it, the suitcase floated into the air. Startled, he looked up, expecting to see Hermione casting a spell. Instead, he saw a boy standing in front of him. It was Kyle, Hermione's classmate. Mr. Granger recognized him vaguely. He had seen Kyle in Diagon Alley before, though not as often as the two boys named Harry and Ron. Hermione had mentioned Kyle in the past, describing him as an excellent student, one of the best at Hogwarts. She had even declared she'd surpass him in grades, though those kinds of remarks had stopped over the past couple of years. Mr. Granger also had the distinct impression that Kyle's presence had played a role in old Tom's sudden change of heart about the room availability. Though he wasn't a wizard, Mr. Granger knew that some dynamics between people, wizard or muggle, were universal. "Thank you, young man. You must be Kyle," Mr. Granger said, offering a polite greeting. "A classmate of Hermione's." "Sort of," Kyle nodded. "I'm a year ahead of her. Let me help you with the luggage. The stairs here can be tricky if you're not used to them." "Tricky, stairs?" Mr. Granger echoed, puzzled. He couldn't quite imagine how stairs could be tricky, but considering this was a wizarding establishment, he supposed it made sense. "Thank you," he said again. "You're welcome." Kyle began leading the way up the stairs, the floating suitcase following him. The Grangers trailed carefully behind. The leaky cauldron staircase was made of old, weathered wood. Like the floor below, it was covered in layers of gray dust that had accumulated over years, obscuring its original color. When they reached the second floor, Mr. Granger finally understood what Kyle had meant by tricky stairs. The steps in front of him suddenly split apart down the middle, transforming in an instant into a gaping mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth. The snarling maw snapped aggressively, as if warning them to tread carefully. Kyle didn't hesitate for a moment. He stepped firmly on the snarling staircase, stomping on the fanged maw with practiced ease. The mouth closed immediately, retreating back into the wooden steps as though it had never existed. "This is it," Kyle said, stepping forward a few paces before turning back to the Grangers. "Just think of it as the wizarding world's version of a pet dog. The solution is simple, don't try to avoid it, just step on it, and you'll be fine." The Granger couple paused, staring at the re-emerged mouth bristling with sharp teeth. Despite Kyle's reassurances, they hesitated, unnerved by the thought of stepping on something that looked so capable of taking a bite out of them. If they'd known that the wizarding pub would present dangers like this, they might have reconsidered leaving home. The strange mist-spreading creatures might not have found them there. Still, they were here now, and their room was ready. Turning back wasn't an option. Mr. Granger inhaled deeply, steeling himself. Gritting his teeth, he raised his foot and brought it down firmly on the snarling mouth. To his relief, it didn't hurt at all. The step felt soft, like stepping on a plush cushion. Encouraged by her husband's success, Mrs. Granger followed suit, stepping carefully but firmly over the tricky stairs. "Magic really is amazing," Mrs. Granger remarked, shaking her head. "But it's a bit too dangerous for my taste." That soul-sucking creature left Hermione so on edge for days, we even wondered if we should pull her out of school. "Hermione would never agree to that," Mr. Granger replied. "Soul-sucking creature?" Kyle interjected, pondering for a moment. "You mean Dementors, I assume?" "Yes, that's the name," Mr. Granger confirmed. "Hermione said the dark mist in the sky was their doing. Just the other day, someone collapsed near my office, and Hermione told us it was caused by one of those monsters. At the time, the police were everywhere, and they even closed off the street. Because of it, several of my patients canceled their appointments for the day." They continued their conversation as they climbed the stairs. By the time they reached the third floor, they ran into Hermione, who looked surprised to see them. "Dad, why are you here?" Hermione asked, glancing at her parents. "Your room is ready, I was just about to come get you." "No need," Mr. Granger said, smiling. "Kyle brought us here." Looking around at the hallway, he added, "So this is where wizards live?" It's certainly eye-opening. During their short walk, Mr. Granger had witnessed a staircase that could bite, a portrait that held a lively conversation, and a set of decorative armor that appeared to be self-oiling. The sheer strangeness of it all had overturned the quiet, orderly world he'd lived in for decades. For the first time, he thought staying here for a while might not be such a bad idea. "Thank you, Kyle," Hermione said gratefully. "I wanted to get everything sorted before I brought them up." "It's nothing," Kyle replied with a dismissive wave. "How's the room?" "It's great," Hermione said. "It reminds me of the dormitories at school, not too big, but it's more than enough for them." "Glad to hear it," Kyle said with a nod. "By the way, I had a question for you." "What is it?" "I heard from your dad that Dementors were seen near your house." "I think so," Hermione replied. "Not far from where my father works, someone was attacked by one. Honestly, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have brought them here." "And where exactly is this?" Kyle asked. Hertfordshire. Hermione recited a series of addresses before showing Mr. and Mrs. Granger to their room. The room had a more traditional feel, and Mr. Granger's attention was drawn to a faded cabinet by the door. "I'd say it's at least 200 years old," he remarked. "It could be even older," Hermione replied. "The leaky cauldron was established in the 16th century, and wizards rarely update their furniture." "That must have been expensive," Mr. Granger said, frowning. "Do you have enough wizard money? Do they even accept pounds?" "Definitely not, but I've got more than enough." Hermione pulled out a jingling bag and waved it lightly. "See? I still have plenty left." Mr. Granger looked relieved, but his attention soon shifted to a stack of newspapers on the table. He stared in surprise as the people in the photographs moved, as if on a television screen. "Oh, that's the Daily Prophet," Hermione explained. "It's the wizarding newspaper, and the photos move because they're developed with a special solution." "You never mentioned wizards had newspapers before, Mr. Granger said, his tone carrying a faint hint of reproach. Hermione said nothing. She hadn't told her parents about the Daily Prophet because she didn't want to burden them with additional concerns. But now that they were living in Diagon Alley, such details were unavoidable. Curious, Mr. Granger picked up a newspaper and began reading. His gaze froze suddenly. "Hermione, is this person Kyle's father? He has the same name." "What?" Hermione leaned over to look. "No, that's Kyle." "No way," Mr. Granger said skeptically, scanning the article. "It says here he's the senior assistant to the Minister for Magic, but Kyle's just a student, isn't he?" "Oh, he was exceptionally appointed, the youngest senior assistant," Hermione explained briefly. Mr. Granger was speechless. As far as he understood, the Minister for Magic was the wizarding equivalent of a Prime Minister. A 17-year-old as senior assistant to the Minister. Even with his worldly experience, he found the idea astonishing. No wonder the bar owner's demeanor had shifted so drastically. Intrigued, Mr. Granger delved deeper into the newspaper, his interest piqued by this strange new world. Meanwhile, Hermione helped Mrs. Granger unpack, glancing occasionally at the clock. "Mum, I have some errands to run later, so I'll need to leave soon," Hermione said. Mrs. Granger nodded. At the door, Hermione turned back to give final instructions. "You can go downstairs to the pub for dinner or have it delivered here. And if you feel like exploring, you can head out to Diagon Alley. Is that okay?" Mr. Granger asked, looking up from the paper. "We don't know any magic." "That's fine," Hermione assured him. "It's not uncommon for parents of students to visit here. Just follow a wizard to get in. Oh, and take this." She placed a few galleons on the table. "If you see anything you like, you can buy it." "No, you keep it," Mr. Granger said, patting his pocket. "If we need anything, we can exchange some pounds at that wizard bank." Hermione shook her head. "Just use this for now. I'll exchange more later." With another glance at the time, she quickly dashed out of the room. Chapter 701, Dementors Dropping Gear. Hertfordshire, a county on the outskirts of London, was home to just one witch according to ministry records, Hermione Granger. Now that Hermione had moved to Diagon Alley, the area was entirely inhabited by muggles. A dreary grey mist hung over Hertfordshire, blanketing everything in a foggy, sandstorm-like haze. On the streets, pedestrians hurried along, shielding their noses and mouths while bundling themselves tightly against the cold. It was an odd sight for July. The biting chill made people shiver, with some even resorting to wearing winter coats. "This damn weather. Everyone at the Meteorological Bureau deserves a pay cut for this," a man grumbled, rubbing his hands together. He had come to deliver some documents and hadn't anticipated the drastic drop in temperature. As he stepped off the subway, the frigid air hit him like a wall. His thin summer attire was woefully inadequate. Quickening his pace, the man soon broke into a run, eager to finish his errand and escape the unnaturally cold streets. But the faster he ran, the colder he felt. His breath grew labored, his head began to spin, and with each exhale, a puff of white mist escaped his lips, something he hadn't expected to see until winter. Frost began to form on his suit, though he was too disoriented to notice. His legs grew stiff, his pace slowing as though he were moving through quicksand. Then, in the midst of the grey haze, something materialized above him, a ghostly figure cloaked in black, floating ominously in the air. "Shoo! Pooh!" The chilling sound of a deep, rattling breath echoed. The man's expression turned blank as if an unseen force was draining him. The joy from his recent promotion, the laughter from last night's celebration with colleagues, all the happiness in his memory began to dissolve. A surge of panic jolted his mind. He wanted to flee, but his body refused to obey. He stood rooted in place, paralyzed. The Dementor loomed closer, its hood drawn back as it prepared to feed. The man's vision blurred, the colors around him faded, and he slipped further into darkness. But just before he succumbed completely, a silvery light pierced the mist. It shone brightly, warm and radiant, dispelling the cold and banishing the despair. Gradually, the numbness in his body subsided, and his senses began to return. In the distance, he heard voices. "Cedric, do you think we need to use a memory charm on him?" "What charm?" The man strained to focus, summoning all his strength to open his eyes. Two figures came into view, teenagers, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. And there it was again, the silvery glow, except now he realized it wasn't light at all, but a floating jellyfish. This has to be a dream. How could a jellyfish float in the air, he thought drowsily. But his musings were abruptly cut short. Obliviate. Kyle sighed, glancing at the unconscious man. Why did he have to wake up at that exact moment? I wanted to avoid the hassle, but now there was no choice. The two young wizards were Kyle and Cedric. Their presence in Hertfordshire wasn't a coincidence. After hearing from Hermione that something was amiss, they had left the leaky cauldron to investigate and had arrived just in time to save the men from the Dementor's clutches. The silvery jellyfish that had driven the creature away was, of course, Kyle's Patronus. With a wave of his wand, Kyle gently levitated the man and set him down next to a postbox by the roadside. "Is he going to be okay here?" Cedric asked, crouching down to place a piece of chocolate in the man's mouth. "He'll be fine," Kyle assured him. "He's eaten the chocolate, so he should wake up in a few minutes. Even if someone spots him before that, they'll probably just think he's drunk. Honestly, the smell of alcohol hasn't even worn off yet." "All right," Cedric said, standing and glancing at the silver jellyfish Patronus still floating near Kyle and the writhing Dementor ensnared in its tendrils. "What about the Dementor? Should we take it back with us?" "No," Kyle replied with a shake of his head. "It tried to suck this guy's soul out, so we'll just deal with it here." As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacles of his Patronus tightened further, constricting the Dementor like a snake. Within moments, the creature began to dissolve, melting away like an ice cube thrown into a fire. All that remained was its tattered black cloak, fluttering lifelessly to the ground. Cedric stepped forward and waved his wand, summoning a sheet of flames that quickly reduced the cloak to ashes. "Bit of a waste," Kyle muttered under his breath. "Waste?" Cedric gave him a puzzled look. "What use could the cloak possibly have? It's not like anyone could turn it into clothing." "Of course not," Kyle admitted. "And even if they could, no one would wear it. But I've been thinking of suggesting to Fudge that the Ministry offer bounties for killing Dementors. Something like exchanging proof of a kill for a few galleons." "Are you serious?" Cedric asked, raising an eyebrow. The idea struck him as absurd. Even assuming the Ministry would agree to pay, how would anyone prove they'd killed a Dementor? Most wizards couldn't bind one as Kyle's Patronus did. At best, Aurus might destroy them with the Fiendfire curse, and even then, the results left little evidence. "Yeah, forget it," Kyle sighed, realizing the flaws in his own plan. "It's not worth trying to fool anyone." At that moment, the men on the ground stirred. Kyle quickly dismissed his Patronus, and he and Cedric adopted casual expressions as they walked away, trying to seem inconspicuous. "So, where to next?" Cedric asked. "The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures reported traces of Dementors in Surrey and Buckinghamshire." "No rush," Kyle replied, glancing upward at the oppressive grey mist hanging overhead. "This level of fog isn't something a single Dementor could cause. Let's keep looking." The two moved to an open area, cast disillusionment charms on themselves, and mounted their broomsticks. These weren't ordinary brooms, they'd had them specially modified at a broomstick shop to include invisibility enchantments, a common feature for Aurus chasing Dementors. They ascended into the sky and hovered, scanning the area from above. After about half an hour, Cedric pointed toward an isolated street below. "Look there." Kyle followed Cedric's gaze and spotted another Dementor. This one, however, behaved differently. Instead of lingering to deliver its soul-sucking kiss, it fed briefly on a Muggle before retreating, seemingly satisfied. "Do we have to kill this one?" Cedric asked. "I'll go and negotiate." Kyle turned his broomstick around and approached the Dementor. To Cedric's surprise, Kyle actually spoke to the Dementor, and it seemed like the creature understood him. When did he learn to speak with Dementors? Is that what it takes to work for the Ministry these days? Before Cedric could think much further, Kyle raised his wand. A ball of golden red flame appeared out of nowhere, taking the form of a dragon. It roared to life and incinerated the Dementor into ashes. "Talk's over," Kyle said with a shrug as he turned back to Cedric. It wasn't too keen on going back to work for the Ministry. Finite incantatum. He planted his wand into the ground, and the remaining flames vanished instantly. "That's no way to handle it," Cedric remarked. Almost absent-mindedly, he popped a chocolate into the mouth of the Muggle the Dementor had attacked. As the two prepared to leave, Kyle noticed something unusual on the ground. Beneath the ashes of the Dementor was a small pile of black dust, fine and strange. Kyle frowned. He hadn't thought anything could survive the fiend fire curse. In the spirit of not wasting anything, he muttered, pulling a bottle from his satchel. With a flick of his wand, he collected the black dust into the bottle. What do you even need that for? Cedric asked, eyebrows raised. Just in case it's useful, Kyle replied. Even basilisk scales can be used in potions, so maybe whatever this is can be, too. And if not, there's always alchemy. Anything that survives fiend fire has to have some kind of value. Kyle examined the bottle with a grin. Who knows? Maybe there's even a bounty for it. Don't even think about it, Cedric said, rubbing his forehead. We're talking about Dementors. Even if there was a bounty, it'd cost the Ministry a fortune. Do you think Fudge would go for that? Especially now that Malfoy isn't funding the Ministry anymore. Doesn't hurt to try, Kyle said with a shrug. Dementors were scattered everywhere, and neither the Aurors nor the two of them could possibly clear them all in a year. Besides, school would be starting soon, and Kyle would need to figure out other methods. Whether the bounty idea worked or not was a problem for later. As they dispatched the two Dementors, the grey mist in the sky lightened considerably, leaving only a thin layer. This was normal now. All of Britain, including the Ministry of Magic and Diagon Alley, was shrouded in this oppressive haze. As long as the Dementors roamed free, the mist would persist. Still, the improvement was noticeable. The temperature had risen, and the faint sunlight breaking through the mist felt warm against their skin. They flew in a wide circle, scanning the area to ensure there were no more Dementors nearby. Satisfied, they turned their attention to the next location. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures and the Aura Office both maintained a log of reported Dementor sightings. Though the records weren't perfectly accurate, they were enough to use as a guide. Cedric opened the book he carried. Looks like someone in Cambridgeshire reported Dementor activity not long ago, he said. It's close by. Should we check it out? Of course. To destroy the Dementors as quickly as possible, the two of them spent 2 days flying tirelessly, relying on pepper-up potions when their energy flagged. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that they finally returned to the leaky cauldron. Cedric, utterly exhausted, collapsed into a chair. His legs trembled from the long hours of flying, and he sat there panting, too drained to even move. What were you doing? Fred and George asked in unison as they approached. The twins had shown up after hearing about their return and were now eyeing Cedric with suspicion. I'm warning you, don't do anything to upset Cho. Piss off. Cedric snapped, shooting a quick glance over his shoulder to ensure Cho wasn't paying attention. Thankfully, she seemed oblivious. Relax, mate. We're just joking, Fred said, grinning as he plopped into the seat beside Cedric. But seriously, what were you up to? Neither of them answered. Cedric was too tired to respond, and Kyle simply didn't feel like talking. He was even more worn out than Cedric. Ever since discovering that Dementors left behind traces of a mysterious black substance, Kyle had avoided using the Patronus charm. Instead, when he encountered Dementors that refused to cooperate, he unleashed the Fiend Fire curse. Fiend Fire was immensely powerful but also dangerously draining. Each time, he had to follow it with finite incantatem to extinguish the flames. By the end of the day, it was a miracle he could still stand. At least the effort had paid off. Kyle's bottle was now completely full of the strange black residue. He planned to ask Dumbledore or Nicholas Flamel if they could identify it and determine whether it had any use. After wolfing down several pork schnitzels and a large mug of hot cocoa, both of them began to feel more like themselves. Where's Hermione? Kyle asked, setting his empty mug on the table. She went to find her parents, Fred replied. But it's about dinner time, so they should be coming down any moment. Oh, there they are. As he spoke, Hermione and her parents appeared at the top of the stairs, descending toward the dining area. Kyle. Hermione called out as soon as she spotted him and hurried over. Hello, Cedric. Ah, hello, Cedric replied, still slumped in his chair. Kyle, I've been looking for you these past few days, but everyone said you weren't at the ministry, Hermione said, her expression curious and slightly concerned. I had some errands to run, Kyle replied. What's up? Are your parents not settling in here? No, they're fine, Hermione said, shaking her head. I came to pay you back. She pulled a small bag of galleons from her pocket and handed it to Kyle. That was fast. Kyle said, blinking in surprise. Did you rob Gringotts or something? You can only achieve that level of efficiency by pulling off a heist at Gringotts. Of course not, Hermione said. Don't forget that we Muggle-born wizards can exchange pounds for galleons. Can you exchange that much? Kyle asked, sounding a little surprised. Yes, Hermione nodded, but once you exchange more than 20 galleons, the pounds required increases significantly, making it less cost-effective. Then why did you exchange it? Kyle asked, puzzled. I'm not asking you for interest, so what's the rush? It's fine, Hermione replied with a smile. Ron's brother Bill used to work at Gringotts, remember? He mentioned that gold and jewelry are also accepted as hard currency there, so we found a way to exchange some. Although it's still more expensive than the standard rate of £5 per galleon, Bill introduced us to a goblin he knows, so the deal wasn't too bad. Hearing this, Kyle nodded and put the galleons away. In that case, I have some good news for you, he said. Does your family also live in Hertfordshire? That's right, Hermione confirmed with a nod. There aren't many Dementors left there anymore. Kyle casually reached over, grabbed Fred's butterbeer, and took a sip. Cedric, following his lead, swiped George's. Hey, that's mine. Fred protested indignantly. Don't be so stingy. Just buy another one, Kyle said nonchalantly. Wait, what do you mean there are no Dementors left? Hermione asked, her expression puzzled. That's what we've been dealing with for the past few days, Kyle explained, taking another sip of butterbeer. To be honest, you were right to move to Diagon Alley, there were quite a few Dementors around Hertfordshire. But now they're gone, so you can move back home whenever you want. Huh? Hermione blinked, momentarily at a loss. She wasn't sure if this was good news or not. Technically, it was, her parents wouldn't have to worry about Dementors anymore. But she had just paid 50 galleons 2 days ago for a month's lodging here. If she moved out now, could she get her money back? Hermione glanced at the pub owner and immediately knew the answer, absolutely not. 50 galleons, enough to last her until graduation at Hogwarts. Thank you, Hermione said, clutching her chest as she spoke stiffly. For the first time, she felt the Ministry of Magic didn't really need to act so quickly. But she quickly adjusted her mood. The Dementors in Hertfordshire might be gone for now, but that didn't mean more wouldn't come later. Staying in Diagon Alley was still safer, and the expense had been worthwhile to help her parents better understand the wizarding world. In truth, they'd been having a great time. Her mother had adored the clothing at Madame Malkin's and had spent hours in the apothecary browsing potions. Her father, on the other hand, had been utterly fascinated by the various magical products, especially a toothpaste that claimed to contain Ashwinder egg essence. It had been ridiculously expensive, but he'd bought a tube anyway. If she told them to move back now, they'd probably be disappointed. Chapter 702, Gubrathian Fire. After a brief night's rest, Kyle and Cedric resumed their search for Dementors, an endeavor that had become their primary focus for quite some time. Although Fudge believed such tasks were better suited to professional aurors, he did not object when Kyle insisted on taking part. Kyle's suggestion to offer a reward to encourage more wizards to join the hunt was swiftly dismissed. Fudge, naturally, wanted to resolve the Dementor issue as quickly as possible. Even the Muggle Prime Minister had stressed its urgency during their most recent meeting. However, Kyle's proposal, while undoubtedly effective, required a considerable amount of funding, something in short supply. Since the return of you-know-who, Fudge had been inundated with reports of mounting expenses almost daily, leaving no room in the budget for such measures. This financial strain was a key reason he allowed Kyle to proceed with the mission. In the current circumstances, even one more person on the task could make a meaningful difference. Kyle, having left the Ministry of Magic, didn't rush to search for the Dementors. Instead, he first made his way to 12 Grimmauld Place. Kyle. Darling, what are you doing here? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed happily as she opened the door. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like some sandwiches? I'll have 2, Kyle replied with a smile. More if you like, Mrs. Weasley offered warmly, ushering him into the kitchen and setting a large plate of corned beef sandwiches in front of him. Where are Fred and George? Kyle asked as he bit into his sandwich. They didn't come back yesterday, Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. The shop's been so busy, they've had to keep making those anti-Dementor necklaces. And what brings you here today? Are you off school? Of course not, Kyle said, reaching for a second sandwich. I came to see if Professor Dumbledore was here. Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley repeated. He hasn't been here since Harry was sent here. I see. Kyle murmured, a trace of disappointment in his voice. What did you want to see Dumbledore about? Mrs. Weasley asked. I wanted to ask him if he had any Gubrathian fire, Kyle said, finishing his second sandwich and washing it down with a glass of pumpkin juice. Upon learning that Dumbledore wasn't there, Kyle prepared to leave. However, just as he was rising from his chair, Sirius and Lupin walked in from outside. They looked utterly exhausted, as though they hadn't slept in days. Those werewolves are really dangerous, Sirius grumbled. Remus, I'd say they're not on our side at all, so you're wasting your time. No, it's still worthwhile, Lupin countered. We've managed to win over 20 werewolves so far. That's only because the others don't think much of them, Sirius retorted. The werewolves Lupin had befriended were either old, weak, or toothless, hardly useful in a fight. Lupin, however, was undeterred. This is just the beginning, he said patiently. And I've recently been in contact with a group of werewolves hiding in Diagon Alley. They've been oppressed for refusing to join Fenrir Greyback, and I think this is a good opportunity. I wouldn't trust other werewolves as much as I trust you, Sirius muttered. Knowing he couldn't sway Lupin, he let the matter drop and turned his attention to Kyle, who had just finished eating. Long time no see, Kyle, Sirius greeted him. I think you mentioned something about gobfire. What's that? Gobrathian fire, Lupin corrected, his tone instructional. It's a magical flame that never goes out. A top-tier alchemical creation, and very rare. Kyle, why do you need it? To fight the Dementors, Kyle answered honestly. Apart from the Patronus charm, magical fire is one of their weaknesses, but using the Fiendfire curse is far too draining. At the mention of Fiendfire, Mrs. Weasley flinched. Kyle, you're not of age yet, she admonished. You shouldn't be using such dangerous dark magic. I know, Kyle said calmly, which is why I want to ask Professor Dumbledore if he has any Gobrathian fire. Lupin considered for a moment. As far as I know, there might be some. Hagrid once took Gobrathian fire as a gift to the Giants. Even Dumbledore wouldn't have a second supply of such a rare alchemical item. What? A gift to the Giants? Kyle groaned. He recalled Hagrid mentioning a special gift for the Giants during a past conversation, but he hadn't known it was Gobrathian fire. Now, he couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. Such a valuable item, wasted. Sighing, Kyle stood up, resigned to the fact that obtaining Gobrathian fire was unlikely. However, just as he turned to leave, Sirius spoke up. Wait a minute, Sirius said suddenly. I don't know if it's the Gobrathian fire you're looking for, but I do know where there's a magical flame that never goes out. You do? Kyle asked, surprised. Come with me, Sirius said, already heading toward the door. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. I'm really sleepy. Without further explanation, Sirius strode outside. Kyle quickly followed, curiosity piqued. 5 minutes later, Kyle and Sirius arrived at Gringotts Wizarding Bank in Diagon Alley. I need to access the Black family vault, Sirius said, handing over a key. The goblin behind the counter inspected the key carefully before offering a small smile. Welcome, Mr. Black. Cut the small talk, Sirius waved dismissively. If there's no problem, take us there quickly. As you wish. Another goblin approached and gestured for them to follow. They were led down the familiar passage toward the carts. You'd better brace yourself, Kyle. This isn't going to be a pleasant trip, Sirius muttered as he reluctantly climbed into the cart. I'll never understand why Gringotts can't just use the key to access the vaults underground. A key alone is not secure enough, the goblin accompanying them replied curtly. Kyle climbed aboard, and the cart shot forward, speeding through the twists and turns of the underground tunnels. They passed the Thief's Downfall and the massive dragon guarding the lower vaults, continuing deeper into the dark. The number of vault doors dwindled, and the dim light faded further until they finally reached their destination. Sirius looked pale, visibly nauseous, but managed to step out of the cart as it came to a halt. There was only one vault door in sight. The goblin leapt off first, using the key and performing a series of intricate maneuvers to unlock the vault. When the heavy door finally swung open, the dim passageway was suddenly bathed in a golden glow. Kyle's eyes widened at the sight of the treasure inside, mountains of galleons, multicolored gemstones, gleaming armors, and ornate swords scattered haphazardly, as though discarded. Sirius stepped inside, kicking a gem-encrusted mirror aside without a second thought. His gaze wandered past the piles of wealth and settled on a torch affixed to the top of the vault, its flame small but unwavering. Kyle immediately recognized it as the Gobrathian fire. Of course, it made sense. Such an extraordinary flame, which never extinguished in any condition, was the perfect emblem of a prestigious pure-blood family like the Blacks. What do you think? Is that what you were looking for? Sirius asked. Yes, Kyle nodded. It's Gobrathian fire. Take it. Sirius raised his wand, ready to remove the torch. However, the torch was held in place by a permanent sticking charm, rendering his attempt futile. Frustrated, Sirius prepared to use more destructive spells, even muttering about blowing up the vault wall if necessary. The goblin accompanying them finally intervened, snapping his fingers with a sour expression and detaching the torch effortlessly. I'll return it after I've dealt with the Dementors, Kyle said, taking the torch carefully. Are you kidding me? Sirius bristled. I've never gotten anything back once I've given it away, especially for dealing with Dementors. His tone softened as he added, I spent 12 years tortured by those creatures. I've wanted to destroy them for ages. Unfortunately, I've got other responsibilities now. You can have it, Sirius said with a dismissive wave. And everything else in here too, if you want it, except for the deed to the Black family home. I still need that place. Kyle glanced at the heaps of gold and treasure but shook his head. No need. The Gobrathian fire is enough. Just then, he froze, as if struck by a thought. Sirius, do you really want to deal with the Dementors? I dream of it, Sirius replied without hesitation. His conviction was palpable, anyone who had suffered in Azkaban would feel the same. I have an idea. Kyle said quietly, explaining his earlier proposal to offer a bounty for hunting Dementors. The only issue is that the Ministry is strapped for funds. But if someone were willing to donate, I'm sure Fudge wouldn't refuse. It could even help restore your reputation. Money isn't a problem, Sirius said thoughtfully. He paused, however, and asked, but what happens if the hunters can't extinguish the fiend fire? That curse is more dangerous than the Dementors themselves if left unchecked. Don't worry, Kyle assured him, pulling out a small vial and giving it a shake. The ashes left behind by the Dementors can serve as proof. Hunters will need to extinguish the fiend fire to collect them. Only then can they exchange the ashes for galleons. Sirius raised an eyebrow. What's that? The remains of a Dementor, Kyle explained. And as an alternative, they can bring back a Dementor's hood. Both carry the same cold aura as the creatures and have built-in anti-counterfeiting measures. No ordinary wizard could fake them. In addition, the Auror's office has a magical device that detects fiend fire. It will raise an alarm and pinpoint the exact location if the fire grows beyond a certain size. Sirius considered this and finally nodded. If that's the case, I'll fund it. Let's say 5,000 galleons. After gathering everything they needed, Kyle and Sirius returned to the Gringotts' entrance in a rattling wheelbarrow-like cart. This time, Sirius, preoccupied with more pressing matters, refrained from complaining about the uncomfortable ride. It wasn't until they had exited Gringotts and were walking along the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley that Sirius spoke up. Do you really think this will help Remus? I can only say it's possible, Kyle replied thoughtfully. It's a good opportunity, but the outcome depends on Fudge. The problem with the werewolves runs deeper than just closing the gap between them and wizards. I don't care about the other werewolves, Sirius muttered, his tone firm. I only care about Remus. Well, that simplifies things, Kyle said with a small smile. Leaving Diagon Alley, they made their way back to the Ministry of Magic to meet with Fudge. You're willing to donate a sum of money to the Ministry? Fudge exclaimed as soon as he understood the purpose of their visit. He stood abruptly, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. It had been a long time since he'd received any good news, especially after Malfoy's sudden disappearance. Of course, Mr. Minister, Sirius said, maintaining a composed demeanor. No one understands the danger of Dementors better than I do. I'm more than willing to contribute. Please, have a seat, Mr. Black, Fudge said cheerfully, gesturing toward a chair. The Ministry will not forget your generosity. It's the least I could do, Sirius replied, casting a quick glance at Kyle. Kyle subtly shook his head, signaling Sirius to remain calm and let him take the lead. The three settled into a discussion, delving into the specifics of the proposed bounty system for Dementor hunting. The focus turned to practical matters, such as how to prevent damage to buildings or harm to muggles during hunts. Kyle and Fudge carried most of the conversation, with Kyle offering practical suggestions and Fudge nodding in eager agreement. The lively discussion attracted additional attention, and soon Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, and Alastor Moody joined them, having heard of Sirius's presence. The minister's office grew increasingly animated as ideas and plans were debated. Sirius, however, found himself out of his depth with the technical details and struggled to stay engaged. Feeling drowsy, he resorted to drinking cup after cup of strong tea to keep himself awake. After an unknown length of time, Sirius jolted awake, startled by a familiar name. Speaking of werewolves. The words caught his attention just as Kyle nudged him under the table. I haven't thought of a solution to this problem yet. Unlike the giants, they're clearly aligned with the Death Eaters, and unlike the Dementors, they read newspapers, so offering a reward wouldn't work. Yes, the werewolves are a real problem, Fudge sighed. But, Kyle interjected, I know someone who has been working tirelessly to address the werewolf issue, and without asking for anything in return. Who? Fudge's curiosity was piqued. Remus Lupin, Kyle replied. Lupin. Fudge repeated, his expression thoughtful. Yes, I remember him. He was the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts a few years ago. I believe he's the only werewolf to graduate from Hogwarts in the past 3 centuries. Oh, and wasn't he also a close friend of Mr. Black? Although Fudge and Lupin had never interacted personally, the minister's recall of such details was impressive. It was clear he hadn't risen to his position on luck alone. Yes, we are indeed friends, Sirius added hastily after another subtle kick from Kyle. We were just in the Black Forest together the other day. He hasn't slept in days, working himself to exhaustion over the werewolf situation. That's really admirable. Fudge said, glancing at Sirius. His tone faltered briefly but quickly resumed its usual cadence. I also heard that during his time at Hogwarts, he was one of the most popular defense against the dark arts professors. If not for his being a werewolf, he might have been the first to hold that position for more than a year. Who's to say? Sirius sighed. His status as a werewolf restricts him in every way. Sometimes, I wish there were something more I could do for him. How were his grades? Fudge asked suddenly. He was a prefect, Sirius said, and after graduation, he earned 10 certificates. Quite an impressive record, Fudge remarked, turning to Scrimgeour. Rufus, I thought you were always saying you didn't have enough staff. What do you think of him? Remus Lupin. Scrimgeour frowned, clearly caught off guard by the shift in topic. But he's a werewolf. I don't think it matters, Fudge said, shaking his head. No one chooses to be a werewolf. The fact that he's willing to help us is enough. And he's certainly qualified to be an Auror, isn't he? But. Scrimgeour hesitated. Having a werewolf as an Auror has never been done before. That's because of prejudice, Moody interjected gruffly. I have no prejudice. Scrimgeour shot back sharply. But I have to consider the other Auror's safety. What if one of them is bitten? Remus wouldn't bite anyone, Moody scoffed. On a full moon, even the best werewolves lose control, Scrimgeour countered stubbornly. All right, let's not argue, Fudge interjected, raising his hands to diffuse the tension. These are extraordinary times. We need to show as many werewolves as possible that there's another path, one that doesn't involve joining the Death Eaters. Remus Lupin could be a perfect example of that, Rufus. I strongly urge you to consider it. Chapter 703, Spinner's End, Bellatrix's Mistake. As the head of the Ministry of Magic, Fudge had made a decision, and Scrimgeour, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to comply. Especially after receiving 1/5 of the donation, Scrimgeour's stance softened, and he tacitly approved Fudge's suggestion that Lupin should try it. When Sirius walked out of the Ministry of Magic, an extra piece of parchment was already in his hand. I can't believe it. The problem that's plagued Remus for decades was solved so easily. Sirius said, carefully tucking the parchment away. I have to thank you for this, Kyle, on Remus's behalf. I didn't donate the 5,000 galleons, Kyle replied. And it wasn't easy at all. Not everyone can casually come up with that kind of money. Besides, Lupin's identity played a significant role in this. Lupin's identity. Sirius repeated, a little puzzled. A member of the Order of the Phoenix. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other remarkable identity Lupin might have. Sort of, Kyle said. Dumbledore trusted him enough to not only allow him to attend Hogwarts despite everything but later made him a professor of defense against the dark arts. That trust was the main reason Fudge and Scrimgeour agreed. If Dumbledore hadn't set the precedent, the Ministry of Magic would never have allowed a werewolf to become an Auror, not even for a donation of 50,000 galleons, let alone 5,000. Come on, 50,000 galleons. Sirius sounded incredulous. That amount would be a fortune, even for the wealthiest pureblood families. The situation is different now, Kyle explained. The werewolves have made it clear they'll join the Death Eaters. If word got out that the Ministry allowed a werewolf to join the Aurors, Fudge would be ousted by an enraged wizarding community the next day, and Scrimgeour would be gone with him. What about Remus? He's different. Like I said, Professor Dumbledore already paved the way. Kyle's voice dropped to a whisper. Even if people find out, Fudge can easily diffuse their anger by saying, he was a professor at Hogwarts and was trusted by Dumbledore. Is that so? Sirius muttered, nodding slowly. He didn't fully understand, but it sounded reasonable. In any case, Lupin could finally step into the sunlight, as he had when his name was cleared. There would still be wary looks, of course, but Sirius believed that with Lupin's character, he would earn people's respect over time. At Hogwarts, Lupin had already achieved that. When he resigned and left the school, at least 100 students had sent him letters and Christmas gifts. That Lupin had not only spent all his savings in return but also borrowed a considerable sum from Sirius, that was unimportant. I have to hurry back and tell Remus the good news, Sirius said eagerly. What about you? Are you coming with me? No, Kyle shook his head. We've already wasted enough time. I need to head over to Cedric's. He's probably already waiting impatiently. Is it still about the Dementors? Sirius asked. Kyle nodded. I already donated, didn't I? The reward for the Dementors should be announced soon. You don't need to rush. The reward is just to speed things up. It doesn't replace what I need to do. All right then, Sirius said, though his expression grew serious. Just be careful, and if you notice anything wrong, don't hesitate to run. Don't worry, I know, Kyle assured him. The two parted ways. Kyle returned to St. Catchpole Village, where he found Cedric pacing anxiously in front of his house. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you all morning. Sorry, I got held up, Kyle said, trailing off as he noticed Cedric wasn't alone. Standing beside him was a house elf dressed like a rock star, complete with sunglasses and leather. Kyle could only think of one house elf who dressed so flamboyantly. Tata. Kyle said in surprise. Why are you here? The master told me to come, Tata replied, walking over. Nicholas. Kyle scratched his head. Indeed, the Tata standing before him was Nicholas Flamel's house elf. Yet there was one thing Kyle couldn't quite understand. I only asked Nicholas how to use that thing. He could have written it down on a piece of parchment. Why did you have to come all the way from Devon? My master said. Tata cleared his throat theatrically and began in a perfect imitation of Nicholas's voice. This is truly unexpected. I've been alive for over 600 years, and I've never heard of anyone using the Fiendfire curse against a Dementor. No normal wizard would do that. Tata's mimicry was spot on, but the more Kyle listened, the more uneasy he felt. What does he mean by, no normal wizard would do that? Is he saying I'm not normal? Kyle wondered. And now that he thought about it, there'd never been any recorded cases of a Dementor turning against its master either. It's a shame Nicholas isn't here to explain, Kyle thought, because Tata, being a house elf, can't answer questions like these. Kyle pondered for a moment before pulling out a small bottle filled with black granules. So, Nicholas doesn't know what this stuff is for either. Yes, Tata confirmed, but my master is very interested, which is why I've been asked to bring some back. You can take it all, Kyle said casually, uncorking the bottle and preparing to hand it over. But after a moment's hesitation, he poured out only half of its contents into another container. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with it, it was useless to him anyway, and giving all of it to Nicholas wouldn't have mattered. The real reason was that an idea had struck Kyle. If things as peculiar as mouse spleens and leech juice could be used in potion making, then perhaps Dementor residue could as well. He decided to keep the remaining half to give to Director Sykes at St. Mungo's. After Tata left, Kyle and Cedric resumed their search for any traces of Dementors. Meanwhile, many miles away, in a place shrouded in an oppressive grey mist that never lifted, even at midday, the atmosphere was bleak and foreboding. A dirty river meandered through the mist, its banks overrun with weeds and strewn with piles of rubbish. A towering, dilapidated chimney loomed above the desolate scene, adding to the eerie desolation. In the midst of this dreariness, a woman appeared out of thin air. Or rather, two women did, one right after the other, both materializing with the use of magic. Sissy, listen to me, the second woman cried, catching up to the first and trying to grab her arm. But the first woman, Narcissa, shook her off. Go back, Bellatrix. You have to listen to me, Sissy. You can't trust him. Why not? Even the Dark Lord trusts him. Narcissa retorted, continuing to walk forward without turning back. The Dark Lord must be mistaken, Bellatrix insisted, desperation creeping into her voice. Stop, Narcissa. He may have already betrayed us. Even if he hasn't, revealing our plans to anyone would be a betrayal of the Dark Lord. Fine, then denounce me, Narcissa said sharply. Let the Dark Lord punish me. The Cruciatus curse? The killing curse? I don't care. Her voice was rising, becoming more shrill and hysterical. I'm telling you, I don't care about anything right now. Narcissa whipped out her wand and slashed it through the air. Bellatrix, who had just managed to grab her arm again, recoiled as if she'd been stung. Narcissa, how could you do this to your own sister? There's nothing I won't do now, for Draco. Narcissa's voice cracked as she stared at her sister in disbelief. Then, without another word, she turned and walked deeper into the maze of abandoned brick houses lining the riverside. Bellatrix had no choice but to follow, her expression a mix of frustration and resignation. As they passed a faded sign, the word Spinner's End could just barely be made out beneath the grime. At last, Narcissa stopped in front of the last house on the alleyway. To Bellatrix's evident displeasure, she knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a pale, sallow face framed by lank black hair and a pair of cold, dark eyes. Narcissa. What a pleasant surprise. Severus Snape said, his tone calm but carrying a trace of sarcasm. Severus, Narcissa began nervously, may I speak to you? It's urgent. Of course. Snape stepped back, gesturing for her to enter. Bellatrix, however, pushed past both of them to step inside first. Snape's lips twisted into a faintly mocking smile, but he made no comment, closing the door behind them. The three entered a small, shabby living room dimly lit by a single candle dangling from the ceiling. The sparse furniture consisted of a worn, lumpy sofa, an ancient armchair, and a wobbly table. It was clear the house hadn't been lived in for some time, dust coated every surface, and the room carried the strong stench of decay, like rotting straw. Narcissa instinctively covered her nose but quickly dropped her hand, realizing it might seem impolite. Bellatrix, however, showed no such restraint. Snape, How long has it been since you last lived here? She asked disdainfully, wrinkling her nose in disgust. I thought someone like you would have grown accustomed to the conditions in Azkaban, Snape replied coolly as he poured water into 2 chipped glasses and set them on the table before them. Surely it's far worse there. Bellatrix's face flushed with anger. I went to Azkaban for the Dark Lord, she snapped coldly. It was far better than skulking here in this filthy dump. Is that so? Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. As far as I'm aware, you lost something of great importance to the Dark Lord, something very valuable. And because of that, he's treating you far less kindly these days. Bellatrix's expression darkened further. Someone stole it from my vault. It was Gringotts' incompetence, not mine. Bellatrix spat furiously. What a coincidence, Snape replied, elongating the word as if savoring its taste. While you were in Azkaban, someone stole the Lestrange family vault key, went to Gringotts to retrieve the Dark Lord's property, and then had the audacity to return the key to its rightful place. He smacked his lips. Tisk, truly remarkable. Honestly, not to mention the Dark Lord, even the dullest student I've ever taught could see through such an absurd excuse. I'm telling the truth. Bellatrix's eyes burned with anger, tinged red from her outburst. If we just catch the goblin, we'll know who did it. Don't bother, Snape said curtly. I've already taken care of that for you. I used legilimency to search the memories of a few goblins. Who did it? Bellatrix took 2 sharp steps forward and grabbed Snape's shoulders in a vice-like grip. Let go, Snape said disdainfully, effortlessly breaking her hold. After a brief pause, he added, unfortunately, the goblin's memories contain no record of anyone ever visiting the Lestrange vault. The last person to enter was you, the day before you were imprisoned in Azkaban. That's impossible. Bellatrix shrieked, her voice reaching a hysterical pitch. That's impossible. Save it for the Dark Lord, Snape said coldly, casting her a glance filled with icy detachment. I'm not interested. Bellatrix stood frozen, her mind swirling. She seemed torn between leaving immediately to explain herself to the Dark Lord and the crushing fear of what the confrontation might entail. Her breath hitched at the thought. The annoying one has finally quieted down, Snape muttered, waving his wand. The glasses on the table vanished. He conjured 2 new glasses and uncorked a bottle of wine. Have some, he said calmly, pouring a glass and placing it in front of Narcissa. I think you'll need it. Narcissa's trembling hands reached for the glass. She took a small sip, spilling some on herself in the process. Thank you. She whispered. You're welcome, Snape replied coolly. Now, you should leave. No. Narcissa's voice rose in desperation. Listen to me, Severus. You're the only one who can help me now. Even though the Dark Lord forbade me to speak of this, Draco. If he forbade you to speak, you should have kept quiet, Snape interrupted, his tone sharp. If I hadn't already known about the plan, you could have made a grave mistake, one that might have cost you your life. You knew. Narcissa's head shot up, surprise etched across her face. Yes, Snape said evenly. Although very few people were privy to the plan, I happened to be one of them. I knew it. The Dark Lord trusts you so deeply, you must have known, Narcissa murmured, her voice tinged with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Bellatrix, who had been standing silently nearby, stiffened at those words. Her gaze shifted to Snape, disbelief and fury written across her face. The traitor before her, the coward who had stood by while the Dark Lord fell, was still trusted. Why should he be? Jealousy twisted her features into something almost unrecognizable. But neither Narcissa nor Snape paid her the slightest attention. You have to help me. Narcissa pleaded, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. Severus, Draco is only 16, he doesn't know what awaits him. It's too dangerous. The Dark Lord is just taking revenge for Lucius's mistake, I know it. When we were in the Department of Mysteries, the prophecy globe was destroyed. The Dark Lord was furious, and he needed someone to take the blame. Lucius was the first to run back to him, and so the Dark Lord chose Draco just to punish Lucius. Isn't that right? Shut up, Snape said coldly, his voice like a blade. Do not presume to speculate on the Dark Lord's thoughts. And when it comes to the prophecy globe, the Lestrange bears even more responsibility than Lucius. Narcissa's body trembled violently, causing more wine to spill from her glass. Bellatrix, on the other hand, seemed numb, staring into the distance. Compared to the other item she had lost, the prophecy globe felt insignificant. But she still couldn't comprehend how it had vanished without a trace when she'd hidden the key so carefully. No one but her should have known where it was. Bellatrix felt a wave of confusion. Had she misplaced it herself? The thought crept in like a shadow. Spending years among Dementors had fractured the minds of countless prisoners, forgetfulness and madness were common side effects of their influence. And Snape had mentioned she visited Gringotts before her capture. What had I been doing there? Bellatrix tried to recall, but her memories were an impenetrable fog. Meanwhile, Narcissa was still pleading. If Draco succeeds, Snape said with measured calm, he will achieve more glory than anyone else. He won't succeed. Narcissa's voice rose to a shriek. No one ever has, it's Dumbledore. The name alone seemed to sap all her courage. Her voice quivered as she continued, Severus, you are the Dark Lord's most trusted confidant, his closest advisor. Can you not speak to him? Convince him. The Dark Lord cannot be convinced by anyone, Snape said icily. I would be a fool even to attempt it. No. Narcissa clutched her chest, her breathing shallow. If it's truly impossible, even if it's only half done, half will do. Snape raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Lord's goal this time is twofold. When you say half done, could you mean? Yes, that Kyle student, Narcissa said through sobs. I don't know who he is, but surely he must be easier to deal with than Dumbledore, isn't he? For a fleeting moment, Snape's expression turned unreadable, but he quickly composed himself. In a sense, she wasn't wrong, but in another sense, she was. How should he explain it? At least facing Dumbledore, Draco's life wasn't at risk, even if he failed. Snape remained silent, his lack of response making Narcissa spiral further into despair. Her sobs deepened as she clawed at her blonde hair, finally collapsing onto the floor in desperation. Narcissa, come now, Snape said, helping her to her feet with surprising gentleness. Maybe I could help Draco. Narcissa sat up straight, her teary eyes wide with hope. You're willing to help him on this mission? No, Snape said firmly. This is the Dark Lord's mission, and it must be completed by Draco alone. Then, will you protect him? Narcissa begged, clutching at Snape's robes with trembling hands. Will you take care of him and ensure he stays safe? Snape was silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke. All I can say is, it can be tried. Chapter 704, Dementors of Profit and Surrender. Cornwall. Expecto Patronum. A silver goose soared through the air, startling a Dementor so badly that it recoiled, folding in on itself. Before it could retreat, the goose collided with a slender flame mid-flight. The flame wasn't hot, or perhaps it was simply too small to feel at first, but the Dementor remained oblivious until it was too late. The flames coiled around it like a serpent, tightening with uncanny precision. In a flash, the Dementor was reduced to ashes. Kyle, now visible after removing the disillusionment charm, waved his wand. The flames that had consumed the Dementor gathered into a fiery orb and flew back to the tip of a wooden stick he held. The fire lingered there, burning steadily. This thing is really something. Cedric remarked enviously, eyeing the torch in Kyle's hand. All right, it's a deal. Next time, you'll be the one to drive off the Dementors, and I'll take the Gabrathian fire. No problem. Kyle casually tossed the torch to Cedric. Just be careful not to burn yourself. This isn't as uncontrollable as the Fiendfire curse, but it's still magical fire. I'd rather not visit you in St. Mungo's. Do you think so little of me? Cedric said, frowning as he caught the torch. I may not be as skilled as you in charms, but I'm not incompetent. I can handle a fire charm. Kyle shrugged, offering no further comment. At that moment, an owl flew over their heads. Kyle reached into his pocket, pulled out a sickle, and waved it. The owl immediately veered toward them, landing gracefully and extending a bag tied to its leg, which carried a stack of newspapers. Thanks, that'll be two, Kyle said, tossing the sickle into the owl's bag. Keep the change. The Daily Prophet employed two types of delivery owls, standard ones and those specially trained to deliver papers to wizards on demand. These owls roamed the skies with newspapers in tow, responding to wizards who signaled them with coins. I didn't know you could do that, Cedric commented, intrigued. It's nothing special, Kyle replied, unrolling the newspaper. Cornwall has plenty of witches and wizards, so running into a newspaper owl isn't uncommon. You're right, Cedric agreed, stepping closer. So, what's in the paper? Actually, something interesting, Kyle said, pointing to a bold headline on the front page. The Ministry of Magic offers high rewards for Dementors. Recently, both witches and muggles have been tormented by Dementors, whose presence is severely disrupting daily life. Yesterday, a concerned wizard approached the Ministry of Magic, advocating for united action against these creatures. To encourage such efforts, a generous reward has been announced. 200 galleons for each Dementor captured alive and delivered to the Ministry. 100 galleons for a Dementor's black hood. Killing a Dementor with magical flames will leave behind black ash. 2 ounces can be exchanged for 100 galleons. Important notes, the Ministry urges caution and advises wizards to act only with a high degree of certainty. Any damage to the environment, buildings, or people while handling Dementors will result in a reward deduction of 20 to 200 galleons, depending on the severity of the damage. If magical flames are not properly controlled, all rewards will be forfeited, and the offender will face an additional fine of 100 galleons and 1 year's imprisonment in Azkaban. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, emphasized, "We are here to solve problems, not create them. All incidents must be reported promptly, and Aurors will be dispatched as soon as possible." A reward for Dementors. Cedric stared at the newspaper in disbelief. "I didn't realize those ashes were so valuable, 100 galleons for 2 ounces. Kyle, you're practically rich." He couldn't help but recall the bottle of ashes Kyle had been carrying around. Even if only half remained, it could still fetch a hefty sum of galleons. "What are you thinking?" Kyle shot Cedric a look of disdain. "We're employees of the Ministry of Magic. This is our job. How can we even think about money? That's just vulgar." Cedric froze, his mouth hanging open, utterly speechless. "Wait, are you serious?" He couldn't believe Kyle had said something so sanctimonious. It was completely out of character. From what Cedric knew of him, Kyle would absolutely find someone outside the ministry, like Lupin or Madame Weasley, and ask them to exchange the ashes for galleons on his behalf. That was the Kyle he knew. "Fine," Kyle sighed, clearly conceding, as Cedric now regarded him with equal disgust. "The truth is, Sirius is the sponsor of this whole event. We can't use the Gabrathian fire he gave us to profit off him. That would be a bit too shameless, even for me." "No wonder." Cedric nodded thoughtfully. If even Kyle found it too shameless, then it really was crossing a line. "But are you sure this is a good idea?" Cedric frowned. "What if someone brings in a fake? Black cloaks are common enough, and ashes like that don't seem particularly hard to replicate. What if someone hands in a forgery and insists it's from a Dementor? Are you going to pay them anyway?" "Of course not." Kyle waved his wand, summoning a tattered black cloak that appeared in midair. It was one they'd taken after killing their first Dementor, and Kyle had never bothered to discard it. As for how the ministry can verify whether something is real or fake, just touch it. Hesitant, Cedric reached out and brushed his fingers against the cloak. He immediately recoiled. Hiss, it's freezing. The icy sensation seemed to stab through his fingertips, as though he'd plunged his hand into frigid water. "See," Kyle said with a smirk. "Anything left behind by a Dementor, whether it's a cloak or the ashes from magical flames, will always be cold. That's unique to Dementors. No matter how skilled someone is at magical imitations, they can't replicate that effect, at least, not in any reasonable amount of time." Cedric still looked uneasy. "Even so, won't it take a lot of time to sort out the fake ones from the real ones?" "Nope, it won't waste any time at all." Kyle waved dismissively. "There will be a team of hit wizards stationed there to deal with anyone who tries to cheat." "Oh, and do you remember the Dementors locked up at the ministry?" Cedric nodded. Some Dementors surrendered when confronted by Aurors, and those were typically brought back to the ministry instead of being destroyed. Despite their malevolence, even the ministry acknowledged that Dementors made excellent guards. Their presence was the primary reason Azkaban had such a terrifying reputation. Most wizards who survived imprisonment there would go to great lengths to avoid returning. In that sense, the Dementors had undeniably contributed to the ministry's efforts to maintain order. "That's part 2 of the plan," Kyle continued. "The ministry's holding those Dementors in a special containment area, basically a temporary Azkaban. Anyone caught trying to pull a fast one will be sent there. And depending on how much they tried to fake, it'll cost them 100 galleons a day to get out, unless they'd prefer to buy their own fake back for the same price." Cedric's eyes widened as he listened, utterly dumbfounded. He opened his mouth to respond but found himself completely at a loss for words. "But, there's nothing about this in the newspaper," Cedric said, flipping through the pages again and scrutinizing every corner. As far as he could see, there was no mention of the plan. "The office responsible for collecting galleons will notify them," Kyle said calmly. "This is their opportunity to make amends, but if they choose not to, the consequences are on them." "You came up with this idea, didn't you?" Cedric asked, his tone unusually confident. "I just made a suggestion, that's all," Kyle replied with a sly smile. "The wizards in Knockturn Alley are wealthy enough. It's about time they contributed to society." "Knockturn Alley?" Cedric mulled over the implication for a moment before realization dawned. Knockturn Alley was infamous for counterfeit goods. You could find snake blood mixed with sulfur being sold as dragon's blood or Dittany marketed as phoenix tears. Forgery was practically the alley's hallmark. If anyone was likely to present a fake Dementor's cloak or ashes as the real thing, it would be the denizens of Knockturn Alley. Cedric's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Kyle to target that crowd. "You're planning to make them pay to get themselves out?" 5,000 galleons sounds like a lot, Kyle said, grinning, but when you break it down, it's not enough. The Aura Office and the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures aren't part of the reward system, but they've received a little extra funding for their efforts. Call it a bonus. That leaves only 3,000 galleons for rewards. And at 100 galleons for each Dementor killed, we'd run out of funds after only 30 claims. For an operation of this scale, we need to think bigger. Those Nocturne Alley wizards have cheated plenty of people out of their money over the years. It's about time they gave something back to the wizarding community. Aren't you afraid of being hated? Cedric asked. Those wizards aren't exactly the forgiving type. Hated? Why should I care? Kyle replied with mock seriousness. Fudge made the decision, the Daily Prophet published the story, and the hit wizards will make the arrests. What does any of that have to do with me? I'm just a lowly clerk running around, trying to fix the Dementor problem. Cedric was quiet for a moment before giving Kyle a silent thumbs up. No wonder you've been avoiding going back to the ministry these past few days. I didn't realize this was why. Look who's talking, Kyle chuckled. I just want to deal with the Dementors as quickly as possible. All right, you're in charge, Cedric said, not bothering to argue further. After folding the newspaper, the two resumed their search. The next destination was listed in a report from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, but it had already been a few days since the information was filed. By the time they arrived, the Dementors were often already dealt with by Aurors or had moved elsewhere, leaving them empty-handed. Still, it was better than wandering aimlessly. Having a target, even an imperfect one, was far preferable to wasting time without direction. Probably because of the reward, Kyle and Cedric encountered fewer and fewer Dementors in the following days. Some had already been claimed in advance, leaving the two feeling uncomfortable about taking credit for them. Eventually, they followed an address to a remote location. Are you sure there are Dementors here? Kyle asked, surveying the surroundings. Rubbish littered the area, and despite the broad daylight, the place was eerily deserted. The only movement came from a scrawny feral cat by the riverbank, pawing through weeds in a hopeful search for scraps of fried fish and chips. Even a Dementor might starve in a place like this, Kyle thought. I don't know, Cedric replied, glancing at the pamphlet in his hands. But the address is correct. A Muggle reported seeing a black, flying specter here, and the hit wizard confirmed it was a Dementor. An interesting Dementor, Kyle remarked, perching on his broom to scan the area below. Do you think it's still here? It is, Cedric said with certainty, pointing toward a large, abandoned chimney. It's right there. Kyle followed Cedric's gaze and, sure enough, spotted a Dementor hiding in a small gap at the base of the chimney. It had to be said, Cedric's seeker vision was remarkable. The gap consisted of only 3 missing bricks, yet he had noticed the creature tucked inside. Without hesitation, the two flew down. Kyle dispelled his disillusionment charm and pulled out his wand, ready to use the Patronus charm to drive the Dementor out. Before he could act, the Dementor emerged from its hiding spot on its own. The temperature around them plummeted instantly, and the feral cat bolted in terror, its panicked yowls echoing in the silence. Get ready, Kyle said, raising his wand as Cedric prepared his Cabrathian fire. But then, a hoarse voice broke the tension. Wizard. I surrender. Kyle froze. He recognized the voice, it was undoubtedly that of a Dementor. But, surrender. He exchanged a bewildered glance with Cedric. It wasn't unheard of for Dementors to surrender, it was, after all, how the Ministry obtained its Dementor guards. However, it was the first time either of them had encountered one giving up so readily. What should we do? Cedric asked, holding the torch tightly. Let's wait, Kyle replied, cautiously flying closer and landing a short distance from the Dementor, his wand still raised. As he approached, something about the Dementor's cloak caught his eye. Most of it was in tatters, but a small portion appeared intact, though oddly mismatched, patched together with bits of cloth in various colors. Dementors can mend clothes. Kyle thought, puzzled. The sight felt strangely familiar, but he couldn't immediately place it. Wizards. I know you. I'll go with you. The Dementor repeated. You know me? Kyle asked, frowning. From Hogwarts. In their 4th year, the Ministry had stationed Dementors at Hogwarts to search for Sirius Black, who had escaped Azkaban. It was the only time Kyle could recall interacting with one. Yes, the Dementor rasped, glancing nervously at Kyle's wand. It took 2 instinctive steps back, pressing itself against the chimney. I did not attack. Kyle believed it. The nearest human was 3 miles away, and there were no signs of a struggle or disturbance. Even if it had wanted to attack a Muggle, there was no one nearby. Of course, Kyle couldn't rule out the possibility entirely, 3 miles was hardly a barrier for a Dementor. Well, if you're surrendering, then get in. Kyle said, retrieving a suitcase and placing it on the ground. It was one he had recently crafted using the undetectable extension charm, meant as a birthday gift for Harry. The interior space was roughly the size of a broom cupboard, small, but sufficient for their purposes. No tricks, Kyle warned. To his surprise, the Dementor didn't hesitate. It dove headfirst into the suitcase, its skeletal hands reaching out to pull the lid closed after it. The suitcase wobbled, as though urging Kyle to fasten the latch quickly. Kyle and Cedric stared at it, dumbfounded. They had seen Dementors surrender before, but never one so eager, as if it couldn't wait to be captured. Chapter 705, Chapter 705, Ambushed, Death Eaters and Dragons. On the last day of July, after a fruitless morning, Kyle and Cedric decided to temporarily end their hunt for Dementors. The primary reason was that ever since the Daily Prophet had published news about the reward, most of the wandering Dementors had mysteriously disappeared. Of course, this didn't mean they had all been replaced by galleons. A reward of 100 galleons was tempting, but there weren't that many witches and wizards capable of defeating Dementors, at least not quickly or consistently. Kyle surmised that most of the missing Dementors had likely gone into hiding. After all, Death Eaters read newspapers too. With Dementors now seen as coveted prizes instead of terrifying threats, Voldemort would surely take steps to protect his allies. Still, this development wasn't entirely bad. At least Muggles wouldn't be at risk of encountering Dementors for now. Additionally, forcing the creatures into hiding might make it easier to track and round them up later. The real challenge was discovering exactly where they had gone, but that was a problem for Dumbledore to solve. Having made their decision, Kyle and Cedric prepared to return to the Ministry of Magic. However, there was still one more address in their records, a new report that had just come in. The address had only appeared minutes earlier, suggesting that someone had recently spotted traces of a Dementor and alerted the Ministry. Since they were already out in the field, Kyle and Cedric decided to check it out before calling it a day. "Do you think someone will get there before us this time?" Cedric asked as they flew toward their destination. "Who knows?" Kyle replied. "But the report only came through recently, so I doubt anyone else has made it there yet." Finally, Cedric muttered, rubbing his forehead. "I don't care, though. You have to give me 3 days off when we get back. Don't you enjoy flying?" Kyle teased with a grin. "Quidditch matches can last a week. How can you expect to be a professional player if you can't handle this?" "Is that the same thing?" Cedric retorted, clearly exasperated. "There aren't Dementors on the Quidditch pitch." "You've got a point," Kyle admitted with a shrug. "But whether you get a holiday isn't up to me." "I don't care, I'm not getting paid less this month," Cedric replied, sounding unexpectedly cheeky. Kyle blinked in surprise. It was hard to imagine Cedric, usually so composed, speaking like that. "The holiday doesn't matter," Kyle said, giving him a sidelong glance. "But in the future, you might want to spend less time around Fred and George. You're starting to pick up their bad habits." "They're much poorer than you," Cedric muttered under his breath. The pair soon arrived in Hampshire and began scanning the area. After half an hour of flying, however, they hadn't found any Dementors. Instead, they spotted 3 wizards hovering over a nearby forest. 2 men and a woman, all on broomsticks, were clustered around a large, locked suitcase. Even from a distance, Kyle could hear their excited chatter. "A live Dementor is worth 200 galleons. We're in luck." "Yes, who would have thought these things were worth so much? Too bad there's only one, or we'd be rich." It wasn't hard to guess, the suitcase clearly contained a captured Dementor. "Looks like someone beat us to it," Cedric said quietly. "I didn't think anyone could catch a Dementor alive. They're pretty skilled." Kyle nodded in agreement. Capturing a Dementor alive was far more challenging than killing one. The creature's mere presence drained a wizard's strength with each passing second. Successfully containing one usually required multiple patron users working in unison. The 3 wizards must have used this method to subdue the Dementor. Kyle gave the group a quick glance. Without bothering to greet them, he turned in the opposite direction, signaling Cedric to follow. They prepared to head straight back to the Ministry. But just then, something unexpected happened. A bowtruckle, perched unnoticed in Kyle's collar, suddenly poked its sharp fingers into his neck. Startled, Kyle swerved his broom sharply, bumping into Cedric. Poor Cedric, unprepared for the sudden jolt, wobbled precariously and nearly tumbled off his broom. "Kyle, what are you?" Cedric's words were cut short as 3 spells streaked past him, aimed at the spot where Kyle had been moments earlier. No explanation was necessary. "Wait." Cedric instinctively cancelled his disillusionment charm, revealing himself to the attackers. "We were just passing through. We mean no harm, and we won't take your Dementors. Get rid of the extra one." Before Cedric could finish, another volley of spells shot toward them. He dodged as best he could, but one struck the tail of his broom, sending black smoke billowing into the air. Cedric lost control, spiraling toward the ground. Kyle moved to help him but was forced to veer away when another spell came hurtling in his direction. "I didn't think you'd dodge that." One of the attackers sneered, a bearded wizard with a malevolent glint in his eye. "You truly are worthy of being the Triwizard Tournament champion." "You know me?" Kyle asked, glancing downward. He let out a quiet sigh of relief when he saw Cedric steadying himself in midair, wand drawn. Of course we do, said another bearded wizard, his voice dripping with greed. You're quite valuable now. Our Dark Lord has promised the highest honor and a most generous reward to whoever kills you. A generous reward? Kyle asked, feigning curiosity. What is it, 10,000 galleons? If that's the case, maybe we could work something out. Work something out? The wizard looked puzzled, unable to comprehend Kyle's train of thought. It's simple, Kyle said nonchalantly. I'll brew polyjuice potion, you get the guy behind you to drink it, then kill him instead. That way, you can claim the reward. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. We'll split the reward 90-10 in your favor. At Kyle's words, the wizard standing behind the speaker stiffened in alarm, his wand subtly shifting direction toward his companions. Idiot, the bearded wizard snarled, glaring at his ally. Then he turned back to Kyle. Do you think you can turn us against each other with such pathetic tricks? Don't even dream of it. No one deceives the great Dark Lord, and no one dares to try. That's right, added the third wizard, his tone resolute. The reward isn't something as crude as galleons, it's far greater than that. I don't think galleons are crude, Kyle muttered. Then he raised an eyebrow. By the way, you didn't just happen to be waiting for me here, did you? How did you know I'd pass by? Enough talk. Kill him already, snarled the witch among the group, her voice laced with venom. Her eyes burned with pure hatred as she fixed her gaze on Kyle. You should have known this day would come after you killed my brother. Your brother? Kyle asked, bewildered. Who? Amicus Carrow, the witch screamed, her voice cracking with rage. Kyle blinked, the name triggering a faint recollection. Amicus Carrow, a Death Eater he'd encountered in the Valley of the Giants. No, you've got the wrong guy. Kyle protested, quickly piecing things together. Hagrid killed your brother. You should be looking for him. What does this have to do with me? You can't just pick on me because you can't handle a half-giant. You're all going to die, the witch hissed, her voice trembling with fury. You first, and soon your friends will follow. Confident you can kill me, are you? Kyle asked, tilting his head. Do you think you can escape, the witch sneered. Crouch said you were tough, but in my opinion, you're nothing. And there's no one here to save you. How about we negotiate? Kyle offered, his tone deliberately shaky. I'll tell you where Hagrid is, and you can go after him instead. Shut up. Don't think I don't know you're stalling, the witch snapped, cutting him off. By the time the Aurors arrive, you'll already be dead. Fair enough. Kyle shrugged. But if you know I'm stalling, why waste your time talking so much? Avada Kedavra. The air seemed to freeze as a flash of green light shot toward Kyle. But before it could reach him, a massive shadow loomed overhead. A colossal figure interposed itself between Kyle and the curse, absorbing the impact. Norbert's dark scales glinted ominously as the killing curse struck, the area of impact briefly turning a dull, grayish-white. The dragon let out a low growl, its size and presence dwarfing the attackers. Despite the faint discoloration of a few scales, the curse had barely fazed the enormous creature. A dragon. The three Death Eaters were stunned. The bearded wizard among them rubbed his eyes, struggling to process the sight before him. A dragon. Here. Before he could make sense of it, Norbert, infuriated by the killing curse, let out a roar and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire at the trio. Instinctively, they tried to flee, but Kyle wasn't about to let them go so easily. Impedimenta. Stupefy. To avoid Kyle's spells, the Death Eaters were forced to swerve midair. That brief hesitation sealed their fate. One of them was caught in the full force of Norbert's flames and plummeted to the ground, motionless. The other two managed to escape the flames but were far from safe. In the sky, they were in Norbert's domain, and there was no escaping his superior speed and agility. With a powerful beat of his wings, Norbert soared toward the nearest Death Eater, the bearded wizard. The men felt his broom tremble under the dragon's pursuit. A massive shadow loomed over him as Norbert closed the gap in seconds. Panicking, the wizard turned to shout, I surrender. I, Protego. Bang. Before he could finish, Norbert's thick tail struck him with the force of a battering ram. He hurtled toward the ground with a resounding crash. That left the witch, Alecto Carrow. In the span of moments, the 3-on-1 advantage had evaporated, leaving her alone against the enraged dragon. She barely had time to process what was happening. Though she burned with hatred for Kyle and desperately wanted to kill him, the searing heat radiating from Norbert's flames kept her from even considering turning back. Her only thought was escape. Norbert, however, wasn't letting her off so easily. The dragon closed in, his massive form blocking out the sunlight as the temperature around her climbed higher and higher. But just as Norbert was about to catch her, 2 more hooded Death Eaters appeared nearby. 2 simultaneous killing curses shot through the air, forcing Norbert to halt mid-pursuit and dodge. Norbert roared in fury, retaliating with another blast of dragon fire. The flames streaked toward the new arrivals, but before they could land, the Death Eaters vanished. Kyle flew over, calling out to calm the irate dragon. Though he didn't know who the newcomers were, they had bought enough time for Quirrell to escape. Kyle didn't give chase. With the speed of his firebolt, he could have caught her, but he wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. Who knew how many more ambushes might be waiting nearby? Landing softly, Kyle quickly spotted Cedric leaning against a tree. "Are you okay?" Kyle asked, rushing over. "I'm fine," Cedric replied through gritted teeth. His leg, twisted at an unnatural angle, told a different story. "Probably broken. But what about you? And who were those people?" "Death Eaters," Kyle said grimly. Cedric nodded. "Thought as much." He handed Kyle a small book. "I already notified the Aurors. They should be here soon." Kyle took the book and glanced at it. At the end of the latest address, a new note had been added. "Dark Wizard found, urgent." The note had been Cedric's doing. The Aurors carried copies of the same enchanted book, so any additions or amendments would automatically appear in all copies. This meant help was on the way. "Wait here," Kyle said, standing up. "Where are you going?" Cedric called out, alarmed. "It's dangerous. Come back." Kyle ignored him, striding into the forest. Before long, he found the two Death Eaters who had fallen earlier. To his surprise, the bearded wizard Norbert had struck with his tail was still alive. He was limping, but he hadn't succumbed to the fall. He must have completed the shield charm just in time, Kyle thought, though he didn't dwell on it. The man cursed under his breath when he noticed Kyle approaching. "Damn it. The Dark Lord, he won't let you go." "You don't need to remind me," Kyle replied coldly. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and leveled it at the Death Eater. "What do you want?" The wizard's bravado crumbled into terror, and sweat beaded on his forehead. "You can't kill me. Dumbledore wouldn't allow it." Kyle didn't respond. Instead, he muttered, "Legilimens." The Death Eater's eyes glazed over, his thoughts laid bare under Kyle's spell. Pop, pop, pop. A series of sharp explosions echoed all around them. Moments later, the Aurors had arrived. "Obliviate. Kyle." Chris hurried over, his face etched with concern. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Dad," Kyle replied with a smile. "He tried to escape, but I caught him." "Leave it to the Aurors," Chris said. "Come with me, I'll take you to St. Mungo's." "I'm really fine." "Just take Cedric to St. Mungo's," Kyle insisted. "But Dad, why are you here?" "Amos recognized Cedric's handwriting, so I guessed you'd run into Death Eaters," Chris said, his voice tinged with anxiety. "What exactly happened?" "The Death Eaters were about to take the Dementors, and we just happened to run into them," Kyle explained. That was what he had seen in the bearded wizard's mind. Kyle had initially thought the encounter was an intentional trap, but it turned out to be pure coincidence. The Death Eaters had come to deliver Voldemort's message to the Dementors and take them away. It just so happened that Kyle and Cedric had arrived at the same time. The disillusionment charm's concealment wasn't very effective in daylight. Once the Death Eaters noticed them, they acted swiftly, planning to cause a spectacle before leaving and return to Voldemort with proof of their efforts. Then the earlier confrontation unfolded. What Kyle hadn't anticipated was just how valuable he was. Dead or alive, if captured and brought back alive, the captor would not only earn the rank of a core Death Eater but also receive a personal power boost from Voldemort. The reward was even greater than what was promised for Harry. No wonder their eyes had burned with such desperation when they saw him. At that moment, Scrimgeour arrived, surveying the scene with a discerning gaze. He frowned slightly when he spotted an area scorched by dragon-like flames. "This isn't your average fire-making charm," he remarked. "It's the Death Eaters," Kyle said, his face filled with anger. "Those heartless bastards, they're utterly detestable." "I see," Scrimgeour replied with a nod, though he didn't appear overly concerned. The Death Eaters' use of dark magic was notorious for its variety and ingenuity, and enhanced fire-making charms were not uncommon among them. Chris, standing nearby, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Kyle but ultimately held his tongue. Amos Diggory soon used a portkey to take Kyle and the injured Cedric away to the Ministry of Magic. Once they left, Scrimgeour approached a charred tree and ran his fingers along the scorched bark. "Chris, come take a look. Could this be dragonfire?" Chris joined him, mimicking his motion as he examined the trunk. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head, his expression calm. "No," Chris said. "Dragonfire has a stronger sulfuric smell and is more adhesive. What we have here is some kind of special magical flame." "That's a relief," Scrimgeour exhaled. "If the Death Eaters had dragons on their side, we'd be in serious trouble." "Agreed," Chris replied. "But your son is remarkable," Scrimgeour said with a small smile. Facing two Death Eaters, he fought off one and captured the other alive. He was born to be an Auror. Frankly, it's a waste for him to stay in the office of the Minister for Magic. Chris laughed awkwardly, clearing his throat quickly. Ahem. I'll warn you, Rufus, don't say that at the Ministry. I wouldn't dream of it, Scrimgeour said with a chuckle. But you really should encourage Kyle to become an Auror. He's a natural. I will, Chris replied with a smile. But in the end, the choice will be his. Chapter 706, Chapter 706, Memory Charm and the Lost Wand. London. St. Mungo's. Cedric's injuries were not serious. A young healer hurried into the ward, pressed Cedric's leg with quick precision, snapped it back into place, and skillfully wrapped a bandage around it twice. All right, drink a bottle of magical potion later, and the bones will grow back by tomorrow. With that, the healer rushed out of the room. The entire process had taken less than a minute. By this time, Kyle had just unwrapped a chocolate frog. I told you there was no need to come to St. Mungo's, Cedric said helplessly. It's better to be safe than sorry, said Mr. Diggory, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Leave the task of hunting Dementors to the Aurors in the future. You should stay at the Ministry. Dad, I'll be fine, Cedric replied. I only got hurt this time because I was inexperienced. Catching Dementors is primarily the responsibility of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, not the Aurors. Then I'll go, Mr. Diggory insisted, making it clear Cedric was not to take any more risks. When he'd received Cedric's distress signal, it had felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He had nearly fainted in his office. But Cedric tried to protest. Just listen to Mr. Diggory, Kyle interjected. Dementors are becoming increasingly rare, and there's no point in us trying to catch them anymore. And weren't you thinking of taking some time off? This is the perfect chance. How about a week instead of 3 days? You can rest and recover properly. That's wonderful. Mr. Diggory said, visibly relieved. Thank you so much, Kyle. And this time, it's also thanks to you that Cedric was saved. It's nothing, Kyle replied. After all, we were acting together. No, Cedric said, shaking his head. 7 days is too long. The Ministry is already short-staffed. Let's stick to 3 days. That was before, Kyle countered. Don't forget, the Dementor issue has been resolved now. He waved a hand dismissively and stood up. It's settled then. Kyle waited briefly to see if Cedric would argue further, but when he didn't, Kyle gave a polite farewell to Mr. Diggory and left St. Mungo's. When Kyle returned to the Ministry, someone was already waiting for him. How did it go? Were you hurt? Chris asked. No, Kyle replied simply. That's good, Chris said, leading him toward the lift. Come on, I'll take you to the Aurors office. As the target of this recent attack by Death Eaters, Kyle knew he'd have to give a full report. Once they reached the second floor, they stepped out of the lift and walked down a corridor plastered with wanted posters. The Minister takes this attack very seriously. We must find and capture the escaped Death Eater, no matter what. Before they even reached the door, Kyle could hear Scrimgeour's voice, sharp and full of anger. And tell everyone to be on high alert. If the Death Eaters show up again, we must capture them. Are we Aurors really no better than Kyle, who is barely 17? At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Chris pushed it open and led Kyle inside. The Auror office was a chaotic yet fascinating space. Portraits covered nearly every inch of the walls, more than in the hallway outside. Desks and cabinets overflowed with piles of documents, while other areas were crammed with strange and magical items. Kyle's gaze caught on a large mirror next to Scrimgeour, showing the reflections of several people who weren't present in the room. On the windowsill sat a sneakoscope the size of a bludger, quietly spinning. You're here, Chris, Scrimgeour said in a calmer tone. We didn't interrupt anything, did we? Chris asked. No, Scrimgeour replied with a wave of his hand. The Aurors in the room quickly filed out. I think this is the first time you've been here, Scrimgeour said, turning to Kyle. Just give a brief account of what happened, it won't take long. Oh, sit down. Your father and I are good friends. Make yourself at home. Okay, Kyle said, finding a sofa with fewer documents and sitting down. So. Scrimgeour pulled out a piece of parchment. How many Death Eaters were there this time? 2, Kyle answered without hesitation. Scrimgeour nodded, marking the parchment. Do you know who they were? Names or distinguishing characteristics? I don't know about the one who was captured, Kyle said, but the witch who escaped, I think her last name is Quirrell. Quirrell, a witch. Scrimgeour mused. It must be Alecto Quirrell. She and her brother, Amicus Quirrell, were suspected Death Eaters 17 years ago. At the time, they claimed they were under the Imperious Curse. Because there wasn't enough evidence, they escaped trial. That wasn't uncommon back then, Chris added, addressing Kyle. You know whose sudden downfall, combined with the chaos at the ministry, made it impossible to arrest every pureblood wizard. Many slipped through the cracks. Yeah, but not anymore, Scrimgeour said firmly. Now, what happened after that? How did you defeat them? Kyle had anticipated this question. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth, but he'd already crafted a convincing explanation. He altered the story, substituting the dragon with advanced fire magic supposedly taught to him by Dumbledore. Scrimgeour didn't doubt him. After all, Dumbledore's high regard for Kyle was well known, and it wasn't hard to believe he'd taught the boy some powerful magic. However, Scrimgeour noted that the traces at the scene didn't match the kind of fire magic Kyle had used during the Triwizard Tournament, which had left a distinct path on the ground. Clearly, it was something else. After Kyle finished recounting his story, Scrimgeour reviewed the notes on the parchment and asked several more detailed questions. Kyle answered them all flawlessly. Sorry, Scrimgeour said, looking up at Kyle after half an hour, his gaze shifting between Kyle and the 3 full sheets of parchment in front of him. Since the Death Eater has lost a portion of their memory, we're relying solely on your account of what happened. As he spoke, his eyes flickered briefly with suspicion. The Death Eater did it himself, Kyle replied calmly. When I was chasing him, I saw him use a memory charm on himself. You'll know for sure if you find his wand. We've been looking, Scrimgeour said. Chris frowned. Rufus, you don't think Kyle hid the wand, do you? That's all right, Kyle said, pulling out his own wand and holding it out. I'm willing to submit to a wand inspection. No, don't get me wrong, Scrimgeour said quickly, a small smile forming on his face. Those Death Eaters were trying to kill Kyle. There's no reason for him to do something like that, is there? I suspect the Death Eaters were trying to hide something. We've encountered this situation before, dark wizards using memory charms on themselves or destroying their wands before capture to cover up their crimes and avoid prosecution. In that case, wouldn't the Ministry have no way to act against them? Kyle asked. For the Ministry, examining a wand is a key part of the trial process. It can reveal exactly which spells were cast. But it's not the only way, Scrimgeour explained. The process just becomes a bit more complicated, since their actions don't vanish with the wand. And they can't erase everything, they can't use the memory charm on everyone. There's always evidence left behind. Wait. Chris suddenly perked up, an idea forming. If a Death Eater uses a memory charm on themselves, couldn't we use that to find their headquarters or accomplices? Scrimgeour hesitated for a moment, his expression guarded, but he finally said in a low voice, I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but, fortunately, the Death Eater had significant memories in that area. A single memory charm wasn't enough to erase them all. So you found something? Chris pressed. Yes, Scrimgeour admitted. Using some special methods, we discovered from the Death Eater that he had been in an alley in Wiltshire with 5 other Death Eaters. Do you need any help? Chris asked, his tone turning serious. Thanks, Chris, Scrimgeour said with a sigh. But when I led a team of Aurors there half an hour ago, the Death Eaters were already gone. Apparently, they'd heard about their comrades' capture and fled in advance. That's a real shame, Chris said, shaking his head. Never mind, Scrimgeour replied firmly. We'll catch them eventually. Knock, knock, knock. Several Aurors hurried in at the sound of the door. Chris rose from his chair. Rufus, if there's nothing else. The questions have been answered, Scrimgeour said, waving them off. Go ahead. And Kyle, if you're ever interested, you'd be welcome in the Auror office. Okay, Kyle said with a nod. With that, Kyle and Chris left the room and made their way back to the elevator, heading down to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. That was close. As the office door clicked shut behind them, Chris turned to Kyle with a knowing look. If I'm not mistaken, you used the memory charm, didn't you? Why do you say that? Kyle asked, his expression neutral. Do you think so little of me that I wouldn't recognize a dragon's fire? Chris raised an eyebrow. Kyle chuckled. Hee, there was no choice. In that situation, you definitely need some help. I'm not blaming you, Chris said, and I've already covered for you. I told Scrimgeour the traces at the scene were from a type of magical fire. And he believed you. I think so, Chris replied. Different types of dragons produce different flames. The Norwegian Ridgeback, for instance, relies more on its physical strength for hunting, so its fire is slightly weaker than that of other dragons. Scrimgeour has never seen the flames of a Norwegian Ridgeback, so of course he didn't suspect anything. Thank you, Kyle said, letting out a sigh of relief. I didn't have a choice. Even though I'm confident I could outrun the situation with the speed of a firebolt, Cedric was still there, and I couldn't just leave him behind. I understand, Chris said, waving a hand dismissively. Otherwise, I wouldn't have volunteered to cover for you. But you're being reckless. What if Scrimgeour really had inspected your wand? He won't, Kyle said confidently. Even though I'm not particularly fond of the senior assistant to the Minister for Magic position, I have to admit that it can be very convenient sometimes. And even if Scrimgeour didn't care about that and insisted on inspecting my wand, it wouldn't matter. I don't need a wand for my memory charm. Casting a memory charm without a wand? Chris asked, visibly surprised. Yes, Kyle replied. I'm just not very skilled at it, so the process might be a bit rough. Chris frowned. The memory charm was an advanced piece of magic, and casting it wandlessly was risky. Even Dumbledore wouldn't typically cast a memory charm without a wand. Then again, a Death Eater. That's fine. Kyle didn't go anywhere else after that and ended up spending a long time in Chris's office. By the time he stepped out, the sky had already darkened into evening. There's a lot of work piling up today, so I might not be home for a while, Chris said as he walked Kyle to the elevator. Go straight to 12 Grimmauld Place. Molly heard you were back and has prepared a big birthday dinner for you and Harry. Your mother will be there too. Oh, and don't mention the Death Eater attack. She doesn't know yet. Are you sure she doesn't know? Kyle asked skeptically. Chris hesitated, then said, anyway, just pretend she doesn't know. Okay, Kyle agreed, but added, but just so we're clear, if she asks why I'm hiding it, I'll definitely blame it on you. Chris stared at him in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared too, Kyle said with a shrug. The elevator doors slid shut before Chris could reply. Since the ministry wasn't yet closed, the lifts weren't crowded. Kyle quickly found himself in the bustling main hall. As usual, the hall was filled with witches and wizards going about their business. Kyle, when did you get back? A passing wizard called out cheerfully. This afternoon, Professor Tofty, Kyle replied, recognizing the elderly men from the Wizarding Examinations Authority who had overseen his OWL exams in charms, astronomy, and history of magic. Oh, Kyle, came another familiar voice. It was Lupin, striding toward him. For once, Lupin was dressed in a well-fitted navy blue robe, a far cry from the patched and faded one he usually wore. He reached Kyle quickly. Thank you. I've heard from Sirius. Lupin said, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. I never thought I'd ever have the chance to work in the Ministry of Magic, let alone as an Auror. You're welcome, Professor Lupin, Kyle replied with a smile. He then noticed someone standing behind Lupin, wrapped tightly in a cloak. Curious, he asked, what are you doing? Oh, just another imposter, Lupin said calmly. Caught him in Nocturne Alley. He used Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself and tried to pass off some rags under a freezing charm as valuable items to claim galleons. According to protocol, I need to take him to the holding cell. The holding cell was part of the makeshift Azkaban established by the Ministry of Magic. It housed captured dark wizards, fraudsters, and others attempting to deceive with magical forgeries. How many fake items did he have? Kyle asked. 30, Lupin replied. 3,000 galleons. Kyle said, glancing at the wizard. Quite an appetite. That's why he'll be staying there for 30 days, with the Dementors, Lupin remarked. At the mention of Dementors, the previously calm wizard began to thrash and struggle. Let go of me. Let go of me, he shouted desperately. I won't go. I don't want to be locked up with Dementors. You don't get a choice, Lupin said, flicking his wand. Ropes floated into the air and coiled around the man, binding him tightly. Please, the man begged, his voice trembling. I'll pay anything, just don't lock me up with a Dementor. Unless you'd like to purchase one of the fake items you were trying to sell, Lupin said dryly, giving him a pointed look. 1 per day. The terms are clear, I don't need to explain further. But you didn't say there were Dementors there, the man wailed. The other people in the hall, clearly accustomed to scenes like this, barely gave him a glance before returning to their own business. Oh, didn't anyone in Nocturne Alley tell you? Lupin asked, his tone light. The Dementors are captured and imprisoned there as well. Strange, considering how many people in Nocturne Alley seem to know you. The men fell silent for a moment, then erupted in fury, shouting, damn it. Those bastards, scum, filthy idiots. Lupin, entirely unbothered, tightened his grip on the ropes and began dragging the men away. Kyle, I'll see you later, Lupin said over his shoulder. See you later, Kyle replied, waving after him. Chapter 707, Chapter 707, Birthday Gift. As the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, 12 Grimmauld Place had rarely been so lively. The house was impeccably clean, even the picture frames had been polished and adorned with colorful decorations. Mrs. Black's shrill tirades did little to deter Fred, who had cheekily placed a red-pointed hat on her frame. Creature, for his part, pretended not to notice, lightly banging his head with his broom as he closed his eyes and trudged upstairs. Pointed hats in every color dotted the house, while streamers lined the walls and windows. The ceiling was adorned with flying unicorns and phoenixes made of balloons, adding a magical charm to the festive air. As Kyle opened the door, Fred and George were laughing, tossing fireworks into the air. The fireworks burst against the ceiling, releasing 17 winged golden pixies that fluttered around Kyle with cheerful energy. "Don't play with fireworks in the house," Mrs. Weasley admonished the twins, her tone striking a balance between stern and indulgent. She then approached Kyle with a warm embrace. "Thank goodness you're back. Today is a big day. Happy birthday, dear." "Yes, it's very important," Fred added with a grin. "After today, you'll be considered an adult wizard," George chimed in. At 17, wizards reached adulthood, and today marked Kyle's 17th birthday. Starting tomorrow, the restrictions on underage magic, particularly the rule forbidding wizards from using magic outside school, would no longer apply to him. This meant he could use magic freely without fear of repercussions, though he had already bent the rules several times. That morning's encounter with Death Eaters and his earlier confrontation with Dementors had gone unpunished, thanks to the leniency of Auror Office Director Scrimgeour and others who turned a blind eye in light of his impending birthday. If it had been a year earlier, Fudge would never have allowed him to act against the Dementors. But now, such concerns would soon be behind him. "Don't just stand there in the doorway, come on in," Fred and George insisted, dragging Kyle to the dining room. Dinner was nearly ready, and Mrs. Weasley had hung 2 vibrant red banners over the lavishly set table. One read, "Happy birthday to Kyle and Harry." The other said, "Celebrating Kyle's coming of age." Today wasn't just Kyle's birthday, it was also Harry's, though he was turning 16. The coincidence made the day even more special, and nearly everyone from the Order of the Phoenix had gathered to celebrate. The first to arrive were Lupin, Mr. Weasley, Tonks, and Kingsley, who returned together after their workday at the Ministry of Magic. Moody and Mundungus followed soon after. Despite Mrs. Weasley's usual disapproval of the thief, she made no comment today. It was, after all, a special occasion. With so many people gathered, the atmosphere was electric. For once, no one spoke of Voldemort or the Death Eaters. Instead, laughter filled the room as everyone enjoyed each other's company. Around 8 o'clock, the door opened again, and Diana and Chris entered. "Oh, Diana, I'm so glad to see you. I thought you'd be stuck at the ministry again," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, hurrying over to greet them. "Today is Kyle's coming-of-age day. It would have been a shame to miss it." "You're right, Molly," Diana replied with a warm smile. "I made sure I'd be back. But won't there be problems at work?" Mrs. Weasley asked, her tone laced with concern. Diana, understanding the reference to the Department of Mysteries, reassured her. "Don't worry, my colleagues are very understanding." By 8 o'clock, everyone was seated around the table. Mrs. Weasley was in high spirits, she hadn't been this cheerful all holiday. "Before we eat, I think we have one more important thing to do," she announced, pulling out 2 beautifully wrapped boxes and handing them to Kyle and Harry. "Their presents, happy birthday." "Thank you," Kyle said, smiling as he accepted his gift. Inside the box was a watch with a gold dial depicting planets. When he put it on, the strap adjusted perfectly to his wrist. Harry's watch, while different in design, resembled a golden snitch. It was clear both watches had been chosen with care by Mrs. Weasley. Afterward, the others began presenting their gifts. Fred and George handed over a large bag filled with the best-selling items from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Moody gifted them a sneakoscope, insisting they needed to remain vigilant for dark wizards or Death Eaters lurking in the shadows. Lupin gave them ties, the latest models from Madame Malkin's robes. He admitted, somewhat sheepishly, that he'd taken an advance on his salary to afford them. Mundungus, whom Kyle barely knew, presented 2 pieces of silver jewelry. While Kyle suspected their origins might not be entirely legitimate, he still expressed his thanks. Tonks's gift was a bottle of magical hair dye capable of temporarily changing hair color at will, a simple version of a metamorphmagus ability. Harry immediately tried it out, turning his hair bright red, and excitedly asked Ron if it suited him. Kyle, on the other hand, felt slightly embarrassed and discreetly pocketed the hair dye, which earned a disappointed look from Diana. She had clearly hoped to see him experiment with a new hair color. Once everyone had shared their gifts, Diana presented hers. She handed Harry an album containing several sheets of parchment. "I've gathered every photo I could find of Lily," she explained, giving the album to Harry. "There are 17 pictures in total, from when she started school to when she graduated, and then from her wedding to James." "Thank you," Harry said, his voice filled with emotion. He clutched the album tightly, clearly eager to look at it but aware that this wasn't the moment. Diana then turned to Kyle, handing him a stack of parchment. "The writing will vanish tomorrow, so you'll need to read it quickly," she said. "Also, if a second person tries to read it, the writing will disappear immediately." Kyle examined the parchment, which felt like the ordinary kind sold in Diagon Alley. But as he glanced at the top line of text, his eyes widened. Merlin's notes. His mouth twitched, and he quickly folded the parchment shut. Remembering Diana's warning, he noticed everyone else had tactfully turned away, though Mundungus hesitated for a moment. Sirius, sitting nearby, placed an arm firmly around Mundungus's neck, ensuring his attention was elsewhere. Conversation resumed only after Kyle had securely stowed the parchment. "Haha, finally, it's my turn," Sirius declared, rubbing his hands together. True to his reputation as a spendthrift, Sirius's gift was extravagant but somewhat predictable, a solid gold quaffle. "Sirius." Lupin sighed, rubbing his forehead. "You've been moping for 3 days, and this is what you call a surprise. Is it not good?" Sirius blinked, looking genuinely puzzled. "Kyle's a chaser. I thought this was a very suitable gift." "Oh, and it has other functions as well." Sirius slammed the golden quaffle onto the table, and a booming roar echoed through the dining hall. "Kyle, score." The entire room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Kyle stared at the gleaming gold ball in front of him. For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, he suddenly didn't want it. It's gold, as long as I don't hit it," he tried convincing himself as he forced a smile. "Thanks, Sirius." "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." Kyle laughed weakly. "Oh, by the way, Harry, I've got a present for you too," Sirius said, seizing the chance to shift the focus. He pulled out a small suitcase. "This has the undetectable extension charm. It's about the size of a broomstick case, so it's not huge, but it can hold plenty. Should make school life easier for you." "Thanks," Harry said, his eyes lighting up as he took the suitcase. He'd always envied Kyle's ability to travel light, compared to his own yearly struggle carting a mountain of luggage. However, as he looked at the small, practical suitcase, he suddenly felt self-conscious about the gift he had prepared for Kyle, a set of Quidditch models. Quick thinking, Harry pulled another item from his pocket and used a transfiguration spell to conjure an elegant package. "This is the gift I prepared," he said, handing it to Kyle. Kyle opened the box, and yet another flash of gold lit the room. Inside was a pile of galleons, about 100, with a few silver sickles mixed in. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Sometimes he wondered if Harry had been influenced by Sirius's extravagant tendencies or if this was some bizarre payback or something he'd done to upset Lily. Either way, Harry was starting to resemble his godfather in some ways. "I didn't really know what you liked," Harry said, blushing slightly. "I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Kyle said with a grin. Though the gift wasn't particularly creative, it suited him just fine. He had a soft spot for vulgar gifts like this. Seeing Kyle smile as he pocketed the galleons, Harry exhaled in relief. He had just withdrawn that money from Gringotts yesterday, and now it was gone. Still, he figured he could replenish it before the school term began. With the gift-giving complete, the atmosphere grew even livelier. Laughter filled the room as everyone tucked into the delicious food, their conversations turning naturally to recent events. "Sirius, I've noticed a lot of people heading to the ministry recently. How much is left of your donation?" Fred asked curiously. "I don't know," Sirius replied, sipping his brandy. "You'd have to ask Remus about that." Fred turned to Lupin. "I think there's still about 3,000 galleons left." "I haven't checked closely," Lupin said casually. "How is there still so much?" Sirius looked astonished. He'd initially donated 5,000 galleons, a fifth of which had been split between the Aurors office and the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. He hadn't expected so much to remain. "We have Nocturne Alley to thank for that," Lupin said, chuckling. "Almost every day, someone from there comes to claim the reward with a fake cloak. Naturally, we arrest them on the spot. Most of them can't handle being in a cell with Dementors, so they end up buying back their own fake cloaks with galleons, which we then use to pay the rewards." "Every day?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Wouldn't the people in Nocturne Alley warn each other?" "Not at all," Lupin replied. "Some even brag about getting galleons after paying their way out, which only encourages more to try their luck." "What?" Hermione stared, bewildered. "It's simple," Mr. Weasley explained. "Places like Nocturne Alley operate on selfish interests, not friendships. If someone's been duped, they'll do everything they can to make sure no one else succeeds either. They might even actively lure others into the same trap out of spite." "That's exactly it," Lupin said with a grin. "In the past few days, the galleons they've contributed have almost surpassed Sirius's original donation." Hermione seemed at a loss for words, clearly baffled by such behavior. The others, however, took it in stride. Nocturne Alley, after all, was known for such antics. Everyone enjoyed the meal, with bottle after bottle of fire whiskey and brandy being opened. Even Kyle had his fair share, finally able to partake now that he was of age. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that the adults set their glasses down, visibly content yet unsteady on their feet. With much to do the next day, most of the guests chose not to stay overnight and began leaving one by one. Diana, too, had to return to the Department of Mysteries. Kyle had anticipated that she might say something to him about the attack or ask him questions, but she didn't. Instead, she gave him a hug and whispered, "I know everything. You did a good job. Sometimes magical creatures are more useful than wands. But next time, don't rely solely on the dragon, a basilisk would be safer. And don't forget to read what I gave you as soon as possible." Okay, Kyle nodded. By 10:30, most of the guests had departed. Mrs. Weasley, along with Bill and Charlie, was in the kitchen, tidying up. Meanwhile, Lupin, Sirius, Chris, and Mr. Weasley had gathered in a corner, chatting quietly over a newly opened bottle of brandy. Fred approached Kyle and slung an arm over his shoulder. "Kyle, how's Cedric? How do you know he's hurt?" Kyle asked, surprised. "We heard from the ministry, of course," George said, joining them. "Don't forget, we're ministry employees now. We know a lot of people. But Mum doesn't know yet," Fred added, glancing toward the kitchen. "It's your birthday, and we figured it'd be best to keep it to ourselves for now." Kyle smiled. "Cedric should be fine by now. Didn't you go to see him?" "We did," George said. "But it was a wasted trip. The healers at St. Mungo's said he'd already been discharged and gone home." The three of them made their way into the living room, preparing to head upstairs for the night. For some reason, perhaps to spend more time with Mr. Weasley, Chris and Kyle decided to stay overnight and return home the next day. But as they reached the staircase, they noticed someone standing in the living room. Dumbledore. The headmaster was there, smiling warmly. "Professor Dumbledore? A wizard's coming of age is a significant event," Dumbledore said, producing a box. "I thought it important to be here." "Thank you, Professor," Kyle said, though he sounded slightly puzzled. "No need to thank me," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "Truthfully, I forgot to bring a gift. My memory isn't what it used to be. I hope you'll forgive me, I'll make it up to you later. And this," he added, holding up the box, "is Miss Prince's gift." "Miss Prince?" "I happened to see a seagull circling aimlessly near the house when I arrived," Dumbledore explained. "It seemed to be searching for a place to land. I guessed it was delivering this." "A seagull?" Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. "Shouldn't it be an owl?" "In many countries, seagulls serve as messengers," Dumbledore said with a smile. "They're particularly skilled at crossing the sea, better than owls in some cases." At that moment, the sound of voices drew Sirius and the others from the corner. They approached, surprised to see Dumbledore. "Oh, Dumbledore!" Sirius exclaimed. "I'm glad to see you, Professor," Mrs. Weasley said, her tone bright. "Have you had dinner yet? If not, I can make you an orange marmalade pie." "As much as I'd like to say you shouldn't go to the trouble," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye, "I find I cannot resist a warm pie." He followed Mrs. Weasley into the kitchen. "Professor Dumbledore," Sirius called after him, holding up the brandy bottle. "Would you like a glass? Authentic dragon brandy." "Oh, yes, please." Chapter 708, Chapter 708, A Letter. "What did Conna give you? Open it and see." As soon as Dumbledore left the room, Fred and George flanked Kyle, their expressions teasing and full of curiosity. Kyle didn't hesitate and opened the box. Inside was a robe, but it was unlike the typical English style. This one was ornate, resembling a tuxedo-style robe. The fabric was brown with a unique light-colored pattern. At first glance, it seemed like a design, but a closer look revealed the pattern was due to the fabric itself, which was woven with two colors, brown at the edges and light gray in the center, creating a distinctive appearance. "I saw a scarf in Hogsmeade once made from a material like this," Fred said thoughtfully. George nodded, adding, "Yeah, I remember the shopkeeper saying it was made from the neck hair of some rare magical creature. What was it called?" "Like Lou something." "Lucrata," Kyle supplied. "Yes, that's the name," Fred exclaimed. A Lucrata was a large magical creature resembling a moose, notable for its enormous mouth, capable of swallowing a cow whole. Despite its intimidating size and features, it was a herbivore with a gentle temperament. While not rare globally, Lucratas were uncommon in the UK. "Anyway, where's Conna?" George asked. "We've written her so many letters, but she hasn't replied to a single one." "Kyle, do you know?" "All I know is that Snape took her to the most extraordinary society of potioneers for her exams," Kyle replied with a shrug. "But I'm not sure where exactly. I haven't heard back from her, either. My guess is Northern Europe," he added. This assumption was based on the fact that Lucratas preferred cold climates. Wizards in countries like Denmark or Norway prized Lucrata wool for its exceptional warmth, often using it for robes and cloaks. "I hope she passes," Fred said earnestly. "Yeah, we'll find out when school starts," George said, then nudged Kyle. "Come on, try it on." It's August, Kyle replied incredulously. You want me to wear this? Just for a moment. Fred insisted. You don't have to keep it on. Fine, Kyle sighed, giving in to their eager expressions. He took out the robe and slipped it on. It fit perfectly, as if it had been custom-tailored for him. That's strange, Kyle said, straightening the robe. Why don't I feel hot? Hot. Fred shivered, rubbing his arms. It's freezing all of a sudden. George pulled his sleeves down. What's going on? Is it winter already? Before they could ponder further, a panicked scream echoed from upstairs. Kyle's face changed as realization struck him. He spun around and bolted for the stairs. How could I forget something so important, he muttered, berating himself. Without wasting time, Kyle operated directly to Harry's room on the 3rd floor and burst through the door. Sure enough, inside the room, a Dementor floated eerily in midair. In the corner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were huddled together, trembling and clutching one another. The Dementor turned its head, sensing Kyle's presence, and began to float toward him. Don't come in. Hermione screamed. There's a Dementor here. But her voice faltered abruptly as she watched Kyle calmly open his suitcase. To her shock, the Dementor floated obediently into the suitcase as if it were a natural action. The entire process was so smooth, it looked routine. Hermione stood frozen, her mouth slightly open. That was a Dementor, right? Not a pet owl. She was utterly bewildered. Sorry, Kyle said, looking a bit sheepish. I used this suitcase to temporarily lock the Dementor in, but then things got busy, and I forgot about it. No, it's okay. Harry said shakily, pulling himself to his feet. In truth, Harry wasn't as scared of Dementors as he once was. Lupin's lessons had seen to that, but the suddenness of this encounter had caught him off guard. He had opened the suitcase, intending to store something, only for a Dementor to emerge right in front of his face. Seeing its skull-like visage beneath the cloak had been enough to unnerve anyone. Honestly, it was a small miracle he hadn't fainted. But Kyle, Harry asked, still rattled, why are you carrying a Dementor around with you? I caught it, Kyle explained. I was going to turn it into the Ministry of Magic, but, as I said, I forgot. What happened? The commotion had drawn the adults upstairs. Sirius was the first to burst into the room, scanning it quickly before asking, are you all okay? Ah, no, Harry said quickly, glancing at Kyle and forcing a calm expression. We accidentally opened a joke prop earlier, and Ron got scared. Yeah, that's right, Ron chimed in with a nervous nod. A joke prop. Sirius looked around skeptically. That's odd, it's so cold, it feels like a Dementor's chill. I guess it must be something like a snowfall spell, Kyle said, hoping to steer the conversation elsewhere. Sirius looked thoughtful. Snowfall spell, yeah, those were popular 10 years ago. They could cover a tree in snow in seconds. Dumbledore chose that moment to step into the room, his expression calm and nostalgic. Ah, yes, a wonderful little charm. Quite the rage a decade ago. But I must warn you, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall would never approve of bringing such things into Hogwarts. Ah, really? Fred said, utterly lost but quick to reply. Then we won't sell them. Absolutely not, George added, playing along. We'll definitely make sure they're off the shelves. That would be wise, Dumbledore said with a small smile before turning to Sirius. Sirius, if I may, I'd like a glass of fire whiskey to warm me up. No problem, Professor, Sirius said. I think we've got a few bottles of aged fire whiskey in the cellar. The adults left the room again, and Harry let out a deep breath. Do you think Professor Dumbledore knows? He asked nervously. Of course he knows, Hermione said firmly. Nothing gets past Dumbledore. Then why didn't he say anything? Ron asked, confused. I think he didn't want to cause a panic, Kyle said thoughtfully. After all, Sirius still has nightmares about Dementors. Anyway, thanks for covering for me. It's no big deal, we're friends, Harry said casually, though his gaze flicked back to the suitcase. There's nothing else in there, is there? Don't worry, Kyle assured him. There's definitely nothing else in there. But if you're worried, I can exchange it for another suitcase. No, Harry said quickly, waving his hands. As long as there's nothing else in there, I quite like it. Still, Harry couldn't help but add, but Kyle, how can you sleep at night with a Dementor nearby? It's just for one night, Kyle said with a shrug. I'll hand it over to the Ministry tomorrow. Okay, if you say so, Harry relented, though he still looked uneasy. Hermione, meanwhile, was eyeing Kyle's robe. That's a really nice robe. Did you get it from Madame Malkin's? I didn't see anything like it when I was there the other day. Oh, it was a gift from Kana while she was abroad, Kyle explained, taking off the robe as he spoke. With the Dementor gone, the chill in the air had vanished, and the warming properties of the Lucrata wool were kicking in. Within minutes, Kyle was sweating. No wonder, Hermione said, giving the robe an admiring glance before turning her attention back to Harry. Harry invited Kyle to stay and play wizard chess, but Kyle declined. He had more pressing matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time. Harry then turned to Fred and George, but they too refused. Dumbledore's mention of the snowfall spell had sparked an idea, and the twins were already plotting how to recreate the charm. Anything Dumbledore remembers fondly has to be a hit, Fred said as they left the room, determination in their eyes. Exactly, George agreed. We'll figure it out tonight. And with that, they disappeared into their workshop, ready to bring another brilliant Weasley product to life. Sirius had prepared a room for Kyle on the third floor, conveniently located next to Harry's, just a short walk away. Once Kyle returned to his room, he carefully closed the door and sat down at the table. Feeling a touch of excitement, he retrieved the parchments he had been keeping in his pocket. Anything associated with the legendary wizard Merlin would unsettle even the calmest wizard. And though Kyle had previously met the founders of Hogwarts and engaged in a face-to-face conversation with Rowena Ravenclaw, he was no exception. The founders were undeniably great wizards, but no one would exclaim, "By Gryffindor's mustache," in a moment of awe. In a way, Merlin's name had become an irreplaceable symbol of unparalleled magic and greatness. At the dinner table earlier, Kyle had only skimmed the parchments before tucking them away. Now, as he unfolded them, he counted 5 in total. The top parchment, however, bore only the single line of text he had noticed earlier, likely a protective measure to obscure the actual content from prying eyes. The bottom parchment was similarly blank. After all, Diana had warned him that if a second person viewed the parchments, their contents would instantly vanish. Setting aside the blank pieces, Kyle focused on the one containing the letter about Merlin. Of course, the letter in his hands wasn't the original. The parchment was clearly new and bore the telltale signs of magical reproduction. But that detail was irrelevant. Kyle could tell at a glance that this was a genuine copy of an original letter from Merlin. The text on the parchment was entirely in ancient runes, the most intricate and unsimplified form of the script. These were not the modified runes popularized by Rowena Ravenclaw in the Middle Ages but the complex originals. This presented a significant challenge. While Kyle had studied runes with the help of Riddle, Professor Babbling, and textbooks, all of those sources used simplified versions. Merlin, though also a medieval wizard, predated the founders of Hogwarts by at least 500 years. His use of this primordial runic script created a considerable barrier for Kyle. As he attempted to read, his temples began to throb. The sentences were riddled with words he didn't recognize, words so unfamiliar he couldn't even make educated guesses about their meanings. Initially, Kyle planned to memorize the text for later study. But he quickly discovered that wasn't possible. The words seemed to slip from his memory as soon as he read them, as if they had sprouted wings and flown away. Frustrated but determined, Kyle grabbed a fresh piece of parchment and tried to copy the text. Yet, when he examined his work, he realized it was completely incorrect. None of the runes on his copy matched the original. Kyle was confident the error wasn't his fault. He had meticulously copied the text, rune by rune, so there was no way he could have made such glaring mistakes. The only plausible explanation was that the parchments were enchanted, imbued with magic that prevented any form of duplication or transcription. Resigned, Kyle carefully put the parchments away and headed downstairs to find Sirius. Runes translation? Sirius asked, eyeing Kyle suspiciously. What do you need something like that for? I've got something, but I can't read it, Kyle explained. He wasn't entirely sure if the Black family's private library held anything that might help, but there was no harm in trying. Being one of the oldest pureblood families, it seemed likely they would. Primitive runes. Dumbledore, sipping wine nearby, glanced at Kyle thoughtfully. It seems you've received quite an extraordinary birthday present, he said softly. Since everyone present was trustworthy, Kyle saw no need to hide the truth. Yes, but, he began, only to realize he couldn't speak the words. Don't worry about it, Dumbledore said, unfazed. Everything connected to the Department of Mysteries has peculiar restrictions like this. Even I occasionally find myself unable to share certain things I know. But these limitations don't last forever. Hearing this, Kyle nodded and refrained from trying to explain further. Sirius, who had been considering Kyle's request, finally chimed in. The Blacks should have quite a few books related to runes, though I'm not sure if any of them are what you need. I'll have Creature bring all the relevant ones here, and you can sort through them yourself. That won't be necessary, Dumbledore said, standing. If it's the oldest runes translation you're after, I happen to have one. Just give me a moment. With that, Dumbledore vanished. 5 minutes later, he reappeared in the dining room, holding a worn, ancient book. I've been trying to think of a gift for you, but now I don't have to, he said, handing it to Kyle. Kyle accepted the book, feeling its age in his hands. The pages inside were faded and well-thumbed, proof that it had been heavily used. But it was exactly what he needed, a comparative chart of original and simplified runes. "Thank you, Professor," Kyle said earnestly. "You're welcome," Dumbledore replied. "Now, return quickly. If I'm not mistaken, what you've obtained likely has a time limit." Kyle nodded, then used apparition to return to his room on the 3rd floor. With the reference book in hand, deciphering the parchment's content became more manageable. Though he had to look up nearly every other word, it was enough to make progress. More importantly, Kyle discovered that the letter was instructional. Merlin was teaching someone how to use the shield charm. It referred to the spell as the defensive charm, though Kyle wasn't sure if that was a translation issue. Based on the description, its effect seemed similar. Melt determination into guardian and combine it with city wall to form a magical array atop the staff. Earth is the key. No, Kyle murmured, shaking his head. It doesn't mean earth here, it means continuous growth. The same rune could have multiple meanings, and because the script hadn't been simplified, interpreting it remained challenging, even with the translation guide. Kyle painstakingly listed all possible interpretations of each phrase, adjusting them little by little based on the context. The process was time-consuming and meticulous, but Kyle found himself thoroughly enjoying the challenge. Chapter 709, The Shield Charm, A Melancholy Sirius. The letter wasn't particularly long. Excluding the greetings and formalities, the section addressing the charm took up less than 2 sheets of parchment. However, the content was cryptic and difficult to grasp. Even with the translation chart Dumbledore had given him, Kyle had to ponder over each line repeatedly. As he worked, he drew his wand and experimented with different rune combinations. Runes floated out of the wand, merging into new symbols. For a fleeting moment, a transparent net seemed to form around Kyle, shimmering faintly, only to shatter and vanish. "No, that's not it," Kyle muttered, frowning as he flipped quickly through the translation chart again. He was so absorbed in his task that he didn't notice the sky brightening outside. Without realizing it, he had been sitting at the table, focused on the parchment, for the entire night. By the time noon arrived, Fred, who had just returned from Diagon Alley for lunch, noticed Kyle's absence at the table and asked, "By the way, how long has Kyle been in his room?" "Almost all day," Harry replied. "The light in his room was on last night, and he didn't come down for breakfast this morning." "What on earth is he doing?" George chimed in. "I don't know," Ron said with a shrug. "We tried to wake him this morning, but Mum and Sirius wouldn't let us. Dumbledore told us to leave him alone before he left," Mrs. Weasley added, as she placed a tray of toast on the table. "If it's not important, don't bother Kyle." "I know, and you've told me that many times," Ron grumbled under his breath. "Then you should remember," Mrs. Weasley retorted sharply, shooting Ron a look before glancing anxiously at the stairs. Though she tried to appear calm, it was obvious she was worried about Kyle, who hadn't eaten anything all day. "But it's only been less than a day," she reassured herself. "He should be fine." Still, bound by Dumbledore's instructions, she could only wait for Kyle to emerge. The wait stretched through the afternoon. Finally, at 7:30 in the evening, just as everyone was preparing for dinner, Kyle shuffled down the stairs. Diana's warning that the content on the parchment would last only a day had proven true. Just moments ago, the writing had suddenly and completely vanished. Along with it, the memory of the ancient runes Kyle had spent hours deciphering had also disappeared. There was a silver lining, though. While the process of studying the runes had vanished, the result remained. It was as though he had taken an exam. He couldn't recall the questions or his answers, but the final grade was real and, in this case, excellent. However, the sudden relaxation after such intense focus, combined with his empty stomach, left Kyle feeling lightheaded. The world seemed to sway as he descended the stairs. By the time he made it to the dining room, Mrs. Weasley had just placed a tray of warm pies on the table. Kyle didn't wait for them to cool or bother with manners. He grabbed a pie and devoured it in a few large bites. "You're finally out," Mrs. Weasley said with visible relief, placing a bowl of soup in front of him. "Eat slowly, don't rush. I made plenty." Kyle polished off 3 pies and 2 bowls of soup, finally feeling a bit better, though still not fully satisfied. He couldn't help but admit that studying old runes had been utterly draining. It felt as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days instead of just 1. "Kyle, what on earth were you doing in your room?" Ron asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Studying Merlin's letter," Kyle replied casually. Now that the parchment's contents had vanished, so had the peculiar restrictions. Unlike last night, he could now speak freely about what he had been working on without his throat tightening or the words sticking. "Merlin's letter?" Hermione's voice rose, high-pitched with incredulity. "He lived 1,500 years ago." "It wasn't the original letter," Kyle clarified, reaching for another piece of pie. "It was magically copied." "Was it the one your mum gave you last night?" Hermione asked, her mind immediately going to the birthday gift Diana had presented Kyle. She had considered many possibilities, perhaps advanced charms or rare ancient texts, but never anything connected to Merlin himself. Can I see it? Hermione's eyes lit up as she stared at Kyle, barely containing her excitement. Just for a quick peek. Sorry, Kyle said with a shrug. The letter was protected by magic, and it disappeared after a day. He picked up another pie. And I've forgotten everything that was written on it. All I remember is that it was in runes, the really old kind that hasn't been simplified. Ancient runes, simplified. Hermione repeated, perplexed. She found it hard to reconcile the complex, headache-inducing symbols she had seen in textbooks with the idea of simplification. This kind, Kyle said, handing her the book Dumbledore had given him. Hermione opened the book, and her brow furrowed deeply as she scanned the pages. Harry and Ron leaned over curiously for a peek but quickly recoiled, looking away in unison. The page was filled with dense, unfamiliar symbols that made their heads ache just from glancing at them. They couldn't fathom how Kyle had managed to study them for an entire day. Wait. Fred suddenly blurted out, his expression sharp with realization. Didn't you just say you forgot the content? Doesn't that mean you wasted the whole day? Of course not, Kyle said, swallowing the last bite of his pie before grabbing a baked potato. It was a teaching letter, probably written by Merlin to one of his apprentices. I've already learned the magic it described. A collective intake of breath swept through the dining room. Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Fred and George broke the silence with twin questions. What charm was it? Is it powerful? Kyle shrugged. It's kind of a shield charm. It's not very powerful, it's mainly for self-protection. Fred and George exchanged disappointed looks. They had been hoping Merlin's magic would be something grand, loud, and destructive, preferably the kind that could obliterate Voldemort and his Death Eaters in one fell swoop. I'd say the shield charm is the best, Mrs. Weasley chimed in, throwing a pointed glance at her sons. Turning to Kyle, she added, Diana must have wanted you to protect yourself and stay safe. That's why she gave you this. You're right, Mr. Weasley agreed. It's Merlin's letter, after all. I've never heard of anyone getting their hands on something like that, it must be incredibly precious. Maybe Professor Dumbledore has seen it too, Ginny suggested thoughtfully. Remember what he said last night? He seemed to know exactly what Kyle needed. I think he's probably been through something similar. But how many Dumbledores are there in the wizarding world? Mr. Weasley replied with a faint smile. Can we see how it works? Sirius, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Of course, only if it's not inconvenient. It's just a charm. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Kyle said casually. But can we wait a bit? I'm still hungry. Of course, Sirius said, leaning back in his chair. The room buzzed with anticipation. Everyone was eager to witness magic that was over 1,500 years old, and the excitement made the wait feel interminable. Meanwhile, Kyle, entirely unbothered by the mounting curiosity around him, took his time eating his dinner. When the others had long since finished their meals, Kyle was still working through the last of the food on the table. He finally polished off his third pie, followed by 2 potatoes, 5 bowls of soup, and a plate of sausages and toast that Mrs. Weasley had hurriedly cooked up for fear there wouldn't be enough. Ginny stared at him in astonishment, her eyes wide. Is Kyle really going to be okay eating like that? She asked aloud, almost involuntarily. That's normal, Lupin said with a chuckle. Kyle's been studying runic magic, which is a double strain on energy and stamina. If you take ancient runes, you'll notice you're always hungrier after class. That's true. Ginny muttered. But Kyle eats too much. It's fine, Charlie said with a laugh. Young wizards at his age have insatiable appetites. I was the same way, I could eat 5 pies at a time. Mum was always worried we'd run out of food. As if to illustrate his point, or perhaps inspired by Kyle's feast, Charlie reached for the tray of toast in front of him, ready for another round. Before his hand could land, Mrs. Weasley smacked it away. Mum, you're so biased, Charlie grumbled, rubbing his hand. Kyle hasn't eaten all day, Mrs. Weasley replied curtly, not even glancing in Charlie's direction. 5 minutes later, Kyle drained another bowl of soup and finally put down his utensils. A spark of anticipation lit up in everyone's eyes. Do you need a break? Sirius asked. No, Kyle said, shaking his head. I'm 7/8 full, just enough to move around a bit. Bang. Ginny, who had just stood up, accidentally knocked over her stool. To be honest, Kyle's appetite was beginning to seem more unbelievable than ancient magic. Sirius got up and headed for the door. Come with me. I'll take you to the basement, there's a potion brewing room there. It'll be a good spot for a demonstration. Okay, Kyle agreed, rising to follow him. But just as they approached the door, a sudden red flash appeared in front of Kyle. Expelliarmus. Sirius, now standing in the doorway, had unexpectedly drawn his wand and cast the disarming charm at Kyle. Mrs. Weasley screamed in shock. Ron, startled, stepped back and accidentally shoved Hermione, who toppled over and sent Harry sprawling as well. The dining hall descended into chaos. Kyle, however, remained completely unbothered. The disarming charm flew less than an inch from his face, only to be stopped by a shimmering silver shield. The charm rebounded, accelerating as it ricocheted back. Sirius had no time to react. His wand flew out of his hand, spinning through the air, and landed neatly in Kyle's grip. "You didn't mention this would be a sneak attack," Kyle said calmly, handing the wand back to Sirius. "A Death Eater doesn't fight fair," Sirius replied, his voice hollow. He stared at the wand Kyle had returned, still dazed. Losing his wand so effortlessly left a deep impression. For a wizard, being disarmed meant being defenseless. If Kyle had been an enemy, Sirius would already have been defeated. Once a star at Hogwarts, Sirius now found himself bested by a 17-year-old. 20 years after his school days, the realization stung. Lupin, ever observant, noticed his old friend's uncharacteristic silence. He chuckled and offered a backhanded comfort. "You didn't really think you'd beat Kyle, did you? If this were 5 years ago, you might have had a chance. But now? Aren't you overestimating yourself? And didn't you lose to Kyle 3 years ago, back when you just escaped Azkaban? Haven't you come to terms with it yet?" Though meant as friendly banter, Lupin's words struck Sirius squarely in the pride, each one a precise jab, salted for extra effect. "Shut up, Remus," Sirius snapped, his face flushing red. He clenched his teeth and added, "It was just a simple test, it doesn't mean anything." He had hoped to preserve some dignity, but his outburst only made Lupin laugh harder. The Sirius Lupin knew had always been carefree, some might say reckless, a quintessential Gryffindor. That carefree nature had dimmed after Voldemort's fall, but Lupin had rarely seen Sirius looking as disoriented as he had moments earlier. Still, the situation was understandable. Even if it had been a simple test, it was no small thing to lose so decisively to a student who had just turned 17. Unwilling to spar further with Kyle, Sirius turned redder by the second. His embarrassment didn't go unnoticed, the faint smiles tugging at everyone else's lips made it clear. Eager to change the subject, Sirius shifted his focus back to Kyle, and then noticed something unusual. The silver shield that had deflected his disarming charm hadn't vanished. It still lingered in front of Kyle, faint but unmistakable. This caught Sirius off guard. The shield charm was supposed to dissipate after deflecting an opponent's spell. To maintain it, one would need to cast the charm again. This limitation was inherent to the spell, even for Dumbledore. But what Sirius saw now defied that rule. He studied the silver shield closely. It had a faint, shifting glow, its presence steady yet elusive. Then, suddenly, something clicked. It looked familiar. Sirius's eyes widened as recognition dawned. The Ministry of Magic. He remembered the fierce duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort in the Ministry's atrium. Voldemort had used a similar shield, an advanced, continuous protective barrier, during that legendary confrontation. Sirius's mind raced. He recalled that Kyle had once expressed interest in learning such magic. And now, it seemed, Kyle had done just that. "You've learned it?" Sirius asked, unable to hide his surprise. "The you-know-whose shield charm?" "It's different," Kyle replied, glancing at the shield hovering in front of him and shaking his head. "The charm used by you-know-who was a true shield. Mine is more of a materialization of the charm, and its shape isn't fixed." To demonstrate, Kyle waved his wand. The shield in front of him immediately transformed into a hexagonal magic circle, its surface glowing with intricate, flashing rune symbols that made it look remarkably sophisticated. The shield then shifted into a hexagonal net, followed by a mirroring of Kyle's own appearance, then Sirius's appearance, before reverting to its original shield form. "This is likely the effect of combining runes, though I've forgotten the exact details," Kyle continued. "It enhances the shield charm, offering more comprehensive protection while also materializing the charm into a physical form." "What about its effectiveness?" Lupin asked. "Does the shield's appearance have any bearing on its defensive capabilities?" "Not at all," Kyle said. "Think of it like changing the style of a suit, it doesn't affect its ability to keep you warm." "If you don't believe me, you can test it," Kyle offered, turning the shield in front of him into a simple circle. Sirius, however, remained seated and indifferent, clearly unwilling to test it himself. Lupin and Mr. Weasley exchanged looks and then turned away, silently abstaining. "Never mind, I'll do it," Charlie said, stifling a laugh as he pulled out his wand. Expelliarmus. The red light of the disarming charm shot directly at the center of the circular shield but was instantly blocked. The shield remained intact. Prepared for the rebound, Charlie had already sidestepped to avoid the reflected spell. He straightened, impressed by how unwavering Kyle's shield remained. Lupin's brows furrowed in thought. The persistent nature of Kyle's shield charm reminded him of Protego Tot Alum, a large-scale version of the shield charm often used in battles. Unlike the standard shield charm, Protego Tot Alum required multiple wizards to cast together, forming a protective barrier that persisted until its magic wore off. It had been used by Aurors during the war to fend off Death Eaters, such as during the infamous attacks on the Ministry of Magic a decade earlier. What Kyle had achieved seemed like a simplified version of Protego Tot Alum, adapted for a single user instead of a group. Lupin sighed inwardly. If more people could learn this charm, it would make fighting Death Eaters far easier. But he shook his head slightly. The complexity of ancient runic magic made it unlikely that many wizards would be able to replicate Kyle's results. And teaching it too widely risked the possibility of Death Eaters learning it, which could cause catastrophic problems. Kyle, oblivious to Lupin's thoughts, waved his wand and let the shield vanish. "Harry," he said, turning around, "you're going to have a hard time for a while." "What?" Harry blinked, confused by the sudden comment. "This shield," Kyle explained, gesturing toward the spot where the charm had been. "It's my trump card, something I'll use to catch the Death Eaters by surprise. That said, if you know who breaks into your mind again, he might discover what happened today." Harry's expression darkened. He had been trying to push those thoughts aside, but Kyle's words brought them rushing back. "I've been studying occlumency," Harry muttered quietly. "I know," Kyle said. "I saw the book on occlumency in your room last night. But you're making progress too slowly. If you don't have anything urgent to do later, how about some special training?" "Special training?" Harry repeated, his mind flashing back to grueling sessions in the room of requirement, a memory that made his legs weaken and his muscles ache in anticipation. "No, that's not necessary," Harry said quickly, shaking his head. "Sirius can teach me. Or Professor Lupin, right?" He looked to the two men with desperate hope, but Sirius merely shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, Harry," Sirius admitted. "I don't know much about occlumency. I can't really help you." "Me neither," Lupin said apologetically. "In that case, it's decided," Kyle said matter-of-factly. "Sirius, didn't you say there's a good room in the basement? We'll set it up for Harry's special training." "Okay, no problem," Sirius agreed readily. Chapter 710, The Battle of Diagon Alley. "Hermione, do you think Kyle has a grudge against Harry?" Ron asked nervously, his heart pounding as Harry's screams echoed from the door near the basement utility room. Ron had always been curious about how Harry was learning occlumency, and today, with the opportunity to watch, he had eagerly dragged Hermione down right after breakfast. But now, seeing what was happening, he wasn't sure it had been a good idea. This wasn't special training, it looked more like Harry was just getting pummeled. Inside, Harry was being batted around by a magical creature with 6 legs. The creature looked like a wampus cat but behaved like a sentient bludger, delivering blows that sent Harry sprawling left and right. It was painful just to watch. Next to Ron, Hermione nodded hesitantly, her unease mirroring his. She had briefly considered joining Harry's training sessions. With the Weasleys' wizard wheezes no longer needing much help and her parents settling comfortably into life on Diagon Alley, she had been looking for something productive to do. Learning a few advanced charms or even occlumency had seemed like a good idea, especially since everyone kept stressing its importance. But now, seeing Harry flung around like a rag doll, Hermione hesitated. She couldn't imagine enduring what Harry was going through, even if it meant faster progress. Compared to this, studying at her own pace seemed much safer. "Ah!" Harry's agonized scream broke through her thoughts. The wampus cat had landed another direct hit, its heavy tail smacking against Harry's thigh with a thud. Outside the door, Ron and Hermione winced simultaneously. Even from a distance, they could feel the sting of the blow. Hermione's sympathy finally overcame her curiosity. "Forget it, let's go," she said, turning away. "Okay," Ron agreed immediately, eager to leave. He suddenly understood why Sirius and the others never ventured into the basement during Harry's training sessions. If they didn't see it, they wouldn't feel guilty, and Harry would probably improve faster without their interference. Adults really are clever, Ron thought wryly. The two quietly closed the door behind them. Out of sight, out of mind. When they returned upstairs, Mrs. Weasley was walking through the living room with a basket of laundry. "There you are," she said with a warm smile. "Arthur just delivered the post. I believe your OWL results are in." "The results are out already?" Hermione gasped, jumping to her feet and hurrying over to Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley retrieved 3 envelopes from the basket and handed them over. Hermione quickly spotted hers, tore it open, and unfolded the parchment inside. Her expression immediately fell. "Did you do badly?" Ron asked, craning his neck to peek at her results. The long list of O.S. outstanding marks made his head spin. 9 outstandings and 1 exceeds expectations. In defense against the dark arts, Ron read aloud, half amused, half exasperated. And you're disappointed? But Kyle got all outstandings, Hermione protested. Can't you compare yourself to someone normal for once? Ron said, raising his voice. He couldn't understand why Hermione insisted on holding herself to Kyle's ridiculous standard. Seriously, if I got one outstanding, just one, I'd be jumping for joy. Ron tore open his own envelope. As expected, there were no outstanding marks, but the parchment showed 7 acceptables. Not bad, said Mrs. Weasley warmly, running her fingers affectionately through Ron's hair. 7 OWLS, that's better than I expected. To be fair, this result was a significant improvement over Ron's previous performance. Mrs. Weasley had long since tempered her hopes for a string of outstanding marks from Ron. This steady result would still give him 7 certificates by the time he graduated, and that was enough to make her proud. And Harry's. Ron glanced at the last unopened envelope in his hand. Should we take it to him? Do you want to go? Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow. Ron shook his head immediately. It wasn't that he didn't care about Harry, it was just that he was afraid the magical creature in the basement might take a liking to beating up anyone who dared to interrupt. Why don't we just leave it for Harry to open himself tonight when he's done? Good idea. The two quickly agreed, and Ron brought Harry's report card up to his room for safekeeping. By the way, where's Kyle? Hermione asked, suddenly realizing she hadn't seen him all morning. He went to the ministry with Arthur this morning, Mrs. Weasley replied. He's already gone to the ministry? Yes. I tried to convince him to take a few days off, but he insisted it wasn't necessary, Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. Did you need him for something? I had some questions about runes I couldn't figure out, Hermione admitted. Well, you'll have to wait until this evening, Mrs. Weasley said reassuringly. He'll be back for dinner and staying here for the rest of the holidays. I see, Hermione said. Mrs. Weasley, can I help with the laundry? No need, dear. A quick charm takes care of most of it. I was just going to hang it out to dry, the only downside to this house is it doesn't get much sun. The day passed quickly, and by evening, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a hearty beef stew for dinner. She set it on the table just as the ministry's working hours ended. Hermione sat with a heavy runes book in front of her, ready to ask Kyle her questions after dinner. But as time went on, she realized that not only had Kyle not returned, but neither had Mr. Weasley, Lupin, Sirius, or the other Weasley children. Mrs. Weasley glanced at the clock for the 7th time, forcing a smile. Oh, I'm sure they've just gotten caught up with work. Let's not wait, let's eat before it gets too late. She waved her wand, reheating the beef stew until it was steaming again, and ladled generous portions into everyone's bowls. Still, it was clear that she was distracted, she spilled the gravy several times while serving. It'll be fine, Hermione whispered, trying to reassure her. It must be work-related. You know who, he wouldn't dare attack the ministry, would he? Mrs. Weasley smiled faintly. You're right, dear. Eat up, and then get an early night. Mum. Ron began, but Hermione gave him a subtle shake of her head, signaling him to let it go. Dinner was quiet and subdued, with everyone finishing quickly. Afterward, the children retreated upstairs, while Mrs. Weasley lingered in the living room, frequently glancing at the front door. Ginny and Ron crouched around the corner of the stairs, peering at the door, which remained frustratingly still. Why aren't they back yet? Ginny asked nervously. I don't know, Ron muttered. Maybe the ministry's keeping them busy, Hermione suggested, though her worried expression betrayed her doubt. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley and the others will be fine. Even if it's you-know-who. Her voice trailed off, and she quickly corrected herself. If something important had happened, someone from the Order would have come to tell us by now. Don't forget, this is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Ginny didn't budge. I'm staying here. I'll wait. Me too, Ron added, crossing his arms stubbornly. Despite Hermione's logical reasoning, it was hard to ignore that most of the Weasley family, and others they cared about, were still out. The idea of going back to their rooms to sleep felt impossible. Harry soon joined them, limping slightly after his grueling day of training but equally determined to wait for Sirius's return. Hermione, seeing their resolve, sighed and sat down beside them. The four waited in silence as the hours ticked by, the house growing quieter and darker. Soon, it was late at night. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley. The normally bustling street was eerily deserted, the shop doors on either side tightly shut. Loud explosions and ferocious roars echoed in the background. Avada Kedavra. A killing curse shot through the air, shattering the sign of the Owl Emporium. A middle-aged wizard, flanked by two aurors, hurried from the main street into a narrow alleyway. Behind them, a group of Death Eaters in black cloaks and masks advanced menacingly. Hand him over now, snarled the lead Death Eater, his hoarse voice dripping with menace. Don't even think about it. Tonks shouted, waving her wand to cast a bright red light into the sky. There, someone yelled from a distance. Kill her, the Death Eaters roared. Before they could raise their wands, more Aurors appeared, swooping in from all directions on broomsticks. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Charms flew through the air, forcing the Death Eaters to abandon their plan to attack Tonks. Instead, they turned their wands on the Aurors, plunging the street into chaotic combat. Meanwhile, the middle-aged wizard, who had slipped into Nocturne Alley, was far from safe. From the shadows, several pairs of eyes watched him, steadily closing in. He nervously pulled out his wand, preparing to flee, when a voice spoke behind him. I wouldn't go any further, Mr. Fortescue. The depths of Nocturne Alley aren't necessarily safer than the chaos outside. Who's there? Terrified, Florian Fortescue spun around, pointing his wand at the approaching figure. Relax, Mr. Fortescue, Kyle said calmly as he stepped closer. It's me. Prove it. Florian demanded, keeping his wand raised. Prove you're not an imposter using Polyjuice Potion. Voldemort's a nose-less fool, Kyle said without hesitation. At the mention of Voldemort's name, Florian Fortescue shuddered involuntarily. Still, he finally lowered his wand. Now certain of the man's identity, Florian felt a small measure of relief. No Death Eater would dare utter such an insult about Voldemort. Sorry. It's okay, I understand, Kyle said as he stepped closer to Fortescue. Bill, Charlie, Fred, and George spread out around them, keeping watch and driving back anyone lurking with malicious intent. Go home and get to bed, Fred said to the shadowy figures in the distance. His tone carried a faint threat. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, I'll be visiting Nocturne Alley every hour. I guarantee you won't sell a single thing. There was a rustling of movement, accompanied by a few muttered curses, but Fred and George paid it no mind. Gradually, the sounds faded, and the alley fell silent once more. I didn't think it would be that easy, George remarked with a grin. They weren't afraid of you, Bill said, shooting him a look. They're scared of the Aurors and Death Eaters out there. I know, George said with a shrug. But there aren't any Aurors here right now, just us. Kyle, Charlie called, walking over. How did you know the Death Eaters would attack Diagon Alley? It wasn't me, Kyle replied, shaking his head. He lowered his voice. In truth, the credit for this information went to Mr. Granger. As everyone knew, the rooms at the Leaky Cauldron were notoriously poorly soundproofed. Most wizards cast soundproofing charms after moving in to ensure their studies were undisturbed. However, Mr. Granger, unfamiliar with wizarding practices, hadn't done this. When a few Death Eaters had discussed their plans in the corridor, he overheard fragments of their conversation. While the details were sparse, phrases like, wait until tonight to act, and, we want him alive, caught his attention. As luck would have it, Kyle had business at Gringotts that day and ran into Mr. Granger outside the Owl post office, where he was about to send a letter to Hermione. During their chat, Mr. Granger casually mentioned what he'd overheard. To protect Mr. Granger, Kyle had kept his involvement secret, simply claiming publicly that the information came from an anonymous source. Anyway, thanks to your tip, Charlie said, glancing toward the explosions echoing in the distance. Who would have thought the Death Eaters would attack Diagon Alley? What were they after? We'll need to ask Mr. Fortescue, Kyle said, turning to the middle-aged wizard. I don't know, Florian Fortescue replied, shaking his head. They didn't say anything when they stormed in, just blasted my door to pieces. If the Aurors hadn't arrived when they did, I'd probably have been captured. That's odd, Fred said, frowning. It's not like you know who wants ice cream. The absurdity of the idea made Fred pause. But then again, did you know who like ice cream? The mental image was both hilarious and unsettling. I think they might also have been after Mr. Ollivander, Florian suggested. As the Aurors were leading me away, I saw a few Death Eaters heading into the wand shop. Ollivander's not there, Fred pointed out, frowning. His shop's been closed for ages. That's normal, Florian explained. Mr. Ollivander often goes off to gather materials for wand making. It's a time-consuming process, and he only comes back about 2 weeks before the start of term. Well, at least he's not here now, so he dodged this mess, George said. It's not that simple, Kyle interjected, shaking his head. If Ollivander had been in Diagon Alley, the Aurors might have had a better chance of protecting him with their advance warning. But if the Death Eaters found him somewhere else, there would be little anyone could do to save him. Boom. Another explosion rocked the alley. A Death Eater charged into Nocturne Alley, his mask slipping to reveal a crazed, snarling face. It was Antonin Dolohov, the same Death Eater previously captured by the Department of Mysteries. Somehow, he had escaped again, likely during the mass rebellion of the Dementors, when Voldemort had conveniently freed him. You again. Dolohov bellowed, his voice filled with venom. Die. Crucio. Seeing Kyle, Dolohov wasted no time, immediately casting a Cruciatus curse. But his intent was too transparent, and Kyle easily dodged behind a barrel. "Don't get so worked up," Kyle taunted from his cover. "Don't you want to know why your plan failed today?" "Why?" Dolohov snarled, his tone icy. "Tell me, and maybe I'll be merciful and let you die quickly." "Of course someone told us," Kyle said, his voice tinged with triumph. "Otherwise, how do you think the Aurors knew about your plan?" "You're lying." Dolohov narrowed his eyes, suspicion flaring. He wasn't a fool, and Kyle's words practically reeked of misdirection. "Suit yourself," Kyle said, with a hint of mockery. "I'm just being kind, making sure you understand what happened today. But if you don't want to hear it, that's fine too." "Tell me the name," Dolohov demanded, his voice low and menacing. "Who dared betray the great Dark Lord?" "You're so clever, why don't you guess?" Kyle replied with a laugh. "Maybe it's someone close to you, someone you've lived next to for decades." "Tell me." Dolohov roared. "He's right there." Before Dolohov could react, several Aurors charged into the alley. Their wands were raised, their voices commanding as they cast their spells. Stupefy. Incarcerus. Petrificus totalis. Damn Aurors. Antonin Dolohov snarled as he waved his wand, deflecting the barrage of spells hurled his way. Though he burned with the desire to capture Kyle and force the name of the supposed traitor from him, it was already too late. Facing a swarm of Aurors, Dolohov knew all too well that lingering any longer would guarantee his capture. "Just you wait, one day I'll get you," he shouted, leaving a threat in his wake. Without a backward glance, he bolted into the shadows of Nocturne Alley. Several Aurors immediately gave chase, disappearing after him. "Are you okay, Kyle?" Lupin called out as he hurried over from the main street. One of his arms hung limply at his side, clearly injured, but he paid it no mind. "I'm fine," Kyle assured him with a shake of his head. "What's the situation outside?" "Most of the Death Eaters have been subdued," Lupin replied. "It's only a matter of time before we catch the rest." "What about Dolohov?" "He ran," Kyle said, glancing meaningfully at Lupin's injured arm. "A few Aurors are already on his tail. In your condition, even if you went after him, you wouldn't be much help." Lupin hesitated, his eyes flicking toward the direction Dolohov had fled. After a moment of consideration, he sighed and nodded. Okay," he said reluctantly, finally choosing to stay put. Chapter 711, Kyle's decision. As the chaos outside gradually subsided, Kyle and the others escorted Mr. Fortescue out of the shadowy depths of Nocturne Alley. The battle was over. All the Death Eaters had been captured, 25 in total, an unusually large number for such an operation. It was evident they had arrived in Diagon Alley with some grand scheme in mind. Beyond attempting to abduct a few shopkeepers, they had likely been planning something far more significant. But whatever their plan had been, it was now completely foiled. Scrimgeour was busy tallying the casualties among the Aurors, while Sirius, Mr. Weasley, and other members of the Order of the Phoenix who had come to assist were counting the captured Death Eaters and collecting their wands. "This is quite a victory," Fred exclaimed with a grin. "Thanks to your information, Kyle, you know who must be absolutely furious this time." "I told you, it wasn't me who provided the information," Kyle replied, his tone serious. "It was an anonymous, righteous wizard." Kyle preferred to avoid taking credit for such incidents. With his increasing value as a target for Voldemort, he knew the Dark Lord might one day come after him personally. For his own safety, he thought it best to remain in the shadows. When they reached the entrance of the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Kyle turned to Mr. Fortescue. "Mr. Fortescue, do you have any idea why the Death Eaters would want to capture you?" "That's what I want to know," Fortescue replied, baffled. He shook his head in disbelief. How could an ice cream vendor like him become a target for the Death Eaters? Surely, it wasn't for his ice cream recipe. Even if that were the case, sending more than 20 Death Eaters after it seemed absurd. If they had asked nicely, he would have willingly shared his recipes, for any flavor they wanted. The whole ordeal made no sense. Kyle studied Mr. Fortescue's face and could tell he was genuinely confused and not withholding information. "All right, Mr. Fortescue," Kyle said. "If anything comes to mind, please let us know immediately. And to prevent another attempt, I suggest you find a safer place to stay for a while. Diagon Alley might be your best option. After today, the Ministry will increase security here, so it'll be relatively safer. But if you have another secure location in mind, you can go there instead." "No, I'll stay in Diagon Alley," Fortescue said firmly. After the unprovoked attack, his frustration boiled over. "If the Death Eaters want to come after me again, let them. Whatever they're after, I won't let them have it." Kyle gave him a reassuring nod. "I believe in your determination, Mr. Fortescue. But still, stay vigilant." With that, Kyle turned and walked away. There was much to clean up. The capture of over 20 Death Eaters had caused considerable destruction, leaving parts of Diagon Alley in shambles. Kyle drew his wand and began extinguishing the smoldering fires nearby. The scattered bricks and rubble floated upward under his spell, returning to their original places as he repaired the street piece by piece. From the doorway of his shop, Mr. Fortescue watched Kyle work, lost in thought. As his gaze lingered on Kyle's wand, a realization seemed to dawn on him. He thought of Ollivander, another target of the Death Eaters. Ollivander's expertise in wands had made him famous. Could there be a connection? Fortescue hesitated, his hand rising to call out to Kyle. But after a moment of doubt, he lowered it and returned to his shop, his expression pensive. Unaware of Fortescue's unease, Kyle continued helping to restore Diagon Alley alongside others. When the street was finally back to its original state, they prepared to return to the ministry. With more than 20 Death Eaters in custody, the Aurors had a long night ahead. Kyle, too, would need to write a detailed report, fulfilling his role as senior assistant minister. Meanwhile, the members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered together. "Leave the rest to you," Mr. Weasley said to Lupin. "We'll head home. I haven't even told Molly what's happened yet, she's probably worried sick." "Of course," Lupin replied with a nod. "And Sirius, you should go home too. I'm sure Harry's waiting for you." At the mention of Harry, Sirius smiled. The thought of his godson warmed his heart. It was good to feel needed again, just like the old days after they had graduated. "I'll leave it to you, then," said Sirius. "But don't let them get away again." "Don't worry, they won't," Lupin assured him. "See you tomorrow, then," said Mr. Weasley, waving. "Hurry up, boys, we're going home." "Coming, Dad," Fred and George chorused, racing ahead of Bill and Charlie. "I hope Mom left us some dinner, I'm starving," Fred said as they walked. "But at this hour, it's more like a midnight snack," Mr. Weasley replied with a chuckle. The group parted ways in the leaky cauldron. Kyle joined the Aurors as they used the Floo network to return to the ministry. Though it was late at night, the main hall of the ministry was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. An excited cheer erupted when the Aurors arrived, leading the captured Death Eaters. More than 20 Death Eaters. It was the ministry's largest single capture since Voldemort's return and a resounding victory for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones, the director of the department, approached immediately, her expression one of both relief and determination. She quickly directed the Aurors to escort the prisoners to the courtroom for initial processing. The elevators were packed, so Kyle and his colleague Chris waited for the next one. "Kyle, it's late. Why don't you head home?" Chris suggested. "I'd love to, but Fudge is waiting for the report," Kyle said with a sigh. With something this big happening, and the ministry's first major victory, he's eager to get the news out. The report has to be done before the Daily Prophet goes to print tomorrow morning. "How about, you write it for me?" Kyle asked, glancing sideways at Chris. "You've written plenty of reports before, this one won't be a problem for you." Chris suddenly slapped his forehead dramatically. "Oh no, I think I've lost something. Must have dropped it on the way here." "You go on ahead, I'll go look for it." Without waiting for a response, he turned and hurried off toward the other side of the hall. Kyle tugged at the corners of his mouth, unimpressed. "If you don't want to write the report, just say so. And the, 'I lost something' excuse? Really? How cliché can you get?" Shaking his head, he stepped into the elevator when it arrived. Since there were no other passengers, it reached the ground floor quickly. Fudge wasn't in his office, which meant he must have gone to the courtroom as well. Kyle made his way to his own office, where he sat down at his desk. He pulled out a sheet of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began the task of writing the report. It was well past midnight by the time Kyle finished writing the detailed report. He threw down his quill and rubbed his sore wrist, sighing in frustration. "No wonder my father always complained about writing reports, it's absolute torture." Kyle leaned back in his chair, considering a solution. A self-writing quill? No, too obvious. It's fine for copying, but not for original work, anyone can spot the traces it leaves. I'll need to improve the design somehow. A bit of a hassle, but if it saves me from this drudgery, it'll be worth it. Feeling slightly more optimistic, Kyle grabbed the thick stack of completed reports and headed toward the Minister for Magic's office to deliver them. As he walked down the corridor, he spotted Fudge stepping out of the elevator, looking unusually cheerful. "Oh, Kyle, I was just about to look for you." Fudge greeted him enthusiastically. "What a great victory. Over 20 Death Eaters captured, the wizarding world hasn't had such good news in ages. A truly remarkable day." "Haha, you should have seen the faces of those who doubted us when the Death Eaters were brought into the courtroom," Fudge added with a self-satisfied grin. "Yes," Kyle replied politely, "it's fortunate that the Aura office didn't listen to the naysayers." "Indeed. And thanks to the timely information you provided, Kyle, tomorrow's papers will carry the kind of headlines we've all been waiting for." Kyle handed over the stack of reports. I've already prepared the detailed account you requested, Minister. Well done, Kyle. I knew I could count on you, Fudge said, clearly delighted. Don't worry, you'll see your name prominently featured in tomorrow's paper. Kyle shook his head. Minister, the credit belongs to the Auror office. They're the ones who captured the Death Eaters and kept the public safe. I only played a minor role after the fact. Don't be so modest, Fudge insisted. Without your tip-off, the Death Eaters' plan might have succeeded. You deserve recognition for this. I merely passed along an anonymous letter, Kyle said firmly. An anonymous letter? Fudge frowned. Where is it? It self-destructed after I read it, Kyle explained. The sender must have cast a protective enchantment to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. How cautious. Fudge mused, clearly intrigued. But who would risk betraying you-know-who to send such crucial information? Kyle thought for a moment. The letter did mention Professor Umbridge. It claimed the writer had been inspired to act after learning that she endured the Cruciatus curse twice but still fought against the Death Eaters. That's what made them decide to betray you-know-who. So you're saying the credit belongs to Dolores? Fudge asked. Kyle nodded. That's my interpretation. She may not know it, but her resilience made a profound impact on someone. Fudge studied Kyle with a mix of curiosity and admiration. You could have taken credit yourself, you know. No one else saw the letter, and if you hadn't told me, no one would be the wiser. This could have been your moment to shine. I've already made my decision, Minister, Kyle replied evenly. Fudge nodded slowly. If Dolores knew, she'd be proud to have been your professor. It's simply what I ought to do, Kyle said with a smile. Minister, if there's nothing else, may I be excused? Oh, is it that late already? Fudge glanced at a nearby clock, startled. I was going to ask you to sit in on a trial, but if you insist. Do you need a ministry car to take you home? No, Minister. If the ministry could grant me temporary permission to use apparition, that would suffice. I missed the exam and have to wait until next year to retake it. Ah, yes, you were busy chasing dementors at the time, Fudge recalled casually. Well, forget the exam, I'll grant you apparition privileges as a reward for your contribution. Minister, are you sure that's appropriate? Kyle asked cautiously. Of course. We both know the test would be no challenge for you. After Fudge returned to his office with the report, Kyle took the lift to the foyer, where ministry employees were required to apparate. By the time Kyle reached Grimmauld Place, a faint light was visible in the sky. At this hour, he assumed everyone would be asleep, but when he pushed open the door, he noticed the lights were still on. It's okay, Dad. It's just Kyle, came a voice. Bill poked his head out of a room and said, Come over and have some food before Fred and George eat it all. Hey, Bill, it's not as if you eat any less than Charlie. Hearing there was food, Kyle hurried over. The lit area turned out to be the kitchen. Everyone who had returned before Sirius was gathered there, accompanied by a few bottles of wine, some bread, a plate of cornflakes, and a plate of corned beef on the table. So, did you find out anything useful? Mr. Weasley asked, pushing the bread toward Kyle. I don't know, Kyle replied. I've been writing reports and haven't been in the interrogation rooms, but I don't think the Aurors will get anything useful out of them. Why not? Charlie asked, looking puzzled. Do you know any of the Death Eaters who were captured? Kyle asked in response. Charlie thought for a moment and then shook his head. He had already checked earlier and didn't recognize any of the captured Death Eaters. That's why, Kyle said, taking a piece of bread. Apart from Antonin Dolohov, the others who came to Diagon Alley this time were probably just there to make trouble. They're good at that, but they don't necessarily know anything important. Unfortunately, Dolohov got away, Mr. Weasley said regretfully. The Aurors who had gone after him had lost track of Dolohov deep in Nocturne Alley and returned empty-handed. No choice. He knows Nocturne Alley better than we do, Charlie added. Kyle, would you like some brandy? Kyle, having already celebrated his 17th birthday and thus allowed to drink, hesitated after glancing at the cornflakes and corned beef on the table. He would rather eat than drink. Just then, the house elf creature approached eagerly. Would you like some midnight snacks, Master Kyle? Kyle glanced at the scant cornflakes and corned beef left on the table, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Just some sandwiches would be fine, please. It would be an honor for Creature, the house elf cried, his face alight with excitement as he ran gleefully into the kitchen. Oh, keep your voice down, Fred warned from the side. Mum was worried all night and only just managed to fall asleep. I hope she didn't wake up. Sorry, Kyle said. I forgot that domestic house elves can get a bit overexcited sometimes. It's not your fault, George replied. But I can't understand why the house elf wasn't so attentive when we got back. Yeah, he wouldn't even get us a glass, Fred added. The twins complained about Creature's preferential treatment, but Mr. Weasley didn't find it surprising. Having heard from Sirius about Regulus, he knew that as the Black family's house elf, Creature naturally treated Kyle with special care. While they waited, Kyle suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Weasley, do you know why the Death Eaters are after Florian Fortescue?" "I'm not sure." "Maybe they got the wrong person," Mr. Weasley speculated. "Or he might have offended them in some way," Bill suggested. "Or perhaps he mentioned the name of you-know-who," Bill added. Aside from that, they couldn't think of any other reason why the Death Eaters would go to such lengths to capture an ice cream vendor. After a while, Creature returned, carrying not only the sandwich Kyle had requested but also fried potatoes, grilled sausages, and a whole roast chicken. Seeing this, Fred and George looked even more aggrieved. Turning their frustration into appetite, they grabbed the grilled sausages in front of them and stuffed them into their mouths. Creature watched them from the side with a gloomy expression, but the twins didn't care. Fred even gave the elf a smug wink before reaching for a second sausage. "I can see why Creature doesn't like you," Kyle said with a smile. Chapter 712, Voldemort's Wrath. Kyle slept until noon the next day, having stayed up late the previous night and joined Bill and a few others for drinks. "Oh, dear, how are you?" Mrs. Weasley fussed, ushering Kyle to the table. "I wanted to wake you up for breakfast, but Arthur told me you had only just fallen asleep less than 2 hours ago." "I did sleep in a bit late yesterday," Kyle admitted. "Where's Mr. Weasley?" "He's already gone to the ministry." "In the morning?" "There's a ton of work waiting for him," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. "Don't worry, he often works all night. Just a quick drink of pepper-up potion, and he'll be fine." Lunch was a feast, almost as elaborate as the last birthday celebration. "Mum was worried all night," Ginny whispered. "It's a celebration of your safe return." "Mr. Weasley didn't have to get involved last night," Kyle said. "But I'm surprised he insisted on staying and even brought Bill and Charlie with him." "That's just like Dad," Ginny replied calmly. "It would be strange if he didn't." "Yes, you're right," Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. "But with almost everyone's name pointing to deadly danger, it's no wonder Mrs. Weasley is worried." He was reminded of the Weasley family's magical wall clock, which didn't display the time but instead showed what each family member was doing. Tasks like making tea or feeding the chickens, and locations such as home or school appeared on the dial, reflecting their statuses in real time. It was considered a family treasure. "No, it's not related," Ginny said, shrugging. "You probably don't know this, but ever since the Death Eaters first attacked the ministry, none of the hands on the dial have moved. In other words, it's temporarily useless, unless you know who falls again." As they talked, Sirius arrived, handing Creature a bowl of beef stew and some toast, instructing him to take it to Harry. Afterward, everyone gathered to enjoy their lunch. Nothing much happened in the following weeks. It's worth noting that the Aurors didn't extract anything particularly useful from the captured Death Eaters, but that didn't dampen their celebrations of victory. Even the Daily Prophet eventually stopped its daily reports of missing and deceased individuals, which did wonders for public morale. In one manor house, however, the atmosphere was utterly grim. A long table stretched across the room, its seats filled with individuals who kept their heads bowed, hardly daring to breathe. Their collective fear stemmed from the figure walking slowly behind them, a wand in hand. "Someone here has betrayed us," Voldemort said softly, his tone unreadable. It was impossible to discern whether he was enraged as his cold gaze swept over the gathered Death Eaters. One by one, his piercing eyes landed on them, causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Each person lowered their head further, as if trying to vanish into the ground. But there were no cracks to hide in, and Voldemort had ensured no one dared to be absent. "Look up. Lucius." Voldemort stopped behind Lucius Malfoy, using his wand to lift the man's chin. If anyone was likely to betray him, it was Lucius, who had recently been punished. "Master. Master." Lucius's face went ashen, his entire body trembling. Voldemort peered into the terrified man's eyes. "Why are you nervous, Lucius?" Voldemort asked, pressing the tip of his wand against Lucius's forehead. "Master. I have not betrayed." Lucius stammered, his words barely coherent. "If only you could speak more convincingly," Voldemort murmured, his tone dripping with menace. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he withdrew his wand. "Of course, I know you don't have the guts." Lucius exhaled shakily, feeling as though he might collapse. But before he could recover, a flash of green light lit up the room. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort executed the curse with a casual motion, as though brushing away dust. McNair, seated across from Lucius, crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Voldemort's voice was cold as he finally broke the silence. "Dolohov may not have fulfilled my order, but at least he brought back news of a traitor. But you, McNair, all I see in you is cowardice." After multiple failures and whispers of betrayal, Voldemort's patience had worn thin. Someone had to bear the brunt of his wrath. He had intended to identify the traitor, but after surveying the room and using legilimency, he found no signs of disloyalty. He couldn't simply kill everyone on suspicion. Instead, he selected another target, someone whose failure could not be ignored. McNair, who had fled at the first sight of Aurors, was an obvious choice. Unlike Antonin Dolohov, who had at least brought back information, McNair's cowardice made him expendable. As Voldemort waved his hand, a three-headed snake slithered into the room. Its presence cast a pall over the already oppressive atmosphere, yet no one dared to glance at it, not even out of the corner of their eye. I, of course, believe in your loyalty, but you have failed me far too many times, Voldemort said, his voice devoid of emotion. Please, my lord, give me another chance. Dolohov, who had narrowly escaped Voldemort's wrath, sank to his knees, trembling. I swear. I will bring you Fortescue. But you've already failed, Voldemort said dismissively, his gaze drifting to an open copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. The headline read, "You know whose archenemy, the fearless senior undersecretary, Dolores Jane Umbridge." Master, I'll kill her. Barty Crouch Jr. volunteered hastily. Archenemy. Voldemort repeated with disdain, his lip curling as he turned the page to another article. Missing, Ollivander. You have 2 days. Voldemort said icily, his gaze shifting back to the Death Eaters. Find him, and I hope you won't disappoint me again. As you command, my lord, the Death Eaters chorused, dropping to their knees in unison. Meanwhile, at 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry finally emerged from the basement after more than half a month of grueling training. Limping but overjoyed, he left behind the torturous routine of occlumency lessons. This is Essence of Dittany, this is Blood Replenishing Potion, and this is Skill Grow. Sirius thrust a collection of potions into Harry's arms, grumbling, this is barbaric. Even if it's to learn occlumency faster, he didn't have to be so strict. Standing nearby, Kyle rolled his eyes. Over the past month, Sirius hadn't once visited Harry in the dungeon, let alone tried to stop the training. Yet now, he acted like a concerned godfather. To avoid straining their relationship, Kyle chose to keep quiet, merely instructing Creature to roast 2 warthog legs as a reward for Wampus Cat. After taking a few potions, though not skill grow, Harry's condition improved considerably. Harry. Showing up in the dining hall at this hour. I take it you've mastered occlumency. Bill entered the room at that moment, handing Harry a money bag across the table. This is for you. I withdrew it from your vault. Thanks, Harry said, taking the bag gratefully. You're welcome, Bill replied before turning to Kyle. Mum only gave me Harry's vault key. Kyle, if you need to withdraw anything, I'll head back tomorrow. Security at Gringotts has tightened because of the goblins, so it's heavily guarded. It could take an ordinary person 5 hours to get their money, but I have some privileges. I can shorten the time to half an hour. Thanks, Kyle said, shaking his head. But I've got plenty of money. No need. Kyle's wealth wasn't stored in Gringotts, which he considered as leaky as a sieve. Instead, he kept it in his enchanted suitcase, Norbert's lair, Niffler's pouch, and 2 newly discovered hiding spots, the Basilisk's Cave and the Nunda's Den, both far safer than Gringotts. Unconcerned by Kyle's reasoning, Bill simply nodded and pulled out a few envelopes. They were letters from Hogwarts containing the students' new book lists. Harry immediately forgot his recent trials upon opening his letter. Inside, he found the badge of Quidditch captain. That makes you the same as a prefect, Hermione said happily. You can ride in the prefect's compartment and even use our bathroom. Though Harry was thrilled, it wasn't the privileges that excited him. He held the badge reverently, inspecting it and wiping invisible dust from its surface, unwilling to let it go. I had one of those too, Charlie said with a grin. It feels like yesterday. I was just like Harry, so excited I didn't sleep a wink that night. Kyle, where's your badge? Let's see it. Yeah, Harry chimed in, grinning. This time, it'll be our rivalry. Gryffindor definitely won't lose again. Well, prepare to be disappointed, Kyle replied, opening his envelope. Inside was only a book list. I'm not the captain. How is that even possible? Ron blurted. Who else but you could be the captain of Hufflepuff's Quidditch team? Any of them could, Kyle said calmly. They're all just as enthusiastic and skilled as I am. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, frowning. Why didn't you even get the head boy badge? Her surprise was warranted. The absence of a head boy badge was even more baffling than Kyle not being made Quidditch captain. Last year, Kyle had been a prefect, but Cedric was still at Hogwarts, so the head boy badge had gone to him. Now, with Cedric graduated, Kyle seemed the natural choice. But there was no badge. Why? The school must have made a mistake, Hermione said. Kyle, you need to write to Professor Dumbledore before school starts. No, Hermione, it's fine like this. Kyle had been a little surprised at first, but he soon accepted the situation and even felt a bit happy about it. He loved Quidditch, but playing with his friends had always been the highlight for him. With Cedric, Fred, and George having graduated, much of the fun had already faded. More importantly, he remembered how Cedric had stayed up late for several nights before matches to work on tactics. Kyle knew he couldn't match that kind of dedication. For the team's sake, and his own peace of mind, it was better to pass the captaincy to someone else. Kyle guessed the new captain would likely be either Will or Grace, with Grace being the more probable choice. She was just as passionate about Quidditch as Cedric, perhaps even more so, often prioritizing it over everything else. Let's just say that if the NEWT exams and a Quidditch match were scheduled on the same day, Grace wouldn't hesitate to skip the exam. As for the head boy position, there was no need to even discuss it. Kyle had practically handed over his prefect responsibilities to Cedric years ago. I think Dumbledore realized that, Fred said. Which is probably why he didn't send the badge. Kyle's absence from the roles of head boy and Quidditch captain became a hot topic of conversation at 12 Grimmauld Place for the rest of the day. Fred and George, however, weren't as surprised as the others. Kyle can stroll into the Ministry of Magic whenever he wants. Why would he care about being head boy? Fred remarked nonchalantly. Exactly. Just look at Percy, George added. He's head boy, but he still has to follow Kyle's orders. Though Percy had apologized and been forgiven by the Weasleys, Fred and George still refused to be friendly with him. Whenever they crossed paths at the ministry, they ignored him entirely, as if he were a stranger. In their words, considering all the nonsense Percy's pulled, it's already impressive we're not beating the living daylights out of him. Fred's and George's words made sense to the others. Yes, Kyle, as the youngest senior assistant to the Minister for Magic, had already played a role in many important decisions. Being head boy was hardly necessary. The conversation soon shifted to the new book lists and the courses Harry and the others would take. Which classes are you planning to take, Harry? Ron asked, scanning his transcript. I did pretty well in Defense Against the Dark Arts and Charms, and my Transfiguration grades are just good enough for Professor McGonagall. Those are all required courses, Hermione chimed in. You're not thinking of dropping Transfiguration, are you? Of course not, even though Professor McGonagall is really strict, Ron replied, then glanced at Hermione. But why did you take potions? Of course, I did. Potions is just as important as Transfiguration. Hermione replied without looking up. In fact, I won't drop any class I can possibly take. I don't think so, Ron muttered. There's no way I'm going to Snape's class. Me neither, Harry agreed, nodding firmly. He had been dreaming of escaping Snape and the gloomy dungeon since his first year. Now that he had the chance, he wasn't going to make things difficult for himself. I suggest you reconsider, Kyle, who had been chatting with Charlie, said, glancing at them. There are likely to be significant changes in potions this year. Even if you choose not to take it now, you might regret it later. Snape can still force us to take his class. Ron asked, incredulous. It's not Snape, it's something else, Kyle replied. But trust me, you won't regret it. Do you have inside information? Ron pressed. Kyle, however, didn't answer. He simply resumed eating the baked potato in front of him. Ugh, is it a ministry thing? You people never finish your sentences. Ron grumbled, exasperated. Figuring that out just now, are you? Fred said, laughing. It's an old wizarding tradition, George added, smirking. Ron's frustration only seemed to amuse the others, including Mr. Weasley. His irritation fueled their laughter around the table. After some hesitation, Harry decided to trust Kyle's advice and drew a line through advanced potion making on his book list. Wait, Harry, you're taking potions too? Ron asked, shocked. He hadn't expected his staunchest ally to defect. It's just another book, Harry shrugged. Besides, my grades in potions aren't good enough for Snape. He won't let me in anyway. Isn't that just a waste of galleons? Ron said, still confused. But when he saw Harry's determination, Ron sighed and reluctantly crossed out a book from his list as well, muttering, I must be mad. I don't even know if I can sell unused books at full price. Chapter 713, The Malfoys in Diagon Alley. With just a week left until the start of the school year, Kyle and the others needed to visit Diagon Alley to purchase supplies for the upcoming semester. Although the weather was far from ideal, it didn't dampen anyone's spirits. Harry, in particular, was thrilled. After being cooped up in the house for over a month, even though he enjoyed Sirius's company, he had grown restless. Stepping outside was a much-needed breath of fresh air, and his excitement was palpable. How are we getting there? Bill asked, standing in the street and scanning their surroundings cautiously. Remus and Kingsley are driving us, Sirius replied. Ah, here they are now. As he spoke, a Ministry of Magic car pulled up in front of them. Brilliant, Ron said cheerfully. I thought we'd have to use the thing again. What's it called? The subway. There's nothing wrong with the subway, Hermione retorted, shooting him a disapproving glance. Of course, you're right, Ron said, leaning back comfortably in the magically modified car as he climbed in. But if we're talking convenience and comfort, the Ministry car wins hands down. This time, Hermione didn't argue. Ron had a point. The car, altered with magic, was indeed far more spacious and luxurious than any Muggle train. Don't get used to it, Mr. Weasley said, turning to address them. This is a one-time exception to ensure Harry's safety, especially after the Death Eaters attacked Diagon Alley recently. He's under level 1 security, and will also have additional protection at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry remained quiet. He wasn't entirely comfortable with the special treatment and didn't relish the idea of being followed by Aurors while shopping, though he didn't mind Lupin's presence. We're here, Kingsley announced as the car slowed to a stop at Charing Cross Road, pulling up outside the Leaky Cauldron. How long will you be? Kingsley asked, glancing back. I'll come pick you up. About 2 hours, Mr. Weasley replied. The group stepped out of the car and entered the pub together. Great, he's already here, Mr. Weasley said, waving enthusiastically as soon as they stepped inside. Harry initially thought he was greeting an Auror, but when he looked up, he saw a large, familiar figure. Hagrid. Harry exclaimed in surprise. It's you. Didn't want me to protect you, did you? Hagrid said, striding toward them and accidentally knocking over several tables along the way. No. Of course not. Harry shook his head quickly. Don't worry, I'm only joking, Hagrid chuckled, pulling Harry into a bone-crushing hug. Kyle winced at the sound of creaking that followed. If Hagrid had hugged any tighter, the skill grow serious kept on hand might have become necessary. Without hesitation, Kyle avoided a similar fate by sidestepping Hagrid's attempt to greet him the same way. Hagrid, are you finished with your assignment? Kyle asked, quickly changing the subject. Just wrapped it up, Hagrid replied. He lowered his voice and added, Dumbledore said we don't need to watch over those, well, you know. That's good to hear, Kyle said with a nod. Yeah, and I got back just in time, Hagrid said proudly. The Ministry wanted to send Aurors to guard Harry, but Dumbledore told them I'd be enough. All right then, let's get moving, there's still a lot to buy. Despite the recent attack by Death Eaters, the Leaky Cauldron was reasonably busy, thanks to the Ministry's heightened security measures. The group made their way through the pub and into the backyard, where they queued for a security check with an Aurors Revelio charm. Once cleared, they passed through the wall and entered Diagon Alley. However, the usual vibrancy of the area was noticeably subdued. The street, typically bustling with activity just before the school year, was quieter than usual. Fewer shoppers roamed about, and those who were present hurried along with anxious expressions. Large notices and wanted posters of Death Eaters covered the walls and shop windows, adding to the somber atmosphere. Kyle couldn't help but acknowledge how much this affected the overall shopping experience, but he also understood it was a necessary measure by the Auror office. Unfortunately, it wasn't something he could change. We're in a big group, we have to hurry, said Mrs. Weasley, clearly eager to move along. It was hard to tell whether her urgency stemmed from the memory of the recent attack or simply her preference to avoid lingering too long. First, Madame Malkin's robes, she declared. Kyle, I noticed earlier your clothes are a little short, you'd better buy some new ones. Harry, you too. Molly, we're too big a group to all head to Madame Malkin's, Mr. Weasley interjected. Why don't you take them while Ginny, Hermione, and I go to Flourish and Blots first? And Bill, you and Charlie can handle the quill shop. Remember to pick up plenty of parchment and ink, he added. Yes, Dad, said Bill dutifully, though Mrs. Weasley hesitated. She wanted to finish the shopping quickly but wasn't thrilled at the idea of splitting up. Don't worry, Kyle reassured her. There are at least 3 Aurors at the Leaky Cauldron, and with so many of us, we'll be fine. Mrs. Weasley relented with a small sigh. All right, then. Diagon Alley was bustling with people like Mrs. Weasley, all moving briskly, as though trying to outpace a lingering unease. When they reached Madame Malkin's robes, 3 figures were just exiting. You don't need to follow me. In case you haven't noticed, Mum, I can shop on my own perfectly well, Malfoy muttered, striding ahead in an elegant green robe, clearly disgruntled. Right outside the shop, he came face to face with Harry and the others. No wonder I caught a whiff of something foul, Malfoy sneered, narrowing his eyes at Harry. Where's your mudblood friend, Potter? Too scared to show up. Malfoy froze mid-sentence, his words faltering as his gaze landed on someone he hadn't expected to see. Kyle. Malfoy's eyes flickered uncertainly. What are you doing here? To shop, obviously, Kyle replied nonchalantly. School's starting soon. You don't think I'd use last year's textbooks, do you? All right, of course, Malfoy stammered, lowering his gaze. Kyle frowned slightly. Something about Malfoy seemed off, like he was nervous or even guilty. But why? That didn't make any sense. Before Kyle could dwell on it further, Harry and Ron had both drawn their wands. I'm warning you, Malfoy, Harry snapped. If you insult Hermione again, you'll regret it. What happened next was even stranger. Normally, Malfoy would have fired back with a cutting remark or some biting sarcasm. But today, he said nothing at all. You'd better tell them to put those wands away, Sirius, came a cold voice from behind. Narcissa Malfoy swept forward, her icy gaze fixed on Sirius. If they so much as touch my son, I'll ensure they never hold a wand again. Really? Sirius stepped in front of Harry, his tone laced with challenge. Why don't we find out whose spells are faster? Narcissa's pale face grew even paler with fury, though her expression remained icy and composed. Mum, let's go, Malfoy murmured, tugging lightly at her sleeve. There's no point wasting time. I still need to buy my books. The tension between the two groups was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. But Narcissa didn't move. Her piercing gaze flicked to Sirius, then shifted slightly to Kyle. She had overheard what Malfoy said earlier and knew exactly who Kyle was. So, this is him, she thought. The one the Dark Lord seeks. Her fingers brushed her wand. If a confrontation arose here, it could be her chance to eliminate him. Yes, she might be arrested by the Aurors, but at least Draco wouldn't have to take the risk himself. Her breathing quickened as she calculated the odds. Meanwhile, Kyle, watching the scene with mild interest, suddenly felt an unmistakable wave of murderous intent. The sensation was eerily familiar, exactly like the one he had felt during previous encounters with Death Eaters. Is it aimed at me? Or at everyone here? Though he couldn't pinpoint the Malfoy's intentions, Kyle acted on instinct. Without a word, his hand slipped into his sleeve, fingers curling around his wand. His other hand quietly unlatched the suitcase he carried, ensuring it was ready at a moment's notice. After being ambushed by 3 Death Eaters, Kyle never let the suitcase out of his sight. It went wherever he did. Oh, come now, sir, madam. At this, Madame Malkin emerged from behind a coat rack, a leather measuring tape draped over her hand. Her tone was firm, yet exasperated. I won't have any fighting in front of my shop. If you insist on continuing, I'll be forced to call the Aurors. Mum, let's go, Malfoy urged again, his voice carrying a rare note of pleading. Perhaps it was Draco's words or simply her desire to avoid further confrontation, but Narcissa Malfoy was the first to step back. She slowly lowered her wand and straightened her posture, though her icy demeanor remained intact. Her gaze swept across the group before landing on Kyle. She lingered for a moment, her expression unreadable, before speaking pointedly. You can't protect them forever, and neither can Dumbledore, she said in a low, deliberate voice. Then, turning sharply on her heel, she called to Draco with a tone of dismissal. Let's go, Draco. Later, I'll be throwing those robes away. I refuse to shop in the same place as such scum. Twilfit and Tattings has far better. Draco followed quickly, his head down, saying nothing. It was clear he wanted to leave as fast as possible. That was uncalled for, muttered Madame Malkin, who had overheard the exchange. She turned back to Sirius with a somewhat forced smile. Now then, do you need any new robes? Of course, Sirius said cheerfully, stepping into the shop with confidence. This is the best place, after all. Madame Malkin's mood brightened at his enthusiasm, and she hurried to assist him. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron stomped in, both fuming. The Malfoys are all like that, Ron grumbled. You just want to punch them in the face. Kyle lingered outside, his gaze fixed on Narcissa and Draco as they disappeared into another shop. His wand, still hidden in his sleeve, was ever so slightly raised. If I haven't figured it out by now, I might as well change my name to Ron, he thought dryly. The source of the earlier murderous intent was unmistakable. Narcissa Malfoy had been the one radiating it, and her target had most likely been him. While Kyle had initially been unsure, the final look she had given him erased any doubt. He couldn't perform legilimency like Dumbledore, who wielded it almost instinctively, but he didn't need it to make simple observations. Narcissa's expression when she looked at Harry was one of disgust, but when her eyes fell on him, something shifted, something darker. She had tried to conceal it, but Kyle had noticed. Still, it didn't make sense. He had no personal enmity with the Malfoy family. His relationship with Draco could best be described as neutral, not friendly, but certainly not hostile. Unless Voldemort's offering rewards so tempting that even someone like Narcissa, who's always valued self-preservation above all else, has taken interest. Kyle, what are you doing out there? Hurry up. Madame Malkin needs to take your measurements, Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out from inside. Kyle shook his head, breaking his train of thought. Coming, he called, glancing one last time at the Malfoys' retreating figures. He stepped into the shop, letting the door close behind him. This isn't the place, he decided. Diagon Alley's too crowded, and it's broad daylight. Getting into a fight here would be more trouble than it's worth. Besides, Hogwarts term was about to start. Whatever Narcissa Malfoy might be planning, she wouldn't dare make a move at the school. Of course, if she was foolish enough to try, Kyle wouldn't hesitate to introduce her to a few of his magical creatures' friends. "What are you looking at out there?" Mrs. Weasley asked as they reached the shop. "Don't mind them, they're all the same in the Malfoy family." "No, I just saw a classmate," Kyle replied casually. "Yes, everyone's shopping in Diagon Alley these days," Mrs. Weasley said, brushing it off and focusing on the task at hand. No one seemed eager to dwell on the Malfoys, and even Madame Malkin appeared more distracted than usual as she measured and fitted robes. By the time they left the shop, the rest of the group had regrouped. "Did you see Malfoy and his mother?" Harry asked Hagrid as soon as they reunited. "Aye," Hagrid replied nonchalantly. "But they won't try anything in Diagon Alley. Too public. Do you still need to buy anything else?" "We want to check out Fred and George's shop," Ron chimed in eagerly. "Is that okay?" "We have to hurry," Harry said, glancing around cautiously. "It's fine, Molly," Mr. Weasley reassured her. "You really don't need to worry so much." "Yes," Sirius added with a nod. "It's not as dangerous as you think." With everyone echoing similar sentiments, Mrs. Weasley relented, though it was clear she still felt uneasy. The group began making their way toward the Weasley twins' joke shop, with Hermione, who had already visited before, and Bill leading the way. As they passed the Elop's Owl Emporium, they stopped to purchase a large bag of owl nuts. They also visited the apothecary, where they stocked up on potion ingredients. Harry and Ron, uncertain if they would continue with potions lessons, only bought the most basic items. They continued down the bustling street. "This is number 92. Just a little further," Hermione pointed out. In truth, her reminder wasn't necessary. The shop was impossible to miss. Unlike the rest of Diagon Alley, which was plastered with grim notices and wanted posters, Fred and George's shop stood out like a beacon of chaos and color. The front window was a dazzling display of fireworks and moving advertisements. A massive poster filled the right-hand window, with bold yellow letters blazing across it. "Why are you worrying about WHO? You should be worrying about UNOPOO. The constipation sensation that's gripping the nation." Harry and Ron immediately burst out laughing, but Mrs. Weasley stared at the poster, incredulous, muttering, "You know poo, they'll get assassinated." No, Bill said with a chuckle. "That poster's been up for 2 months. You know who clearly doesn't bother with things like this. Go on in and have a look. You'll be surprised, they've really turned this place into something incredible." With that, he stepped forward, leading the way into the shop. Fred and George were nowhere to be seen, they were likely still at the Ministry of Magic at this hour. The twins had been tied up with additional responsibilities, especially after the recent Dementor scare when they had been guarding the shop's enchanted Patronus necklaces. Now, it seemed they had plenty to catch up on. "Hello, valued customer," came a polite voice. A clean, well-dressed house elf approached them, his tone practiced and professional. "The latest products are displayed on the shelves by the counter. Poo is still on special offer for just 1 canute." Harry squinted at the house elf, something about him strikingly familiar. "Are you Dobby?" At the sound of his name, the house elf's eyes widened in recognition. "Mr. Harry Potter!" Dobby exclaimed, his voice bursting with excitement. The moment Dobby realized who was standing before him, his enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. "Dobby is so happy to see Mr. Harry Potter here," he squeaked, hopping slightly on the spot. His exuberance immediately caught the attention of other shoppers. "Look, Harry Potter is in Diagon Alley too. I knew it, he's not afraid of you-know-who at all." Murmurs spread quickly through the shop, and Harry, now painfully aware of the attention, flushed with embarrassment. He hastily lowered his head, using his hair to obscure the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. But Dobby, too caught up in his excitement, didn't notice Harry's discomfort. Grabbing Harry's hand, he enthusiastically pulled him further into the shop. Once inside, Harry's initial embarrassment began to fade. The shop was much larger than he had expected, its shelves brimming with all sorts of curious and colorful products. "This is the patented Daydream Charm," Dobby explained enthusiastically, pointing to a colorful box. "It allows you to quickly enter a high-quality fantasy for 30 minutes. He moved on to another shelf. "And this is the skiving snack box, which Mr. Harry Potter definitely doesn't need, right?" Dobby beamed, his ears flapping slightly. "Defense against the dark arts products, including shield gloves and hats, are the most popular," he continued, gesturing to a section filled with cleverly designed protective gear. Harry's eyes darted around the shop, struggling to take it all in. Everything looked so fascinating that he wanted to explore every item. Dobby. Harry stopped in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts section, interrupting the house elf's excited chatter. Why are you here? Did Fred and George hire you? No, Dobby is here to help, the house elf replied, his large ears twitching. In September, Dobby will go back to where he worked before. Dobby likes it there better. Where you worked before? What's that? Harry asked, his tone casual as his gaze lingered on a small dummy holding a bomb on one of the shelves. Dobby is not allowed to say, the house elf replied, his voice soft. Harry froze and quickly turned to look at Dobby, his mind racing. He knew house elves were bound by strict magical contracts to keep their master's secrets. If they even considered revealing something forbidden, they would immediately punish themselves. Back in second year, Dobby had repeatedly harmed himself whenever he came close to saying too much about the Malfoys. But this time, Dobby remained perfectly still, calm and composed. That could only mean one thing, Dobby wasn't prohibited from speaking, he simply didn't want to. Relief washed over Harry. It seemed Dobby had genuinely found a place he was happy with. That's nice, Harry said with a warm smile. Turning back to the shelf, he pointed to the small dummy. I'd like to buy this. How much is it? Decoy detonators, Dobby replied immediately. Makes a lot of noise. 2 galleons. But if it's for Mr. Harry Potter, it's only 1 galleon. Dobby can only do so much. And what about this? Harry asked, picking up a glass marble filled with swirling white mist. It looked like a miniature version of the prophecy orb he had seen at the ministry. Smoke balls, Dobby said proudly. Creates a fog quickly. 10 sickles. I'll take it, Harry said, pulling out his money bag. The memory of Kyle using something similar during the final task of the Triwizard Tournament flashed through Harry's mind. The mist had enveloped the entire hill, making it almost impossible to see. It had been incredibly effective, and he hadn't expected something similar to be so affordable. Wait, came a familiar voice. Kyle walked up from behind, glancing at the item in Harry's hand. Just so you know, this isn't the same kind of large-scale mist gem you've seen before. This is an imitation of mine. To be fair, though, the effect isn't bad. Harry thought for a moment, then shrugged. That's fine. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use a few more. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of gold coins and stuffed them into Dobby's hands. I'll take all of these. Chapter 714, Kanna, who didn't take the train. Fred and George certainly had a knack for lightening people's wallets. By the time Harry left the Weasleys' wizard wheezes, he had only a few galleons left in his pocket. He doubted he would have parted with even those if it hadn't been for the school-related expenses he needed to cover. What made him spend so freely were the fascinating joke items and the Defense Against the Dark Arts tools, each of which seemed remarkably practical. Besides, after being cooped up for more than a month, Harry found himself indulging in an unplanned shopping spree. Before he realized it, his money pouch was empty, and the jingling galleons had been traded for an assortment of magical trinkets. He didn't mind, though. Harry felt quite pleased with his purchases. During the final week of the holidays, Harry and Ron spent their days experimenting with the gadgets they had bought. One mishap occurred when Hermione, distracted and unaware, mistook a joke shop cup for a teacup. The result? Her teeth turned a vivid shade of blue. Hermione's slightly prominent front teeth stood out even more in this colorful state, which left her furious. She refused to speak to Harry for several days. Only after Fred and George returned with a potion to restore her teeth's normal color, and Harry swore repeatedly that leaving the cup on the table had been an accident, did Hermione begrudgingly forgive him. However, she made her displeasure clear by refusing to help them with their homework. You'd better hurry, Kyle remarked with a grin as he watched Harry and Ron scribbling furiously at their assignments near the end of August. School starts tomorrow. If you don't finish tonight, you won't be getting any sleep tomorrow night. Harry and Ron didn't reply, they didn't have time for anything beyond their mounting pile of homework. Who would have guessed that after 2 whole months, they still hadn't completed it all? Don't look so smug. Everyone's had to cram their homework at Hogwarts a few times, Charlie chimed in, recalling his own days of last-minute studying. But Kyle, he added with a curious glance, I don't think I've ever seen you do any homework. Did you finish it before you got here? No, Kyle replied coolly. I didn't do any of it. Harry and Ron paused mid-sentence, glancing up simultaneously before shifting over to make space for Kyle. You don't need to worry about me, Kyle said, waving them off casually. I don't have to do my homework. I've been busy with Ministry of Magic work, so the professors gave me special permission. You don't have to do your homework. Ron's envy was palpable, his eyes narrowing with frustration. No one had ever told him that working with the Ministry of Magic came with such perks. If he'd known, he would have applied in a heartbeat. The next morning, Harry and Ron stumbled into the car, dark circles under their eyes from their late-night cram session. They dozed off almost immediately, only to be shaken awake by Sirius when the car pulled up in front of King's Cross Station. "Hurry up," Sirius urged, his tone serious. "There are too many people here. We need to get through the barrier as quickly as possible." Sirius and Mr. Weasley flanked the group, their expressions tense, as if Death Eaters were lurking in every corner of the station. Despite their concerns, the journey was uneventful. They passed through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 without any trouble. As usual, the platform was crowded, and the Scarlet Hogwarts Express sat steaming majestically, its plume of smoke curling over the bustling crowd. A moment later, Kyle, Cedric, Fred, and George arrived, weaving through the throng. "I really miss this," Cedric said with a wistful look at the train. "Too bad I didn't bring any luggage this time." "Only an idiot like you would want to go back to school," Fred scoffed, glancing at the train. "The best part now is no classes, no homework." "It'd be even better if we could avoid the Ministry of Magic," George muttered darkly. The twins had planned to resign from their ministry posts by the end of August to focus on their joke shop. However, they were still tied to their jobs, supposedly because no one else could take over their roles. Still, they hadn't fought too hard to leave, likely owing to Kyle's influence. Cho Chang arrived moments later, stepping through the barrier with her usual grace. As soon as Cedric spotted her, he left Kyle and the others without a second thought, his face lighting up with a goofy grin. "Cho, long time no see. How was your holiday?" he asked eagerly. Fred rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with mockery. "Look at that ridiculous expression. Anyone watching him would think he's trying to untangle a tongue twister." "Sometimes, I really want to shove a handful of sour candies in his mouth," George muttered, grimacing. "Oh, and you're no better," he added, turning to Kyle. "I bet you're waiting for Kana, aren't you? If you already know, why bother asking?" Kyle replied, raising an eyebrow, his nonchalance only fueling the twins' exasperation. "Listen," Fred said, slinging an arm around Kyle's shoulders with an air of mock menace, "this Christmas, you're getting a crate of sour-tasting exploding sweets. And you think I'd eat anything you give me?" Kyle shot back with a look of disdain. "Then we'll just come to Hogwarts. And shove them down your throat," George finished. "I'll be waiting," Kyle said, unfazed. "Just don't chicken out." Another 10 minutes passed, but Kana didn't show. Fred and George exchanged smug, gloating looks. Behind them, the train's whistle blew, signaling its imminent departure. Most of the students had already boarded, and the doors were beginning to close. "You've got 3 minutes," Cedric said, checking his watch. "Maybe she's already on the train. Don't forget, Kana usually gets here early." "You're right," Kyle nodded, quickly climbing aboard. "Come back for Christmas." Fred called through the window. "If anything interesting happens at school, write and tell us," George added. "And don't break any school rules." The train gave a loud puff of smoke and began to pull away. Kyle waved at the twins before turning and heading toward the prefect's compartment. Inside, he spotted Malfoy. Just like in Diagon Alley, Malfoy avoided eye contact and quickly slipped away to another compartment. Kyle, unbothered, continued his search. He paced the prefect's compartment but found no sign of Kana. Hoping for a lead, he approached Cho, but she shook her head. "No, I haven't seen her either," Cho said apologetically. "Don't worry," Cho said. "Maybe Kana just didn't take the train but went to school with Professor Snape instead." "Maybe," Kyle replied casually. Although Cho's suggestion wasn't without merit, Kyle had a persistent feeling that Snape wouldn't have brought Kana to school this year. With this thought in mind, Kyle scanned the other carriages once more but found nothing. Finally, he opened the door to the last carriage, where Luna, Ginny, and Neville were seated. "Long time no see, Kyle," Neville greeted, holding his toad. "Long time no see." Instead of returning to the prefect's compartment, Kyle stepped inside and sat down in an empty seat. "Do you mind?" he asked. "Of course not," Neville said quickly. "In fact, 5 minutes ago, my grandmother told me I should spend more time with you." "What?" "Oh, she probably just wants me to learn from you," Neville said. "She reads the newspapers and says the ministry couldn't have come up with such a reliable decision, nor would they solve the Dementor problem so quickly. It must have been your idea. She's been praising you for 2 months and says she'd trade anything to have you as her grandson." "You're not that bad, Neville," Kyle said absent-mindedly. "Oh, by the way, remember to thank Mrs. Longbottom for me." "Thanks," Neville said sheepishly. "I will." Since Kyle's thoughts weren't entirely on the conversation, the atmosphere in the compartment felt a little subdued. "Kyle, you're being harassed by Raxburts," said Luna suddenly, glancing up from the Quibbler and peering at Kyle through her large, colorful glasses. "Harassed, what?" Neville blinked, clearly confused. "Raxburts. They're invisible creatures that mess with your head," Luna explained. "I thought I felt one buzzing around here a minute ago." She clapped her hands at the air, as if swatting at an invisible insect. Neville looked even more baffled. He instinctively shifted closer to the window, while Ginny, sitting beside him, merely sighed. Accustomed to Luna's peculiarities, she chose to ignore her actions. "Ah, I do have something on my mind," Kyle admitted, gazing out the window. "Do you need any help?" Luna asked, waving her hand again near Kyle's head. "Thanks, that's better," Kyle said with a faint smile. After sitting there for a while, Kyle decided to leave the compartment, but before he could step outside, Harry appeared at the door. "Neville, have you seen?" "Oh, Kyle, there you are," Harry said, clearly surprised. Kyle murmured, stepping aside to let Harry enter. "No need," Harry said, producing 2 rolls of parchment tied with purple ribbons. "What is it?" "An invitation," Harry replied, handing over one of the rolls. "A third-year girl delivered it but couldn't find you, so I thought I'd give it a try." "Neville, this one's for you," Harry added, passing him the other roll. Unrolling the parchment, Kyle saw a short message written inside. "Kyle. I would very much like you to join me for lunch in compartment C. Yours sincerely, Professor Hef Slughorn." "Remember," said Harry. "This is the man Dumbledore took us to visit on the train." "That's unusual. I mean, not many professors travel to school by train, except Lupin before, but this Professor Slughorn doesn't look like he's short of money, does he?" "Lupin would be sad to hear that," Kyle remarked. Harry felt a little embarrassed. It was true, though, Lupin had been the only professor in recent memory to take the train, and that was largely because of his financial situation. "Are you going?" Harry asked. Kyle hesitated. He wasn't particularly inclined to attend, but Slughorn was a professor, and ignoring an invitation from him might be seen as disrespectful. Sighing, he rubbed his forehead. "If I'd known Kana wasn't on the train, I could have just operated to Hogsmeade," he thought. "Never mind, let's just kill some time," Kyle said as he stepped out of the compartment. Neville got up to follow him. "Who's Slughorn?" he asked. "The new teacher," Harry explained. "He used to teach at Hogwarts but retired, and now he's come back." The aisle was bustling with students, many waiting to be served by the trolley witch. It wasn't until they reached compartment C that Harry realized Slughorn had invited more than just the 3 of them. Compartment C, located next to the prefect's carriage, was reserved for instructors and was unusually spacious, nearly 3 times the size of a standard carriage. At the moment, it was packed with people. "Harry, Kyle!" Slughorn exclaimed, leaping to his feet as they entered. It was clear he'd made an effort to look his best. His large silver beard was neatly trimmed and gleamed in the sunlight, much like the gold buttons on his waistcoat. "What a huge surprise that you've both come together. And this must be Mr. Neville Longbottom." "Hello." Neville nodded stiffly, still unsure of the situation. He glanced at Kyle, then followed his lead by sitting in the nearest empty seat. The atmosphere shifted slightly as Kyle entered. Some of the Slytherin students in the compartment began acting oddly. They kept their heads low, whispering to each other, but as soon as Kyle glanced their way, they stopped and pretended nothing was amiss. This behavior wasn't new to Kyle. Ever since he'd given Montague a memorable lesson last year, most Slytherins preferred to steer clear of him. The fact that Kyle had caused quite a bit of trouble for several of their parents over the summer only added to their unease. "Everyone's here," Slughorn announced cheerfully. "Let me introduce you. This is Blaise Zabini." He gestured toward a boy nearby. "Harry, you know him, I'm sure. You're in the same year." Neither Harry nor Zabini acknowledged the comment. The animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin was palpable, and silence was about as close to civility as the 2 houses could manage. Slughorn, unfazed, continued. "This is Cormac McLaggen. Kyle, he's in the same year as you." "Kyle, nice to meet you here," McLaggen said formally, extending his hand. Kyle nodded politely. "And this is Marcus Belby, also in the 7th year." Unlike the tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin, interactions with Hufflepuffs were far more amicable. As Slughorn introduced Kyle to the others, the reception was notably warm, with everyone welcoming him openly. "Well, that was pleasant," said Slughorn contentedly after the string of tedious introductions. "An opportunity to get to know you all a little better. Everyone take a napkin and try some of this." With a wave of his wand, a platter of pheasant appeared in front of everyone. The long-tailed pheasant, a rare creature native to the Appalachian Mountains, was not particularly remarkable except for its incredible speed. However, its meat was considered a delicacy. Kyle wasn't surprised that Slughorn had managed to procure such a rare dish, but he doubted it was prepared by a house elf. This was something Slughorn had likely cooked himself. "How would I describe the taste?" Kyle mused. It was like skipping a flat stone across water, smooth, but utterly devoid of impact. Slughorn should apologize to the long-tailed pheasant. While the others sampled the meal, Slughorn began peppering the group with questions. Marcus, have you seen your uncle Damocles recently? I had the pleasure of teaching him. Cormac, I happen to know you see your uncle Tiberius quite often. He's mentioned you to me before. Zabini, how's your mother? It's been 2 years since we last met, but I can still taste the orange pie she made. Although it was framed as a casual chat, Slughorn's tone felt more like an interrogation, putting everyone on edge. Kyle noticed that when Belby accidentally let slip that he and his uncle weren't on good terms, Slughorn's interest in him vanished almost immediately. In fact, when it came time to serve pie, Slughorn deliberately skipped him. Far from looking offended, Belby seemed relieved. Catching Kyle's eye, he winked and gave a subtle expression of relief. Did you notice? Harry whispered to Kyle. This Slughorn always brings up someone's relatives. You're wrong, Kyle murmured, shaking his head slightly. It's because of those relatives that they were invited in the first place. That's not. Harry began but stopped short of saying the word snob. It's exactly as you think, Kyle said calmly. Harry glanced at Slughorn, who was now handing out butterbeer. His opinion of the professor dropped further. While he didn't show his displeasure outwardly, Harry quietly wished for the lunch to end. He'd rather spend time with Ron or catch up on homework than sit through this ordeal. Neville, too, looked uncomfortable. Slughorn's repeated mentions of his parents seemed to make him feel like he was walking on eggshells. Now. 20 minutes later, Slughorn stood and said in a solemn tone, "Let me introduce you to 2 other people. Harry Potter," he began, gesturing toward Harry. The boy some now call the Chosen One. Yes, that title has followed him since that terrible night over 10 years ago. Some say he must possess extraordinary powers. A faint snort echoed from the compartment. Harry felt as though he'd been slapped, his face flushing crimson. Fortunately, Slughorn quickly moved on. And Kyle? Slughorn said, placing the largest piece of pudding in front of him. Your father and I were good friends. When I taught him, I already predicted he would go on to achieve great things, and I was right. He became the youngest director of the Ministry of Magic. But what I didn't foresee was that his son would surpass him in every way. Thank you for your praise, Professor, Kyle replied evenly. Inwardly, he longed for nothing more than to apparate straight to Hogsmeade and be done with it. Chapter 715, Kanna, the transferred student. Harry had never endured such a grueling lunch. For the rest of the afternoon, Slughorn rambled, half the time about topics he found interesting, the other half about the past. He recounted numerous anecdotes about famous wizards, mentioning how they had all joined an organization called the Slug Club during their time at Hogwarts. Slughorn proudly explained that he had founded the club, naming it after the first part of his surname. It had started as a joke, but he'd found it so amusing that the name stuck. The so-called lunch break dragged on until the evening shadows lengthened and lamps were lit. I didn't even notice they had lit the lamps, Slughorn said in surprise, as though only just realizing how much time had passed. Well, as much as it pains me, you must now hurry back to change into your school robes. Kyle, Harry, you're welcome to come and see me anytime, as are the rest of you, of course. Several Slytherin students stood up, slowly packing their things. They didn't leave until Kyle, seated by the door, exited the compartment, prompting them to follow. Finally, Neville said with a relieved sigh once they were outside. Yeah, came a voice in agreement beside him. It was Belby, who glanced back at the compartment, winked at Kyle and Harry, and whispered, "Between you and me, I actually get along with my uncle." Then why did you say that earlier? Harry asked, confused. My uncle taught me that, Belby said in a low voice. He doesn't like Professor Slughorn much, and when he heard Slughorn was returning to Hogwarts, he figured scenes like today's would happen again. So he told me that if I pretended not to know him well, I could dodge those boring parties. And it worked, didn't it? You're lucky, Harry said, clicking his tongue. Haha, Belby laughed triumphantly. But I'm sure that trick won't work for you. He'll definitely be after you. Stop it, Harry groaned. He'd already thought as much, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Good luck. Belby waved, then turned and disappeared into a nearby booth. Kyle, Harry asked, you seem to be listening really closely back there. How did you manage that? Oh, that. Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. It's easy. Remember the patented daydream charm? I was just sleeping. The patented daydream charm, isn't that from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes? Harry asked, recalling the product. But that doesn't make sense. I've used the patented daydream charm, and it made me look dazed and drool. He remembered clearly, it was a standout item at the Weasley twins' shop, displayed front and center. Yet Kyle hadn't appeared asleep at all. You don't understand, Kyle said with a grin. The charm's real purpose is the same as the skiving snack box, to get away with things unnoticed. If it were that obvious, what would be the point? But I distinctly remember. That effect was added deliberately, Kyle explained. It's meant to confuse any professors who might visit the shop. Harry's expression shifted to one of frustration. Why hadn't Fred and George told him something so critical? All right, we'd better hurry back, Kyle said, glancing at the darkening sky. The train should be arriving soon. The group quickened their pace toward the back of the train. Harry followed along silently. Hermione and Ron, busy with their prefect duties, were maintaining order elsewhere. With no one waiting for him, it didn't matter where he went. On the other side of the train, in the Slytherin sixth-year compartment. What do you think, Zabini? Draco Malfoy asked lazily. What does Slughorn want? Just to suck up to the rich and famous, Zabini replied scornfully. Who are they? Pansy asked, leaning forward with a sneer. McLaggen from Gryffindor, Zabini said with a roll of his eyes. His uncle's some bigwig in the Ministry of Magic. Malfoy said dismissively. Belby from Ravenclaw, Zabini continued. That's a loser, Pansy snorted, her tone dripping with derision. Zabini rattled off a few more names, each one met with a mixture of mockery and disdain, particularly when Neville Longbottom was mentioned. Pansy was especially ruthless, scoffing at Slughorn's taste and declaring him senile for inviting someone so widely recognized as a fool. Oh, and Potter. And Kyle from Hufflepuff, Zabini added with a shrug. You should have seen how enthusiastic Slughorn was. You'd have thought he and Kyle were best friends. This time, Malfoy said nothing, and even the ever-spiteful Pansy fell silent. The atmosphere in the compartment grew tense, the smug derision giving way to an uneasy quiet. Pansy, in an attempt to lighten the mood, unwrapped a piece of chocolate and tried to feed it to Malfoy, but he turned his head away. Don't be upset, Draco, Pansy cooed. Slughorn probably didn't know you were on the train. If he had, he'd definitely have invited you. I'm afraid not, Zabini cut in with a sharp edge to his voice. I noticed Slughorn didn't invite anyone whose family includes Death Eaters. Isn't your father still wanted by the Aurors? 2 months now, hasn't it been? Why should I care what he thinks? Malfoy retorted with a snort of derision. I might not even be at Hogwarts next year. What does it matter to me if some old fool who's lost his touch likes me or not? You have no idea what I'm going to do, and that's the point. That's what's exciting. The compartment fell silent again, the tension thick and unspoken. Zabini broke the silence tentatively. Could it be that you're talking about him? Malfoy shrugged, his expression carefully nonchalant. But Zabini's response was sharp, almost mocking. Who do you think you are? He sneered. You're only 16. What makes you think you're qualified to work for him? Actually, I am, Malfoy said softly, his voice steady but cold. The Dark Lord doesn't care about age. He cares about ability and loyalty. And besides, some things have nothing to do with age. When I'm done, I'll be the one he trusts the most, because I'm the only one who can do it. Crabbe and Goyle gawked at him in disbelief, their mouths hanging open. Zabini's sneering expression faltered, the mockery in his eyes replaced by uncertainty. He didn't think Malfoy would dare lie about something like this. Could it be true? Had Malfoy really earned the Dark Lord's trust at just 16? Perhaps out of jealousy, or disbelief, Zabini's face twisted into a scowl. But Malfoy didn't seem to notice. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he was being looked down upon, or perhaps it was something else entirely. His gaze hardened, his pale features set with a quiet determination, as though he'd resolved himself to some unspoken task. The train gradually slowed down and finally came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. When the door opened, Kyle was the first to step off. Kyle, Harry called after him, I remember you're a prefect. Don't you need to stay back and maintain order? Oh, I forgot, Kyle replied without turning around. But I'm already down here, so it's fine. They'll manage. With that, he strode quickly toward the carriages. Harry hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to follow. He'd agreed with Ron and Hermione to wait for them here, so he decided to stay. On the other side, Kyle didn't seem to care if Harry followed or not. He made his way directly to the long line of carriages. Normally, the carriages would wait until they were filled with 4 passengers, but Kyle had managed to get one moving on its own with nothing more than a piece of warthog leg. One carriage detached from the group and started down the path to the castle. The Thestral pulling it moved swiftly, and within minutes, Kyle was in front of the familiar oak doors. He jumped down, climbed the stone steps, and entered the castle. Why are you alone? Professor McGonagall asked as she glanced behind him. The next carriage was still at the school gate. I came early because I had something to do, Kyle replied. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, but I need to visit the common room first. Very well, she said with a slight nod. But don't forget to attend the start-of-term feast. Kyle nodded in acknowledgement. He was heading to the common room to check if Kana had returned. If she wasn't there, he'd ask Snape again, though he doubted Snape would tell him anything. Maybe Dumbledore would know. Crossing the foyer, Kyle made his way to the corridor leading to the kitchen. Just as he took out his wand to knock on the barrel, the door to the common room opened on its own. Kanna, dressed in her school uniform, stepped out. "Kyle," she said, surprised. "I was just heading to the Great Hall. Are you already back?" "Ah, yes," Kyle said, slipping his wand back into his pocket. "By the way, why didn't you take the train?" Kanna's face paled slightly as she walked past him toward the Great Hall. "Actually," she said after a moment of hesitation, "I almost didn't make it back to Hogwarts this year." "Didn't make it back?" Kyle frowned. "Was that Snape's idea?" Kanna nodded. "Yes. At the end of the holidays, he took me to Norway to take the test for the most extraordinary society of potioneers. Everything was going smoothly until yesterday. After we left Norway, he took me straight to France. He said he'd arranged for me to study at Beauxbatons this year." The murmur of other students filled the air as they reached the Great Hall. "I never understood why he insisted I learn French," Kanna continued quietly. "I thought it was because the person in charge of the society's exams was a French wizard. But now I know it was for this." Kyle paused at the doorway, not stepping inside. It suddenly struck him that perhaps it wouldn't have been a bad idea for Kanna to study at Beauxbatons. At least she'd be safe there. But why had she come back? Could it have been Snape? No, that didn't make sense. Snape had already decided to leave her in France. If he'd gone to such lengths to make those arrangements, why would he bring her back now? If it wasn't Snape, then who? "You haven't gone to see Madame Maxime, have you?" Kyle asked, turning his head toward Kanna. "I was thinking the same thing," Kanna replied with a sly smile. "Although I don't know why Professor Snape would do that, I definitely wasn't staying at Beauxbatons. As it happens, I know you're on good terms with the headmistress of Beauxbatons, so I thought I might ask her to help me get back." "And Madame Maxime agreed?" Kyle asked, surprised. "I didn't see her," Kanna said. "I found Gabrielle, Fleur's sister, and she told me Madame Maxime hasn't been at the school for a while. Someone else brought me back." "Someone else? Who?" "I don't know," Kanna replied, shaking her head. "I met him by the enchanted fountain at Beauxbatons. You know, there's a really beautiful enchanted fountain there, said to have been carved from a single piece of crystal. It doesn't hold water, but potions, sometimes healing potions, sometimes wake-up potions." Kanna's tone grew animated as she wandered off topic, curiosity glinting in her eyes. She seemed more intrigued by the mechanics of the fountain, wondering where the potions came from and where they went afterward. Kyle, however, wasn't interested. Beauxbatons valued alchemy, and odd magic like that wasn't surprising. And then what?" he prompted. "Then I met an old wizard," Kanna continued. "He seemed to know you and said he had a way to get me back to Hogwarts." Before Kyle could respond, a loud knock echoed through the hall. It was the sound of the new students arriving. At Professor McGonagall's urging, Kyle and Kanna quickly entered the Great Hall. The door closed behind them, and Kyle found himself wondering about the old wizard Kanna had mentioned. He didn't know many people at Beauxbatons. Other than Madame Maxime, there was Fleur, Gabrielle, and Professor Lockneil, whom he'd met in Romania. But none of them fit the description. Once seated at the Hufflepuff table, Kyle leaned closer and asked, "Did you ask him his name?" "He didn't say," Kanna replied with a shake of her head. "Then how did you get back here?" "Apparition," Kanna said simply. But the old wizard was really old. "I barely grabbed his arm, and it broke. It surprised me." Kyle suddenly understood. There were many old wizards in the magical world, but the only one fragile enough to break at a touch was Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries. That explained it. Although Nicholas Flamel lived in Devon most of the year, he occasionally vacationed in France, attended the opera, or simply wandered about, like a randomly appearing NPC in a game. Many wizards had run into him by chance. And Beauxbatons was Nicholas' alma mater, so it wasn't strange for him to visit. What puzzled Kyle was how Nicholas knew Kanna. Kyle didn't dwell on it for long. The start of term feast began, and the new students were sorted into their houses. The empty golden plates on the tables filled with an assortment of delicious food. Kyle, who hadn't eaten much all day, decided not to overthink things. He grabbed a grilled steak and started eating. "By the way," he said, turning back to Kanna, "how did your most extraordinary Society of Potioneers exam go?" "Very well," Kanna replied with a grin. Although there were a few bumps. Some people thought I was too young and suggested I take the exam in 2 years, but Mr. Damocles didn't agree. He insisted on adding me to the list and personally supervised me while I brewed the potion. For the first time, I'm hearing that the brewer's age could affect a potion's success rate. Could that possibly be true? Kyle snorted. If you don't have the skill, the cauldron doesn't care how old you are. By the way, do you remember who tried to disqualify you? What are you planning? Kana asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Nothing much, Kyle said, popping a French fry into his mouth. It's not just about you, it reflects on me, too. Everyone in Britain knows I'm the youngest in the ministry. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting, Kana said, tapping his shin lightly under the table. They may be old-fashioned, but they didn't object after I passed the assessment. Don't do anything reckless. How could I? What kind of person do you think I am? Kyle said innocently. Then, sensing her disinterest, he changed the subject. But why did you have to go to Norway for the exam? Because Mr. Damocles is in Norway, Kana explained. Apparently, he's discovered a special herb there that can improve the wolfsbane potion. Kyle nodded, recalling that Damocles Belby, uncle to the Belby he'd met on the train, was the inventor of the wolfsbane potion. It made sense for someone of his stature to oversee the exam. So, you passed? Kyle asked. I don't know yet, Kana admitted, cutting into her pork chop. The results won't be out until after Christmas. But I think I did well. Then you definitely passed, Kyle said with a smile. Chapter 716, Kyle's two-way mirror. Kyle didn't think Kana would have much trouble passing the exam for the most extraordinary society of potioneers. With her natural talent and Snape's guidance, it seemed almost inevitable. Of course, that was assuming no one decided to maliciously lower her score. But even if they did, Kyle figured it wouldn't matter in the long run. He would graduate next year, and then he'd have plenty of time, and influence, to help ensure any such mistake was properly corrected. An hour later, the puddings on the tables vanished, and the golden plates gleamed as if freshly polished. When Dumbledore rose to his feet, the laughter and chatter that had filled the great hall abruptly ceased. Good evening, everyone, he said warmly, spreading his arms as though he wanted to embrace everyone in the room. Look at his hand, Mikkel muttered suddenly. Ryan glanced over. What's wrong? It looks normal to me. He's wearing a ring, Mikkel said. Dumbledore never used to wear a ring. Kyle's eyes drifted toward Dumbledore's hand. Sure enough, there was a large, conspicuous ring on his finger. Its black gemstone was slightly smaller than a golden snitch. The resurrection stone. Kyle narrowed his eyes but quickly relaxed. There was no visible damage to Dumbledore's hand, it looked perfectly normal. This meant the curse from the ring had been neutralized. Moreover, the fact that Dumbledore could wear it without issue confirmed it was no longer a Horcrux. The magical contract Dumbledore carried would have prevented him from even touching it if it still housed a piece of Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore seemed to notice Kyle's scrutinizing gaze and gave him a small, knowing wink. I'm so glad to see you all here again and that none of you are absent, Dumbledore said, his voice ringing through the hall. Everyone knew what he meant. Over the summer, the headlines of the Daily Prophet had been dominated by disappearances and deaths. Simply being alive to return to Hogwarts was something to be thankful for. Dumbledore didn't linger on pleasantries and quickly moved on to the usual announcements for the start of term. He reminded the new students not to enter the Forbidden Forest and mentioned the dates for Quidditch tryouts. This year, however, there was a new addition to the rules. The caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to inform you that students are strictly prohibited from bringing items purchased at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes into the school. The announcement left no doubt, Fred and George's shop had been blacklisted entirely. Simple, effective, and very much in Filch's style. And, Dumbledore continued, this year, we are pleased to welcome a new teacher, Professor Slughorn. Dumbledore gestured toward the staff table, where Slughorn stood up. His round, bald head gleamed in the candlelight as he gave a friendly wave. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy sneered disdainfully, clearly unimpressed. But his expression quickly shifted when Dumbledore spoke again. I am delighted that Professor Slughorn has agreed to return to Hogwarts as our potions master. Potions. The hall fell silent for a split second, only to erupt into buzzing chatter moments later. In the meantime, Dumbledore's voice rose above the noise. Professor Snape will assume the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. No. Absolutely not. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously, startling the great hall into silence again. The first came from Harry, who shot to his feet in disbelief. The idea of Snape teaching his favorite subject was utterly unacceptable. The second voice, unexpectedly, came from Malfoy. Malfoy, unlike Harry, wasn't objecting out of dislike for the subject. As someone set to work for the Dark Lord, learning to defend oneself against dark magic wasn't exactly relevant to his future plans. His outburst had more to do with something his mother had impressed upon him repeatedly before the school year began: he had to take Snape's class. Malfoy had dismissed the advice at the time, assuming Snape would still be teaching potions, a subject where he could easily secure top marks. Who could have imagined that Snape would be teaching defense against the dark arts, while his despised potions master, Slughorn, took over the very subject he once ruled? Draco, the professor is looking at you, Pansy whispered, tugging at his robe from under the table. Malfoy glanced up and realized that both he and Harry Potter had become the center of attention. Snape, standing on the platform, was eyeing him with a cold, piercing stare. Coming to his senses, Malfoy quickly sat back down, trying to compose himself. As he calmed, a thought struck him: he could still change his course selection. If Snape agreed, he could continue taking defense against the dark arts. As for Slughorn's potions class, who cared? Ah, Snape got his wish, Kyle remarked, turning to Kanna. I remember he always wanted to be the defense against the dark arts professor. Looks like the headmaster finally gave him the nod this year. Kanna frowned, clearly unimpressed. After all, everyone knew the defense against the dark arts position at Hogwarts was notorious. She couldn't fathom why Snape, whose expertise lay in potions, would willingly take on the cursed role. Don't worry, Kyle said softly, almost as if he could read her mind. I bet Professor Snape will be back in the potions classroom by the end of the school year. Really? Kanna asked, her expression softening slightly. I think so, Kyle replied. And the curse isn't as bad as it's made out to be. Look at Lupin, Sirius, and Moody, they're all fine, aren't they? Kyle's reassurance seemed to have a calming effect, and Kanna appeared less troubled. The Great Hall was alive with chatter, with many students echoing their curiosity and opinions about the change. Their interest in this topic even overshadowed Dumbledore's customary admonitions about unity and vigilance against their common enemy. After all, the headmaster had given similar speeches in previous years. The only notable difference this year was the mention of new restricted areas in the castle, likely tied to the reinforced magical fortifications. Dumbledore also emphasized the importance of adhering strictly to the new rules set by the professors and maintaining discipline. When dinner concluded, the familiar scrape of benches echoed through the hall as students rose and began filing out toward their dormitories. Kanna left to fulfill her duties as a prefect, guiding the first years to their common room. Kyle lingered for a moment, then quietly slipped away, blending into the crowd on his way back to the common room. Escorting the first years didn't require so many prefects, 2 would suffice. Kyle, I've been looking for you. A voice called out from behind, followed by hurried footsteps. Grace. Kyle turned around, looking at the approaching figure. What's up? Come with me. Grace grabbed his sleeve, trying to pull him in the direction the professors had gone. They sent me the Quidditch captain's badge by mistake. If we hurry while the professors are still here, we can get it sorted. Kyle didn't budge. Grace tugged twice, but when she realized he wasn't moving, she turned back in frustration. Hurry. The professors will leave soon. No, Grace, Kyle said, shaking his head. They didn't make a mistake. You're the captain. Grace froze, staring at him in disbelief. But, how is that possible? Why not? Kyle laughed lightly. Even if you thought the badge was sent by mistake, the name on the letter wouldn't be wrong. There must have been a letter with the badge, right? Probably informing you that you're the captain of the Quidditch team. Oh, was there? Grace blinked in surprise. You didn't know? Kyle asked, clearly puzzled. Grace shook her head. When she had found the captain's badge, she'd simply assumed it was an error. Without giving it much thought, she put the badge back in its envelope, intending to hand it to Kyle once they returned to school. She hadn't even checked for a letter. Never mind, Kyle said with a chuckle. Do you still have the envelope? Grace nodded and pulled it out from her robe pocket. Well, don't just stand there, open it and see, Kyle encouraged, a smile on his face. Still dazed, Grace opened the envelope. Sure enough, inside was a neatly folded piece of parchment. Her emotions were a whirlwind: nerves, doubt, confusion, and a flicker of something hopeful that she hadn't even acknowledged yet. Unfolding the parchment, she read the top line, her name. Below it was a short message. Congratulations on becoming the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Please register as captain with Madam Hooch after September 1st. Grace's breath hitched, her chest tightening. See? Kyle said gently. This proves they didn't make a mistake. But, why me? Grace stammered, still struggling to believe it. You're the best player on the team. You're wrong about one thing, Kyle said with a shrug. The captain isn't chosen based on individual skill but on how they can lead the team as a whole. He paused, then added, besides, as you know, I've got a job at the Ministry of Magic. Grace nodded. It was no secret among the students that Kyle was senior assistant to the Minister for Magic. That's the point, Kyle explained in a quieter voice. Because of my work at the ministry, I might not have enough time to train or even play this year. What? Grace exclaimed, her voice rising in shock. You're quitting the team. Kyle was the heart of Hufflepuff's Quidditch team. If he left, their chances of success would plummet. No, I'm not quitting, Kyle reassured her quickly, shaking his head. I still want to help Hufflepuff win our 7th consecutive championship. But you know how it is for 7th years. With all the academic demands and, well, the current special circumstances, I can't guarantee I'll be fully present. Planning training sessions, strategizing tactics, those things take time. If I were captain, we'd probably have to wing it for most of the season. Grace exhaled in relief. As long as Kyle wasn't leaving the team entirely, they could work around his limited availability. That's why, Kyle continued, his tone firm, you're the best choice for captain. Grace stood there, still trying to process everything. Doubts lingered, but Kyle's confidence in her was undeniable. Before she could respond, she realized he had already turned and was making his way back to the common room. In true Hufflepuff tradition, the news of Grace's captaincy quickly spread through the house. That night, the common room buzzed with excitement and celebration. For Hufflepuff, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, when they gathered for breakfast, nearly half the Hufflepuff table was stifling yawns. They had stayed up late finishing homework and were now feeling the consequences. The new timetables had been distributed the previous day, and Year 7's first class of the term was History of Magic, a subject infamous for its soporific qualities. Taught by a ghost who monotonously read aloud from the textbook, it was widely regarded as the perfect opportunity to catch up on sleep or discreetly work on other things, provided one didn't disrupt the professor. Kanna had taken a seat in the back row of the classroom and was curiously watching her neighbor, Kyle. He was holding his wand, meticulously tracing symbols on a small round mirror. The wand acted like a quill, leaving visible marks on the mirror's surface with every stroke. From what Kanna could discern, the markings resembled runes, but they were so intricate that she couldn't make sense of them despite staring for several minutes. What are you doing? She finally whispered, unable to contain her curiosity. Reviewing alchemy, Kyle replied in a hushed tone. This is alchemy. Kanna leaned closer, studying the mirror covered in elaborate symbols. It doesn't look like the same thing as when you made that map before. Of course it's not the same, Kyle explained. The things I made before, like the maps or those waterproof badges, were magical items, sure, but only just barely. True alchemy is a fusion of runes and magic. As Kyle spoke, he became distracted, and his wand slipped slightly. The next rune he inscribed was incorrect, and the mirror immediately cracked, shattering into fragments. Sorry, Kanna said, feeling guilty for interrupting him. It's fine. Kyle waved his wand to clear away the shards with a flick, his tone casual. I wasn't going to get it right on the first try anyway. He then reached into his bag and pulled out a new mirror, resuming his work. This time, Kanna kept silent, content to watch him closely. The process, however, was far less captivating than she had anticipated. Kyle worked with painstaking precision, taking nearly half an hour to cover a mirror no larger than his palm with runes. As each set of runes was completed, they would vanish as though absorbed by the mirror, allowing Kyle to continue inscribing new ones. If a single mistake occurred, the mirror shattered, forcing him to start over from scratch. Kyle had been engrossed in this alchemical project for 2 days straight, paying little attention during lessons. Most of the professors, including Professor McGonagall, turned a blind eye to his lack of participation, as if they understood the importance of his work. At first, Kanna had taken it upon herself to jot down notes for Kyle, but during one transfiguration class, Kyle effortlessly fulfilled Professor McGonagall's complex request with a casual wave of his wand. After that, Kanna realized her efforts were unnecessary. It made sense now why McGonagall tolerated Kyle's apparent daydreaming. He hardly needed conventional lessons. Finally, on the third morning of the term, during the tail end of their first charms lesson, Kyle set his wand down with an air of finality. Kanna's initial assumption was that he had failed yet again, but she quickly noticed that the mirror was still intact. Did you do it? She asked hesitantly. Sort of, Kyle said, exhaling deeply. Just the final step left. He tapped the mirror with his wand. Instantly, the previously drawn runes flared to life, glowing as they merged into an intricate, cohesive symbol. The mirror began to tremble violently, drawing the attention of nearby students and even Professor Flitwick. The shaking intensified until the mirror suddenly split down the middle. However, instead of shattering, it seemed to duplicate, as though a doubling charm had been cast upon it. A moment later, the trembling ceased, and the runic diagram faded into invisibility. Clap clap. A burst of applause rippled through the classroom. That was remarkable, said Professor Flitwick, approaching with an eager expression as he examined the 2 mirrors now sitting on Kyle's desk. To be honest, I've never seen the creation process for a 2-way mirror before. It's an exceptionally complex piece of alchemical work. Thank you, Professor, Kyle replied with a modest smile. Hearing Flitwick's praise, the other students craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the mirrors. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Kyle carefully packed up his belongings, gave Professor Flitwick a polite nod, and headed for the hallway. As he walked, he handed one of the mirrors to Kanna. For me, she asked, surprised. Of course, Kyle said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Didn't you hear what Professor Flitwick said? It's a two-way mirror. Only two people can use it. Kanna hesitated before taking the mirror. How does it work? You don't know? Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. He looked genuinely puzzled. A two-way mirror isn't exactly rare. I've heard of them, but I've never actually used one, Kanna admitted. It's simple, Kyle explained. Just say my name into the mirror, and you'll see me appear in it. This way, I won't have to worry about you not replying to letters. Kanna gave a sheepish smile. Speaking of letters, sorry about that. I didn't write during the holidays. Why not? Were the exams that strict? Kyle asked. To prevent cheating, Kanna whispered. We weren't allowed to send or receive any letters for the entire holiday. Ah, Kyle said, frowning slightly but not pressing the issue. He had no experience with the most extraordinary Society of Potioneers exams, so he simply accepted her explanation. Anyway, Kyle continued, if you ever need help, just call me with the mirror. Even if Snape ends up dragging you off somewhere later, I can help you get back. Kanna's voice dropped to a near mumble. But it's France. Can you even apparate that far? Don't worry about it, Kyle said with a shrug and a grin. Even if apparition's off the table, I've got other options. I know someone with a lot of international travel experience, legal or otherwise. Distance won't be a problem. Kanna didn't respond right away. Her face turned a faint shade of pink as she stared at the small round mirror in her hand. After a moment, she softly said, Kyle. The mirror in Kyle's hand immediately flickered to life, displaying Kanna's face. He looked between the image in the mirror and Kanna, standing just beside him. What's this about? Kyle teased. At this range, couldn't you just speak directly to me? Why do you care? Kanna shot back, tilting her head and pursing her lips in mock indignation. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth despite herself. Can't I at least check if it works? But she quickly changed the subject, urging, hurry up. Class is about to start, and next is Defense Against the Dark Arts. If we're late, we'll be in trouble. Chapter 717, Snape's Double Standards. Kyle and Kanna hurried to the classroom, their conversation having delayed them, but they managed to arrive just before class began. Snape was already there, standing at the front with a piercing gaze fixed on the latecomers. Truthfully, Snape's mood had been sour ever since learning a few days earlier that Kanna had snuck back from France. But what could he do? The moment he heard about her return, he had stormed furiously to the headmaster's office to confront whoever had dared interfere with his plans. However, upon seeing Nicholas Flamel, with his snowy hair and unsteady gait, Snape's anger evaporated. Instead of demanding answers, he found himself thanking the venerable alchemist and personally escorting him out of the school. There was no alternative. Even if Snape cared little for reputation, crossing someone over 6 centuries old was a gamble he wasn't willing to take. The man looked fragile enough to be toppled by a breeze. What if Snape's sharp words caused Flamel to keel over on the spot? So, Snape swallowed his frustrations and saw Flamel off with uncharacteristic politeness. Yet, this didn't mean the matter was settled. Snape knew full well that Kyle was the reason for Kanna's return, and his disdain for their association burned hotter than ever. What are you standing there for? Snape snapped, his voice cold as ice, his eyes narrowing as if the two students were errant potion ingredients out of place. If you're late, find a seat. Or do you expect me to escort you personally? Yes, Professor, Kyle replied quickly, pulling Kanna toward a seat in the last row. This only deepened Snape's scowl. Kyle, however, was unfazed. He even raised an eyebrow in a small, defiant gesture. For a fleeting moment, Snape found himself wishing he were a true Death Eater, unburdened by any connection to Dumbledore. If that were the case, he could cast Sectum Sempra on Kyle without hesitation. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. In reality, Kyle's attention wasn't even on Snape. He was observing the classroom, surprised to see how quickly Snape had stamped his personality onto the Defense Against the Dark Arts room. The windows were completely covered with thick curtains, leaving the space dimly lit by flickering candles. The walls were adorned with grim images of people suffering the effects of dark magic, wounds grotesque and limbs distorted. The effect was as unnerving as the jars of ominous ingredients displayed in the dungeons. Before long, Snape's cold voice broke the silence. Before we begin, I have something to say, and I expect you to listen closely and remember every word. Snape avoided looking at Kyle, turning his head slightly as he continued, so far, you've had 6, or perhaps 7, teachers in this class. This was a nod to Tonks, who had taken over after Umbridge's departure but adamantly refused to be officially recognized as a professor. Each of these teachers, Snape went on, descending from the platform, had their own methods and priorities. But as far as I can see, none of them have truly prepared you to face dark magic. Professor Moody taught us that, a voice interjected from the crowd. Snape's head snapped toward the source. Oh. So, Mr. Derrick has faced dark magic himself, has he? He asked with a venomous edge. Or do you believe you can handle Death Eaters so easily that my lessons are unnecessary? The student, McGonagall Derrick, lowered his head and remained silent. Hufflepuff loses 5 points, Snape said with cold indifference. In my class, you will raise your hand before speaking. He continued, his tone sharp. Alastair Moody was a competent professor, and he did request permission from the headmaster to expose you to real dark magic. But the headmaster refused, arguing that you are not yet adults and such exposure would be premature. A low murmur rippled through the classroom as students recalled that Moody himself had mentioned Dumbledore's reluctance to allow him to demonstrate dark magic in class. But that's different now. You're in your 7th year, and the situation has suddenly changed. Snape's voice rose slightly, commanding the room's attention. Whether you like it or not, you must face the threat of dark magic head-on. You will learn how to resist the Imperius Curse or fend off Dementors, which could give you the kiss at any moment. Professor, a girl raised her hand hesitantly. But haven't the Dementors disappeared? Not entirely, Snape replied with a cold edge. The Ministry's efforts have made them less aggressive, yes, but they have not been eradicated. There are far more of these creatures than you might believe. He walked slowly toward the podium, his movements deliberate. Turning sharply, his gaze flickered toward Kyle, an intentional or accidental glance, hard to decipher. Perhaps I should demonstrate the true nature of the unforgivable curses, Snape mused, his tone chilling. As 7th years, I trust you don't need a refresher on what the unforgivable curses are. Or is there anyone here so hopeless as to not know? Silence answered him. Good, Snape said with a curt nod. It seems there's hope for you after all. Let us begin with the Cruciatus Curse, so you may grasp its effects firsthand. He paused, his expression darkening. Then, with a surprising shift to an unnervingly smooth tone, he said, Kyle, how about doing me a favor? Kyle, caught off guard, stared at Snape, confused by the sudden request and the faintly sinister smile on the professor's face. For a moment, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Snape wouldn't actually cast the Cruciatus Curse on him, would he? So, will you help? Snape prompted softly. But, Professor. Kanna began, her voice edged with unease, but Kyle cut her off. Of course, Kyle replied, regaining his composure. But, Professor, may I defend myself with a shield charm? After all, when facing Death Eaters, no one simply stands still and takes it. Snape's lips curled in a thin, mocking smile. Oh, what nonsense are you imagining? His voice was laced with derision. I only meant for you to open the curtains so the class can see better. You didn't think I would cast the Cruciatus Curse on you, did you? How absurd. Using the Cruciatus Curse on another person is a grave violation of wizarding law, regardless of the circumstances. The sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Hufflepuff loses 10 points for such dangerous assumptions. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly, catching the gleam of mischief in Snape's eyes. It was clear the professor had done this on purpose. Snape could have opened the curtains with a flick of his wand, so why make it a task? And his manner and tone just moments ago had been deliberately calculated to suggest something far more sinister. Why are you still standing there? Snape snapped, impatience creeping back into his voice. I don't care to repeat myself. Of course, Professor, Kyle said calmly, as though nothing had happened. He walked to the window, opened the curtains, and returned to his seat. Sunlight flooded the room, dispelling its earlier gloom. Snape waved his wand lazily, extinguishing the candles, and pulled a rat from his cloak, tossing it onto the floor. Before anyone could react, his wand moved sharply. Crucio. The effect was immediate. The rat's body contorted, its limbs curling tightly against its body as it rolled and convulsed violently. Its shrill, anguished squeals filled the room, sending a shiver through everyone present. The sheer pain emanating from the creature was palpable. Several students turned away, unable to watch. Some of the girls averted their eyes, their faces pale with discomfort. Snape, unfazed, waved his wand again and spoke in a low, steady voice, Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light burst forth, and the rat fell still. It lay motionless on the floor, unmarked but undeniably lifeless. The death curse, or killing curse. It's not very pretty, is it? Snape said lightly. But I must say, this is the spell you are most likely to encounter in the future. As you can see, it can end all life. If you wish to survive, you must find a way to avoid this spell. And don't even think about resisting, Snape added, casting a sharp glance at Kyle. The shield charm is useless against the killing curse. He waved his hand, and the rat on the floor vanished. But the tension in the room did not disappear with it. The entire classroom was steeped in an eerie silence. Everyone's minds were still replaying the rat's desperate, intermittent squeals and the image of its lifeless form lying still on the floor. Until. What are you all standing there for? Snape barked. Why aren't you writing this down? The class jolted to attention. Quills and parchments were hastily retrieved, and everyone scrambled to take notes on what Snape had just said. Perhaps some of you are wondering, Snape continued as the scratching of quills filled the room, why I demonstrated only 2 of the 3 unforgivable curses. That is because the Imperius Curse is the only unforgivable curse that can be countered through your own abilities. With enough willpower, you can break free of its control, though it is far from easy. What are we going to do about it? Someone asked hesitantly, raising their hand. I will teach you, Snape replied, his tone sharp, but not yet. Before that, you must be fully prepared to learn another spell. Now, take out your quills and write down everything I say. The students obeyed immediately, their heads bowed over their parchments. I demand that you relax your minds and rid yourselves of the habit of daydreaming, Snape instructed, his voice cutting through the room. Especially before sleeping, clear your minds of all unnecessary thoughts. As soon as Snape mentioned relaxing the mind, Kyle knew where this was going. It was obvious Snape intended to teach them occlumency, the most effective defense against the Imperius Curse. But Kyle also knew that occlumency wasn't an easy art to master. Harry's experience had proven that it had taken him nearly half a month to make any progress, and that was with Snape's intensive one-on-one guidance in the beginning, followed by relentless practice sessions with the Wampus Cat. Few professors would willingly teach such a challenging and time-consuming skill to their students. To be honest, as a defense against the dark arts professor, Snape was surprisingly competent. If only he could stop singling Kyle out so often, Kyle wouldn't mind admitting that Snape was a great teacher. For now, though, that opinion remained firmly unspoken. Half the lesson had passed by the time Snape finished speaking. Occlumency was not a skill one could master overnight. Emptying one's mind was difficult enough on its own, so Snape saw no point in wasting class time on it. Instead, he planned to let the students practice and familiarize themselves with the technique on their own after class. For the next half hour, Snape checked on everyone's progress with the basics of defense against the dark arts. One by one, the students demonstrated their proficiency with the disarming charm, the shield charm, and the slowing charm. Snape had prepared himself for the worst. With a new defense against the dark arts professor every year, it was only natural for the students' performance to be subpar. He had even drafted a scathing critique in his mind, ready to deliver. However, to his surprise, the results were far better than expected. At least half of the students could perform the required charms proficiently. Initially, Snape dismissed this as a fluke. But when he raised the difficulty and tested them again, he found that the majority had indeed mastered the 3 charms. It was an unexpected, yet pleasant, discovery. What Snape didn't know was that most of the Hufflepuffs had participated in Dumbledore's army in previous years. The 3 charms he was testing were precisely the ones Cedric Diggory had focused on during those meetings. Unfortunately, with Cedric having graduated and the DA disbanded after Umbridge's departure, the students had lost the opportunity to continue practicing in a group setting, a fact many of them regretted deeply. After class, the students gathered in the hallway, speculating about how Snape planned to teach them to resist the Imperius Curse. Some had already figured it out. Of course it's occlumency, Kanna said as she walked with Kyle toward the Great Hall. What else would you need to empty your mind for but that? Kyle mulled it over for a moment and realized she was right, there wasn't anything else that made sense. Anyone who was familiar with the concept could easily guess what Snape was thinking. Do you need any help? Kyle asked. Since he still hadn't returned the Wampus Cat, he thought he could assist Kanna with her homework in the Room of Requirement. He had already worked out a plan, he could discuss it with the Wampus Cat and ask him to be gentle, or, as a backup, he could write to Newt and inquire if he had any Wampus Cat kittens available, preferably 2 or 3 months old. At that age, the kittens were like fluffy balls with natural legilimency abilities but still too young to feel pain from minor scuffles, making them ideal for the task. No need, Kanna replied with a smile, shaking her head. Actually, I've been learning occlumency since last Christmas, and Professor Snape even gave me a detailed schedule. Look. She pulled out a parchment booklet and handed it to Kyle. The front pages were filled with detailed notes on the process and precautions for learning occlumency, all summarized from various related books. Some of it was identical to what Snape had explained in class earlier. The latter part of the booklet delved into specifics, how to truly empty one's mind, what techniques to use, and even which potions could aid the process. Every step was meticulously documented. Among the 7 types of potions Snape listed, Kyle noticed one ingredient that stood out, Felix Felicis. Though it was only a single drop mixed into a 10-day supply of dreamless sleep potion and administered once every 3 months, it was still enough to seem extravagant. Felix Felicis, after all, was meant to be taken sparingly, drop by drop. Kyle handed the booklet back to Kanna, muttering, if he'd been this attentive when teaching Harry, they wouldn't have nearly come to blows. What was that? Kanna asked, her voice so soft he almost didn't hear her. Nothing, Kyle said quickly, shaking his head and changing the subject. So, have you learned occlumency? I'm not sure, Kanna replied with a slight shrug. But I haven't needed dreamless sleep potion since before the holidays, so. I guess I've learned it. Kyle felt the word guess was entirely unnecessary. After more than half a year of dedicated study using Snape's guide and the deluxe potion set, Kyle was certain he could teach occlumency to anyone, let alone someone as diligent as Kanna. Curious, he suggested they test her skills. Kanna agreed, she was eager to find out how far she had progressed. After lunch, the two headed to the room of requirement. Kanna stood still, visibly nervous, while the Wampus cat sat opposite her, its pale blue eyes fixed on hers in an unblinking stare. For about a minute, the room was silent, save for the faint hum of magic in the air. Finally, the Wampus cat shook its head slightly, then leapt back into its suitcase. Though Kyle had suspected that Kanna had mastered occlumency, seeing it confirmed still left him astonished. After all, Harry had only recently achieved the same feat, and under far more turbulent circumstances. While Kanna had taken nearly 10 months to learn, much longer than Harry, her progress had been smooth, almost effortless. She had achieved mastery naturally, without any of the setbacks or frustrations Harry had faced. Kyle couldn't help but compare their experiences. If Harry had been given the choice, Kyle was certain he would have gladly avoided the shouting matches and grueling sessions in the basement of 12 Grimmauld Place. Kyle himself felt a pang of envy. He hadn't been afforded such a comprehensive guide or special potions when he was learning occlumency. Chapter 718, Kanna's Glorious Moment. By the time Kyle and Kanna emerged from the room of requirement, it was nearly time for the afternoon lessons to begin. Rather than heading back to the common room, they made their way directly toward the dungeon. Their schedule had 2 consecutive potions lessons, marking their first class with Professor Slughorn. When they reached the corridor outside the dungeon classroom, several students were already inside. Cho was seated at the table closest to the podium, surrounded by a group of Ravenclaw students. Kyle and Kanna stepped into the classroom. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to how it had been under Snape. In previous years, the dungeon never saw a hint of sunlight, relying solely on torches for illumination. The furnishings had been ominous, filled with jars of preserved frogs, mouse entrails, leech slime, and other grotesque ingredients, making the classroom feel more like a nocturne alley shop selling dark magic items than a place of learning. Slughorn, however, had made significant changes. The torches on the walls were gone, and the grotesque bottles and jars had either been stored away or removed entirely, possibly taken by Snape. In their place were various cauldrons, each emitting white smoke or steam. For the first time, the curtains had been opened, revealing windows enchanted to mimic the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall. Sunlight streamed into the dungeon, transforming it into a far more inviting space. Kyle couldn't help but marvel at the bright, airy atmosphere. It felt refreshingly new. "Look, that's the recovery potion," Kanna whispered, nodding toward one of the cauldrons. The recovery potion was her own invention, created for the most extraordinary Society of Potioneers examination. Its effects were akin to the Awakening Potion, as both helped maintain focus, but there was a distinct difference. While the Awakening Potion acted as a stimulant, the Recovery Potion functioned more like coffee. It didn't suppress fatigue but kept the mind clear throughout the day. Kanna hadn't anticipated seeing her yet-to-be-announced creation displayed in the classroom. "It seems Professor Slughorn has quite the connections," Kyle murmured. They moved toward the cauldron containing the Recovery Potion and took seats nearby. A faint minty fragrance wafted through the air, cool and refreshing, like a gentle breeze brushing their cheeks. "All right, class," Slughorn's voice boomed as he stepped to the front of the room, his large frame silhouetted against the misty cauldrons. "Before we get started, I've prepared a few special potions for you to examine. Don't worry, this isn't a test. It's purely for your interest. I thought these potions might spark your enthusiasm for the subject." He gestured toward a nearby cauldron. "Let's begin with this one. Does anyone know what this is?" The cauldron held a pale blue potion emitting wisps of white smoke. "I know. It's Baruffio's brain elixir." Cho called out, raising her hand. "Excellent." Slughorn beamed. "It is indeed Baruffio's brain elixir, a favorite among students for its ability to enhance cognitive function. That said, remember, it's illegal to use during exams, and doing so will void your results. However, for regular study, a small dose is perfectly acceptable." He moved to another cauldron, pointing toward its contents. This potion was far less appealing, with a grayish-white, slimy consistency that resembled wet cement. "And what about this one?" he asked. No one responded. The class remained silent, eyeing the unappealing concoction with apprehension. Slughorn's expression faltered briefly before Kanna raised her hand. "It's invisibility potion," she said confidently. Slughorn's eyes lit up. "Spot on, my dear. Exactly right. The invisibility potion, when applied to the body, renders the user invisible." He chuckled. "Although, I must confess, I've never had the inclination to use it myself." "Why not?" asked a curious Hufflepuff boy seated closest to the cauldron. He leaned over, scrutinizing the slimy contents. "Does anyone know?" Slughorn replied with a knowing smile, though his gaze lingered on Kanna. Kanna spoke up again. It's due to the potion's nature, it requires perfect adherence to the skin to maintain its effect. If it peels or rubs off, the invisibility vanishes. Troll snot happens to be the best adhesive for it. Troll snot. The Hufflepuff boy recoiled instantly, staggering back 2 steps before covering his mouth, visibly gagging. Several students around him quickly shuffled away. Don't be alarmed, it's just a potion ingredient, said Slughorn with a reassuring smile. You should know, in times of war, this potion can be invaluable, it could even save your life. Despite his attempt to ease the tension, the students were visibly repelled by the idea of troll snot. The student sitting nearest to the cauldron looked particularly desperate to put more distance between themselves and the unpleasant concoction, though Slughorn's watchful presence made it clear that leaving their seat wasn't an option. In addition to the invisibility potion, the classroom featured other noteworthy creations: Wiggenweld potion, which could sterilize and heal minor injuries, and dandelion potions, which granted the ability to float and glide like a leaf on the wind. Both potions were swiftly identified, one by Kanna, the other by a sharp-eyed Ravenclaw boy. Well, I must admit, Slughorn said, stroking his chin with an air of amusement, I underestimated you. 7th years certainly have a respectable breadth of potion knowledge. He ambled toward the final cauldron, where Kyle and Kanna were seated, a self-assured glint in his eye. But this one, he said with a dramatic pause, is different. I dare say none of you would know what it is. His tone brimmed with smug certainty as he gestured toward the cauldron. This is rather unfair, I confess, it's a brand new potion, not yet officially announced. It was created by the youngest member of the most extraordinary society of potioneers. Kyle instinctively glanced at Kanna, only to be met with a sharp glare that seemed to say don't you dare. Slughorn continued, his voice dripping with pride in his insider knowledge. Of course, those familiar with the society might wonder why this young prodigy's name hasn't yet appeared on any official lists. That's because the announcement won't be made until after Christmas. However, he added with a conspiratorial grin, one of this year's examiners happens to be an old student of mine. He couldn't resist sharing the exciting news with me directly after the exam. A murmur rippled through the classroom as the students marveled at Slughorn's connections, clearly impressed. Slughorn basked in their admiration. Professor, Kyle said suddenly, feigning nonchalance, what if someone here did know what the potion is? Slughorn chuckled, waving off the suggestion. If that were the case, I'd give them 100 points. His tone made it clear he didn't consider it remotely possible. He turned back to the class, his chest puffed out slightly. Now then, let me proudly introduce to you all. This is the recovery potion, a soft, familiar voice interjected. Slughorn froze mid-sentence, his mouth hanging open. Slowly, he turned toward Kanna, his face a mixture of disbelief and dawning recognition. You. How could you possibly? He stopped abruptly, realization flickering across his features. Wait. You're Kanna Prince, Kanna said evenly. Prince. Prince. Slughorn muttered, his brow furrowing as he pieced the puzzle together. Suddenly, his face lit up. Yes, of course. Prince. You're the girl who took the Potioneer's exam last month, aren't you? This revelation sparked an audible stir among the students, who now turned their attention fully to Kanna. I did take the exam, Kanna admitted with a small nod, and the recovery potion was my submission. But I don't know yet if I passed. Let me assure you, Slughorn said with a broad wink, there's no doubt about it. And remember, this must stay our little secret. According to the rules, nothing can be disclosed until the official announcement. He turned his gaze on Kyle with mock sternness. And you? You planned this, didn't you? You were just waiting to see my reaction. Sorry, Professor, Kyle replied, trying to sound contrite but failing to suppress a grin. I thought you already knew. Didn't you check the list? Kanna's name was right there. Slughorn sighed, shaking his head. I really should have looked at it, he muttered, his tone tinged with self-reproach. I pride myself on knowing all my students, but this time it seems I've been caught out. Despite his momentary embarrassment, Slughorn's mood quickly brightened. Learning that a rising star in the world of potioneers was in his class more than made up for his oversight. Well then, he declared, a promise is a promise. Hufflepuff gets 100 points, no, 50 points. He caught himself, chuckling. I forgot I'm no longer head of house. But don't worry, I'll have a word with Dumbledore about adjusting it. Kanna shook her head lightly, clearly unbothered. In her eyes, 50 points were more than generous. Besides, she knew Kyle's antics had been harmless. You deserve these points, said Slughorn. And your potion is also very good. I now add a little to my breakfast every day, and it helps me prepare for each lesson better during the day. Thank you for your comments, Professor. Kanna was delighted to receive Slughorn's approval, especially from someone so renowned as a master potioneer. Well, today has been full of surprises, Slughorn remarked, waving his wand and making all the cauldrons on the table vanish. But now we should get started. Turn to page 22 in your advanced potion-making textbooks. At this, the students, their curiosity still piqued, reluctantly pulled out their books. Professor, you haven't told us what's in here yet, said a Ravenclaw boy, gesturing toward a small black cauldron on the lectern. The liquid inside shimmered like molten gold, its surface alive with movements like golden fish darting and leaping, yet not a drop spilled over the edges. Oh, so you finally noticed it, Slughorn said with a pleased smile. It's one of the most peculiar little potions, and I'm sure some of you know what it is. It's Felix Felicis, sir, Cho said, her tone tinged with excitement. Also known as liquid luck, added the student beside her. That's right. 5 points to Ravenclaw, said Slughorn. I must say, teaching 7th years is easy. It seems Severus's advanced classes are truly rigorous. As expected, Slughorn announced Felix Felicis as the prize for the best performance in the class. The classroom erupted in astonished murmurs. No one had anticipated the new potions professor to be so generous, Felix Felicis, just like that. Slughorn stood at the lectern, observing the excitement spreading through the room. The scene mirrored those of his earlier teaching years. He nodded in satisfaction. As an experienced teacher, Slughorn understood well the challenges of earning students' respect. This, he believed, was the perfect solution, one small vial of Felix Felicis, and everything fell into place. Of course, this wasn't a sustainable tactic for every year group. Even with his wealth, 7 vials of Felix Felicis would be excessive. It was reserved for the advanced 6th and 7th years. For younger students not yet in advanced classes, he had other methods. I'll repeat myself once more, Slughorn said, raising his voice to quell the buzz of excitement. The one who performs the best will win this vial of Felix Felicis. He tapped the lectern lightly. Now, where were we? Ah, page 22 in your books. You have just over an hour to brew the first stage of the polyjuice potion. Yes, the first stage. You'll notice this isn't a quick-fix potion. The extended and increasingly tedious process, along with the growing complexity, distinguishes 7th-year potions from the more basic first-year concoctions. Bear in mind, the potion's difficulty escalates because if anything goes wrong at any stage, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Good luck. The allure of liquid luck was irresistible. At Slughorn's signal, the students eagerly turned to their textbooks and flipped through the pages with determination. Slughorn had thoughtfully prepared the necessary ingredients in advance, all neatly arranged in the storage cupboard by the door, including the lacewing flies that had been boiled for 21 days. The task itself wasn't particularly difficult, something even a 2nd or 3rd year could accomplish, but it required patience. Slughorn saw no need to drag out the process unnecessarily. The students got up to gather their ingredients. Unlike in earlier years, when competition for supplies had been more frantic, the atmosphere was calmer, fewer students had taken part in Snape's advanced classes. By the time Kyle returned with fluxweed harvested under the light of the full moon, another student was already processing the knotgrass. Each student focused intently on their work, though none could help glancing around, gauging their progress against that of their classmates. The only one seemingly unaffected by the competitive tension was Kanna, who was riveted to her cauldron, her focus unbroken. Kyle carefully added 3 portions of fluxweed to his cauldron, followed by 2 bundles of knotgrass. As the potion turned a pale yellow, he immediately picked up his wand and stirred it 3 times clockwise. The liquid shifted to a soft pink hue, an indication of optimal progress. Satisfied, Kyle set his wand aside and calmly began preparing the leeches on his table. Meanwhile, Kanna was already a step ahead. Kyle, Kanna asked softly, what do you think Professor Slughorn's judging criteria will be for this class? Or after we finish the potion? It'll probably be based on the finished potion, Kyle replied after a moment of thought. Judging by the time left, they would only manage to brew the lacewing fly solution during this lesson, which was just one part of the polyjuice potion, hardly enough for a comprehensive evaluation. After finishing with the leech, Kyle added 2 spoonfuls of lacewing flies to his mortar and began grinding them into a fine powder. This was the most time-consuming part of the process. The finer the lacewing flies were ground, the more stable the potion's effect would be. An hour later, the potion in Kyle's cauldron had turned a tea-brown color. He quickly adjusted the flame to the lowest setting and added 4 portions of leech along with the ground lacewing fly powder. Bang! A sudden, loud explosion echoed through the classroom. Kyle's first instinct was that someone had blown up their cauldron, and he was right. A Ravenclaw boy had been distracted, watching others as if sizing up potential competition. This lapse caused him to forget to lower the heat before adding the lacewing fly powder. The result was catastrophic. The boiling fluxweed reacted violently with the powder, creating an eruption reminiscent of flour igniting in a fire. Protego. Kanna's voice cut through the chaos, and the splashing potion stopped just inches from Kyle, blocked by her quick shield charm. Thanks, Kyle said, still shaken by how fast everything had happened. You're welcome, Kana replied, shaking her head. I smelled something burning a moment ago and figured someone's cauldron was about to explode. Good thing I was paying attention. Not everyone was as fortunate. The airborne potion splattered across the room like a torrential rain, burning everyone it touched. Even Professor Slughorn wasn't spared. Kyle caught sight of 2 droplets landing squarely on his bald head. Reduce the heat before adding the lacewing fly powder, such a basic mistake. Slughorn grumbled, rubbing his head. With a flick of his wand, he vanished the mess. 5 points from Ravenclaw, he announced. The Ravenclaw boy looked crestfallen. Missing out on the Felix Felicis was clearly the last thing he wanted. Slughorn sighed. All right, since this is your first mistake. The potion won't be complete for a few days, and I'll allow you to use this classroom for an extra hour after class. But only 1 hour. Thank you, Professor, the boy said eagerly, rushing back to the storage cupboard to gather fresh ingredients. The lacewing fly solution required 20 hours of boiling before the next step could be performed, and Slughorn had planned the lesson schedule accordingly to align with the following day's class. If the Ravenclaw boy worked quickly, he might still catch up with the rest of the class. Half an hour later, the bell rang to signal the end of the class. Slughorn strolled leisurely between the desks, inspecting each cauldron. After examining the contents, he tapped his wand on the tables, causing thin, shimmering lines to appear around each cauldron. This measure was a precaution against sabotage. While it wasn't usually necessary, the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin had been particularly heated in the past 2 days. Slughorn had decided it was worth the extra effort to prevent any mishaps that could ruin the students' hard work. It was an inconvenience, but far preferable to losing progress on 2 full lessons worth of brewing. Chapter 719, Snape's Scar. As expected, by the end of Friday's potions lesson, Kana had finally managed to secure the bottle of Felix Felicis. Her polyjuice potion was nearly flawless, so much so that even Slughorn couldn't find a single fault with it. Kyle's potion was also impressive, but when compared to Kana's, his brew was slightly darker in color. This was due to his adding the Boomslang skin a little later in the process, a timing issue that didn't affect the potion's efficacy. If not for Kana, Kyle would have taken first place. To be honest, though, neither Kana nor Kyle seemed particularly interested in the Felix Felicis that Slughorn had offered as a reward. Both already had access to the elusive potion. Kana didn't need to say much about it. If she ever wanted some, Snape would undoubtedly supply her without hesitation. As for Kyle, his rapport with Director Sykes of St. Mungo's and the basilisk materials he had previously provided made acquiring Felix Felicis a trivial matter for him. The reward, while nice to have, wasn't something either of them truly cared about. Winning it was a pleasant bonus, but losing out on it wouldn't have mattered to them in the slightest. More importantly, Kyle had been keeping his distance from things like Felix Felicis ever since wearing Ravenclaw's diadem. The overwhelming sensation of being in control was dangerously alluring, and Kyle feared he might not be able to resist the temptation if he allowed himself to indulge too often. For now, everything was just as it should be. On the first weekend of the new school year, a misty drizzle began to fall from the sky. The air was chilly, but that didn't stop the Quidditch pitch from being crowded with people. After all, it was the day for selecting new players for the team. Beyond those eager to join, many others came to watch, either for entertainment or to gather intelligence for their own house teams. It was an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Since it was Gryffindor's turn in the morning, Kyle decided against heading to the pitch. Instead, he strolled through the damp grounds with Kana, making his way toward Hagrid's hut. For the past couple of days, Hagrid had seemed out of sorts, grumpy, with a perpetual frown, and he hadn't even been eating in the Great Hall. With the weekend offering a bit of free time, Kyle figured he'd check in and see what was going on. When they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they found Hagrid standing by his pumpkin patch, absently watering the massive pumpkins that would soon decorate the castle for Halloween. The pumpkins, each the size of a wheelbarrow, gleamed wetly in the drizzle, but Hagrid didn't seem to notice. Instead, he was repeatedly soaking the same pumpkin until a puddle formed at its base, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Hagrid, if you don't get serious, we'll have to buy pumpkins for Halloween, Kyle called out. Startled, Hagrid snapped out of his daze. Oh, it's Kyle and Kana, he greeted them, still holding the bucket. Hello, Kyle said, stepping closer. Without hesitation, he asked, what's been bothering you lately? I'm fine. Hagrid replied, though his shifty eyes and evasive tone said otherwise. He took a few steps toward another pumpkin, attempting to continue his watering. Come on, Hagrid. You're a terrible liar, and we both know it, Kyle said bluntly. Besides, if nothing was wrong, why would you be out here watering pumpkins in the rain? Rain. It was only then that Hagrid seemed to notice the wet strands of hair plastered to his head. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier, he exclaimed, hurriedly putting down the bucket and attempting to scoop the puddles away with his hands. Does it really need to be mentioned that it's raining? Kyle muttered under his breath. Still, seeing Hagrid so flustered, Kyle pulled out his wand. With a quick flick, he siphoned away the excess water from the pumpkin patch. While he didn't think the effort was particularly necessary, he knew Hagrid well enough to trust that he must have his reasons for being so meticulous. With that in mind, Kyle silently lent a hand. "Tell me, what's going on?" Kyle pressed again as they stepped into Hagrid's hut. "What's been bothering you lately?" "I don't know." Hagrid mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe it was a mistake for Dumbledore to make me the Care of Magical Creatures professor." "Why do you think that?" Kana asked, her tone gentle but curious. "Only 5 people chose my advanced classes this year," Hagrid replied, sounding as though he were announcing a great personal failure. 5. Kana repeated, incredulous. That number meant, on average, only 1 student from each house had opted for the class, shockingly low attendance. Even divination, often mocked for its vagueness, had far more students enrolled. "Hagrid, did you make the class requirements too strict?" Kana asked. "If requiring an A in OWLs is strict." Hagrid sighed heavily. Kyle didn't reply. An A, acceptable, was the minimum grade required for advanced classes, and lowering it wasn't an option. "Are Harry and the others among those 5? Kyle asked tentatively. "Harry, Hermione, and Ron," Hagrid admitted with a small, bittersweet smile. "All 3 of them chose my class." But his face quickly fell again. "That just leaves 2 others. And those 2 probably only signed up because there weren't any other options left." Hearing this, Hagrid's voice trembled. "Dumbledore must have made a mistake trusting me with this job." "Well, that's not entirely true." Kyle stammered, unsure how to console him. He knew part of the problem was his own fault. If he hadn't convinced Hagrid to stop bringing blast-ended squirts into class, the turnout might have been even worse. Those creatures, while terrifying, at least sparked curiosity. Kyle glanced at Kana for help, but she merely shrugged and averted her gaze, leaving him to navigate the conversation on his own. "Don't be discouraged, Hagrid," Kyle said, trying to muster enthusiasm. "I think it's more about students not understanding the importance of magical creatures." But when Professor Kettleburn was here, loads of people chose his advanced classes, Hagrid said, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at his eyes. "Thanks for trying, Kyle, but I know the truth." "No," Kyle said firmly, shaking his head. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Hagrid, think about what's different this year compared to previous years." "Different? What do you mean?" Hagrid asked, still confused. "You know who," Kyle explained. "This year, the Ministry of Magic officially announced his return. When students picked their classes, they probably prioritized ones that could improve their strength in combat, which is why they overlooked Care of Magical Creatures." "Is that so?" Hagrid asked, his voice softening slightly, though doubt lingered in his expression. "Absolutely," Kyle said with conviction. "Last year, you had nearly 20 students in your class. How could it suddenly be about you not being good enough?" "But," Hagrid began, still hesitant. "Magical creatures can be important too. Didn't Dumbledore use Fluffy to guard the Philosopher's Stone? How can it not help them?" "Because you can't exactly bring a 3-headed dog to class," Kyle replied matter-of-factly. "Think about the creatures they've been learning about, bowtruckles, fairies, nifflers. Sure, there are unicorns and salamanders, but none of those are exactly practical for fighting Death Eaters." Hagrid seemed to be considering this argument. Kyle and Kana exchanged glances, both realizing that the reasoning might actually be valid. Last year's higher enrollment was no coincidence, the only major change since then had been Voldemort's resurgence. Divination, while often derided, at least offered students the comfort of foresight, however vague. Meanwhile, Care of Magical Creatures was limited by strict regulations, only allowing the study of creatures ranked XXX or below before 5th year. Most wizards also relied on their wands, rarely carrying magical creatures with them. "That's their loss, Hagrid," Kana chimed in, her voice steady. "Exactly," Kyle added with a nod. "They'll regret missing out someday." "Yeah," Hagrid said, finally sounding more confident. "Abandon Care of Magical Creatures. They'll never know what they're missing. I've decided, I'll show these 5 students something truly special." "Something special?" Kyle asked cautiously. A sudden thought struck him. "Wait, Hagrid, you're not planning to bring Fluffy to class, are you?" Given Hagrid's history, it wasn't an entirely far-fetched concern. Worse yet, Kyle hadn't yet returned Fluffy to the Forbidden Forest after taking him out for extracurricular reasons. If Hagrid found out, it would be difficult to explain. "No, no," Hagrid assured him, shaking his head. "Haven't seen Fluffy since he settled into the Forbidden Forest. And Dumbledore wouldn't allow something so dangerous in class." Kyle exhaled in relief. "So, what are you planning?" "I'm going to show them Thestrals in the first lesson." "Thestrals?" Kyle asked, momentarily puzzled. If he remembered correctly, they had already studied thestrals around this time last year. Even Umbridge had attended that lesson. What could be different? Noticing Kyle's confusion, Hagrid explained, "This year, I'm not just letting them watch from a distance. I'm gonna let M touch the thestrals, really get to know M up close. And I'll teach them how to ride M. If they ever run into trouble at Hogwarts, they'll know how to find the Forbidden Forest and get help from the thestrals straight away." Hagrid declared, clenching his fist with confidence. "Kyle, do you think Hagrid will succeed?" Conna asked as they made their way back to the castle. "I don't know," Kyle replied with a shrug. "To be honest, Hagrid's idea isn't a bad one, but he's not exactly great at planning." Conna couldn't help but laugh. "If Hagrid hears that, he'll definitely be angry." "That's why I didn't say it," Kyle remarked, glancing behind them. "This is Hogwarts. If students are resorting to the Forbidden Forest for help, it means the Death Eaters have completely taken over the school. Instead of running to the Forbidden Forest, they'd be better off heading to the broom closet and grabbing a broomstick." "And not everyone can see thestrals," Conna added thoughtfully, realizing the truth of Kyle's observation. Hagrid's plan, while well-meaning, seemed to lack practicality. "Forget it. As long as it cheers Hagrid up," Kyle said with a wave of his hand, dismissing the subject. He wasn't aiming to make the care of magical creatures class particularly meaningful, it wasn't realistic. His goal was simply to keep Hagrid occupied and distracted from the fact that only 5 students had signed up for his advanced class. When they reached the castle gates, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was heading back from the pitch. "Hey, Kyle," Harry called out, waving as he approached. "By the way, I haven't thanked you yet." "For what?" Kyle asked, confused. "For getting us the potions book, of course," Harry said. "Professor Slughorn insisted I take his class, and I'd have been lost without it. Did you know he'd be teaching potions?" "It's no big deal," Kyle replied casually. "Slughorn's one of the most famous master potioneers, and he's great at keeping a low profile. He'd never take on defense against the dark arts." "You could have told me earlier," Harry muttered. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken defense against the dark arts." Kyle chuckled but didn't respond, letting the comment pass as they continued into the castle. "Kyle, hey, Kyle." Kyle turned to see Susan Bones rushing toward him, holding a roll of parchment. "This is for you," she said, thrusting the parchment into his hand and catching her breath. "And, have you heard about Hannah?" "Yes, I've heard," Kyle replied, nodding gravely. On the 3rd day of term, Death Eaters had attacked several locations, resulting in numerous deaths, including Hannah Abbott's family. She hadn't been seen at school since. "I just hope she can hold on," Susan said worriedly. "I don't think it's safe for her to go home. Right now, there's nowhere safer than Hogwarts." "Yeah," Kyle agreed quietly. Once Susan had left, Kyle unrolled the parchment. Scrawled across it in slightly crooked writing was a brief message. "Dear Kyle, please come to my office after lunch. I hope your first day went well. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. The password is Acid Pops. Headmaster Dumbledore wants to see you." Conna said, leaning over Kyle's shoulder to read the letter. "It can't be anything dangerous." "Who knows," Kyle replied with a shrug, folding the parchment and slipping it into his pocket. He continued toward the Great Hall, his pace unhurried. The letter specified after lunch, so there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, the atmosphere was tense. Dumbledore sat calmly behind his desk, while Snape stood before him, his expression as dark as a thundercloud. "So this is your plan, is it?" Snape said in a detached tone, his voice laced with barely restrained frustration. "To have Harry or Kyle extract the secret buried in Slughorn's mind. We must know how many Horcruxes Tom has actually created," Dumbledore replied, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the polished surface of the desk. "You know, Severus, it's really not as dangerous as you think." "Not dangerous?" Snape's voice rose sharply, betraying his agitation. "Slughorn has been hiding this secret for years. Since the Dark Lord's return, he hasn't stayed in one place for more than 3 months, hopping between abandoned Muggle houses like a fugitive. And you call this not dangerous?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, his gaze fixed on Snape with a faint, knowing smile. "I must say, Severus, I'm surprised by your concern for Kyle." "Don't be absurd," Snape snapped, glaring at him. "You know perfectly well who I'm referring to." "Yes, I do," Dumbledore said softly. "This guilt has tormented you for 16 years, ever since Lily." "Don't say that name." Snape growled, his voice reverberating through the office. Even Fawkes stirred on his perch, flapping his wings in annoyance. Phineas Nigellus Black, from his portrait, opened one eye, muttered something under his breath, and promptly pretended to fall back asleep. Dumbledore, unfazed, rubbed the ring on his finger thoughtfully. Do you wish to see her again, Severus? To ask for her forgiveness? Snape's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Are you mocking me, Dumbledore? She's dead. How could I possibly see her again? Wait. His gaze fell on the ring Dumbledore wore, his expression shifting from anger to astonishment. That's... Yes, Dumbledore said, holding his hand out so Snape could see more clearly. It is the same artifact we found in the Gaunt Shack. But, wasn't it cursed? Snape asked, his voice quieter now, tinged with disbelief. The curse has been lifted, Dumbledore replied, slipping the ring off and placing it on the table between them. Perhaps you didn't notice, Severus, but I wore it at the start of term feast. Snape's breath hitched. The resurrection stone. The implications of what lay before him swirled in his mind. With this object, he could summon Lily's spirit, see her, speak to her, and apologize. Compelled by an almost magnetic force, Snape began walking toward the table. But as he approached, his steps grew heavier, his movements increasingly labored. When he reached the table, close enough to touch the resurrection stone, he froze. His outstretched hand trembled, but he couldn't bring himself to take the final step. He was afraid. What if Lily looked at him with disappointment? Or worse, hatred? What if she refused to forgive him? The memory of his betrayal, delivering half the prophecy to Voldemort and dooming the Potters, loomed over him. For over a decade, he had devoted himself to atonement, trying to erase the stain of that sin. To use the resurrection stone would mean tearing open a scar he had tried so hard to bury. Snape's face twisted in anguish as he stared at the stone, then abruptly he staggered backward, crashing into a table and sending silver instruments clattering to the floor. Take it away, he shouted, his voice raw and hysterical. Get it away from me. Dumbledore's expression didn't shift, it was as though he had anticipated this reaction. Gently, he picked up the ring and slipped it back onto his hand. Severus, he said quietly, sometimes, we all need a little extra courage. Reopening a scar may be painful, but it also gives it a chance to heal. Shut up, Dumbledore, just shut up. Snape gasped, his voice trembling with unspent emotion. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Snape straightened, gathering himself with visible effort. I'm leaving. He strode to the door, pulling it open, and brushed past Kyle without so much as a glance. Chapter 720, Newt and the Serpent Witch's Little Tales. Professor Snape, what's wrong? Kyle, who had nearly been knocked over, glanced at Snape, who was hurrying away, and asked doubtfully, Professor, you're not docking his salary, are you? Of course not, Dumbledore replied, adjusting his demeanor with a smile. In fact, the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts receives 10 galleons more than professors of other subjects. There's no way around it. Without that incentive, we simply wouldn't be able to recruit suitable candidates. Kyle believed the high salary was undoubtedly true, though he refrained from commenting on whether the professors recruited were actually suitable. That was something Dumbledore would know better. Boy, I have a feeling you're thinking something rude, Phineas Nigellus Black suddenly remarked from his portrait. Trust me, my instincts are usually right. Good afternoon, sir, Kyle replied, looking up at the painting. I admit, I was just thinking about whether I should remind Sirius to properly clean the house and get rid of some useless items. Such as the portrait by the stairs in the living room. I was right, you're an impolite brat. Phineas shrieked, as if someone had stepped on his tail. I warn you, don't even think about it. Sirius wouldn't throw away his grandfather's portrait. Really? Kyle said indifferently. I'm not so sure. Phineas's portrait hung by the stairs at 12 Grimmauld Place, which allowed him to move freely between the headmaster's office and there to deliver some of Dumbledore's requests or plans. However, Dumbledore usually opted to deliver messages himself, rendering the portrait largely redundant. More than once, Sirius had mused about tossing the thing out. I'm warning you, Phineas growled, his voice filled with anger. That's my house, and you can't throw me out. Don't get me wrong, I'm just making a suggestion, Kyle shrugged. What actually happens will depend on Sirius, but I don't think he'd mind a new painting. You. Phineas's beard bristled in fury. With a whoosh, he stormed out of the frame, presumably to find Sirius at 12 Grimmauld Place. Ha ha ha. Well done, said a bearded wizard in a nearby portrait. That was truly amusing. You're the first student to ever make him look so foolish. Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster Dippet, Kyle replied with a smile. Having visited often, Kyle was already familiar with the portraits in the office. The one speaking to him was Armando Dippet, the headmaster who had preceded Dumbledore. He and Phineas had always been at odds, and more often than not, Dippet managed to chase Phineas from his frame. Kyle, Dumbledore said softly, leaving Phineas in Grimmauld Place is still useful. I know. I was just trying to scare him, Kyle admitted. After all, his portrait is secured with a permanent sticking charm, you can't just throw it out. Dumbledore's lips twitched. If he knows that, someone must have tried. Don't misunderstand, Sirius found that out, not me, Kyle explained quickly before steering the conversation in another direction. Professor, what did you want to see me about? It's a small matter. What is it? Kyle asked. It concerns the Horcrux, Dumbledore replied. He retrieved an old stone basin from a cabinet. But before we discuss it, let's view a memory. This is the most significant one I've uncovered after much searching. Since Dumbledore seemed serious, Kyle didn't object. The headmaster produced a small crystal vial from an inner pocket of his robes. The memory inside had congealed slightly over time, appearing less fluid than it should have been. Dumbledore carefully poured it into the pensieve, which began to emit a soft, ethereal glow. Kyle stepped forward, feeling his consciousness drawn downward into the silvery depths. When he opened his eyes again, someone else stood before him. It was a much younger Horace Slughorn, his head full of thick, blonde hair. Kyle blinked, feeling oddly unsettled. Perhaps it was because he was so accustomed to Slughorn's bald head, but the sight of his hair, thick as straw, seemed strangely unnatural. Professor Slughorn lost his hair quite early, Kyle remarked, turning as he heard footsteps behind him. What? Dumbledore paused, momentarily confused by Kyle's comment. Look here, Kyle said, pointing at the top of Slughorn's head in the memory. There, a small bald patch, about the size of a galleon, was already visible. Dumbledore didn't respond, though his expression seemed to suggest he hadn't anticipated this particular observation. Had Kyle really gone through all the trouble of viewing this memory to determine when Slughorn started balding? Fortunately, Kyle didn't linger on the thought. Instead, he began to examine the scene around him. It appeared to be Slughorn's office, where 6 or 7 boys were gathered. At the center of the group, sitting closest to Slughorn, was a young Tom Riddle, who at that time was still known by his given name. Riddle presented Slughorn with a bag of crystallized pineapples as they discussed a professor's upcoming retirement. Kyle tilted his head, unsure of the name mentioned. I don't recognize the professor they're talking about. Was it anyone important? It was Galatea, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and an old colleague of mine, Dumbledore explained. She was preparing to retire around that time, and Riddle likely had his eyes on the position. But you turned him down, Kyle noted. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed, his tone calm. I persuaded Armando to reject Riddle's application. Despite his abilities, and the support of other professors like Galatea, there was something about his ambition that made me uneasy. Kyle studied Dumbledore's face. The older wizard's expression was unreadable, but there was no mistaking his certainty. Riddle's aspirations had never been about teaching, his ambitions lay far beyond Hogwarts. That was why Dumbledore had twice denied him the opportunity to remain at the school. So here, he's trying to confirm his suspicions with Slughorn. Kyle ventured. Not exactly, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. This is a display of power, Kyle. Sometimes, acquiring information itself is a demonstration of strength. As if on cue, Slughorn in the memory raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Where do you get your information, boy? You know more than most professors. Riddle simply smiled in response, his silence speaking volumes. You scoundrel, Slughorn teased. Always knowing things you shouldn't, and always knowing how to butter up the right people. Speaking of which, thank you for the pineapple. You guessed it right, it's my favorite. The group erupted into laughter at this light-hearted exchange. But the humor was short-lived. Without warning, a dense white fog rolled into the memory, shrouding everything in an opaque haze. This memory has been tampered with. Kyle exclaimed. The fog was like a clumsy mosaic, carelessly applied to obscure critical details. It was blatantly clear that someone wanted to hide what had transpired. Through the mist, an unnaturally high-pitched voice broke through. The words were faint but audible, you will make mistakes, my boy, mark my words. Kyle's lips twitched in annoyance. Whose memory is this? Professor Slughorn's, Dumbledore said. So? Kyle turned to Dumbledore, a curious look on his face. Was Professor Slughorn not particularly skilled outside of potions? Because honestly, this voice sounds like a pretty crude imitation. That high-pitched voice was a stark contrast to the natural tone from before, so deliberate that it was painfully obvious it was meant to disguise something. It was as jarring as a broomstick suddenly transforming into a dragon in the middle of a Quidditch match, impossible to miss. Well, at that time, he really wasn't very skilled with memory spells, Dumbledore remarked, but he certainly made up for it later. As for the reason why, you'll discover it soon enough if you keep watching. You should be almost there. As Dumbledore finished speaking, the white mist in front of Kyle began to dissipate. By now, Slughorn had finished eating the crystallized pineapple, and the small golden clock on his desk had shifted from 9:30 to 11 o'clock. It was already past curfew, and everyone else had left the office except for Riddle, who lingered behind. After the last student had departed, Riddle spoke up. Sir, I'd like to ask you something. Ask away, my boy, Slughorn encouraged him warmly. Sir, I was wondering if you knew about Horcruxes. Suddenly, the office was enveloped in a thick fog, and a voice echoed, overly theatrical and blatantly unnatural. I know nothing about Horcruxes, and even if I did, I would never tell you. Now get out, and don't let me hear another word about this. By then, Kyle had already surmised the purpose behind Dumbledore's request for him to witness this memory. The next moment, they exited the memory together. Professor, Kyle said, gazing at the pensive before him, do you think that's when Riddle learned the secret of the Horcrux? There's no denying it, Dumbledore replied softly. Professor Slughorn must have told him something. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so ashamed as to tamper with his own memory. That was his weakness, he always found it difficult to say no to students he valued. And Tom, once his favorite student, had long convinced him that he was destined for greatness. Well, he was right, wasn't he? Kyle said. In a way, Riddle did amount to something. But that's hardly the outcome Professor Slughorn would have wanted to see, which is why he's trying so desperately to bury his mistake. Dumbledore retrieved the memory from the pensive and carefully placed it back into its bottle. His technique is crude, but that works in our favor, Dumbledore continued. It means he hasn't managed to completely erase the memory, only obscure it. Dumbledore turned his piercing gaze toward Kyle. I want you to help me recover it. Me. Kyle blinked, clearly hesitant. He wasn't eager to agree. As I mentioned, Dumbledore said with a meaningful look, Professor Slughorn has trouble refusing students he holds in high regard. And since both you and Harry are the reason he's back at Hogwarts, it seems only fitting that the two of you undertake this task. Harry. Kyle looked around, confused. He's not here, Dumbledore admitted. I haven't yet decided how to broach the subject with him. He's different from you. I'll need to explain a great deal beforehand. Dumbledore's steady gaze returned to Kyle, as though awaiting his response. Oh. Kyle nodded as if brushing it off. Then, Professor, take your time deciding. Don't worry, Harry is very gullible, very easy to talk to. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes briefly flicked toward the door. You asked earlier why Professor Snape was upset, he continued. This is the reason, he believes that Horcruxes are Tom's most closely guarded secret, and that anyone who knows about them is at great risk. He doesn't want to take that chance. Who doesn't want to risk it? Professor Snape. Kyle's face turned pale, his tone suddenly serious. Professor, I think you need to conduct a thorough investigation at Hogwarts. I suspect some professors might actually be Death Eaters using Polyjuice Potion. We need to stay vigilant and deal with this before it gets out of hand. Let's not go too far, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. In fact, Professor Snape is not as harsh as you imagine, and... His eyes twinkled as he looked at Kyle. You're going to be family sooner or later, so it's only natural that he cares about you. That's a matter for the future, Kyle muttered, rubbing his forehead as if trying to stave off a headache. So, Dumbledore pressed gently, what is your decision? Will you help me with this favor? I must emphasize, retrieving the unaltered memory is crucial for us. But if you have any reservations, I'll understand. Professor, Kyle sighed, do you think I can still stand aside when it comes to Horcruxes? He had already destroyed several of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Would learning about one more make any difference? Besides, Harry was already entangled in this mess. Snape's concerns seemed unwarranted. Whether they uncovered Slughorn's memory or not, Voldemort would never let them go. At that moment, an owl swooped in through the open window, a letter clutched in its talons. Dumbledore took the letter and scanned it, his expression growing increasingly serious. Apologies, Kyle, he said, standing abruptly. I need to attend to something else. Without another word, he disappeared from the room with a faint pop of apparition. Fawkes let out a soft chirp before vanishing in a burst of flame, leaving Kyle alone in the now silent office. He glanced around at the empty room, then at the portraits, which had resumed their usual pretense of sleeping, eyes closed. After leaving the headmaster's office, Kyle found his thoughts circling back to Dumbledore's words. Yet, as he reflected on Slughorn's memory, it struck him that its value seemed limited. It was just one piece of the puzzle regarding Horcruxes. But how many Horcruxes had Voldemort created? The diary and the resurrection stone ring were already destroyed. The diadem, the cup, and locket were in Nicholas Flamel's possession and, judging by the timeline, likely dealt with by now. That made 5. Oh, and there was Nagini, the snake. During the Triwizard Tournament, Kyle had been transported to the mountain where Voldemort performed his resurrection ritual, disguised as a portkey trophy. In the chaos of the battle between Voldemort and Dumbledore, Kyle had seized the snake. However, to his surprise, Nagini wasn't a Horcrux at all. She was also not an ordinary snake but a result of a blood malediction. Newt had explained the phenomenon during the holidays. A blood malediction was a curse that permanently transformed a wizard or witch into an animal. Unlike animagi, they couldn't shift back to human form and were trapped in their animal state forever. Worse still, their human consciousness would gradually fade until they became fully animal. Newt knew Nagini personally and had asked Kyle to leave her with him. Kyle had no reason to refuse, he wasn't Voldemort, after all, and had no desire to carry a snake around. Besides, he had a basilisk, which was far more useful if he ever needed one. Thus, he had happily entrusted Nagini to Newt. This mutual understanding explained why Newt had never requested the return of the Wampus cat Kyle kept. The two shared an unspoken agreement. However, one aspect continued to trouble Kyle. Nagini was female, which meant that before becoming cursed, she had been a witch. The thought of Newt carrying around a snake girl gave Kyle pause. He couldn't decide whether to tell Tina about it or leave well enough alone. Chapter 721, Professor Babbling's Warning. It had been over a week since Dumbledore last left the headmaster's office. During that time, he returned briefly to give Harry a lesson before disappearing again. As for the lesson's content, Kyle wasn't certain, though he could probably guess. It was likely an open and honest conversation with Harry. Perhaps it was about the Order of the Phoenix or the Horcruxes. After all, when Harry previously failed to learn occlumency, much had been kept from him, and he was still upset about it. This lesson seemed to focus on Harry letting go of his worries. How much progress he made would depend on what Dumbledore wanted him to know. But that had little to do with Kyle. On Wednesday afternoon, after the Ancient Runes class ended, Kyle approached Professor Babbling with a parchment full of rune formulas. She was clearly about to make a quick escape. Yes, escape. Since the first class of the year, Professor Babbling had been reluctant to see Kyle outside class. It wasn't that she feared being stumped, her knowledge of ancient runes was likely superior even to Dumbledore's, and Kyle's questions posed no real challenge. She simply didn't want to work overtime. Usually, she left immediately after class, never lingering a moment longer than necessary. However, Kyle had positioned himself strategically near the door, and with apparition banned within the castle, her plan for a timely escape was doomed the moment she stepped outside. When Professor Babbling glanced at the parchment Kyle handed her, her expression immediately soured. Primitive runes. She muttered almost instinctively. Why are you looking at such useless things? It's a waste of time. Huh. Kyle blinked, caught off guard. He had anticipated many possible reactions but had not expected Professor Babbling to dismiss his interest so outright. It didn't even sound like she was being rude, she genuinely believed it was a waste of time. That's right, Professor Babbling elaborated. In the view of medieval scholars, led by Rowena Ravenclaw, the original magical runes had significant flaws. I wouldn't recommend spending your time on them. What do you mean? Kyle asked, still confused. It's like this. Professor Babbling, uncharacteristically patient, explained, the so-called ancient runes are, essentially, a form of magical writing that early witches and wizards devised themselves. However, due to the limitations of their era, these writings were neither unified nor well-organized. They were chaotic. A single misinterpretation could cause the runes to collapse entirely. For this reason, the great Rowena Ravenclaw gathered the scholars of her time to standardize and refine these original runes, compiling them into a cohesive system, what we now study today. As she finished, Professor Babbling gave Kyle a pointed look. I remember telling a student this over 50 years ago, and I'll tell you the same thing now. There is always a reason something is abandoned. Don't chase after so-called power too recklessly. While you may revel in the thrill of invincibility, you risk unleashing something far more dangerous, dragging yourself into the abyss of magic. Meeting Professor Babbling's steady, light gray gaze, Kyle instinctively took a step back, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, Professor, I was inspired to learn this because I read something written in the original magic runes, Kyle explained. Oh. Professor Babbling raised an eyebrow. A primitive document from at least 1,300 years ago is rare. But there's no need to learn it intentionally. She reached out and grabbed something seemingly from nowhere, and a thick book materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she tossed the book at Kyle. This is a comparison table of primitive runes. Just refer to it if you must, there's no need to waste time learning it in depth. And let me make myself clear, even if you insist, I won't waste my time teaching you. No one will, not even Dumbledore. Her patience was clearly wearing thin. By the time Kyle had opened the book to glance at its contents, Professor Babbling had already turned and left the classroom without a backward glance. When Kyle realized what had happened and rushed to catch up, the corridor was empty. He sighed. Professor Babbling didn't have an office, or, more accurately, she never used it. Unless it was time for the next class, she was impossible to track down. And she never delayed her lessons. Standing alone in the deserted corridor, Kyle mulled over her earlier words. Who had been the student she warned 50 years ago? Tom Riddle. The timeline fit, and more importantly, Riddle's deep knowledge of runes was something Kyle knew firsthand. But with Professor Babbling unwilling to elaborate, there was little he could do to confirm his theory. Glancing at the book in his hands, Kyle shrugged and stuffed it into his suitcase. At least the trip wasn't a total loss. He had learned that there was no need to invest heavily in studying the primitive runes, which, despite their allure, were obsolete. That realization would save him a considerable amount of time. As Kyle departed, Professor Babbling reappeared at the classroom door, her earlier disappearance a mere illusion. She gazed thoughtfully in the direction Kyle had gone, her usually composed expression softening with curiosity. She had never expected another student to take an interest in original runes during their time at school. The idea intrigued her, and she wondered if Kyle would make the same choices as the other student. Of course, whatever path Kyle chose, she wouldn't interfere. She would remain a silent observer, just as she had 50 years ago. On the other side, Kyle arrived at the charms class, running, but even so, he was still 10 minutes late. "Sorry, Professor Flitwick, I stopped by Professor Babbling's office to ask her some questions and lost track of time," Kyle explained, slightly out of breath as he stood in the doorway. "Next time, come on time, or at least avoid disrupting the class," Professor Flitwick replied, though his tone was firm. 1 point from Hufflepuff. "Now, come in." Kyle nodded apologetically and entered the classroom, taking his seat as quietly as possible. Now, where were we? Professor Flitwick clapped his hands to recapture the class's attention. "Ah, yes, wandless magic." He continued, "This is an important skill that all wizards should strive to master. Now, can anyone tell me the advantage of wandless magic?" "It allows a wizard to avoid being completely defenseless after losing their wand," said Cho, raising her hand. "Exactly, that's correct." 5 points to Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick said with a smile. "For a wizard, there's nothing more terrifying than losing their wand. In such a moment, wandless magic becomes a crucial fallback. I remember during the duel that made me champion of the dueling tournament, my opponent managed to disarm me due to a careless mistake on my part. He thought he had secured his victory and began celebrating prematurely. However, he lost the match when I struck him with a wandless stunning spell." Professor Flitwick's face lit up with a nostalgic smile. "So you see, wandless magic is not just a useful skill, it is often a wizard's last line of defense. By the way, how many times did Professor Flitwick win the dueling competition?" McGonagall asked in a low voice from his seat. "Why do I remember him saying in a previous charms class that he used a sliding charm to win?" "As far as I know, Professor Flitwick has won the dueling competition 3 times, Kyle replied after a moment of thought. If he hadn't come to Hogwarts afterward, that number might have been even higher. 3-time champion. McGonagall muttered, smacking his lips. "Yeah, that's impressive. Let's start with the simplest levitation charm," Professor Flitwick announced at the front of the room, moving on to the day's lesson. "Concentration is essential. Keep your eyes on your feather at all times, and at the same time, imagine you are holding a wand. Now, everyone, start chanting the spell. Wingardium Leviosa." A flurry of chanting filled the classroom. The feathers on the desks fluttered and lifted into the air, though none behaved quite as intended. Ryan's feather swayed erratically from side to side, and Michael spun wildly in place like a top. Even Kanna's feather, though it floated momentarily, quivered and occasionally dropped before regaining height. The classroom felt like it had reverted to first year, with everyone struggling to make their feathers levitate properly. The scene was chaotic yet oddly nostalgic. Despite this, Professor Flitwick appeared pleased. He had expected only half the class to succeed in making their feathers float, so this level of progress exceeded his expectations. Not bad," he said enthusiastically, clapping his hands. "Concentrate. Imagine your fingers as wands, you can do it." With his encouragement, several students began to improve, and more feathers stabilized in midair. The accomplishment of performing magic without a wand filled the room with an indescribable sense of pride. Ryan, in particular, was thrilled by his success. Once his feather was floating steadily, he quickly grew bored and turned his attention to a more ambitious target, the Standard Book of Spells, level 7 resting on the table. "Wingardium Leviosa," Ryan declared, pointing at the heavy textbook with his finger. The book trembled violently for a moment before flying straight at Ryan's head. Pop! A loud thud echoed through the room as the book collided with Ryan's forehead, knocking him unconscious and leaving a sizable bump. "I told you to stick to your feathers," Professor Flitwick scolded sharply. "Someone take him to the hospital wing." McGonagall immediately abandoned his spinning feather and volunteered to help, eager to avoid further attempts at wandless magic, which required precise control he simply didn't possess. Meanwhile, Kanna turned to Kyle as she continued guiding her feather. "How did your question go? Did Professor Babbling agree to teach you?" "No," Kyle replied, twirling his fingers as his feather followed their movement. "She said it was a waste of time." "What do you think?" Kanna asked. "Maybe you could ask Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore." they might be willing to teach you. Forget it, Kyle said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Actually, I think Professor Babbling is right. After class, Kyle decided to visit Ryan in the hospital wing. On his way there, he ran into Hermione and Harry. From the direction they were heading, it seemed they were also on their way to the hospital wing, the only place they could possibly be going. Did someone from Gryffindor get hurt too? Kyle asked. Ron, Harry sighed. He got hit in the head with a bludger during a Quidditch training match. Okay, Kyle replied, a bit speechless. Fred and George had managed to make bludgers behave more obediently than Puffskeins by their 3rd year, and yet Ron still managed to get hit in his 6th year. Then again, it could be a matter of position. After all, as keeper, Ron typically didn't have to deal with bludgers. Have you already started training? Kyle asked, changing the subject. It's a competitive sport, Harry explained. There are 5 of us trying out for keeper. Ron was a bit nervous, so he wanted to practice in his spare time. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have lent him all the Quidditch items. By the way, what were you doing in the hospital wing? Harry asked. Visiting my roommate, Kyle replied. He had a mishap in class and bumped his head. Speaking of which, Harry added, a touch nervously, I almost got hit on the head with a cauldron the other day in potions class. What happened? Kyle asked curiously. Neville's grades aren't good enough to be in advanced classes, are they? It was me, Harry admitted, his cheeks tinged red. I learned the hard way that a cauldron can explode if you add the ingredients too late. Although Professor Slughorn said it was just carelessness, I think he was a bit disappointed. Disappointed because of your potions grades? Kyle asked. Yes, Harry said with a nod. He expects me to be a potions genius like my mum, but I can't even cut a Sapphirus bean properly. Wait. Kyle said, realizing something. In potions class, did Professor Slughorn award the Felix Felicis? Yes, and Hermione got it, Harry said, his mood brightening slightly. You know, in 6th year, no one's more brilliant than Hermione. Oh, I was just lucky, Hermione interjected modestly, though she was clearly pleased. The truth was, after winning the Felix Felicis, she had been so excited she couldn't sleep for several nights. What about you? Did you get the prize? Harry asked Kyle. No, Kyle said, shaking his head. It was Kanna. Harry wasn't surprised. He knew that Kanna had taken a vacation earlier to sit for the exam for the most extraordinary society of potioneers. It was the most prestigious magical potion society in the wizarding world, and Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. While others were mastering potion making at a professional level, he was struggling to follow basic instructions. Tell you what, Kyle offered suddenly, if you don't mind, I can lend you my notes from last year. They've got some tips on brewing potions that might help. Really? Harry's eyes lit up. It's just a set of notes, Kyle said with a smile. I'll look for them later and bring them to you by dinner. Thank you so much, Harry said earnestly. To be honest, after Snape left, I found potions kind of interesting, but my results are still terrible. Can I see them too? Hermione asked. Of course, Kyle replied. You can copy them with the doubling charm. But just so you know, some of the content might differ from the textbook. Different from the textbook? Hermione asked, frowning slightly. They're tips from a master potioneer, Kyle explained. I can promise they're useful. The thing is, advanced potion making hasn't been updated in decades, so a lot of the content is outdated. Hermione hesitated but ultimately decided to give the notes a try. Though she preferred textbooks, Kyle's recommendation made her curious. The group continued chatting as they made their way to the hospital wing. They were nearly there when Hermione suddenly asked, Are you going to Hogsmeade this weekend? The announcement said the first visit is next week. I don't know yet, Kyle replied thoughtfully. If nothing else comes up, I'll probably go. Before he could finish, a ball of fire appeared in front of them, and Fawkes materialized, his soft chirping directed at Kyle. Sorry, Harry, Hermione, Kyle said, his tone growing serious. Can you give Ryan my regards? Something's come up, and I won't be able to visit the hospital wing. Ah, no problem, Harry said. You. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Fawkes landed on Kyle's shoulder. In the next instant, both had vanished, leaving an empty corridor. Was that a phoenix? Hermione asked, breaking the silence. Yes, Professor Dumbledore's phoenix, Harry replied. I saw it when I went to the headmaster's office earlier. So Professor Dumbledore is looking for Kyle? Hermione speculated. What do you think it could be about? I'm not sure, Harry said. But it might be related to the Order of the Phoenix. The other day, during my lesson, Professor Dumbledore told me that Kyle's been involved in a lot of Order missions. He even said that if he's unavailable, I should go to Kyle for help. Hermione glanced thoughtfully in the direction Fawkes had disappeared. It seems Professor Dumbledore trusts him a great deal. Obviously, Harry agreed. Chapter 722, A Terrified Fudge. Kyle had expected to be taken to 12 Grimmauld Place, but instead, Fawkes led him to the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, directly into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Before Kyle arrived, the place was already crowded with familiar faces: Chris, Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, Auror Kingsley, Tonks. And, of course, Dumbledore. When Kyle entered, Dumbledore was bent over, a warm yellow light flickering against the corridor walls, emanating from the tip of his wand. "Fawkes is back," someone exclaimed, and all heads turned towards the Phoenix, and Kyle. Kyle. Fred blinked, rubbing his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Wait, aren't you the healer from St. Mungo's?" No one answered his question. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing the grim scene ahead. Blood pooled on the floor in a strange, iridescent purple hue. Amelia Bones, a senior member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, lay in the midst of it, her breath shallow and labored. Dumbledore knelt beside her, his wand poised above her, radiating the golden light Kyle had noticed earlier. In that moment, Kyle realized why Fawkes had brought him here. "Here?" Kyle asked, ignoring the wave of dizziness washing over him. "She cannot be moved," Dumbledore said urgently. "Time is of the essence. Fudge is already on the 7th floor." Kyle nodded briskly and opened his suitcase without hesitation. Wait," came a faint, strained voice. Amelia's eyes fluttered open, the effort visibly draining what little strength she had left. "Death Eaters. Attack. Ministry." She managed to whisper, her words disjointed and weak. "Tell Aurors, strike, don't, get, left." Her voice faltered further, trailing into near silence. "Hurry." Dumbledore's tone sharpened. "Mr. Weasley, Fudge is nearly here." Though his words were veiled, Fred and George caught on immediately. They nodded in unison and sprinted down the corridor, vanishing around the corner. Kyle's suitcase was now fully open. "Turn around," Chris commanded firmly. Without question, the others turned to face the wall, their trust in Chris absolute. Even Chris himself obeyed his own command, though not without a touch of vigilance. He flicked his wand as he turned, conjuring a mirror on the ceiling to keep a watchful eye on the scene behind them. "Oh, Mr. Minister, you're here. It's horrible. You must be prepared, really, I don't even want to look." Fred and George's voices carried through the corridor. "By Merlin, what on earth happened?" Fudge's voice trembled with undisguised panic. "I really don't want to remember." "You'll see for yourself. Slow down, Minister, and watch your step. Don't fall over. Out of the way, you two, don't block the path." Scrimgeour barked as he approached. He quickened his pace, his imposing frame emerging at the end of the corridor, with Fudge trailing closely behind, his stomach preceding him slightly. Fred and George stayed back, their expressions carefully neutral. At this point, they flanked Fudge on either side, holding out their hands as though fearing he might topple over if he moved too quickly, a gesture that looked unsettlingly servile. "Oh!" Fudge gasped as he caught sight of the scene before him. Clutching his chest, he stammered, "Is that Amelia?" "I think so," Scrimgeour said gravely, striding quickly over to the prone figure. "She's been petrified." Scrimgeour knelt beside Amelia Bones, her ashen face eerily still. Drawing his wand, he tapped her rigid form and muttered, "Renervate. Finite incantatem. Revelio." He tried several countercharms, but Amelia's condition remained unchanged. "Very clever dark magic," Scrimgeour muttered, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the bloodstains smeared across the floor. "But also very fortunate, the petrification has preserved her life." Straightening up, he turned sharply towards the gathered crowd, his gaze landing on Kingsley and Tonks. His tone was severe as he asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened here?" "Death Eater attack," Kingsley replied tersely. "Just 10 minutes ago, in the Ministry of Magic." They were heading to the first floor, but while in the lift, Madame Bones saw through their disguise. So they changed their target at the last minute. At Kingsley's words, Fudge, standing nearby, shuddered violently. The realization struck him like a blow. The first floor housed the office of the Minister for Magic. The Death Eaters had been coming for him. If Amelia Bones hadn't been in the lift, he might have been the one lying on the cold, hard floor. Fudge felt a wave of cold wash over him, his legs threatening to give way. He stumbled slightly, leaning heavily against the wall for support. Yet no one seemed to notice his faltering composure. After hearing the explanation from the two Aurors, Scrimgeour was livid. "What were you doing? Why wasn't an Auror present when something like this happened?" "I'm not trying to dodge responsibility," Kingsley said, shaking his head. "We arrived as soon as we heard the commotion, but by then, the Death Eaters had already escaped." "That's impossible," Scrimgeour retorted. How could they have escaped when apparition is prohibited within the ministry? It wasn't apparition, it was a portkey, Kingsley replied solemnly. We saw it ourselves. The Death Eaters gathered around a walking stick and disappeared together. Could there have been more than one Death Eater? Fudge asked, his voice trembling with unease. Scrimgeour, however, didn't seem surprised. Amelia Bones had not become director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement by being weak. In a one-on-one encounter, it was unthinkable that Death Eaters could subdue her so quickly, unless they had sufficient numbers. But how had the Death Eaters infiltrated the ministry? Scrimgeour couldn't make sense of it. Every entrance had been heavily guarded, particularly the corridor with the fireplaces, where 2 large sneakoscopes had been installed. Logically, it should have been impossible for anyone to enter unnoticed. Yet, there had been 3 Death Eaters, and the ministry had received no warning. This failure felt like a stinging slap to Scrimgeour's face. I think we need to investigate the Department of Magical Transportation, Tonks suggested. I suspect someone there may be aiding them. So what are you waiting for? Scrimgeour barked in exasperation. Once Kingsley and Tonks departed, Scrimgeour turned to the still petrified Amelia. Using his wand, he levitated her carefully. Minister, I need to take her to St. Mungo's immediately. Excuse me. Yes, St. Mungo's, Fudge stammered, shrinking against the wall as if hoping it would swallow him. The attack on Amelia Bones within the ministry seemed to have shaken him to his core. Thank you, Scrimgeour said curtly, frowning at Fudge's demeanor but refraining from commenting. Without another word, he guided Amelia's levitated form toward the lift. Fudge hesitated briefly before following. Wait, Rufus, I'll come with you. Perhaps Fudge believed he would be safest alongside the head of the Auror office, and his decision to follow was immediate and resolute. As for appearances, surely, it was only natural for the minister to show concern for a colleague who had been attacked, wasn't it? After all, nothing was more important than his own safety. Once they had left, Dumbledore and Kyle emerged quietly from an office adjacent to the corridor. Dumbledore had led Kyle into it mere moments before Scrimgeour had reached this section of the hallway. We shouldn't be in the ministry right now, neither you nor I, Dumbledore explained, his tone calm but firm. Kyle suspected the real reason was that Dumbledore didn't want to be hassled by Fudge or anyone else. He wisely kept that thought to himself. But, Professor, what's going on? Kyle asked, still standing in confusion. He didn't fully grasp what had happened or why Amelia Bones had been targeted, nor could he understand why Dumbledore was even at the ministry. Before Dumbledore could reply, Chris, standing nearby, whispered, someone else is coming. The warning was unnecessary. The sound of dense, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, unmistakable evidence that a group of people was approaching. Likely, ministry officials who had caught wind of the situation were rushing to investigate. This is not the place to talk, Dumbledore said briskly, gripping Kyle's arm. Follow me. In an instant, Kyle felt himself spin, the sensation familiar yet disorienting. When his feet found solid ground again, he realized they were standing in the entrance hall of 12 Grimmauld Place. Directly opposite them hung the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. But this wasn't Hogwarts anymore, where he had last seen the empty frame in Dumbledore's office. Who's there? Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out, sharp and cautious. She had rushed into the hallway, wand in hand, ready for anything. Dumbledore. Kyle. What are you doing here? She asked, her expression shifting from alarm to confusion. It's a long story, Molly, Dumbledore replied, his tone as composed as ever. Could I trouble you for a cup of tea? Lots of sugar, if you have it. Oh, no problem. I'll get it ready, Mrs. Weasley replied quickly, bustling toward the kitchen. Dumbledore and Kyle followed her, the tension of the ministry incident still heavy in the air. You're wondering why I was at the ministry, aren't you? Dumbledore said, turning his gaze to Kyle. Kyle nodded. Fawkes had only told him that a basilisk was needed, then whisked him away. There hadn't been time for questions. I received information that the Death Eaters were planning an attack on the ministry, Dumbledore began, sitting down at the table. Their aim was to sow fear among the populace. He paused, his gaze distant. I assumed their target would be Fudge, and indeed, that was part of their plan. The assassination of the Minister of Magic would have been a catastrophic blow to morale. But events unfolded in an unexpected way. Madame Bones realized the Death Eater's disguise, didn't she? Kyle guessed. Yes. She saw through it, as she always does, Dumbledore confirmed with a slight sigh. I arrived as quickly as I could, but it was still too late. Amelia has always been a meticulous and perceptive witch, traits that were evident even during her school days. He paused, his tone growing heavier. But this time, I almost wished she hadn't been so sharp. Your father and his team were stationed on the first floor the entire time, yet they came up empty-handed. They must have thought Madame Bones carried more influence than anyone else, Kyle speculated. She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and a prominent member of the Wisengamot. Her influence isn't far behind Fudge's. You're right. I underestimated the situation. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley returned with a teapot and cups, setting them on the table. She placed a small pot of pumpkin fizz in front of Kyle. Amelia, what happened to her? She was ambushed by Death Eaters and seriously injured, Dumbledore replied. Oh my, in the Ministry of Magic. Mrs. Weasley's voice trembled slightly. She had always considered the Ministry of Magic, apart from 12 Grimmauld Place and Hogwarts, one of the safest places. Kyle glanced at Mrs. Weasley. This was exactly what the Death Eaters, or rather, Voldemort, wanted, wasn't it? Since his return, Voldemort had not made any significant moves, and the few attempts he had made had ended in failure. He was not one to remain in the shadows. Voldemort thrived on instilling fear. Kyle could tell that this time, Voldemort was using the attack to remind everyone of the terror they had felt when the Dark Mark was a constant threat more than a decade ago. As Dumbledore had said, killing the Minister of Magic under the protection of Aurors would have far greater psychological impact than murdering an unknown wizard or bystander. But, Professor, won't they try to finish the job at St. Mungo's? Kyle whispered, cautioning, there's a big difference between killing someone and leaving them seriously injured. Don't worry. Sirius, Alastor, and Remus have already gone ahead to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore said calmly. Remus is carrying a two-way mirror, so he can contact me at any time. He took a sip of his black tea, then paused, his gaze becoming momentarily distant as he looked at Kyle. Professor, what's wrong? Kyle asked. Nothing, just reflecting on how magical life can be, Dumbledore said, shaking his head slightly. The basilisk, which Tom once used as a killing weapon, has somehow become the key to saving lives. You said that before. Did I? Dumbledore sounded mildly surprised. At St. Mungo's, Kyle reminded him, when we first used the basilisk to counter the dark magic on that wizard. Yes, Dumbledore said softly. No matter how many times it happens, it still feels remarkable, like the killing curse suddenly turning into some kind of healing spell. He stirred his tea and then added, by the way, you should make an effort to remember Sturgis's name. He's also a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Sorry, Kyle said with a shrug. I honestly forgot. Professor, there's one more thing, Kyle began. Go on. Perhaps dissatisfied with the taste of his tea, Dumbledore added 3 more spoonfuls of sugar. It's about the Department of Magical Transportation. I can't answer that yet, Kyle, Dumbledore interrupted. I don't know enough details myself, and I need more time to investigate. But I trust Barty. He would never work with Death Eaters, of that, I am certain. Well, I trust him too, Mrs. Weasley added. Arthur told me that Barty seemed a bit off for a while, but he soon got back on track. He even came up with a better way to manage the Flow network. That's just like him, so meticulous about his work, no matter where he is. Okay. Seeing that both Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley trusted Barty Crouch, Kyle refrained from saying more but gave Dumbledore a slight reminder. The Department of Magical Transportation might not seem vital during peacetime, but in times of war, its importance is equal to that of the Aurors office. Surely, Dumbledore was already aware of this. He had lived through some of the most renowned conflicts in wizarding history and had far more experience than Kyle. 5 minutes later, Dumbledore finished his tea and prepared to leave. His responsibilities were many, and he couldn't linger here all day. Do you need Fawkes to take you back to Hogwarts? Dumbledore asked before departing. No, that's not necessary, Kyle replied, shaking his head firmly. I can apparate to Hogsmeade and then return to school. That's fine, Dumbledore said, but be careful not to get caught by Filch. The new school rules punish unauthorized absences quite severely. Even as headmaster, I can't grant you extra credit for things that happen outside of school. Kyle was momentarily speechless. Didn't Fawkes bring him here? How had this turned into sneaking out without permission? Before he could say anything, Dumbledore had already left. The door closed behind him, and the room returned to its quiet stillness. Honey, how about eating here before going back? Mrs. Weasley offered kindly. Though I'd love to, I'm afraid I can't, Kyle said, shaking his head. I need to be back before dinner to avoid suspicion. That's fine, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile, yet she still handed over a large bag of homemade fudge and beef pasties, firmly insisting they be taken to school despite her earlier agreement. Chapter 723, The Second Double Agent. By the time Kyle returned to Hogsmeade, night had fallen. The shop windows along the street glowed with a mix of bright and dim lights, casting a serene and peaceful atmosphere over the village. Kyle wasn't in a rush to return to school. Since he was already here, he decided to stop by the 3 Broomsticks to pick up some drinks unavailable at Hogwarts. He ordered a large bucket of butterbeer, a bottle of pumpkin fizz, and 2 bottles of cherry soda, Kanna's favorite. After placing his order, Kyle waited nearby. Despite it not being a visiting day, the Three Broomsticks was bustling with patrons. The bar was packed, and not a single seat was vacant. Nearby, two wizards were drinking and lamenting the current state of affairs. From their conversation, it was clear they had recently started avoiding the leaky cauldron, opting instead for the Three Broomsticks, which was closer to Hogwarts. It seemed widely believed that Voldemort and the Death Eaters would not dare approach anywhere near Dumbledore. So far, this seemed to hold true. Kyle hadn't heard of anyone being harmed or disappearing in Hogsmeade, though he couldn't rule out the possibility that Death Eaters might one day come here, perhaps for a drink and a laugh. "Here's what you asked for." Soon Madame Rosmerta returned with his order. The wizards at the bar followed her movements with their eyes, some chuckling and raising their glasses in her direction. This was one of the reasons many preferred the Three Broomsticks. The charming Madame Rosmerta was far more appealing to look at than the old, hunchback Tom from the leaky cauldron. It often led to patrons staying for an extra drink or two. "Rosmerta, another pint of mead," someone called out. "Hurry up." "Just a moment." Madame Rosmerta replied impatiently before turning her attention to Kyle. "Here's what you asked for," she said, handing him several wrapped bottles. "I just hope Hogwarts' open day comes soon, so I don't have to deal with these boring people. They're all guests," Kyle said with a smile, handing over a few galleons. "Ha, they're just a bunch of cowards," Madame Rosmerta sneered, lowering her voice. "Afraid to face the Death Eaters, they come here to escape. With all the chaos at the Ministry of Magic, no truly powerful wizard would be drinking here at a time like this." She quickly added, "Of course, I'm not talking about you. Running away from Hogwarts at a time like this might take a kind of courage, though I wouldn't encourage such behavior. You mentioned the Ministry of Magic earlier. Has something happened?" Kyle asked, ignoring her last comment. "You'll find out tomorrow," Madame Rosmerta said, clearly reluctant to elaborate. "By then, you'll be glad you stayed at Hogwarts, which is probably the safest place right now. With Dumbledore there, no Death Eater would dare to break in." "All right," she said, raising her voice, "hurry back before it gets too dark." With that, she pulled out a bottle of mead and tossed it casually toward a group of arguing wizards. The bottle wobbled in midair before landing securely in one wizard's hand. "Hey, that's the drink I ordered. I got it first, you can have another one." The argument in the bar grew louder, but Kyle was already outside, walking along the quiet streets of Hogsmeade. He followed the familiar path back to school, passing through the gate adorned with the carved warthog and along the grounds by the Black Lake until he reached the front of Hogwarts Castle. It was nearly dinner time, and a few younger students, laughing and playing, were hurrying toward the castle. Filch stood at the doorway as usual, holding his odd-looking device designed to detect dark magic. Whenever a student carrying something dangerous passed by, the device would emit a shrill alarm. "Where have you been, and why are you so late?" Filch barked when Kyle approached. But instead of jabbing Kyle with the device, as he did with the others, he merely gave him a cursory once-over. Seventh-year students, like Kyle, often received different treatment from Filch. He knew better than to provoke those about to graduate, students who respected neither school rules nor authority and had little to lose. Filch's wariness stemmed from past experiences, and he had no desire for a repeat. "Ah, I went to Hagrid," Kyle replied calmly. "Hagrid?" Filch snorted dismissively. It was no secret that Filch thought poorly of Hagrid, whom he considered an oaf. The feeling was mutual, with Hagrid often calling Filch an old fool. "Are you done?" Kyle asked, sounding slightly impatient. "I'd like to get to dinner." Filch glanced at his device, which remained silent. "Go ahead, but I'll be checking with Hagrid. If I find out you're lying, you'll be in detention." "Suit yourself," Kyle replied with a shrug, confident that Hagrid would vouch for him even if they hadn't spoken. Kyle first returned to the common room, where he retrieved an old notebook from the drawer of a desk. It was coated in a thin layer of dust, but a simple cleaning spell quickly restored it. By the time he entered the Great Hall, dinner was already underway. The room was bustling with conversation, and no one seemed to notice his arrival. Kyle glanced toward the instructor's table and, unsurprisingly, saw that Dumbledore wasn't there. "Where have you been?" Connor asked as Kyle sat down. "Hermione said you met Dumbledore's phoenix." "That spread fast," Kyle said, biting into a piece of jam pie. "I thought they'd keep it a secret." "Hermione only told me," Connor replied. "She seemed curious about what Dumbledore wanted with you." "It was Madame Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Kyle said quietly. "She was attacked by Death Eaters. Dumbledore needed the basilisk's petrifying ability to stabilize her injuries." "Bones." Connor paused, thinking. "Does Susan know?" "I don't think so," Kyle said. "But she'll find out tomorrow." Susan Bones, a sixth-year Hufflepuff, was Amelia Bones's niece. Kyle remembered how she had stayed quiet and withdrawn when Slughorn had invited her to join the Slug Club on the train to school. Conna sighed. First Hannah, now Susan. I wonder if she'll leave Hogwarts too. Hannah had been picked up by her family a few days earlier and hadn't returned. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Kyle reassured her, handing her a bottle of cherry soda. Here, this is for you. You went to the Three Broomsticks? Yes, I stopped by on my way back. Half an hour later, dinner ended, and students began making their way back to their respective common rooms. At the entrance to the Great Hall, Kyle spotted Harry and Hermione, who were just about to head upstairs. You're back already? Harry said, surprised to see Kyle. Both he and Hermione had assumed something significant must have happened in the Order of the Phoenix, as Kyle wasn't expected to return until the next day. I came back as soon as I was done, Kyle replied, keeping his explanation brief as he handed over the notebook. Are these the potions notes you mentioned? Yes, Kyle confirmed. You can take a look if you like. I think they're quite useful. Harry flipped through the notes curiously, and Hermione leaned over to read as well. Look, it's Draught of Living Death, the first potion we learned in class, Harry said, pointing to the detailed instructions. This is so thorough. I wish I'd known about it earlier. Wait, Harry, something's off with these notes, Hermione said suddenly, grabbing Harry's hand as he was about to turn the page. Look here. She pointed to a line of text. Squeeze the juice from the sapphirus bean using the side of a silver knife 0 foot. I remember the book saying to slice it. Yeah, right. Harry blinked, unsure. He didn't remember whether the book instructed to slice or squeeze, but since Hermione said so, she was probably correct. After all, Hermione had memorized the textbook. Memorizing textbooks was second nature to Hermione. Every year, she absorbed the new material by heart before classes even started, much to Harry and Ron's resignation. And here. Hermione pointed to another section. The textbook says to stir counterclockwise, but this says to stir counterclockwise 7 times, then clockwise once. And this, roots should be cut into evenly sized pieces, not strips, and there's no mention of baking them in advance. Hermione frowned as she read further. The more she examined the notes, the more they seemed completely wrong and inconsistent with the textbook. It was as if someone had hastily jotted them down while half asleep in class. If Kyle hadn't brought them, Hermione wouldn't have spared them a second glance. As I said before, Kyle interjected, waving his hand dismissively, these notes differ from the textbook. You don't need to worry about that. And I can guarantee that following the steps in these notes will work perfectly fine, maybe even better. But that's not what the book says, Hermione countered firmly. Advanced potion making was last revised 30 years ago, Kyle replied, looking directly at her. You can't expect everyone to stick rigidly to instructions that old. Innovation is necessary. If you don't believe me, ask Professor Slughorn. I'm sure he doesn't follow the textbook to the letter when brewing potions. Yes, Hermione, Harry added in a whisper. Remember when you pointed out those 2 mistakes in Professor Slughorn's lecture? He's a master potion maker, do you really think he got the stirring instructions wrong? But he gave me extra credit, Hermione protested. You know, a whole 10 points. Ah, true, Harry said thoughtfully before adding hesitantly, do you think it's possible he just, well, rewarded you for being diligent with your homework? Hermione turned her head and shot Harry a sharp glare. He immediately went silent, realizing he still needed her help to get his homework done on time and wisely choosing not to push his luck. Kyle, however, had no such concerns. Hermione, I'm sure the content of the book is correct, but it's just a reference, Kyle said. Memorizing what's in the book may earn you an O on the exam, but if you want to truly excel, you have to understand it for yourself. Hermione stayed silent, her expression thoughtful. Look here, the method for handling the roots, Kyle pointed out a section in his notes. Conna discovered that. The advantage of this method is that it saves about 10 minutes. Baking the roots beforehand makes them react more readily with the potion, and it's also more stable, reducing the chance of error. At least my roommate, Mikkel, hasn't messed up this step since adopting this technique. And this discovery significantly boosted Conna's score on the most extraordinary Society of Potioneers exam. Hermione lowered her head, lost in thought. Kyle understood. This was simply her personality, ingrained over more than a decade, it wasn't something that could be changed with a few words. He decided not to push the issue further. All right, I've lent you my notes. Whether you choose to use them or not is entirely up to you, Kyle said before turning to leave. Harry watched Hermione out of the corner of his eye, then quietly pocketed the notes. His gut told him these would come in handy. He could barely follow the textbook as it was, so having another approach was worth a try. Kyle, meanwhile, returned to the common room and quickly forgot about the matter. He had only given the notes to Harry out of habit, he already knew everything in them, so they served no purpose for him anymore. In the common room, Susan Bones sat in an armchair, silently crying. She had likely received a letter from home. However, the fact that she remained in the common room suggested the Bones family had no intention of pulling her out of Hogwarts. That made sense. Amelia Bones had nearly been killed inside the Ministry of Magic, under the protection of numerous Aurors. Anywhere else would be far less safe. Hogwarts was the most secure place now. Besides Dumbledore, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were renowned wizards in their own right, capable of defending the school even if more Death Eaters attacked. More and more families were seeking the safety of Hogwarts. The bustling activity in Hogsmeade was evidence of this, and it was likely only the beginning. Once the Daily Prophet reported the attack on Amelia Bones, the trend would intensify. Students previously withdrawn from Hogwarts might soon return, provided their parents weren't completely reckless. Of course, there were exceptions. Some families chose to leave the country entirely, like sixth-year student Eloise Midgen. Her father had pulled her out of school just days earlier, and the entire family moved to France the same evening. She was likely enrolled at Beauxbatons by now. To be honest, it wasn't a bad decision. At least they were safe. Still, most families weren't willing to leave, even under such dire circumstances. At this moment, Kana and a few other girls were sitting next to Susan, doing their best to comfort her. Kyle hesitated, watching them. He considered saying something but held back. Instead, his thoughts drifted back to Amelia Bones and a comment Dumbledore had made. He had said he received word that the Death Eaters were targeting the Ministry of Magic, prompting him to rush there. Kyle hadn't given it much thought at the time, but now it struck him, who could have passed that information to Dumbledore. The only undercover agent Kyle knew of within the Order of the Phoenix, working against the Death Eaters, was Snape. But Snape had been at Hogwarts recently, teaching classes. He couldn't have known about Voldemort's plans, and Voldemort certainly wouldn't have contacted him directly to share such crucial information. That left only one possibility: there was a second undercover agent. And whoever it was, they had to hold a position of significance to gain access to a major plan targeting the Ministry. But who could it be? Malfoy. It was possible but unlikely. Malfoy was adept at keeping his head down. Even if he secretly harbored thoughts of betraying Voldemort, he wouldn't risk taking action, not yet. Malfoy, like many opportunists, would wait until the outcome of the war was certain before considering a change of allegiance. If not Malfoy, then who? Kyle mentally sifted through the names of the Death Eaters but found no plausible candidates. It certainly couldn't have been Bellatrix. Kyle glanced around the common room, his eyes landing on an armchair. If it turned out Bellatrix had passed on the information, Kyle thought dryly, I'll eat that armchair dipped in marmalade. Chapter 724, Chapter 724, The Closed Fleur Network. The next morning, the Daily Prophet indeed published a 2-page article on the attack against Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, at the Ministry of Magic. As expected, the news caused an uproar at Hogwarts. The Great Hall buzzed with chatter during breakfast that day. Kyle glanced around the Hufflepuff table. Susan wasn't there, and he assumed she was still in her dormitory. Professor Sprout, perhaps sensing the toll the situation had taken on her, had visited the common room the night before to let everyone know that Susan wouldn't need to attend classes for a few days. Under normal circumstances, Susan might have been thrilled at the thought of skipping classes, but last night she hadn't even smiled. She had kept her head down, silent and withdrawn. No one had seen her anywhere in the castle since. By dinner time, the conversation at the table had shifted. Mikkel was now loudly complaining about Professor Slughorn. Slughorn is such a snob. Mikkel exclaimed, his voice dripping with disdain. Did you know he threw a party in his office this weekend and didn't invite Susan? What's the big deal? Someone replied indifferently. If Professor Slughorn organized the party, isn't it his choice to invite whoever he wants? You're so naive. You don't know the whole story. Mikkel shook a finger dramatically before explaining. Slughorn has this so-called Slug Club, right? He only invites students who are either exceptional or have famous family connections. Susan got an invitation at first, but when he saw the article in the paper, he immediately snatched it back. What a slimy old slug. Come on. Another student said skeptically. That doesn't sound right. Slughorn's a professor. Why would he do something so petty? Mikkel huffed impatiently. How do I know? Because I was there. He asked me to deliver a message for him. He just grabbed the invitation right out of my hand, so don't tell me it didn't happen. A brief silence followed, and then someone suggested cautiously, maybe Slughorn was just trying to give Susan some space. I mean, with everything going on, she might not be in the mood to attend a party. I don't think so, Mikkel shot back, shaking his head dismissively. If he thought Susan needed peace, he could have left the invitation with her and let her decide. There was no reason to take it away. Hearing this, Kana looked up, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Is Professor Slughorn really like that? Kyle shrugged thoughtfully. More or less. Slughorn does favor students from prominent families, and he can be a bit self-serving, but I think Michael's exaggerating. I've never seen him act so rudely as to take back an invitation. Usually, if he doesn't want to include someone, he just doesn't invite them in the first place. Conna glanced down at the parchment in her hands. It was an invitation Mikkel had delivered earlier, one inviting her to a small gathering in the potions office on Friday night. She had been curious about the event before, but now, the idea of attending felt less appealing. Should I still go? She asked uncertainly. It's up to you, Kyle said, pouring himself a glass of pumpkin juice. To be honest, these gatherings are just about chatting, eating, drinking, and people flattering each other. There's no real substance to them. You're not going to learn anything about potions at a party like that. Huh. Then I'm not going. Conna declared immediately. She had initially assumed that Slughorn's gatherings were academic, focused on potions, like the ones Professor Snape had taken her to during the holidays. Those were filled with discussions about the latest discoveries in potion ingredients, debates about the pros and cons of different cauldrons, and other fascinating topics. Fine, don't go if you don't want to. It doesn't really matter, Kyle said, biting into his pork chop. But have you thought of an excuse? An excuse? Yeah, Kyle replied. Slughorn is still a professor, after all. You can't just ignore him. You'll need a reason to turn down the invitation. Can I say I have homework to do? Conna asked hesitantly. You could try, Kyle said, though he didn't sound convinced. But don't count on it working. Harry used that excuse once, and Slughorn set up a whole mutual aid bureau the next day. He invited a group of people to help Harry with his homework. Harry was so traumatized he didn't recover until the following day. Conna shuddered at the thought. The idea of being surrounded by a group of overenthusiastic tutors was horrifying. No way. I need a better excuse, she thought. I do have an idea. Kyle said suddenly, a sly look crossing his face. Why don't you go to Professor Snape and ask him to put you in detention on Friday night? That'll give you a solid reason to skip the party. Conna's eyes lit up. Detention. That's perfect. Why didn't I think of that? Slughorn can't exactly follow me to detention. Her mood lifted as she quickly pieced together a plan. There's a defense against the dark arts class tomorrow, she said excitedly. I'll go talk to Professor Snape and ask him to give both of us detention on Friday. No. Don't. Kyle interrupted, waving his hands in alarm. Just get yourself detention, not me. That's very important. If Conna landed herself in detention with Snape, it wouldn't be a big deal. She practically considered the dungeons her second home. For Kyle, however, it would be a different story. He was certain Snape wouldn't hesitate to give him special treatment during detention. Kyle vividly recalled a rumor about Harry's first detention with Snape. Supposedly, Harry had been forced to sift through a bucket of flobberworms barehanded, sorting out the spoiled ones. Kyle had no doubt that Snape had an endless supply of flobberworms waiting, possibly even paying for more to ensure he didn't run out when assigning punishments. Compared to the horrors of Snape's detentions, enduring a Slughorn party seemed like a small price to pay. Fortunately for Kyle, a perfect excuse came his way. On Friday afternoon, shortly after potions class, Kyle received a letter from the Ministry of Magic. The letter, signed by Cornelius Fudge himself, requested Kyle's presence at the ministry to discuss an urgent matter. Kyle casually glanced at the letter and handed it to Slughorn without a word. The moment Slughorn saw the official seal and Fudge's signature, he fell silent, not even attempting to convince Kyle to stay for the gathering. Oh, go quickly, go quickly. Slughorn's eyes sparkled with excitement. The minister wrote a special letter, it must be something good. That's not necessarily the case. Kyle thought to himself. Fudge never thought of him when good things happened. More likely, Fudge was desperate to salvage his crumbling reputation and couldn't come up with a better plan. Ever since Madame Amelia Bones was attacked by Death Eaters at the Ministry of Magic, public trust in the ministry had plummeted. It was understandable. If the Ministry of Magic couldn't even protect its own staff, how could anyone expect it to protect the public? Kyle didn't have any brilliant ideas to offer, either. The best solution he could imagine was for Fudge to take responsibility, resign, and be replaced by someone more competent. Someone like Dumbledore. But, of course, neither Fudge nor Dumbledore would ever agree to such a thing. Kyle reached the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, though it wasn't Snape's. Snape preferred to work in his original dungeon classroom due to the sheer volume of his belongings and the sensitive nature of some potion ingredients. Instead, Kyle found himself at Umbridge's old office, which still had a direct flow network connection to the Ministry of Magic. Although Umbridge had long since left Hogwarts, last year the school had admitted several outstanding students who had been given exceptional opportunities to intern at the Ministry of Magic. The Flu connection had been maintained to support their weekend internships. Dumbledore, however, had stationed an armored guard at the office door, and only those who knew the password could enter. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Kyle said. The armored guard creaked into motion and stepped aside. Of course, the guard was Dumbledore's arrangement. Even the password matched the whimsical pattern of the headmaster's office. Thankfully, Honeyduke sold enough variety of products to sustain such eccentricity. The once gaudy decorations, including the hideous kitten plates, had been removed from the room, leaving only a bare table and a few scattered chairs. The sparse setup was undeniably an improvement. Kyle lit the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flu powder from the keg nearby, and tossed it into the flames. Strangely, the flames didn't change color. Instead, only a head appeared in the fire, a man with a well-groomed mustache. Although the situation was unusual, Kyle wasn't particularly surprised. Pulling the letter he'd received earlier from his pocket, he said, "I need to go to the Ministry of Magic." The man in the fireplace glanced at the letter, noting Fudge's signature, but his expression remained impassive. "I'm sorry. This flu network has been sealed off," the man said in an official tone. As per the orders of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, all Hogwarts fireplaces, except the one in the headmaster's office, are on maximum lockdown. This includes this one. He added, almost as an afterthought, "Following this fireplace will be permanently sealed. No one will be able to use it." Kyle frowned slightly, holding up the letter. "What about this? The minister himself says I'm to come immediately." "You're still a student," the man replied, his tone unyielding. "There's no need for you to involve yourself in such matters." And with that, the man vanished, leaving only the crackling of flames in his wake. Kyle looked down at the letter in his hand one last time before tossing it into the fire. He watched the parchment curl and blacken in the heat, then settled into a nearby chair. The flu network closure was probably connected to the attack on Amelia Bones. No one knew how the Death Eaters had breached the Ministry of Magic, but it opened up a troubling possibility: they could use the Ministry's fireplace to infiltrate Hogwarts. Dumbledore must have anticipated this, which was why he had ordered the fireplaces sealed. However, Kyle was quite content with how things turned out. Dodging Slughorn's invitation and avoiding an encounter with Fudge at the Ministry of Magic felt like the perfect outcome. A minute later, he extinguished the flames and walked out of the classroom. The situation even provided him with a convenient excuse for the future. Next time Slughorn invited him, he could simply claim he had to go to the ministry. There was no chance Slughorn would go out of his way to confirm whether he had actually been there or not. Unless, of course, Kyle ran into him somewhere in the meantime. Kyle descended the stairs and headed to the Hufflepuff common room. When he entered, Kana was already there. "I thought you were going to the ministry," she said, looking up as he approached. "The flu network at Hogwarts is closed, so I couldn't leave," Kyle replied, briefly explaining what had happened earlier. "What about you? Aren't you supposed to be in detention?" "I am in detention," Kana said, her expression serious as she pointed to the book Most Potent Potion sitting on the table. "Professor Snape assigned me this to read. I asked if I could come back here to do it, and he agreed." Okay," Kyle said, smacking his lips in disbelief. Sure enough, Snape's idea of detention for Kana was more like granting her a study hall at home. Who else but her could make requests during detention and actually have them granted? "I thought you finished Most Potenti Potions 2 years ago," Kyle said as he sat down in a nearby armchair. "Why are you reading it again?" "I only got through half of it back then," Kana explained. "Professor Snape thought I wasn't ready to handle some of the potions in the second half, so he took it away from me." She opened the book to the page she had been reading and pushed it toward Kyle. The illustration on the page depicted a grotesquely distorted figure with wildly unbalanced proportions. Giant potion. Kyle thought, reading the description. It was a potion that could enlarge an ordinary person to the size of a giant, but the transformation came with excruciating pain, akin to being inflated from the inside. There were other disturbing concoctions detailed in the book as well, such as the boiling blood potion and essence of insanity. The book delved deeply into dark magic through potions, grim stuff, but also essential for understanding rare and complex herb combinations. That was likely why the book was restricted. Compared to these, the polyjuice potion was practically harmless. The two of them spent the remainder of the evening quietly in the common room. The next day, the first weekend of October, was eagerly anticipated, Hogsmeade Excursion Day. With the school's protective measures growing increasingly strict, most students hadn't expected to be allowed to go. But when the announcement was made, everyone was thrilled. Despite the rising dangers outside, no one wanted to stay trapped in the castle forever. The professors, it seemed, agreed. They likely thought giving the students a brief reprieve was worth the risk, which was why the Hogsmeade trip had been arranged. That morning, a sharp wind began blowing, accompanied by steady rain. But the gloomy weather did nothing to dampen the students' spirits. At breakfast, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement. Mikkel and Ryan were deep in conversation, their plans for Hogsmeade already filling a long list that included almost every shop in the village. Near the door, a heated argument broke out. Harry and his friends had just arrived. Hermione, we've already tried it. There's nothing wrong with the notes, Harry said enthusiastically as they entered the hall. I never thought I'd get extra credit in potions class. It's unbelievable, he added, his face lighting up. But that's not your doing. Hermione snapped. Well, it's partly mine. Harry retorted. Sure, I looked at the notes Kyle gave me, but I did all the work myself. Everyone just followed what was in the book. It's not the same. Hermione argued. What's the difference? Ron interjected, his tone casual. His face was still flushed, suggesting he'd been enjoying himself recently. I think you're just jealous our potion grades are better than yours. That's not true. Hermione said, her cheeks suddenly red. I just don't think you should be taking shortcuts. But our potions turned out perfect, didn't they? Ron shot back. Even Slughorn couldn't find anything wrong with them. If the results are the same, what's wrong with making the process easier? The three of them bickered loudly, oblivious to the attention they were drawing from everyone around them. What notes did you give them? Kana asked Kyle, her curiosity piqued. Just some tips Snape taught us, Kyle replied with a shrug. I guess none of them ever noticed before, but Snape's notes on the blackboard are a little different from the textbook. That made sense. Hermione probably focused entirely on the textbook during lessons. As for Harry and Ron, they were too intimidated by Snape to ever glance at the blackboard, let alone compare it to the textbook. Chapter 725, Gifts and the Imperious Curse. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the foyer. The atmosphere in the castle was tense, and it seemed like students were eager to escape its confines. This time, an unusually large number of them were heading to Hogsmeade, forming a long line in the entrance hall. Filch, as usual, stationed himself by the oak door, meticulously checking off names on his list while constantly scanning the surroundings with his dark magic detector. What a waste of time. So what if we take dark magic items out of school? Mikkel muttered irritably. You should probably check what we're bringing in instead. Don't tell me what to do, Filch grumbled, jabbing Mikkel lightly with the detector. Despite his grouchy retort, Filch seemed to quicken the pace, and soon, the line moved forward until he reached Kyle. Outside, a fierce wind howled across the grounds. The walk to Hogsmeade Village in such weather was far from pleasant. As soon as the students stepped outside, many began to shiver, their ears and cheeks quickly turning red from the cold. But staying cooped up in the castle wasn't an option anyone entertained. They hurried along, eager to reach Hogsmeade and settle into the warm, inviting atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks for a steaming mug of butterbeer. Not everyone rushed, though. Kyle and Kana, for instance, walked leisurely, unaffected by the harsh conditions thanks to the warm badges pinned to their chests. These badges were enchanted with waterproof and moisture-proof spells, shielding them from the biting wind and drizzle. As they strolled along the path, they chatted casually, their pace unhurried. It seemed precautions had been taken beforehand, as the streets of Hogsmeade were unusually quiet. For safety reasons, the usual crowd of visiting wizards had vanished, leaving only Hogwarts students to wander the streets and explore the shops. Oh, Kyle, look over there, Ryan suddenly said, pointing toward a shop nearby. Zonko's is closed. Kyle turned to look. Sure enough, the door of Zonko's joke shop, which stood near the village's entrance, was firmly shut. A group of students had gathered near the crack in the door, trying to peer inside. It's really closed. There's no one in there, Kyle observed. What a bummer, I was hoping to buy some exploding bees, someone nearby groaned. Forget it. You couldn't take them back even if you bought them, another student chimed in. Don't forget Filch is still checking everything at the castle door. Maybe I could hide them somewhere first. The group lingered for a moment before dispersing. With Zonko's locked up tight, there was no reason to stick around. Instead, they decided to explore the rest of the village, chatting as they made their way further into the streets of Hogsmeade. Luckily, the popular Honeyduke's candy store was still open. The small shop buzzed with excitement as students swarmed the shelves, waving galleons in the air like locusts descending on a field. In just minutes, the large bucket of jelly beans by the doorway was already half empty. Hey, you guys, save some for me. Mikkel couldn't hold back any longer and strode toward the shop. Kyle, do you need anything? Ryan asked, pausing after taking a few steps. How about mixed beans and chocolate frogs? Those are always the most popular. No, thanks, Kyle shook his head. Are you sure? Ryan gave him a look. I don't think I'll have many chances to come to Hogsmeade again, so I'd better make the most of it and stock up. That's true, but really, I don't need anything, Kyle said firmly. I still have plenty of sweets at home, and you all know that. Honestly, I don't need any more. Kyle hadn't set foot in Honeyduke's for years now. The reason was simple, every Christmas and birthday, he was inundated with sweets and chocolates. Even when he gave some away as gifts, there was always more left than he could finish. Spending money on even more candy seemed pointless. We should try something different anyway, Ryan said as he followed Mikkel into the shop. We don't want to keep taking your stash. Kyle and Connor didn't linger either. With most of the crowd at Honeydukes, they decided to head to the Three Broomsticks early to snag a good spot. On a day like this, the thought of a steaming mug of butterbeer was too tempting to resist. When the pair reached the Three Broomsticks, the wind howling behind them, they suddenly noticed a few familiar faces. The unmistakable red hair gave them away instantly. Fred. George. Kyle asked tentatively. At the sound of their names, the twins turned their heads. Ha! We were just wondering if you'd show up, George said, waving with a grin. I didn't think you'd actually appear right after I said that, Fred added, smiling. Hey, Connor, how's 7th year treating you? Not bad, Connor replied. What are you two doing here, drinking? Hardly, Fred sighed. We don't have time for fun right now. There's way too much going on at the ministry. We've tried to quit more than a few times, George chimed in, but we never seem to find the right moment. We could quit, but then all the work would fall on Dad, Fred explained. He's already swamped as it is, barely makes it home before midnight most nights. So what are you doing here, then? Kyle asked. Tracking down a guy who's been selling fake amulets, Fred said. We heard he might be hiding in Hogsmeade. You probably know him too, Mundungus, George added with a grimace. Mundungus Fletcher. From the Order of the Phoenix. Who else would it be? George muttered through gritted teeth. Now I understand why Mum can't stand him. Sure, he gets us what we need, but he also causes a mountain of trouble. So, did you find him? Need any help? Kyle offered. Nah, Fred said, shaking his head. Looks like he got wind of us and bolted. He pushed open the door to the pub. But since we're here, how about a drink? It's on us. In that case, I'll take the most expensive one, Kyle quipped. Don't even think about it. It's butterbeer, George shot back, though his eyes flicked toward Connor. Of course, you're free to order whatever you like, he added with a mischievous wink at Kyle. Kyle didn't rise to the bait. Instead, the moment they stepped inside, he ordered Connor the most expensive drink on the menu, Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. The price, 10 galleons per glass, made both twins' faces twist in exaggerated agony. You're not going to back out now, are you? Kyle asked innocently. But no worries, I can cover it myself. Ha! Not a chance, George snapped, pulling out 10 neatly stacked gold coins and slamming them onto the bar. This one's on me. Then I'll thank you both on Connor's behalf, Kyle said cheerfully, handing her the glass of golden mead. What luck, Connor laughed, watching Kyle's smug grin and the twins' theatrical grimaces. I didn't think anyone would actually buy me a drink. Don't pretend, you're both on double salary. Can't you afford 10 galleons? After the group found a place to sit, Kyle ordered 3 more butterbeers. What's the situation like out there? Not good, Fred sighed. We see the dark mark almost every day. It's making people panic. Any movement on the aura front? They did catch a few Death Eaters, but they were all low-level operatives, not very useful, George said. By the way, do you know Stan Shunpike? The bus conductor on the night bus? Kyle asked. That's the one, Fred confirmed. He was arrested too, just this morning, on charges of involvement with Death Eater activities. Wait, there must be a mistake. Connor looked up. He's just a bus conductor, how could he be a Death Eater? We don't think so either, George replied. But this is what Stan himself admitted. And it was in a pub, in front of at least a dozen wizards. Aurors received several letters reporting it. And Gulra, a goblin, was also found to have been in contact with Death Eaters many times. But Gringotts insisted it was just normal trading business. But I don't think so. If it was a transaction, why not choose Gringotts? Why do it outside? I guess they were probably worried that the goblins' collusion with the Death Eaters would affect the reputation of Gringotts. As the group chatted and drank butterbeer, Kyle noticed they kept glancing out the window, as if looking for someone. There was another reason for this, the brown-haired wizard sitting in the doorway. They didn't turn their heads again until Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked into the Three Broomsticks. By the way, you're not still responsible for protecting Harry, are you? Kyle asked quietly. How did you know? Fred was taken aback. A guess, Kyle shrugged. Well, there's no need to hide it, George said. The ministry really couldn't spare any staff, plus, we were going to Hogsmeade anyway, so it's kind of helping. So you dared to come for a drink just now? It's okay, there are Aurors. We're just helping. The wizard sitting at the entrance. How do you know? Fred was even more surprised. He began to suspect that Kyle had been at the Ministry of Magic these past few days instead of at Hogwarts. Is that so hard to guess? Kyle said calmly. I've never seen a wizard with a full beard before who comes to a bar and orders a juice soda. Okay, she's actually Tonks, Fred admitted. It's so obvious, no wonder Dad made us come and help. Fred, George. Ron, who had just entered, noticed them as well. What are you doing here? We came to let you know that Hogwarts is on holiday tomorrow, Fred said. Mom and Dad asked us to come and get you. What? Hogwarts is on holiday. Ron froze. But Professor McGonagall never told us anything about it. Seriously, George patted Ron on the shoulder, sometimes we really don't want to admit you're our brother. It's practically a stain on our intelligence. Ron immediately realized that what Fred and George had just said about Hogwarts being on holiday was just a tease. He was so angry his face turned red, glaring at them. But Fred and George didn't care at all and continued chatting with Kyle as if nothing had happened. Harry and the others saw this and sat down at a nearby empty table. To be honest, it felt quite strange to run into former classmates in Hogsmeade. 10 minutes later, the door opened again. This time, it was Slughorn, who looked like a giant walrus in his oversized fur hat and matching coat. It was a good thing the 3 broomsticks was spacious, or he probably wouldn't have been able to get in. It's cold out, Rosmerta, give me a cup of that mead. Oh, no. Harry quickly ducked his head when he saw Slughorn and tried to hide under the table. It was a good idea, but Slughorn noticed him anyway. Harry, boy, Slughorn said, striding over, his smile widening when he saw that Kyle and Connor were there too. You've already missed a few of my small dinner parties, and that's not good. You must come and see for yourselves. Miss Granger loves these evenings. He sat down directly in the empty seat at Harry's table. How about tomorrow night? You can't still be busy then. I. Harry stammered, struggling to find the words, while frantically thinking of an excuse to turn down the invitation. Ever since he'd been surrounded by 7 or 8 people doing homework, Harry had been avoiding Slughorn. He'd rather face a vat of flobberworms than attend one of those dinner parties. Sorry, Professor, Kyle said calmly, his expression unchanged. There's just so much going on at the Ministry of Magic. He pointed at Fred and George. Even if they come to Hogsmeade for the weekend, they can't escape me and my work reports. You work for the Ministry of Magic? Slughorn asked, looking at the Weasley brothers. Although they didn't understand what Kyle meant, Fred and George immediately nodded in agreement. Slughorn's attitude shifted instantly, and he greeted the 2 of them warmly, but that was about it. I'm afraid I can't either, Connor added. Professor Snape has confined me to my room for a month, and I can't go anywhere during that time. What? Slughorn nearly jumped out of his seat, so excited. How could Severus do that? Doesn't he know how talented you are in potions? A month in solitary confinement. Goodness, how could he bear it? No, I have to go and talk to him. With that, Slughorn didn't even drink the mead that had been poured for him. He hurried out of the 3 broomsticks in a rush. What's going on? Is that the new potions professor? Fred asked curiously, clearly having heard about the changes in Hogwarts staff this year. Yes, Horace Slughorn, the professor who likes to throw dinner parties, Kyle replied, giving a brief summary of his infamous Slug Club and his penchant for hosting such events. This was a shock to the twins, who hadn't expected the professor to be so unusual. By the way, does he know about Connor and Snape? Apparently not, Kyle said. But that's a good thing, because it'll get Connor out of those boring dinner parties. If Connor didn't want to go, she could be confined to her room for the entire term. Even Dumbledore's pleas wouldn't change that, let alone Slughorn's. Ron. George turned his head, looking at him meaningfully. I noticed he didn't invite you just now. Was that a coincidence? Or an oversight? Ron's face turned red again. In fact, Slughorn had never paid any attention to him. Every time they met, he only spoke to Harry, treating Ron like an invisible ornament. I envy Ron, Harry said, trying to break the tension. His parties are a real torture. Yeah, Hermione nodded. It's really not very pleasant. Ron's expression softened slightly, and he muttered something under his breath, but no one could hear what he said. After a while, everyone else resumed their conversations, but after finishing their butterbeer, Kyle and Connor decided to head home. Harry and the others felt the same way. The weather outside was getting worse, and they all preferred the warmth of the common room to the cold. They got up and walked toward the door. At that moment, 2 Gryffindor girls at a table nearby also stood up. Wait, Kyle, they called after him as he walked out of the bar. What is it? Kyle asked, turning around. He recognized one of the girls as Katie Bell from Gryffindor and a member of the Quidditch team. This is for you, Katie said, walking over and holding out a package. Kyle was a little puzzled. He didn't seem to remember having any connection with the girl. But when he looked at the package, his frown deepened. Fred and George, who were standing next to him, reacted the same way. After all the time they had spent working in the department that specialized in tracking down dark magic items and counterfeits, they could tell right away that something was wrong with the package. The dark magic reaction was so obvious it didn't even try to disguise itself. Whatever was inside was definitely dangerous. The two of them were about to say something when Kyle stopped them. He shook his head slightly and then looked at Katie. "Who gave this to me?" Katie didn't say anything, just nodded stiffly, her movements unnatural. The Imperious Curse. A horrible thought suddenly popped into Fred's head. Damn it, someone's used the Imperious Curse on a Hogwarts student. Meanwhile, Kyle, after a moment's hesitation, slowly began to reach for the package. Fred's heart immediately sank. He wanted to warn Kyle, but quickly realized there was no need to. He ran towards Tonks, who was not far behind them. George stayed where he was, watching nervously. His hand was already in his pocket, ready to pull out his wand at any moment. However, just as Kyle's fingers were about to touch the package, a harsh voice suddenly came from behind the group. "Get out of the way, you disgusting mudblood." It was Malfoy, who also seemed to have just come from the Three Broomsticks, and unusually, wasn't accompanied by any followers. Then, to everyone's surprise, he viciously pushed Hermione, who was standing in front of him. Hermione didn't react in time and stumbled into Katie, who also fell over, dropping the package in her hands. Chapter 726, Chapter 726, The Opal Necklace, Kyle's Decision. "Malfoy, you bastard." Harry and Ron had no idea what had just happened, nor did they see anything wrong with the package. After seeing Hermione nearly knocked over, they marched straight toward Malfoy, ready to give him a lesson. With Malfoy's two large bodyguards absent, they had a real chance in a 2-on-1 fight. But before they could take 2 steps, a tremendous force pushed them back. "Stay where you are." Tonks shouted from a short distance away, still clutching her wand. But Harry quickly realized that he didn't need to do anything. Drenched in rain, the brown paper bag tore apart the moment it hit the ground, spilling its contents directly onto Katie's shoes. In an instant, Katie was lifted uncontrollably into the air, her posture strange, arms outstretched, hair whipping wildly in the wind, eyes closed, and her face devoid of expression. Then, her eyes snapped open as though she had endured unbearable pain, and she began to scream in agony. "I'll go get the professor." Hermione immediately turned to rush toward the school. But just then, Finite Incantatum. At the shout, Harry instinctively turned his head. He saw Kyle's wand glowing orange, and then Kyle slammed it down onto the stone path. The once solid stones crumbled under the wand's light, breaking apart as easily as freshly fried potato chips. Faintly, it seemed as though a golden flame began to spread outward. When it touched Katie midair, a layer of black smoke appeared around her, quickly consumed by the golden flames. The scream cut off abruptly. Katie, now unconscious, fell from the air and was caught by Tonks. By now, a small crowd had gathered, curious onlookers standing around and whispering about the unconscious Katie. "What on earth is going on here?" Tonks demanded sharply, her gaze fixed on the girl who had been with Katie. She could see clearly that everything stemmed from that package. Had it not been for the rude young boy who had suddenly appeared, it would have been Kyle lying on the ground. I don't know," the girl accompanying Katie stammered, still shaken from the shock. She pointed to the torn brown paper package on the ground. "We were just about to go to Madame Putafoot's tea house when she picked up this package. She said it was for Kyle, that she had to deliver it." "Oh, yes." When she spoke, her expression was so strange, just like Professor Snape described someone under the Imperious Curse. "Oh no, why didn't I realize it then?" The girl slapped her forehead in frustration, tears welling up again as she began to cry. If only she had noticed something was wrong, Katie might not have suffered. Kana walked over and gently patted her shoulder. "It's not your fault. I remember you. Lena, right? 7th year." The girl nodded. "So do you know who gave her the package?" "No," Lena sobbed. "I had left something at Honeyduke's and was away from her for a while. When I came back, the package was there." "Is that so?" Kana glanced over at Kyle. "It's fine," Kyle replied, staring at the opal necklace on the ground. "Let's just deal with the problem at hand." "You're right," Tonks agreed, looking at the growing crowd around them. She quickly turned and ran toward the school with the unconscious Katie in her arms. At the same time, she called out, "Fred, George, please gather the thing up and make sure no one else touches it." "Leave it to us," Fred said. With a quick wave of his wand, the stone on the ground transformed into a box that re-wrapped the opal necklace, and the box floated forward, kept at a distance by the spell. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. "By the way, what spell did Kyle just use?" Ron asked curiously. It solved the problem instantly. Finite incantatum, Hermione replied. It's a high-level charm, essentially an enhanced version of finite. It removes all traces of magic within a certain radius. Even the effects of dark magic objects. Harry asked. Of course, Hermione said, sounding a little impatient. If you had paid attention in Professor Snape's lessons, you'd know that so-called dark magic objects are just things with a curse on them. And a curse is still a form of magic. Pay attention in Snape's class. Harry opened his mouth, but quickly closed it. That was easier said than done. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Snape always managed to make him angry within minutes, leaving Harry unable to focus on what Snape was saying. The group walked across the school grounds. Ron glanced at Kyle beside him, as if something had just occurred to him. Do you think Malfoy saved Kyle's life once? Huh. Harry was momentarily confused, then it hit him. Yeah, if Malfoy hadn't pushed Hermione and knocked over the brown paper bag, Kyle might have run into it. Haha, I didn't realize Malfoy had done something good, Ron said, but he probably won't be too happy about it. Hey, where is Malfoy? He looked around, but there was no sign of Malfoy, which struck him as odd. Given Malfoy's personality, he would have been sure to parade around Kyle, loudly emphasizing his own contribution, or run to the professor to claim credit for extra points, or something. So why hadn't he followed? Kyle glanced behind him, but said nothing. In fact, when Tonks had rushed over earlier, Malfoy had already slipped quietly into the crowd and disappeared. The group quickly returned to the school grounds. Do you think he was behind this? Ron asked. Though there was no concrete evidence, it had become a habit for him to blame Malfoy for anything bad that happened, and he didn't need proof. I don't know, Harry said thoughtfully. But I think I've seen that opal necklace before. You have? Ron looked at him, surprised. Hermione also turned her gaze to Harry. Harry nodded. It was in a box at the Borgin and Burke's shop 4 years ago. Remember? I was using flu powder for the first time, went the wrong way, and ended up there by mistake. Because the box said it had claimed the lives of more than a dozen muggles, I paid special attention to it. I remember it very clearly. So someone bought it from the shop. That's what I think happened. Borgin and Burke's necklace. Connor looked at Kyle. Who do you think it was? Who knows? Kyle narrowed his eyes. Maybe someone planned to use that opal necklace against me but changed their mind at the last minute. Changed their mind. Malfoy. Connor blurted out. She knew Kyle wouldn't say something like that without a reason, he must have found something out. The only person who fit the description was Malfoy, who had suddenly appeared halfway down the path. Although there were several of them, they weren't occupying the whole path, they were even on the side of the road. Malfoy could have simply walked back to school, but instead, he took a detour to push Hermione out of his way. Coincidentally, Hermione tripped over Katie, causing the package to fall to the ground. If all of this wasn't intentional, it was one hell of a coincidence. Connor stared at Kyle, waiting for an answer. Who knows, Kyle shrugged with a smile. But as things stand, I should be thanking Malfoy. After all, he saved me. Don't you dare, Connor said. Don't think I didn't see it, you used the shield charm before you reached out. Well, I had already noticed traces of the Imperius curse, Kyle said. I wasn't stupid enough to touch the package, especially since it came from an unknown source. He gave a small smile. And as it turned out, I was right, wasn't I? Professor McGonagall is here, Hermione's voice came from ahead. Kyle looked up and saw Professor McGonagall hurrying down the stone stairs in the increasing rain and snow to meet them. Tonks said that you all saw Katie Bell being attacked. Please come to my office upstairs immediately. It wasn't an attack. Ron exclaimed. She was trying to give Kyle a deadly dark magic object. We'll talk about that later, Professor McGonagall said, her eyes flicking to Fred in the box floating beside him. Mr. Weasley, what is this? It's the thing Katie touched, Fred replied. I brought it back so no one else touches it. Very good. Very good. You've thought of everything, Professor McGonagall said, though she looked a little nervous. It's the least I could do, Fred said seriously. At that moment, Filch appeared, holding a probity probe, about to walk over to Fred with an air of triumph. No, Filch, they're with me. They don't need to be inspected, Professor McGonagall said hastily. Filch's face darkened immediately. Oh, Mr. Filch, Fred said, raising an eyebrow, perhaps you're not aware, but I work for the Ministry of Magic, and I specialize in dangerous dark magic items. You really shouldn't be stopping me. Filch gasped for breath. For a moment, he wondered if the people at the Ministry of Magic were insane for letting a Niffler guard the vault. Oh, and, Mr. Filch. George, who was standing nearby, lowered his gaze to the probity probe in his hands. I suspect this object isn't from a reputable source and may contain some form of hidden dark magic. If you can't provide the place of purchase and its details, I'll have to confiscate it. You know, it's our job. Without any personal feelings, Fred added. Filch's face drained of color as he clutched the probity probe tightly in his arms. This thing had been at Hogwarts for who knows how long, and there was no way to track down where it had been purchased. Even if there was, after so many years, the place would have long since changed hands. Meanwhile, Fred and George were grinning. They'd been interrogated by Filch countless times when they were students, and now, to their surprise, the tables had turned after their graduation. It was a fantastic feeling, one they were more than happy to enjoy. Come on, Filch, bring it over here, Fred urged. We need to check it. It's a requirement of the Ministry of Magic. Okay, quiet down, Professor McGonagall snapped, glaring at them. I promise that the probity probe is absolutely fine, all right. Since Professor McGonagall says so, we naturally believe you, George said with a smile. Then shut up, Professor McGonagall muttered. Now, please take this to Professor Snape. She glanced at Kyle and Harry again. You two, come with me. Professor McGonagall led Kyle and Harry into the castle, up the stairs to her office. The rain and snow made a rhythmic clattering sound on the windows, but the fire in the fireplace was roaring, making the room feel much warmer. Tell me, Professor McGonagall said, striding quickly around the desk and sitting down behind it. What happened? Lena stammered and struggled to speak, still shaken. Her words were disjointed, but Professor McGonagall could gather the gist. Lena didn't know much more, only that Katie had received the package while she had been away at the Three Broomsticks, near Honeydukes. She didn't know who had given it to her or who had cast the Imperious Curse on her. Afterward, Professor McGonagall had sent Lena to the hospital wing, as she was in a bad state and needed a calming potion to settle her nerves. So, what happened next? She asked, glancing at the others once more. Hermione immediately began recounting the incident in great detail, describing how Katie had been thrown into the air and subsequently rescued. This allowed Professor McGonagall to quickly grasp the situation. Very good, 5 points to Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall nodded. You may leave now, but remember to keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone else, even if they ask. With that, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exited the office, leaving only Kyle and Connor behind. At this point, Professor McGonagall's expression had relaxed, no longer as tense as before. Because you remained calm in a crisis, she said, looking at Kyle with a soft gaze. I'll award Hufflepuff 50 points. Well done. Thank you, Professor, Kyle replied. You deserve it. Professor McGonagall rubbed her forehead, clearly reflecting on the situation. She couldn't imagine how much worse things could have been if Kyle hadn't been there. At the very least, Katie Bell would have suffered far more. Even if Auror Tonks had been present, she likely wouldn't have handled it better than Kyle had. Do you know anything else? Professor McGonagall continued. Who do you think would go so far as to target you and even use the Imperious Curse to control a Hogwarts student? I'm not sure, Kyle said calmly. Some crazy Death Eater, maybe. After all, I did disrupt a lot of their plans during the holidays, so it makes sense they'd want to get back at me. A Death Eater? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, shocked. She didn't truly believe a Death Eater would dare target a Hogwarts student, but given the circumstances, it seemed the only possible explanation. If that's the case, she said, pacing back and forth, Kyle, I must insist that for your own safety, you shouldn't leave the castle for the time being, and you shouldn't go to Hogsmeade anymore. Okay, I understand, Kyle nodded. He had already anticipated this advice. After all, he had only gone to Hogsmeade to have a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. And given the scale of the incident, it was likely that the school wouldn't organize another Hogsmeade trip for students, regardless of whether he agreed or not. You can go home for now, Professor McGonagall said, her tone tired as she waved them off. The school will investigate this matter as soon as possible. There's one more small matter, Professor, Kyle said, not in a hurry to leave. Go on. It's about Malfoy. Kyle paused for a moment before continuing. Anyway, he indirectly saved me, so I was wondering if I could split the 25 points with him. Professor McGonagall appeared taken aback by his request. She looked up at him. But it was because of Mr. Malfoy that the package was dropped and broken. One thing doesn't cancel out another, Kyle replied calmly. I can't just pretend that nothing happened. That's why I said I'd give him half of the points I earned, not extra points. All right, if you insist. Professor McGonagall said after a brief hesitation. She studied Kyle for a moment before nodding. Hufflepuff loses 20 points, and Slytherin gains 20 points. Chapter 727, Chapter 727, Snape's Reminder. Katie Bell was sent to St. Mungo's that afternoon. Although Kyle had managed to dispel the dark magic in the opal necklace in time, sparing her from significant harm, it was discovered she had been struck by an imperious curse. St. Mungo's, being more specialized in treating damage caused by unforgivable curses, was a better fit for her recovery. The hospital wing simply couldn't provide the tranquil environment she needed to recuperate. As Katie left the school, rumors of the incident in Hogsmeade quickly spread. However, few knew the full details. Apart from the small group of witnesses, no one realized the opal necklace had actually been intended for someone else. Meanwhile, Malfoy had unexpectedly found himself in the spotlight. The substantial points awarded to Slytherin and Hufflepuff had fueled all sorts of speculation. The buzz only intensified when it became clear that the points had been added to Draco Malfoy's total. Oddly, Malfoy himself, the center of attention, seemed anything but pleased about it. "I've told you many times, I don't know what happened." Malfoy snapped at Zabini over dinner. "I was just posting letters in Hogsmeade. I had no idea about any ridiculous attack there. But everyone says. And people also say you're a brainless idiot." "Are you?" Malfoy interrupted impatiently. "Still, think about it, do you really think I'd have helped a Gryffindor even if I had been there?" "Of course not," Zabini blurted out, almost reflexively. The Malfoy he knew would have clapped and cheered if he saw a Gryffindor suffering from dark magic. "Exactly," Malfoy said, his tone sharp. "I'm not going to help stupid Gryffindors." His irritation was palpable as he attacked his steak with such force the knife clattered against the plate. It almost sounded as if he was trying to carve through the dish itself. "If that's true, why did Professor McGonagall give you extra credit?" Pansy asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "That wasn't extra credit." "It wasn't." Malfoy roared, slamming his cutlery down. Abruptly, he stood and stormed out of the Great Hall. "Draco, wait." Pansy called after him, startled by his outburst. She quickly got up, flustered, and rushed to follow him. "Look at him." Ron muttered from the Gryffindor table, watching Malfoy leave in a huff. "It's like he thinks getting extra points is some kind of punishment. What a hypocrite. I bet he's secretly thrilled." "You're right," Harry agreed, nodding. In Harry's mind, Malfoy was a show-off through and through. When his mother had sent him a parcel of expensive sweets, he'd practically paraded it in front of the entire school. It was hard to imagine him reacting any differently to suddenly being awarded 20 points. Even if it wasn't genuinely his achievement, Malfoy was the type to convince himself it was. "He's definitely up to something," Harry said thoughtfully. "Do you think he gave Katie the opal necklace?" Ron asked in a low voice. "I don't think so," Harry replied after a moment. "The opal necklace was meant for Kyle. If Malfoy was behind it, why go to such lengths? Don't forget, it was Malfoy who stopped Kyle from getting it in the first place." "Maybe he didn't mean to," Ron suggested. "Maybe he got ahead of himself and ruined his own plan." "That's ridiculous," Hermione cut in. "No one would be that careless. And besides, I have a feeling he was trying to steer me toward Katie on purpose." "You think Malfoy did it deliberately?" Harry frowned. "It's just a feeling," Hermione admitted. "I can't prove it." While they debated whether Malfoy had any connection to the necklace, Kyle received an unexpected message from the Fat Friar. Dumbledore had returned and wanted to see him in the headmaster's office. "I knew he wouldn't stay away after everything that's happened," Kyle muttered to himself as he finished his meal. Saying goodbye to Kana, he made his way to the headmaster's office alone. He knocked on the door, and upon hearing the invitation, stepped inside. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking particularly weary. Snape was there too, his expression unreadable. Between them on the table lay the now infamous opal necklace. "Oh, here comes our lucky boy," Snape drawled as Kyle entered the room, his tone laced with a sharp edge, as if he regretted Kyle hadn't been the one dealing with the cursed necklace himself. Kyle didn't take the bait. Instead, he flashed his usual fake smile and replied smoothly, "Thank you, Professor." Snape snorted, unimpressed, but chose not to press further. "Severus cares about you too, Kyle, he just doesn't show it," Dumbledore interjected, his calm voice attempting to smooth the tension. "If I've done anything to give you that impression, I'll correct it as soon as possible," Snape retorted, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Both Dumbledore and Kyle pointedly ignored him. "It seems you've repeatedly thwarted Tom's plans, and now he's had enough," Dumbledore said, his gaze shifting to the opal necklace on the table. "He wants to eliminate you even more than Harry." "Obviously," Kyle shrugged. His mind flicked back to Hogsmeade. He and Harry had been standing just a few feet apart, separated only by Hermione, yet Katie Bell had unhesitatingly handed him the cursed package, bypassing Harry entirely. It was, admittedly, a little flattering. Kyle couldn't help but think he hardly belonged in the same league as the famous boy who lived. "What do you think?" Dumbledore asked, breaking his train of thought. His piercing blue eyes gleamed brightly behind his glasses. "This came from Borgin and Burke's," Kyle said, studying the necklace. Harry mentioned seeing it there before. Honestly, that's not surprising. Everyone knows if you want to get rid of someone, Knockturn Alley is the place to go. Cursed necklaces, forbidden books that can drive you insane, swords enchanted to stab you in the heart on their own, you name it, they've got it. As far as I know, Snape said, narrowing his eyes, underage wizards aren't permitted in Knockturn Alley, are they? Sorry, Professor, but the Ministry doesn't actually have a rule about that, Kyle replied casually. It's just that parents tend to keep their children away from places like that. Harry only ended up there because he got flu powder directions wrong his first time using it. Snape remained silent, though his expression darkened. So who do you think bought it? Dumbledore prompted. I have no idea, Kyle admitted with a helpless shrug. Greedy old Borgin doesn't sell out his clients. That's how he keeps his shop running in a place like Knockturn Alley. No one wants to buy something only to have an aura show up at their door later. Even if we asked, he wouldn't tell us. And I'd bet my wand he's got ways to block legilimency and veritaserum. You are correct, Dumbledore said calmly. As the owner of such an established dark magic shop, Mr. Borgin does indeed possess certain protections. That's a pity, Kyle sighed. But I do have another idea that might make him talk. No, Kyle, Dumbledore said sternly. Let me be clear, no proper means will compel Mr. Borgin to cooperate. Kyle sighed again, deliberately echoing the word. What a pity. The headmaster's meaning was obvious. No proper means. Which also meant Dumbledore wasn't going to let Kyle pursue his own methods. Pity. Snape cut in, his dark gaze fixed on Kyle. What exactly are you planning with Borgin and Burks? Don't misunderstand, Professor, Kyle said smoothly. I only wanted to introduce him to a friend of mine. I met him on holiday recently, his name happens to be Borgin as well. Really? What a coincidence, Snape said with a raised eyebrow, his skepticism palpable. I named him, Kyle replied with a sly smile. Snape's expression darkened further. Whatever Kyle was plotting, Snape had no doubt it would be the kind of plan that would make the Ministry dispatch a team of hit wizards, or maybe even Aurors, to intervene. Okay, Borgin doesn't matter, Dumbledore suddenly said, breaking the thread of the conversation. What matters is that this attack will not happen a second time. So, Kyle, do you have any other clues to provide? No, Kyle replied simply. I don't remember seeing any Death Eaters in Hogsmeade. Snape, standing nearby, seemed momentarily surprised by Kyle's insistence on implicating Death Eaters. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, standing silently, his expression unreadable. Dumbledore, too, chose not to comment, and a tense silence settled over the headmaster's office. They all knew the truth. Kyle was feigning ignorance. Real Death Eaters would never defy Voldemort's orders. And Voldemort wouldn't send them near Hogwarts unless he was prepared to initiate a full-scale war. Judging by Kyle's past actions and his understanding of Voldemort, it was clear that he knew this. His insistence that Death Eaters were involved was a deliberate choice, a way of concealing what he truly thought. But Dumbledore and Snape were in no position to call him out directly. They shared the same burden of unspoken knowledge, and their only recourse was to probe indirectly. As the uncomfortable stalemate stretched on, an unexpected knock at the door broke the tension. I think it must be Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, his voice lightening as he seized the opportunity to dispel the awkward atmosphere. He and I have an agreement, I give him a lesson at 8 o'clock on weekend evenings. Judging by the time, it must be about now. A lesson? Kyle asked curiously. Is it defense against the dark arts? Or transfiguration? Neither, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. If I had to categorize it, I'd say it's more like history of magic. Kyle raised an eyebrow at this, but Dumbledore continued without missing a beat. It's more focused than the usual curriculum. A single subject, 70 pages long, covering old memories, memories that will help him understand certain things better. If you're interested, Dumbledore added, glancing at Kyle, you're welcome to join us. The Pensieve can accommodate 3 people. Kyle considered the offer briefly before shaking his head. Sorry, Professor, I'd rather not. He could guess what kind of memories Dumbledore intended to share with Harry, fragments of Voldemort's past. Kyle had no interest in revisiting the Dark Lord's childhood or delving into his twisted history. If the lesson were about the application of transfiguration, I'd be happy to stay, Kyle added. But history of magic? To be honest, it's not really my favorite subject. I could teach you transfiguration, Dumbledore said with a small smile. After all, I was a professor of transfiguration once. Though it has been a long time, I'd like to think my skills haven't fallen too far behind Professor McGonagall's. But, Dumbledore continued, his tone shifting, I must admit that teaching you and Harry at the same time would present challenges. Snape let out a quiet snort, catching Dumbledore's meaning immediately. The gap between Kyle and Harry in their understanding of magic was significant. What Kyle grasped effortlessly, Harry would likely struggle with, and what Harry could handle, Kyle would find a waste of time. The only subject where they might find common ground was, ironically, history of magic. Well, I'll be going, then, Snape announced, turning to leave. When the door opened, Harry was standing on the other side, looking startled to see Snape. Why didn't you say hello, Potter? And what's with that expression? Snape sneered coldly. Impoliteness toward a professor, 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry's face twisted with indignation. The deduction was absurd even by Snape's standards, and the unfairness of it made his blood boil. Snape, entirely unfazed, swept past him and disappeared down the corridor. Professor Dumbledore, Kyle began, intending to excuse himself as well, but Dumbledore cut him off. You may have to wait a little longer, Kyle, Dumbledore said gently. Personally, I find certain memories quite fascinating. How about passing the time? Kyle hesitated, sensing something odd about Dumbledore's demeanor, but eventually nodded. Since Dumbledore had asked, he decided to stay. Kyle, you're here too. Harry said, his mood brightening noticeably when he spotted him. Professor, what are we going to see today? Harry asked eagerly, turning to Dumbledore. What a coincidence, Dumbledore remarked, pulling out his pensieve. The silvery white substance inside shimmered like liquid light, swirling restlessly. One of the memories we'll examine concerns Voldemort's mother, Dumbledore explained. The memory comes from Caractacus Burke, one of the founders of Borgin & Burke's, the very shop that sold the opal necklace. Borgin & Burke's? Harry echoed, his curiosity piqued. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. He gently stirred the pensieve as though sifting gold from sand, and an image began to take shape, a small, wiry man emerging from the silvery depths. Meanwhile, in the castle, Snape, having left the headmaster's office, strode purposefully toward the Slytherin common room. Under the puzzled stares of onlookers, he grabbed Malfoy, who was idly staring into the flames of the fireplace, and dragged him out of the room without a word. The two came to a halt in a deserted corridor. Let go of me. Malfoy protested, struggling to break free from Snape's firm grip. What do you want? I should be the one asking that question, Snape replied, his expression dark with anger. Casting a spell on a Gryffindor, forcing her to hand over an object imbued with dark magic to Kyle, do you even understand what you've done? Don't lie to me. I know you bought that necklace from Borgin & Burke's. It wasn't me. Malfoy snapped, but his voice faltered slightly. Then, with a defiant tilt of his chin, he added, all right, fine, it was me. So what? It's not like I cursed Belle myself. What does it matter to you? It matters because I swore to your mother that I would protect you, Snape said sharply, pressing Malfoy against the cold stone wall of the corridor. I made the unbreakable vow, Draco. Well, maybe you should go ahead and break it, Malfoy sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. I don't need your protection. This is my job, he assigned it to me. Then you should have come up with a proper plan instead of acting so recklessly, Snape hissed, lowering his voice but losing none of its venom. This was unbelievably foolish. Even Kyle has figured out it was you. Impossible, Malfoy scoffed, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. That idiot thinks I helped him. He even got McGonagall to give me extra credit. You're the real idiot here, Snape snapped, his tone laced with disgust. Can't you see what's happening? Do you honestly think the Dark Lord will be pleased when he learns about this? Snape's voice grew colder as he added with biting sarcasm, isn't it heartwarming, the way Hufflepuffs and Slytherins are working together? At those words, Malfoy froze. His defiance crumbled as the gravity of Snape's warning sank in, and a cold sweat broke out across his back, soaking through his robes. I'll help you with this, Snape said after a long pause. But remember this, whatever your plan is, don't do anything stupid for a while, especially don't go after Kyle again. If anything, I'd rather you redirect your attention to Dumbledore. But I almost succeeded last time. Malfoy argued, his voice rising with indignation. You could never succeed, Snape said coldly, fixing Malfoy with a piercing glare. Perhaps you don't realize, but Kyle knows Nicholas Flamel. His achievements in alchemy surpass anything you could comprehend. Nicholas Flamel. Malfoy repeated, blinking in disbelief. You mean that ancient wizard who supposedly lived for over 6 centuries? That's impossible, how could Kyle possibly know someone so legendary? Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Snape retorted, taking a measured breath to calm himself. In any case, Kyle likely knew from the very beginning what was in the package and how dangerous it was. Do you honestly think he'd be foolish enough to touch it? Malfoy remained silent, his confidence visibly shaken. Fortunately, you finally came to your senses and abandoned that idiotic plan before it was too late. Because of that, Kyle never actually touched the necklace, Snape continued, pacing the length of the corridor. On the surface, at least, you've ended up helping him. He stopped pacing and turned to face Malfoy directly. Listen to me, Draco. For now, it's crucial that you avoid Kyle as much as possible, especially when there's no one else around. Malfoy stayed silent, his expression unreadable. And what exactly is your plan? Snape asked, his tone sharp with suspicion. You just want to take credit for what I've done. Malfoy suddenly snapped, his voice filled with bitter defiance. Take credit. Snape scoffed, his tone icy. You're still thinking like a child. I'm trying to help you. No thanks. Malfoy spat, shrugging Snape's hand off his shoulder. I can manage on my own. I'll find a way. Snape watched as Malfoy turned and stalked off, his back rigid with frustration. Snape's expression flickered as he stood there silently. After a long moment, he exhaled heavily and left in the opposite direction, disappearing down the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 728, Chapter 728, The Young Tom Riddle. All the details are written on the second parchment in the envelope. You will depart from King's Cross Station on the 1st of September. There is also a ticket inside. In a small room, a young Dumbledore, dressed in an elegant fuchsia velvet suit, sat on the only stool. Opposite him was a handsome boy, slightly taller than most his age, with dark hair and a pale complexion. In the boy's hands was an envelope emblazoned with the symbols of a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but think to himself, if Dumbledore hadn't delivered Hogwarts enrollment notice to this boy that day, would none of the events that followed have happened? He instinctively reached out for the envelope, but his hand passed straight through it. Of course, Harry couldn't touch anything here, they were merely spectators, observing one of Dumbledore's memories. The young boy seated before them was Voldemort, though at this time, he was still called Tom Riddle. Riddle did not rush to open the envelope or read its contents. Instead, he fixed his sharp gaze on Dumbledore. Is it normal for a wizard to be able to talk to snakes? For snakes to find me and whisper to me when we go hiking in the countryside? Hearing the boy's question, Harry instinctively turned to look at the young Dumbledore, as though waiting for an answer himself. Coincidentally, Harry could also speak to snakes, a rare ability in the wizarding world known as Parseltongue. Parseltongue wasn't a common gift, and Harry could only think of a few individuals known for it. The most notable was Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and, later, Voldemort. Harry couldn't help but recall his second year, when so many had suspected him of being Slytherin's heir after he had unintentionally revealed his ability. It's rare, Dumbledore replied after a moment's hesitation, but not unheard of. The older Dumbledore standing beside Harry in the memory added, talent never defines whether a person is good or evil. It's more like an unusual birthday gift. He smiled slightly before continuing, take Nymphadora Tonks, for example. She's a metamorphmagus, a rare talent in the wizarding world. Honestly, being a metamorphmagus might suit a dark wizard even more than Parseltongue, yet she chose to become an Auror. And while she may not have been the most dependable in every situation, there's no doubt she was a good, kind-hearted witch. Yeah, Harry said with a small smile, thinking back to something Fred and George had once told him. Despite being a skilled Auror, Tonks had been the last to notice something was wrong with Katie Bell when she had been cursed. The twins had ranted about it for half an hour, insisting Tonks had been off her game. Harry turned back to Dumbledore. Professor, he asked hesitantly, did you ever worry about Riddle's ability to speak Parseltongue? Not particularly, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. What concerned me more was his nature, his cruelty, his cunning, his natural inclination toward domination. Even at that young age, he already had a dangerously complete understanding of his magical abilities. He'd discovered how to control magic on his own and had begun using it consciously. Even if he hadn't attended Hogwarts, I have no doubt he would have become a powerful wizard. The question was always what kind of wizard he would choose to be. Harry said nothing, mulling over Dumbledore's words. He remembered how Tom Riddle had noticed his own differences by the age of 11 and had already begun experimenting with his magic. 11 years old. Wait. Harry's mind raced back to his own childhood. Hadn't he accidentally locked Dudley in the snake enclosure at the zoo when he was around that age? Back then, he hadn't even realized what he'd done. Kyle, Harry asked suddenly, turning to his friend, did you know you could use magic before you turned 11? Kyle blinked, giving Harry a look of disbelief. Do you hear yourself right now? Heir. Harry froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Of course Kyle had known, both his parents were wizards, and the Weasleys were their neighbors. In that kind of environment, it would have been stranger if Kyle hadn't known about magic. We should probably leave now, the older Dumbledore interjected with a small smile, rescuing Harry from further embarrassment. A moment later, the memory faded, the room and the boys disappearing in a blur of light. Harry, Kyle, and Dumbledore found themselves back in the headmaster's office. Sit down, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk. Harry, what do you think of Tom Riddle? Very clever, Harry replied without hesitation. Even at the age of 11, Tom Riddle had shown a maturity far beyond his years. His calm demeanor, his sharp questions, even his ability to wield Parseltongue, seemed like deliberate attempts to intimidate Dumbledore and assert control over the situation. As much as Harry didn't want to admit it, young Riddle was extraordinary. The kind of prodigious child you'd hear about only in someone else's family. Kyle knew that this was Dumbledore's way of letting Harry learn as much as possible about Voldemort, so he could identify his weaknesses. So, he sat quietly on the sidelines, with no intention of interrupting. But just sitting there grew a bit dull, so he waved at Fawkes. The phoenix immediately flew over and landed on his lap. Kyle pulled out a handful of herbs and fed them to Fawkes while gently stroking its feathers, all the while listening to Dumbledore's commentary on Voldemort. Riddle hated his name, as you may have noticed, and was furious when I mentioned that the owner of the Leaky Cauldron also happened to be called Tom. This shows his contempt for anything that made him seem ordinary. He was also extremely self-confident, liked to do everything himself, and refused my offer to accompany him to Diagon Alley. Voldemort was the same as an adult, he had no friends. Wait, Professor, Harry interrupted. But the Death Eaters? They weren't really friends, Harry, Dumbledore replied. To Voldemort, the Death Eaters were just a means of saving time, a self-writing quill he could replace whenever he liked. Voldemort fooled them, made them believe they were trusted, but he never had a friend, and I don't think he ever needed one. Dumbledore spoke for a long time, and it wasn't until half an hour later, just before curfew, that he finally finished, leaving Harry looking confused. Although Harry didn't fully understand why Dumbledore was sharing all of this, he absorbed every word, just as he had been instructed to do. All right, Harry, it's really time for bed. Harry stood up and walked toward the door but stopped halfway. What is it, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Professor, Harry asked hesitantly, are there really Aurors who can speak Parseltongue? I understand your question, and you're right to want proof, but I must correct you, not all good-hearted wizards are Aurors. Dumbledore thought for a moment. I know someone who can understand the language of all magical creatures, including snakes, and can even talk to them like friends. All magical creatures? Harry couldn't stop smiling in amazement. Yes, all. Dumbledore glanced at Kyle deliberately. Kyle simply sat there calmly, as if he hadn't heard. In truth, he hadn't heard at all, because he was fast asleep, as if he were in a history of magic class, with Fawkes perched on his lap, its neck and wings drooping as it also dozed off. Dumbledore's eye twitched. In all his years as a professor, this was the first time a student had been so arrogant in his presence. Impressive, Harry said, smacking his lips. I bet he got an O in care of magical creatures. It's not an exaggeration to say he ranks first in the entire school, even among the professors, Dumbledore said, taking a deep breath. At this point, Harry also noticed Kyle's unusual behavior. He was sleeping soundly. Harry couldn't help but think, as he poked Kyle's back in response to Dumbledore's increasingly odd gaze. Well, good night, Professor, Harry said after doing so, before turning and walking toward the door. After he left, Kyle stirred and woke up. Finished. Kyle rubbed his eyes and looked at Dumbledore. In response, Dumbledore simply asked, why are you still here? The tone was like he was addressing an unwelcome guest. Kyle blinked, trying to wake up fully. This was strange. Hadn't Dumbledore wanted him to stay? Now he was asking why he was still there. If it hadn't been for Dumbledore's request, Kyle would have long since returned to the warm common room. Why was he still here listening to him talk about Tom Riddle? After all, he'd already heard all of this, more than once. Every time Dumbledore spoke about Voldemort, he had to mention the same things again, and Kyle was growing tired of hearing it. Kyle stood up to leave but, still groggy, forgot that Fawkes was still perched on his lap. Without warning, the phoenix dropped straight to the floor and, in anger, began pecking at Kyle's shin. Oh, sorry, Fawkes. Kyle apologized hastily. It was Dumbledore who told me to get up, you know, I just fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Fawkes immediately shifted its target and flew over to begin pecking at Dumbledore's beard. The headmaster's office suddenly became lively and chaotic, even the portraits on the walls, unable to keep pretending to sleep, opened their eyes. Phineas Black watched the scene, Dumbledore being pecked all over by the phoenix, while Kyle walked out of the door as if nothing had happened. Unable to hold back, he spoke up. So this is the kind wizard with a good heart Dumbledore was talking about. The person next to him hesitated for a moment. Maybe the person Albus was referring to was his father. I remember his name was Chris, the director of the Ministry of Magic's Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. I've seen him a few times in my portrait at the Ministry of Magic. He's a typical Hufflepuff. On the other side, Kyle, who had just left the headmaster's office, was unaware that the portraits were talking about him behind his back. He stretched and rubbed his leg, still sore from Fawkes's pecking. Kyle, are you okay? Harry's voice came from nearby. He had been waiting there the whole time. I'm fine, just a few pecks from Fawkes. Kyle lifted his robe to reveal his bruised and battered lower leg. I should mention it's quite painful when a phoenix pecks you. What, Professor Dumbledore let a phoenix peck you? Harry exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that Kyle would at most receive some demerits, but he never imagined the headmaster would punish students in this way. He had been pecked by Hedwig once, and it had hurt for half the day, not to mention a phoenix. Wasn't this a bit too much? No. Kyle shook his head. I accidentally dropped Fox on the ground. Kyle waved his hand, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation, and instead asked, why are you still here? I was waiting for you. Harry had wanted to ask Kyle what Dumbledore had meant by all that earlier, but then he remembered how Kyle had fallen asleep and stayed quiet. Forget it. I'll ask Hermione and the others when we get back. I'm fine, don't worry, Kyle said, waving his hand. The two parted ways in the next corridor, Harry heading back to the Gryffindor common room, and Kyle heading downstairs. 10 minutes later, curfew arrived. A figure quickly crossed the quiet corridor on the 8th floor and stopped in front of the stone statue of a stonefish with a water spout. As if anticipating someone's arrival, the statue didn't even ask for the password before shifting aside, revealing the passage behind it. Light from the headmaster's office illuminated the visitor's face. It was Snape, who had returned and walked in, pushing open the oak door behind him. Dumbledore, I've already. What's wrong with you? Snape's words were cut short when he suddenly noticed something was amiss in the room. Dumbledore's hair was disheveled, as if he had just been attacked, and there was silver-white stuff scattered all over the place. Snape picked one up and examined it closely. It looked like a beard. What happened here? He asked, unable to hide his confusion. Did the Dark Lord attack you? Worse than that. Dumbledore sighed as he gazed at the scattered beard, a look of sadness crossing his face. How did it go over there? Snape didn't press for details and simply said, I've already talked to Draco, and he seems a bit dissatisfied. Yes, I can understand that. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the headmaster's office was instantly clean and tidy again. After all, it was the first time he was entrusted with an important task. Naturally, he wanted to do a good job. Entrust him with a task. Snape sneered. The Dark Lord never intended for him to survive. That was his punishment for Lucius Malfoy. What a ridiculous task, to make Draco kill you. Even he couldn't do it. It's not impossible. Dumbledore chuckled. Just because Tom couldn't do it doesn't mean everyone can't. You know, I never keep my guard up in front of my students. As he said this, Dumbledore suddenly thought of something and touched the small patch of beard he had left. He realized that this was not a good habit and should try to break it if he got the chance. At least, he would need to remain vigilant when dealing with certain students. So, how did your chat go? Dumbledore continued. Did he agree with your suggestion? He shouldn't take any more rash actions, Snape replied. That's good, Dumbledore said. The boy's soul has not been completely corrupted by the darkness. There is still time to turn him back. You mean when he abandoned the plan at the last minute and knocked Katie over? Snape asked. That was only part of it, the most obvious manifestation, Dumbledore answered. Severus, who do you think planned this? The young Mr. Malfoy. Draco did by the opal necklace, Snape replied after a moment's silence. But this morning, Narcissa left the Malfoy manor, and no one knows where she went. Really? Dumbledore glanced out the window. It seems Minerva was right. I really shouldn't have agreed to let the students go to Hogsmeade at this time. Severus, could you please pay more attention to Mr. Malfoy from now on? I'm sure I can manage, Snape said. But on the other side, he was attacked for no reason. Do you think he'll let it go? Don't worry about that. I'll find another opportunity to talk to Kyle. Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped them. He had asked Kyle to stay behind this time because of this matter. It would be impossible to let him completely let it go, but Dumbledore felt that if he hinted at it himself, he could always make him somewhat more restrained. After all, the two sides were too far apart. If Kyle really wanted to deal with Malfoy, then he wouldn't even have the room to resist. Umbridge at St. Mungo's was the perfect example. However, no one expected that there would be a small incident in the middle, and before he could bring it up, he had been interrupted. Dumbledore once again ran his hand through his beard. For a moment, he even wondered if Kyle had deliberately avoided letting him bring up the subject, but upon further thought, he felt that was too far-fetched. Chapter 729, Kyle, am I some kind of Dark Lord? Good news, Kyle. Early the next morning, Grace, the new Quidditch team captain, excitedly found Kyle in the library, where he was absorbed in his book. What's so exciting? Kyle asked, setting the book down. Did you know who got defeated by Headmaster Dumbledore last night? Huh. Grace blinked, startled. Really? Seriously? I'm asking you, Kyle replied, glancing up at her. Didn't you say you had good news? No, no, it's not that. Grace finally understood what Kyle was implying and shook her head quickly. The news I'm talking about has nothing to do with you-know-who. It's about the team. Oh. Kyle's interest visibly waned, but he still asked politely, what's going on? Do you know who we're playing in our first game? Grace asked with a hint of excitement. Gryffindor. Kyle guessed casually. How did you know? Grace stared at him in surprise. Did Madam Hooch tell you? No, I just guessed, Kyle said with a shrug. Well, you're spot on, it is Gryffindor, Grace whispered conspiratorially. And I've got some great news, their keeper, that Weasley, is in dreadful shape. Isn't that good for us? Dreadful? Kyle asked, intrigued. What do you mean? Mikkel and I caught a glimpse of their practice. Grace began, then quickly added, don't get me wrong, it's perfectly normal to gather intelligence like this. Noticing Kyle's expression shift slightly, she shrugged. Every team does it. Maybe you didn't notice, but a month before last year's final, the Weasley twins kept hanging around the pitch during our training sessions. They weren't there for a picnic. Okay, Kyle nodded. Go on. So that explained it. Fred and George's frequent visits to their practices hadn't been about testing a new joke product. Now it all made sense. Where was I? Grace paused, thinking. Oh, right, the keeper. During our most recent intelligence gathering, we noticed that the Weasley keeper kept getting distracted and missed some of the simplest catches. As Mikkel put it, not every Weasley is a Quidditch genius. Grace's excitement was hard to miss. I remember Ron Weasley is good friends with their captain, Harry Potter. That's right, Kyle agreed, nodding. They're practically inseparable, you'd think they could share a single robe. Share a robe? Grace froze, looking bewildered. I know the Weasleys aren't exactly wealthy, but surely they can afford more than one robe. A second-hand one costs less than a galleon. No, no, Kyle waved his hand dismissively. It's just a way of saying they're really close. Oh. Grace brushed it off and continued. Well, I'm guessing he's only still on the team because of his friendship with Potter. If it were up to me, there's no way he'd be keeper with performances like that. Kyle nodded in agreement. Ron's talent was actually quite promising. Back when they used to play Quidditch in St. Catchpole Village, his skills had even earned recognition from Charlie. But Ron's mindset was his Achilles heel. At critical moments, his confidence would collapse, drastically affecting his performance. This had been evident in last year's matches. Out of Gryffindor's 3 games, Ron had been completely out of it in 2, looking like he had no idea what he was supposed to be doing. Normally, this kind of performance would warrant a substitution. Former captain Angelina Johnson had done just that. But Harry, after becoming captain, brought Ron back onto the team and kept giving him chance after chance, reluctant to hurt his best friend's feelings. In Harry's own words, Ron could do it, he was just too nervous. Harry used this reasoning to convince himself that he wasn't playing favorites and then exaggerated the flaws of Ron's competitors to justify his decision to others. Potter made a big mistake. He abused his captain's power. But this is good news for us, Grace said excitedly. If Ron Weasley is still in this condition on the day of the official competition, we'll definitely win. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, her voice growing louder with each word. What are you doing? No noise is allowed in the library. Madame Pants appeared, furious, and promptly expelled both Kyle and Grace. Yes, I'm sorry, Grace apologized quickly as they stood outside the library door. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Forget it, it's fine. Kyle, who had been caught up in the situation, sighed helplessly. I'll just ask someone to borrow the books for me later. So, will you participate in next week's competition? Grace asked eagerly, her eyes bright with anticipation. We have a good chance of winning. It was only then that Kyle realized her true intent. At the start of the semester, Kyle had approached Madame Hooch to request a change in his role, moving himself from the starting lineup to the bench. According to the rules, though, he'd need to speak with her again to make adjustments if he wanted to play. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kyle nodded. Okay, I'll play. He had originally planned to substitute for someone because he was supposed to visit the ministry over the weekend. But now that the fireplace connecting to it had been sealed, his schedule had suddenly opened up, leaving him free to participate in the game. Grace, practically glowing with excitement, rushed off to inform Madame Hooch about the lineup changes. Kyle glanced back toward the library, where Madame Pants was still visibly fuming. Clearly, returning to his reading wasn't an option. With a resigned shrug, he turned and headed toward the common room. In the following days, Hogwarts enjoyed an unusual period of peace, no attacks, no signs of dark magic. Even the Daily Prophet scarcely reported any Death Eater activity. It was as though the wizarding world had reverted to how it had been years ago. Yet Kyle, who had remained at Hogwarts, couldn't shake his doubts. He had no way of knowing whether things were truly as calm as the papers claimed. Instead, he found himself noticing peculiar happenings around the school, most notably, Malfoy. Recently, Kyle had barely seen Malfoy at all. The rare instances they crossed paths were during meals in the Great Hall. What struck Kyle as even stranger was that every time he approached Malfoy to say a few words of thanks, Snape would materialize like a shadow and whisk Malfoy away without explanation. Honestly, when did Snape and Malfoy become such good friends? Kyle grumbled during herbology. Snape cares so much about Malfoy, he might as well use a permanent sticking charm on him. What do you want with Malfoy? Kana asked, standing nearby. To thank him, of course, Kyle replied automatically. He helped me in Hogsmeade, I'd be rude not to show my appreciation. If that's the case, you could always go to his office, Kana suggested. She donned her protective gloves and carefully uprooted the blue mushroom in front of her, placing it onto a nearby stake. The mushroom sprouted 7 or 8 tiny tentacle-like shoots from its base, gripping the stake firmly. Within moments, the stake began to dry out, the sap visibly draining away. It was a fascinating process, part of their assignment on cultivating bursting mushrooms. After ensuring the mushroom was properly secured, Kana continued, Malfoy's been spending a lot of time in Professor Snape's office lately. I've seen him there often when I've had detention. You have? Kyle asked. So, he's not in the common room at night? Kana nodded. Her detentions, which she strategically scheduled to dodge Slughorn's dinner invitations, usually took place in the evenings. I don't think so. Malfoy seems to be in detention too, Professor Snape always escorts him back right before curfew. Tisk, escorts him back. Kyle scoffed. Is he afraid Malfoy's going to get lost? Kana didn't respond. Instead, she gently returned a fallen bursting mushroom to the soil. After a pause, she suddenly asked, that day in Hogsmeade. Malfoy was the one who put Katie under the Imperius curse, wasn't he? What makes you think that? Kyle asked, frowning. I'm guessing, Kana replied. Just like I've been avoiding Professor Slughorn, Malfoy must be avoiding someone too. And why do you think that someone is me? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Because you're the only one actively looking for him, Kana said simply. With that in mind, the rest is easy to figure out. The only notable interaction you two have had recently was in Hogsmeade. If Malfoy really helped you, he wouldn't need to avoid you. Which leaves just one other possibility. Malfoy gave Katie the cursed necklace and told her to target you. Kyle froze mid-task, then muttered, Kana, you might be the smartest witch I've ever met. Thank you for the compliment, Kana said with a small smile. So, was I right? Sort of, Kyle admitted. I can confirm that the necklace is connected to Malfoy, but I'll need to hear the details from him directly. Unfortunately, Snape hasn't given me the chance. Well. I mean, Professor Snape. He must have his reasons, Kana said quietly. I've noticed he's been acting strangely too, like he's hiding something. Kyle put down the mushroom he'd been working on, giving Kana his full attention. For instance, she continued, this year during the holidays, he seemed desperate to get me out of England. Even though exams didn't start until August, he sent me away the day after the holidays ended, and did the same right after the exams were over. Maybe he was worried you'd run into you-know-who, Kyle suggested. That's what I thought at first, Kana said, frowning. But, something didn't feel right about it. She stared at the dried-up steak in front of her, her expression troubled. And at school, he's been keeping his distance from me. Whether it's in private or in public, he insists I address him as Professor Snape, never anything else. It's like, he's afraid of someone, she finished softly, her voice tinged with certainty. Kyle studied her carefully, so absorbed in her words that he didn't notice Professor Sprout approaching their table. No more whispering, Professor Sprout said sharply, her eyes scanning the row of bursting mushrooms in front of Kyle and Kana. You're already far behind the others. Yes, Professor, we'll get started right away. Kyle replied quickly. Professor Sprout gave a satisfied nod and moved on to check on the other students. For a while, neither Kyle nor Kana said a word. They both focused, or at least tried to, on the task at hand, though their distracted minds inevitably slowed their progress. It wasn't until 10 minutes before class ended that they finally managed to complete the assignment. Kyle pressed the bursting mushroom he was holding into the soil, dusted off his hands, and glanced at Kana, a look of resolve crossing his face. He pulled out his wand and gave it a quick wave. Muffliato. Kana. Kana turned her head, her expression curious. Do you want to know what Professor Snape is up to? Kyle whispered. I might know something about it. Oh, that. Kana's lips curled into a playful smile as she shook her head. I don't want to know. What? Kyle blinked, caught off guard. I said, I don't want to know, Kana repeated calmly. Professor Snape has his reasons for keeping things to himself. I can't help him right now, so the best I can do is respect his plans and not make him adjust them because of me. You trust Snape that much? What if he's... Of course I trust him, Kanna interrupted, her tone unwavering. Just as I trust you. Fine, Kyle muttered, pulling off his gloves and swapping them for sturdier dragonhide ones. Not the answer I was hoping for. Hand me the basin. Kanna passed him a small basin filled with gray pellets that reeked horribly. It was Professor Sprout's homemade fertilizer, highly effective, but its pungent smell could make anyone consider casting a bubblehead charm for survival. If I don't move this far enough away, we're all going to have to sit through the rest of class gagging, Kyle muttered, his nose wrinkling. As Kanna scooped some of the fertilizer into the soil, her movement slowed, and she hesitated, as if debating whether to speak. Kyle, could you, Okay, I get it, Kyle interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. I won't pick a fight with Malfoy for now. No, that's not what I meant, Kanna said, shaking her head. He used a dark magic object against you. That's completely unforgivable. What I meant was... I'll help you figure out what happened, if you trust me. Kyle smiled faintly. That's not really necessary. Malfoy kind of saved himself, didn't he? At the end, he knocked over the package so I wouldn't end up with it. If it weren't for that, it wouldn't matter where he hid, not even in the headmaster's office. Not even Professor Snape could keep him out of trouble. Kyle poured some fertilizer onto a bursting mushroom, then tossed the basin far away as if ridding himself of the smell. And besides, I think I already understand most of what happened. I just wanted to confirm it by asking Malfoy directly. Is that all? Kanna sighed, seeming relieved. I thought you might want to, well, never mind. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Wait, you don't think I wanted to kill him, do you? Kanna's cheeks reddened slightly, and she hesitated. No, of course not. I just overheard something earlier. Professor Snape said that was the only way to keep him alive. Absolutely not. Kyle's voice rose slightly in disbelief. That's complete nonsense. Killing your classmates at the first sign of trouble. What do I look like, the Dark Lord? Even Voldemort wasn't that extreme when he was at school. And Snape, he's a professor. Spreading lies like that is just awful. Kyle shook his head in frustration. He had never seriously considered harming Malfoy, even after everything. They were still students, after all, and Malfoy wasn't even of age. At most, Kyle had imagined giving him a stern lecture, something far from what Snape seemed to be insinuating. Well, maybe I misheard, Kanna mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Kyle scoffed but didn't press the issue. He retrieved the basin he discarded earlier and conjured a bag from a nearby dead branch. Filling it with a generous amount of fertilizer, he tied it up and tucked it away carefully. Kanna stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Don't look at me like that, Kyle said, brushing off her expression with feigned nonchalance. I'm a generous person. I'm not going to stoop to Snape's level just because he spread a little slander about me. And no, I'm not planning to put this in his lunch. Compound fertilizer mixed with rice. Please, I've never even thought of such a thing, he added with mock innocence. Chapter 730, Dumbledore, it must have been the Niffler. Saturday was the day of the first Quidditch match of the new school year. That morning, the Hufflepuff table was almost a sea of yellow, while Gryffindor's was a vibrant golden red. The tension between the two houses, building steadily throughout the week, was about to reach its peak. I thought you weren't going to participate this year. McGonagall handed Kyle a glass of pumpkin juice. The moment I saw your name on the player list, I knew we were going to win. That's a bit premature, Kyle replied, taking the pumpkin juice and sipping it casually. Better to keep a low profile, losing after all this hype would be embarrassing. I don't think so, McGonagall said with a shrug, sounding completely unconcerned. How do you feel? Are you okay? Jo asked as she approached, offering Kyle a supportive smile. I think I'm okay, Kyle said, returning the smile. Harry and I joined our teams the same year, and we've been rivals ever since. I don't think I'll lose to him this time. Kanna, who was standing nearby, shot him a sharp glance. What do you mean you won't lose this time? Just a minute ago, you were telling McGonagall to keep a low profile, but now that it's your turn, you're full of confidence. She wasn't the only one to notice his contradiction, several other Hufflepuffs nearby seemed to share the same thought. That's good, said Cho. But you still have to watch out for Harry's firebolt. I don't think your new seeker is quite at Cedric's level. Don't worry, Grace has a plan, Kyle said confidently. And our new seeker isn't that much worse than Harry. Sure, Cedric had the face, but we can't let personal bias cloud our judgment. The room erupted in quiet laughter. I'll see what you've got, Cho said, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. She cast Kyle a half-annoyed glare before turning to leave. I was honestly worried she was about to lose her temper and punch you, Connor said with a grin. It's fine, Kyle replied nonchalantly, biting into his toast. I can punch Cedric later, it's basically the same thing. Time to go, said Grace, rising from her seat 10 minutes later. The group left the Great Hall and strode toward the Quidditch pitch. The weather outside was perfect, not too warm, still a little chilly, but far better than it had been the week before. Once they reached the changing rooms, they donned their Quidditch robes, the golden-yellow fabric glinting under the sunlight filtering through the windows. The conditions are in our favor, Grace announced confidently. Katie Bell, Gryffindor's most experienced chaser, is still at St. Mungo's, so they had to replace her. Who? Mikkel asked, his curiosity piqued. Dean Thomas, Grace replied. Who? Mikkel repeated blankly. Potter's classmate, Grace clarified. Oh, a sixth year, Mikkel said, immediately feeling a wave of relief. Generally, the younger the new players, the more naturally talented they tended to be. Harry Potter, for instance, had broken tradition by joining the team as a first year. Sixth-year additions, on the other hand, were usually players who had never made the cut in earlier years and were only now being chosen because of their size, strength, or lack of alternatives. There were exceptions to this, of course, but Dean Thomas didn't seem to be one of them, not that Mikkel had ever heard his name mentioned in a Quidditch context before. Okay, this is our first match, Grace said sharply, bringing them back to the moment, so don't underestimate the opposition. The match starts in 5 minutes, so get your boots on. The group stepped outside into the stadium, greeted by a deafening roar of cheers from the Hufflepuff supporters. The stands were packed, an overwhelming sea of gold and yellow banners waving energetically. Hufflepuff supporters clearly outnumbered Gryffindors, taking up nearly 2/3 of the stands. This imbalance was largely thanks to Slytherin's strategy of unconditionally backing whoever was playing against Gryffindor, a house rivalry that was as old as Hogwarts itself. Grace and Harry met at the center of the pitch, where Madame Hooch stood waiting. The two captains shook hands with polite smiles, showing no signs of animosity as the tension in the crowd continued to build. Mount your broomsticks and listen for my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The sharp sound of Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the air, and the players shot into the sky. They're off. The voice from the commentary booth was unfamiliar and carried none of the usual enthusiasm that Lee Jordan had brought in past years. Instead, Zacharias Smith, a Hufflepuff student, had taken over commentary duties. What a surprise, I see Ron Weasley. After his horrific performance last term, I didn't think he'd still be on the team. Oh, but yes, he does have a close personal relationship with the captain, doesn't he? That helps. The Slytherin supporters burst into laughter, jeering loudly as Zacharias's pointed remark landed exactly as intended. Gryffindor's keeper, Ron, glowered at the commentary booth but didn't dare let himself be distracted. Grace has the quaffle, what a charming girl. Kyle's flying over, and there's no one near him. It's a perfect chance to, wait, she didn't pass to Kyle. She passed to Toss, oh, wait. Zacharias's voice suddenly rose in a shriek of surprise. What an unexpected tactic, Kyle isn't a chaser. He's the seeker. But Zacharias's observation was unnecessary. By now, it was clear to everyone that Kyle hadn't looked at the quaffle even once since the game began. Instead, he had shot straight to the highest point on the pitch, his eyes scanning the skies for the golden snitch. From the stands, Cho stared at the pitch in stunned disbelief. She turned to Kanna, her expression a mixture of confusion and shock. Why didn't you tell me Kyle was playing as a seeker? I thought you'd figured it out, Kanna replied with a laugh. Cho froze, suddenly recalling what Kyle had said in the Great Hall earlier. Was that supposed to be a hint? But even if it had been, she could never have guessed this twist. After all, during every Hufflepuff training session she'd watched, their seeker had been someone else entirely. To think they would make such a bold substitution during the match, it was almost unthinkable. That's the advantage of being a substitute, Kanna explained. He can change positions at will. You knew about this? Cho asked. No, I just found out yesterday, Kanna replied. That was the strategy they discussed last night. I have to say, this strategy was a huge success, Cho said. Hufflepuff surprised everyone. As she spoke, the moment Kyle stepped in as the replacement seeker, the audience erupted in cheers. Everyone understood one key fact, the only thing capable of countering a firebolt was another firebolt. With Kyle's inclusion, Hufflepuff's one glaring weakness had been resolved. As for Kyle's actual skills as a seeker, no one seemed to care, or even think about it. Bang. Just as the cheers on the pitch reached their peak, not far away in the tower, Snape angrily pushed open the oak door to the headmaster's office and stormed inside. He slammed a glass down onto Dumbledore's desk with force. Dumbledore, who had been watching the match through the window, turned around at the sudden noise, startled. He was met with the sight of Snape, visibly seething, his face red with anger. It wasn't often that Snape lost his temper so openly. Severus, what's wrong? Dumbledore asked, his tone curious but calm. Look for yourself. Snape snapped, pointing at the glass. Inside, there was still half a cup of tea, and floating in it were 5 or 6 small, round, grey-brown pellets. As Dumbledore approached, an unmistakably pungent smell hit him, making him pause. Oh, Severus, are you trying to recommend a new type of magic potion to me? Dumbledore said, taking a half-step back and adopting a mock-serious tone. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid my old stomach may not be able to handle the scent. Best you keep it for yourself and enjoy it. Please, Snape hissed coldly, the great Headmaster Dumbledore, take another look at what's in the glass. Oh. Dumbledore said, reluctantly leaning in closer to inspect the contents. He squinted slightly. It does look familiar. Isn't this the fertilizer Pomona makes? I've used it on the Flitterbloom on my windowsill, it's quite effective. But Pomona never mentioned it could be brewed into tea. Of course not, Snape replied, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Someone has obviously been sneaking it into my cup, and I am certain. Snape's gaze drifted toward the window, where the Quidditch match continued in full swing. The shouts and cheers of the crowd echoed faintly through the room. With a steely certainty, he said, the culprit must be one of them. Perhaps you're overthinking this, Severus, Dumbledore suggested, his voice light and untroubled. He flicked his finger gently toward the glass. A delicate brown fluff floated out of the liquid, drifting lazily in the air. The fluff was incredibly fine, no thicker than a strand of hair. If you weren't paying close attention, you might have missed it entirely. What is it, and whose hair is it? Snape wondered, his mind already running through a mental list of individuals at Hogwarts with brown hair. No, Severus, it is not hair. It belongs to a very peculiar animal, Dumbledore said calmly. I can tell it is a Niffler's fluff. Niffler. Snape's frown deepened. Yes, Niffler's downy hair, without a doubt, Dumbledore clarified. Nifflers can squeeze through the tiniest gaps, even ones narrower than this fluff. It seems one of the young ones has escaped from the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore continued, casting a brief glance at Snape. And I suspect it followed you all the way to your office, likely because you accidentally produced something shiny. I don't have any of the ridiculous things you're talking about, Snape said, his expression remaining impassive. Not necessarily true, Dumbledore replied with a shake of his head. Coins, glass bottles, or even silver knives used to cut potions, any of these could catch a Niffler's eye. Snape stepped closer, his tone low and sharp. So you're telling me that a Niffler from the Forbidden Forest got into my office, stole nothing, and decided to scatter a handful of fertilizer into my water glass instead? That's your explanation. Do you believe it? It's not impossible, Dumbledore said lightly, his expression unchanged. And I happen to know someone who understands Nifflers well enough to confirm it for you. Snape let out an exasperated snort, his patience clearly wearing thin. He glared at Dumbledore, but the Headmaster didn't so much as blink under his icy stare. And, Severus, Dumbledore added, his tone as calm as ever, this is a good thing. You call this a good thing? Snape asked, drawing out the words, his disbelief plain. Of course, Dumbledore explained. A Niffler doesn't return to a place where it hasn't found something. Once it realizes your office holds no treasure, it won't come back. You can carry on without worry. Snape's expression shifted slightly, his mind clearly piecing together the implication. You mean? I was merely discussing Nifflers and magical creatures with you, Dumbledore said with a small smile, turning back toward the window. What a marvelous match. I should have gone to see it in person, but the view from here is nearly as good. Care to join me, Severus? It's quite the spot. Snape said nothing. Without a word, he turned on his heel and walked out of the office. You forgot something, Dumbledore called after him, but Snape didn't so much as pause. He opened the door and strode away. How careless. Dumbledore muttered, waving his wand. The glass of water vanished instantly, leaving no trace behind. Then, with another flick of his wand, a silvery mist flowed from an object resembling a watering can on his desk, dispersing the lingering unpleasant smell. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch. As Grace had predicted, the Gryffindor team was no match for Hufflepuff. The game ended in just 20 minutes. The issue wasn't Ron Weasley, as Grace had previously claimed, nor was it the substitute chaser, Dean Thomas. Both players had performed reasonably well. The real problem lay with Gryffindor's 2 new beaters. Peakes, one of the beaters, seemed rattled, whether by nerves or something else, and misjudged a bludger meant for Kyle. Instead, it veered straight toward Harry. Harry, completely focused on chasing the golden snitch, had no reason to suspect danger from his own team. The bludger struck him hard, nearly knocking him off his broom. While Harry scrambled to regain control, Kyle took full advantage of the situation. Accelerating swiftly, he reached out and captured the snitch right in front of Harry's eyes. Madam Hooch's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the game. Peeks hurried over to Harry, visibly distressed. "I'm sorry," he blurted, apologizing over and over. "I didn't mean to, I swear. It was Derek. He shouted something behind me, and I got distracted." Harry, clutching his arm, looked ready to snap. In the past, he might have done so without hesitation. But now, as team captain, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He let out a weary sigh and said nothing. Ginny, standing nearby, didn't hold back and spoke sharply to Peeks. Unfortunately, her words were drowned out by the roaring cheers that filled the stadium, rising and falling like waves. "I knew it. We're going to win this," McGonagall exclaimed excitedly in the Hufflepuff changing rooms. "Those two new beaters don't hold a candle to Fred and George. It was so easy. Their intentions were as clear as the frozen black lake in winter, as far as I'm concerned," he added smugly. "I agree," chimed in one of the chasers with a grin. "Especially since it was so simple to dodge the bludgers today." Kyle nodded slightly, sharing their sentiment. Though he had never played as a seeker before, his experience playing with Fred and George had been far more intense. As twins, their coordination had been unmatched, and they sent bludgers from all sorts of unpredictable angles. Avoiding them had always required constant vigilance and quick reflexes. This year's Gryffindor beaters, however, were inexperienced and lacked that same synchronicity. Their bludgers were straightforward, coming from obvious directions, making them far easier to avoid. The game had been almost too easy. The problem was, it didn't feel like much of an accomplishment. Finally being the seeker had been something Kyle had anticipated with excitement, a chance to outwit and outplay his opponent in an exhilarating duel for the golden snitch. Instead, he had simply caught it without any real effort. It was boring. "Ryan said they're throwing a party in the common room to celebrate our victory," McGonagall said cheerfully. "We'll have butterbeer and everything." "Butterbeer?" Keeper Vane asked in surprise. "I thought we weren't allowed to go to Hogsmeade." "Where did they get it?" "The house elves helped us out," McGonagall replied with a mischievous grin. "It's technically not allowed, but as 7th years, we've got some privileges." "Let's head over, then," the others said, laughing as they got changed and began heading toward the castle. Kyle lingered behind, finishing up, when Kana arrived. She looked pleased, though she didn't show it overtly. It was the kind of calm satisfaction that came from expecting a win. "Cho doesn't look very happy," Kana remarked. "She also told me to tell you to watch out for her in the next match." "Ha! As if I'm afraid of her," Kyle said with a casual wave of his hand. Anyone who didn't have a firebolt wasn't even worth considering as a serious opponent, as far as he was concerned. The two of them walked back together, weaving through the crowded pitch and field. Many people congratulated Kyle along the way, shouting and cheering as they passed. Kyle made a point to respond to every one of them, smiling and waving. When they reached the foyer of the castle, Kana suddenly tugged on Kyle's robe, pointing toward the staircase. "Look, who's that?" she asked. Kyle followed her gaze and spotted a familiar figure walking up the stairs. "Malfoy," he muttered. "What a rare sight. Not only did he skip the game, but he's actually wandering around outside the Great Hall on his own." Kana gave Kyle a knowing look and a wink. "Don't look at me like that," Kyle said, shrugging. "I already promised I wouldn't go looking for him, and I meant it." Chapter 731, Halloween, Slughorn's Ball. Halloween arrived just after the first Quidditch match of the season. The pumpkins Hagrid had planted in the field by the gates were brought into Hogwarts. No one knew exactly what he'd done to them, but they were enormous, easily 6 feet tall. If they had been fitted with wheels, they might have passed for carriages. Once the pumpkins were delivered to the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall took over, expertly transforming them into a variety of shapes: soaring eagles, regal lions, coiling snakes, dignified badgers, and even a few famous ghosts. Professor Flitwick added his own magical touch, enchanting the creations to float gracefully through the air. Nearly headless Nick stood proudly beside his pumpkin likeness, happily posing for photos with young witches and wizards. Meanwhile, the fat friar from Hufflepuff wandered nearby, grinning in delight at the festive atmosphere. However, students from the remaining 2 houses didn't get the chance to enjoy their ghosts in the same way. The Bloody Baron, true to his nature, had no interest in the festivities and didn't bother appearing in the Great Hall. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, was nowhere to be seen either. She had vanished a long time ago, and despite repeated searches, no one had been able to find her. Kyle had looked for her more than once, as had Dumbledore and even the enchanted portraits in the headmaster's office. They had scoured the castle from top to bottom, but their efforts were fruitless. Eventually, Kyle gave up the search. If Helena Ravenclaw didn't want to be found, there was little anyone could do. After all, the castle itself had been designed by her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. If the Grey Lady wanted to remain hidden, Hogwarts would willingly keep her secrets. "Hey, this looks great," McGonagall said, admiring the decorations as he made his way from the common room to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. It'd be perfect if the Weird Sisters or the Skeleton Dance Troupe were performing this year. There's nothing we can do about that, Ryan sighed. Everyone's too busy hiding from the Death Eaters to come all the way to Hogwarts for a Halloween dinner. But the Skeleton Dance Troupe is made up of skeletons, Mikkel said, frowning in confusion. Can the killing curse even work on them? Ryan faltered, clearly stumped by the question. After a moment's pause, he finally replied, maybe the Death Eaters have some other way. It was the only explanation they could come up with. The group sat down at the Hufflepuff table just as the professors entered through the small door at the far end of the Great Hall. Oh no. Kanna murmured suddenly. What? Kyle turned to her, curious. Professor Slughorn. Kanna began, her voice tinged with exasperation. I just remembered he's hosting another party right after dinner. Flota gave me the invitation an hour ago. Oh, and there's one for you too. Since you were in the library, Flota handed it to me. What? How many parties is he throwing this month? Kyle groaned. This is the 5th one this month, Kanna replied, sounding as tired as Kyle felt. Okay, Kyle said, a little at a loss. Just use the same excuse as last time and turn him down. After dinner, I just want to relax in the warm common room. Even just sitting and daydreaming sounds better than going to one of his parties. I'm afraid that won't work this time, Kanna sighed. Professor Snape had to leave the school on some business, and Professor Slughorn must have heard about it in advance. He told Flota to pass on the message that I must attend. Professor Snape left the school. Kyle asked, eyebrows raised. Yes, just an hour ago, Kanna confirmed. And less than 5 minutes later, I got the invitation. He timed that perfectly, Kyle remarked, shaking his head. So? Kanna hesitated, blinking up at him. Can I invite you to the party? Professor Snape leaving has nothing to do with me, and my excuse still works, Kyle replied, raising an eyebrow. After all, the Ministry of Magic doesn't take a holiday on Halloween. But Professor Slughorn insists that everyone bring their own dance partner, Kanna explained, clearly anticipating his response. If you refuse, I'll have to ask Mikkel to be my date. I heard Slughorn invited a ghostly dance troupe just for the occasion, and I think Mikkel would love to go. Actually, I am pretty interested in seeing a ghostly dance troupe, Kyle said quickly. And let's face it, Mikkel can't even walk across the room without tripping over his own feet, let alone dance. Kanna let out a soft exclamation, surprised by his change of heart. Thankfully, the dinner began at that moment. A lavish spread appeared on the golden plates, and the warm aroma of pumpkin filled the great hall, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The enticing scent distracted Kanna, who stopped staring at Kyle and eagerly reached for a piece of golden brown pumpkin pasty. I've been waiting for this, she said with delight. Outside of Halloween, it feels like the school kitchen only knows how to make pumpkin into drinks. Kyle grabbed a slice of pumpkin pie for himself, savoring its rich but less greasy flavor. It was one of his favorites. As you said, this kind of thing only shows up on Halloween, he remarked. The rest of the time, the only thing remotely pumpkin-related is pumpkin juice. Oh, yes, Kanna suddenly remembered something midway through dinner. You should write a letter to Fred and George and tell them to stop sending love potions to school disguised as invigoration draft. It's just adding to our workload. What's wrong with them? Kyle asked, looking puzzled. You don't know. Kanna gave him a pointed look. I've confiscated several bottles of love potion recently, all of them from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. They've been repackaging the love potions to look like flasks of invigoration draft, complete with proper labels, so they can sneak past Filch's inspections. You know dark detectors only work on dark magic, right? Love potions aren't classified as dangerous, so they're exploiting that loophole. Well, actually, you don't have to worry too much about it. Kyle whispered, leaning in to explain. Fred and George have made some adjustments to the love potion. They've reduced its ability to cloud judgment and increased its tendency to inspire harmless, over-the-top behavior. Basically, it's closer to a prank now. The effects only last for 10 minutes, so even if you let it slide, it's not likely to cause major problems. Hearing you put it that way, I don't particularly care, Kanna replied softly. But Romilda Vane and Antonella, who bought some, seemed to be planning to pour it into the pumpkin juice you were going to drink, so you might want to be more careful. Kyle's hand, midway to his mouth with a sandwich, froze. His eyes twitched slightly. You must be joking. Who on earth would give me a love potion? Quite a few, Kanna replied matter-of-factly, counting on her fingers. Besides the two I just mentioned, there's Paya, Darlene, and Quirrell, and those are just the ones I've caught. Who knows how many more there are? Anyway, good luck. I really don't want to see you tap dancing on the table one day. Kanna's comment referred to an incident 2 days earlier when a Gryffindor student had leapt onto a table during breakfast and performed a clumsy tap dance in front of the entire hall. It turned out that the unfortunate student had mistakenly drunk Harry's pumpkin juice, which had been laced with love potion, and the results had been memorable. Recalling that scene, Kyle's expression darkened. "That's too much," he said angrily. "Fred and George have gone too far. Selling love potions to students is outrageous. It's downright shameless. Don't worry, I'll write to them right now and give them a piece of my mind. They need to stop this immediately." Without waiting for dinner to finish, Kyle stormed over to a table in the Great Hall, pulled out parchment and a quill, and began writing furiously. His unusual behavior drew curious glances from students around him, who whispered among themselves, speculating about what Kyle was up to. Kyle didn't care. After finishing the letter to Fred and George, he still felt unsettled. So, he started writing another letter, this one addressed to Mr. Weasley himself. In it, he reported the Weasleys' wizard wheezes for illegally selling love potions to Hogwarts students. Satisfied, Kyle tapped his wand on the letters. They immediately folded themselves into paper airplanes, which zipped out of the Great Hall, turned a corner, and flew out of the castle. Outside, a massive owl swooped down from the Forbidden Forest, snatched the letters midair, and carried them off into the distance. Back in the Great Hall, Kyle let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling assured the situation was being handled. But after that, he refused to touch another sip of pumpkin juice, especially if someone offered it to him. Dinner ended soon after, and students began heading back to their common rooms. Some rushed off quickly, while others left before dinner had even finished. After all, they needed time to change into their ball attire. It was a formal ball, and Slughorn had requested that everyone dress accordingly. While it was technically possible to dance in regular school robes, he wanted to recreate the elegance of the Triwizard Tournament ball. "If I had a choice, I'd rather go to the last dinner party than deal with some ball," Kana said, glancing at the two seventh-year Slytherin girls who had already changed into their dress robes. They stood in the middle of the foyer, preening like a pair of peacocks. "Those kinds of dresses are so uncomfortable to wear, and they don't have pockets, so I don't know where to put my cauldron." Kyle turned his head, startled. "You carry your cauldron with you?" He could understand carrying a couple of potion bottles, but a cauldron seemed excessive. "Yes," Kana replied matter-of-factly, pulling a small cauldron, no bigger than her fist, out of her pocket. "It can be resized with a counterspell." She tucked it back into her robes. "I got into the habit last year when I was working on perfecting the recovery potion. I always wanted to be able to test combinations of ingredients on the spot. It turned out to be pretty useful, so I've just kept carrying it around." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Okay, but why not put it in a moleskin pouch?" "Because the pouch is already full," Kana said, her tone utterly practical. "There's not enough room for all the finished potions and herbs, let alone a cauldron." "Fair enough." Kyle couldn't argue with her logic. At that moment, Kana was still mulling over how to carry her cauldron after changing into her dress robes. Seeing her dilemma, Kyle had an idea. He waited until no one was looking, then discreetly took out his wand and pointed it at her. In an instant, her school uniform began to shimmer and shift. The fabric turned a deep blue-purple, the hem extending until it transformed into elegant dress robes. Transfiguration. Kana blinked in surprise. "Well, I saw something similar at Madame Malkin's over the holidays," Kyle explained, shrugging. "The details probably aren't as fine as the real thing, but it's a close enough copy." "This is fine," Kana said, examining the robes. She lowered her voice. "No one will be able to tell." In the wizarding world, wearing transfigured dress robes to a ball was generally frowned upon. If discovered, the wearer would almost certainly become the subject of ridicule. 2 years ago, Ron Weasley had only managed to alter his second-hand dress robes, and the thought of using transfiguration likely never crossed his mind, or maybe it just didn't occur to him. "Don't worry," Kyle reassured her with a casual wave of his hand. "As long as Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore don't show up, no one will notice." He then cast the same spell on his own robes, transforming them into something more suitable for the evening. "That's good," Kana said cheerfully, clearly trusting Kyle's judgment. She gave the robes a small spin and smiled as she realized something. Aside from being convenient, these transfigured robes had another distinct advantage, since they were still technically her school uniform, the weight and feel of the garment hadn't changed. It was far more comfortable than the stiff, heavy gowns most people wore. Since it was Halloween and there was a ball, Slughorn had invited a large number of guests. With everyone paired up with dance partners, the crowd was even larger than expected. As Kyle and Kana stepped into Slughorn's office, the air was filled with lively noise. Laughter, music, and chatter grew louder with every step they took. Slughorn had used magic to expand the room, making it far larger than the typical professor's office. Draperies of every color hung from the walls and ceiling, which was adorned with a giant golden pumpkin lantern. Inside the pumpkin, rather than a candle, dozens of tiny fairies flitted about with lanterns, creating the effect of countless flickering lights. The waitstaff, house elves from the kitchens, darted between the guests, balancing trays of colorful drinks as they wove expertly through the crowd. "Oh. Kyle, Conna, my children." Slughorn's booming voice greeted them even before they had stepped fully into the room. "It wasn't easy getting the two of you to come, but as I said before, you can't hide from me forever." "Professor, that's so sad," Kyle said with an exaggeratedly remorseful tone. "We wanted to come to the party so badly, but there was no way around it. Professor Snape kept getting in the way and wouldn't let Conna come. And, as you can imagine, working at the Ministry of Magic can be so boring." "Oh, yes, I know all about that," Slughorn replied with a wink and a jovial smile. "I was only joking. You've got your wish today, haven't you? Come on in, there are so many people I want you to meet." He turned and cheerfully walked deeper into his office, leaving Kyle and Conna no choice but to exchange glances and follow. "That's Wurple, an old student of mine," Slughorn said as they entered the bustling room, gesturing toward a short man not far away, who was currently in conversation with Harry. "He's the author of Blood Brothers, My Life Amongst the Vampires, and of course, his friend, Sanguini." Kyle raised an eyebrow at the title. It had the same self-aggrandizing flair as Lockhart's books, but the difference was that Wurple's account was entirely genuine. He really had lived among vampires. Standing next to Wurple was Sanguini, a bona fide vampire. Tall and strikingly handsome, his pallid skin and deep, dark circles under his eyes gave him an air of perpetual exhaustion. His demeanor, however, shifted noticeably when a young woman passed by. His lips curled faintly as he licked them, his eyes gleaming hungrily. Sanguini suddenly stiffened, his gaze locking onto Kyle. Then, as his attention shifted, he caught sight of Conna. His dark eyes immediately brightened, his expression changing to one of almost predatory fascination. There was something about Conna that stood out to him, a unique, enticing fragrance that she seemed to exude. To Sanguini, it was like the tantalizing scent of rosemary seasoning a perfectly cooked steak, making him involuntarily salivate. Kyle noticed Sanguini's behavior and muttered under his breath to Conna, "Vampires like talented wizards. Especially witches." Conna frowned, her unease visible. "I know. Lockhart mentioned it in one of his books. I just find the whole thing really strange." Kyle shrugged. "That's easy to handle." He casually bent down, reaching into his suitcase, and cracked it open just a little. The other students in the room, preoccupied with the music, laughter, and their own conversations, didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. But Sanguini froze. His body stiffened as a shiver ran down his spine. For a moment, he seemed to instinctively sense several overwhelmingly dangerous presences emanating from the slightly open suitcase. Each of those presences felt as if it could easily tear him apart. Sanguini's expression changed entirely. He stiffened, his earlier hunger dissipating in an instant. Without a word, he turned stiffly, trying to act casual as he moved to hide behind Wurple, who was a head shorter and utterly oblivious to what had just transpired. "You see." "Easy," Kyle said lightly, smiling as he expertly caught the niffler that had jumped out of the suitcase. He tucked the mischievous creature back inside and shut the case with a satisfied click. Chapter 732, Peeves and the Vanishing Cabinet. In the wizarding world, many witches and wizards enjoy hosting all kinds of balls, especially the old pureblood families, who typically hold 2 or 3 each year. Events like birthday balls and Yule balls have become routine, though the main focus of most of these gatherings has never truly been on dancing. This time was no exception. The music in the office played continuously, yet only a few people were actually dancing. Most guests completed a couple of perfunctory turns before settling into conversation, wine glasses in hand. It had to be said, Professor Slughorn still had an impressive network of connections and had invited quite a few well-known figures. Among them were the famous author Eldred Wurple and the vampire Sanguini, both of whom Kyle had met before. There were also professional Quidditch players, including Brewerhold, the current chaser for the Montrose Magpies, and a reporter from the Daily Prophet, not Rita Skeeter, but another wizard. According to Slughorn's introduction, this particular journalist had conducted most of the interviews with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's directors and higher-ups. Kyle also spotted the owner of Honeydukes. It was hardly surprising, there was a signed photo of him in Slughorn's office, and with the school being so close to Hogsmeade, there was no reason not to invite him. Even so, Slughorn seemed to think the gathering wasn't lively enough. According to him, Halloween was just a casual get-together, the real highlight would be Christmas. He made sure to tell Kyle and Conna they absolutely couldn't miss it. They, however, did not share his enthusiasm. Finding an excuse to slip away, the two of them made their way toward the drinks table, which was one of the less crowded spots in the room. Kyle, however, had no intention of drinking anything. Ever since learning that someone at school had purchased a love potion, he was being especially cautious about consuming anything from an unknown source. "Kyle, I didn't expect to see you here too." A few minutes later, Harry appeared, finally having managed to escape from Wurple. He looked exhausted, he must have endured quite a bit of chatter, grabbing a glass of butterbeer and downing it in one go. Kyle observed him for a moment, but to his disappointment, it was just an ordinary butterbeer. "How does it feel?" he asked. "What?" Harry didn't immediately catch on, assuming Kyle was asking about the ball. He shook his head at once. "Terrible. I can't believe Hermione insists on coming to these every time." "Maybe she's just used to it," Kyle said, following his lead. "Why didn't you make up some excuse and skip it?" Like many others, Harry had been coming up with reasons to avoid Slughorn's gatherings, things like Quidditch practice. As team captain, he could schedule training sessions whenever he wanted, and he had managed to dodge quite a few of these events that way. "I'm here with Ron. He really wanted to see the dance," Harry explained. "You can invite boys to the ball?" Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well," Harry nodded, "I figured I'd give it a try, but Professor Slughorn didn't seem to mind." "Oh, by the way, have you seen Ron?" "I've been looking for him." "No," Kyle replied. "Try the other side of the room." "All right," Harry said, gripping his butterbeer mug as he headed off across the dance floor. For a while afterward, Kyle ran into Professor Sybil Trelawney, who was drunk. As a Hogwarts professor and a descendant of the famous seer Cassandra Trelawney, she had a certain level of notoriety. Slughorn had likely mentioned that free sherry was being served at the ball, which would have been enough to lure her in. Then there was Luna, engaged in an animated discussion with Neville about whether Rufus Scrimgeour was actually a hidden vampire and plotting some secret scheme to manipulate the Aurors. According to her theory, he intended to use the gum disease curse to take down the Ministry from within. Neville looked shocked. Kyle, on the other hand, couldn't stop himself from laughing, so hard, in fact, that he nearly inhaled his mead through his nose. Gum disease curse, now that's an invention worth developing. Way more useful than Langlock, Kyle remarked with a laugh. As for the theory about Scrimgeour being a vampire? Utter nonsense. If he were a vampire, the massive sneakoscope in the Auror office would have been blaring nonstop. The fact that no one in the Ministry had complained about him causing disturbances proved his identity beyond a doubt. Still, some of Mr. Lovegood's ideas were undeniably entertaining. He had a knack for coming up with theories no one else could dream of. If you ignored logic and treated it as a source of amusement, the Quibbler wasn't half bad. Kyle even thought about buying a copy, something to leaf through when boredom struck. After Luna and Neville left, the party began to drag again, devolving into monotony. It wasn't until 10 minutes before curfew that Kyle figured things would finally wrap up. But then Peeves burst into the room like a whirlwind of chaos. He soared across the ceiling, clutching water balloons brimming with liquid, and unleashed an indiscriminate assault on the unsuspecting students below. The room erupted into chaos as water rained down like a monsoon. Screams filled the air as everyone scrambled to avoid the onslaught, diving for cover amidst the pandemonium. "Ha. I knew something was missing," Kyle said with a grin. "Now it feels right. How could a place this lively exist without Peeves?" Casually, he flicked a water balloon aside, sending it hurtling in another direction. "But Professor Slughorn is still here. Doesn't Peeves care about him? He only fears the 4 heads of house. The other professors, he'll cut a bit of slack," Kyle replied with a shrug. "But Peeves probably isn't in the best mood tonight. Remember what the Fat Friar said at dinner," he continued. Apparently, Peeves was sulking because he didn't get that fortified pumpkin statue he wanted. He's been upstairs wrecking suits of armor all evening. I guess this is his way of venting. Flicking another water balloon away with ease, Kyle turned to Connor and gestured toward the door. "We should probably leave now. Most people haven't reacted yet, but once they do, the doorway's going to be a mob scene." The two slipped out into the hallway as the muffled chaos continued behind them. Connor lifted her arm to sniff at her sleeve, frowning. "I was going to mention this earlier, do you smell that? Like acid or something?" "It's vinegar," Kyle whispered, smirking slightly. "Actually, I was the one who told Peeves that adding a splash of vinegar would make the balloons more impactful." Connor shot him a disgusted look. "Don't give me that face," Kyle said with a shrug. "It was ages ago. I needed a favor, wanted Peeves to track down a ghost for me. That was his payment, in kind. And hey, it's not like it was going to waste. All that vinegar gets spilled by first years knocking on barrels seemed practical to me." "Anyone hit by one of those balloons is going to hate you for this," Connor retorted flatly. "You could always blame Filch," Kyle suggested with a grin. "He helped Umbridge kick out so many students last year, it'd be poetic justice." They strolled toward the stairs, leaving the commotion behind. Loud chatter and incantations echoed faintly through the hall, signaling that the other students were finally trying to drive Peeves away. But by the time they got organized, Peeves was long gone, having emptied his entire arsenal of balloons before disappearing without a trace. When Kyle and Connor arrived at the foyer on the first floor, they unexpectedly ran into Peeves. "It's you, Kyle boy. Didn't realize you were here, Peeves greeted cheerfully. But then, as if remembering something, he immediately turned to flee. Oops, they're coming after us. Wait, Kyle called out urgently. It's been so long. How did things go with what I asked you to do? Peeves' translucent figure froze mid-motion. After a moment, he turned back, somewhat stiffly. For once, his mischievous grin faded as he replied, well, you told me to find the grim-faced witch who never smiles. I don't think she's left Hogwarts. Impossible, Kyle said firmly, shaking his head. Madame Grey never leaves Hogwarts. But she's not in the castle, Peeves insisted. Even the Bloody Baron's been looking for her, and he didn't find a thing. She must have run off. Kyle wasn't overly disappointed by the answer. He had half expected it anyway. If we can't find her, so be it, he said, waving dismissively as he turned to head toward the common room. Hey, Kyle, I'm not ignoring you. Peeves blurted, misinterpreting Kyle's reaction. Seeing him about to walk away, Peeves hastily added, I've been looking for her, really. Oh, wait, I think she's been kidnapped by the Bloody Baron and is being held in a room without a door on the second floor. Kyle froze mid-step and turned back to Peeves. A room without a door on the second floor. If Peeves had said the 8th floor, Kyle would have assumed it was the room of requirement. But the second floor? Was there a similar room there? Yes. Peeves said with renewed excitement, his face lighting up. Nobody knows this castle better than me. There's a place at Hogwarts, very mysterious, where all the students' treasures from centuries past are hidden. But no one knows where it is. Kyle was already certain Peeves had mistaken the room of requirement for something else. The mention of the second floor was likely just Peeves' usual confusion. Just then, Kanna, who had been quietly observing, asked, but Peeves, didn't you say earlier that the Bloody Baron was also looking for the Grey Lady? At the mention of the Bloody Baron, Peeves visibly shuddered but stubbornly stuck to his story. It's all an act. He's just trying to confuse everyone. Peeves straightened up, trying to appear serious. Half an hour ago, I saw a Slytherin brat standing in front of a store cupboard on the second floor, mumbling something about, it's gone, I can't find it. I'm guessing the Bloody Baron told him to check the place, only to discover the non-smiling Grey Lady had already escaped. Peeves nodded firmly. Well, that must be it. Whether Kyle believed it or not, he found himself buying into the story anyway. After all, the Bloody Baron had a motive, every ghost in the castle knew it was he who had killed the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw. What if he suddenly decided to reenact the scene? The thought was unsettling. Peeves appeared unusually serious, and the more Kyle dwelled on it, the more plausible it seemed. But even so, he couldn't fully accept Peeves' words. The Grey Lady had vanished along with Ravenclaw's diadem, and a fragment of Rowena Ravenclaw's memories was said to be stored in that artifact. What could the Bloody Baron possibly do, send them all back in time? And besides, it wasn't as if a ghost could be trapped in the store cupboard, ghosts could pass through walls with ease. The idea seemed absurd. Still, another question surfaced in Kyle's mind. Wait, Peeves, you said you saw a Slytherin on the second floor just now. Who was it? Let me think. Peeves stroked his chin theatrically. I remember him arguing with Potter in the corridor. I was hoping for a fight, but, alas, McGonagall showed up. Oh, that's right, Potter called him Malfoy at the time. Peeves grinned mischievously. I'm telling you that Malfoy must have been acting on the Bloody Baron's orders. Peeves rambled on, but Kyle wasn't listening anymore. Why had Malfoy suddenly been on the second floor? Was he looking for something? Or was there something hidden there that he wanted? Kyle frowned, trying to make sense of it. The store cupboard, though. It was full of junk, broken tables and chairs, old brooms that were no longer usable. Nothing of value. What could Malfoy possibly want with any of that? Kyle mulled over the thought, frustrated by the nagging feeling that he was forgetting something important. It just wouldn't come to him. No wonder Dumbledore kept a pensieve in his office, Kyle reflected. With everything he'd seen and heard over the years, he must have needed it to sift through his memories and make sense of them all. Kyle, what's wrong? They're coming. Kanna's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, accompanied by the distant sound of shouting and arguing. Kyle turned and realized that Peeves had vanished. Meanwhile, Professor Slughorn came barreling down the stairs, leading a group of professors and students. Slughorn was in a state, his magnificent violet robe stretched tight around his considerable frame, as though it might burst apart at any moment. Whether it was from running or from overeating at dinner was anyone's guess. Kyle, Kanna, have you seen Peeves? Someone said he was heading toward the foyer. Slughorn asked angrily. That wretched creature, he's ruined my ball. Kyle quickly pointed in a random direction. He ran that way, he said, not having the slightest idea where Peeves had gone. What, back upstairs? Slughorn groaned, his legs trembling as he glanced toward the library on the second floor, where Kyle's hand was pointing. Ghosts could fly, but he couldn't. And after running up and down the stairs several times already, he was completely out of breath. Children, he gasped, addressing the students behind him. I'll leave Peeves to you. Please, help me, catch him, no matter what. Slughorn's tone shifted slightly as he added, whoever brings Peeves to me will be rewarded with a vial of Felix Felicis. At the mention of the coveted luck potion, the students' eyes lit up, practically glowing with determination. They didn't need to be told twice. With cries of enthusiasm, they charged upstairs in pursuit of the poltergeist. They had already been looking for Peeves after he splashed them with vinegar, but now there was an added incentive. Felix Felicis wasn't something to pass up, and they weren't going to let the opportunity slip away. In an instant, the group disappeared up the staircase again. Slughorn leaned heavily against the railing, gasping for air as he muttered, if only Armando had listened to me and gotten rid of Peeves when I suggested it. That ghost is nothing but trouble, and everyone in the castle is constantly complaining about him. Yes, and they still are, Kyle replied, his tone dry. Slughorn straightened up slightly, glancing at Kyle. Aren't you going to give it a try, my boy? I think you have a good chance of catching that little troublemaker and earning my reward. With that, Slughorn pulled out a small corked bottle from his pocket. The golden liquid inside shimmered alluringly, Felix Felicis. Kyle couldn't help but glance at the potion, tempted for a moment, but then shook his head. Sorry, Professor. As much as I'd like to, I think I may have had a bit too much at the ball. I'm feeling drowsy and could really use a good night's sleep. Slughorn raised an eyebrow, tapping his temple. Ah, yes, now that you mention it, I do recall seeing you spending a fair bit of time near the drinks table. Listen, Kyle, even though you're of age, you should remember to pace yourself. And if I may suggest, meat is an excellent alternative, far more pleasant, in my opinion. Kyle forced a polite smile. I'll keep that in mind, Professor. After exchanging a few more courteous words, Kyle made his excuses and left with Kanna. As they walked back to the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle's mind was far from the conversation with Slughorn. Instead, he was preoccupied with Malfoy and his strange behavior near the room of requirement. Malfoy hadn't been wandering aimlessly, he had a goal. But what was it? When they entered the common room, Ryan, a fellow Hufflepuff, looked up from his homework and immediately called out, Kyle, thank goodness you're back. I think you have a copy of Vanishing and Transfiguration. Can I borrow it? Sure, Kyle replied absent-mindedly. It's in your dormitory cabinet, go look for it. He trailed off suddenly, his head snapping up. Wait. Cabinet. Vanishing cabinet. His thoughts raced. He finally remembered, back in his third year, nearly headless Nick had once tricked Peeves into dropping a cabinet right above Filch's office in order to help Harry, who had been caught by Filch. That cabinet had been a vanishing cabinet. Nearly headless Nick had even mentioned at the time that the vanishing cabinet had been kept in the store cupboard on the second floor. Filch had known it was a vanishing cabinet and had intended to use the incident to get rid of Peeves, citing damage to school property as the reason. Of course, Dumbledore had refused, getting rid of Peeves was impossible, no matter how much trouble he caused. The entire matter had eventually been forgotten, dismissed as just another one of Peeves' antics. The damaged vanishing cabinet had been cleaned up by the house elves not long after. At least, that's what everyone thought had happened. The truth was, Kyle had gotten to the cabinet first. Before the house elves arrived, he had taken the vanishing cabinet himself. What they had disposed of was nothing more than a regular cabinet enchanted with a disillusionment charm to make it look like the original. And no one, absolutely no one, knew about it. Kyle's heart began to race. Could it be that Malfoy was searching for the vanishing cabinet? If so, how had he found out about it? The cabinet had been hidden in the store cupboard on the second floor, but Malfoy wouldn't have had any reason to go there back when he was younger. And if he hadn't been there before, then how did he know about it now? Or, was he looking for something else entirely? Kyle sank into an armchair, his mind racing. Noticing the change in his mood, Kanna didn't say a word. She simply sat down beside him in silence.